The holy angel descended, stunning the mortal world with her breathtaking beauty, but one man cut through the trance, walking up to deliver a cold, thunderous slap across her face. He didn't stop there. He ruthlessly shattered her divine wings. Why? Because he knew the truth. This so-called angel was nothing but a twisted monster with an insatiable thirst for slaughter. This man had already endured the hell of 98 previous lives. In his 99th regression, wielding only a scythe, he stood as the absolute strongest, the sole survivor of a ruined world. Yet, as Ryumin stood before the final trial to end this leveling Manhwa nightmare, the system mocked him. A cruel notification flashed. The boss room requires a minimum of 5 players to enter. Disqualified by a technicality, he could only watch as his physical form began to disintegrate into light. Yet his gaze held no regret, only a chilling resolve. Ryumin knew the drill. Death was not the end. The familiar sound would chime again. Ding. Congratulations. The rune of return has been successfully activated. But this time, something was different. The system's message carried a terrifying weight, unlike before. The number of regressions available to his soul had finally reached its absolute limit. This meant there were no more do-overs. If he failed this 100th attempt, his existence would be erased forever. Can Ryumin clear this hellish game, or will this be his final grave? Let us witness the beginning of this epic awakening Manhwa saga. The story opens on a winter night illuminated by the festive glow of a bustling temple. Countless civilians filled the streets oblivious to their impending doom. It is finally time. Everyone count down the final 5 seconds with us. Amidst the sea of celebrating faces, a young man with a hood pulled low stood apart. A mysterious, powerful aura radiated from him, silent amidst the roaring crowd. 5. Ryumin looked up, his expression devoid of hope for what came next. Beside him, the ignorant masses chanted. 4. Panic surged within him, forcing out a curse. Damn it all. He stared at his own hands, the realization hitting him like a truck. He was back, but his fingers trembled not from cold, but from the visceral terror of the memories flooding in. I have returned. To the moment right before this accursed game began, he clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. He had reached the very end, yet here he was again. While the world cheered for the new year, Ryumin stood alone in his despair. If only he could freeze time right here before the hell began anew. His system interface materialized, displaying the cruel truth, ancient rune of time. Reversal usage 100 of 100. The final countdown had truly begun. Since this is my final run, there is no point in hiding in the shadows. He pulled back his hood, eyes burning with resolve. This time I will destroy this system Manhwa logic and end the game. Ryumin's sharp gaze swept over the crowd. To avoid the previous failure, he needed 4 reliable allies to survive until the final boss. Who among this fodder had the potential to stand by his side? Rewinding a few minutes, we see Huang bored amidst the cheers. Finally, we are legally adults. His 2 lackeys chatted nearby. No need to pretend to be good kids anymore, right? Obviously. They continued making a racket, causing the bald delinquent to sigh. Man, what should I even do with my life after we graduate? Maybe delivery work. Hey, that chick over there looks just like the actress Seo Erin. The others argued loudly. Are you stupid? Why would a star like Erin be here? Are your eyes just for decoration? The bald friend turned to their leader. Huang Yongmin. What about you? The leader smirked lazily. Me? Didn't I tell you I'm going to become a gangster? His friends looked horrified. Are you insane? One mistake in that world, and you're dead meat. You're serious? Huang Yongmin shrugged with arrogant indifference. Like I said, screw it. You only live once, right? I'm going to live exactly how I please. His friends laughed outwardly, but internally they were terrified. This guy is a total lunatic. The moment I graduate, I'm blocking this psycho's number. But aloud, the friend asked, so what are you going to do about your little errand boy after school ends? Huang Yongmin paused, then recalled his favorite victim. You mean that gloomy loser? A cruel grin spread across his face. I can't just let him go, just because we're graduating. The lackeys pointed and snickered. Damn poor guy. He probably thought graduation meant freedom. You really are the devil, Huang Yongmin. Huang Yongmin's eyes glinted with malice. He doesn't get to decide when it ends. I need to break him a little more before I'm done. Mid-conversation, one of them spotted a familiar figure. Wait, isn't that your shuttle over there? Through the crowd, Ryumin stood like a ghost as the speaker system blared. It is finally time. Count down the last 5 seconds. Huang Yongmin smirked as the chanting began, locking eyes on his prey. There's my little servant. 5. But suddenly, Huang Yongmin noticed something odd. A strange shimmering aura surrounded Ryumin, something that shouldn't belong to a loser. Those bastards. 1. At that precise second, Ryumin lowered his hood. He turned his gaze, colliding directly with Huang Yongmin's. An unsettling chill ran down Huang Yongmin's spine. Something is different about him today. Trying to regain dominance, he scoffed. Happy New Year. Why is he staring at me like that? Has he lost his mind? His goons quickly held him back. Chill, Huang Yongmin, it's New Year's Eve. You have plenty of time to crush him later. Surrounded by the crowd, Huang Yongmin held back, grinding his teeth. You lucky bastard, I'll let it slide today. Meanwhile, the chubby lackey sobbed dramatically. I'm finally an adult. Happy New Year, best wishes. The streets erupted in joy. But cutting through the celebration, a chilling, unfamiliar voice echoed from the sky. Humans are truly amusing creatures, celebrating so blindly, unaware that your extinction is at hand. Huang Yongmin, thinking it was Ryumin, snapped. What did you just say to me, trash? The lackey stammered. I didn't say anything. The friend in the middle looked up, paralyzed. What? I heard something from above, high in the night sky. An angel beat her wings, looking down on them with divine arrogance. Despite her celestial beauty, her words were laced with venom. She looked at the city below as if she were observing filthy monkeys trapped in a zoo cage. The crowd gazed up at the glowing figure, confused. Holy crap, is that an angel? Is this some kind of hologram show for the new year? It looks so real. She's gorgeous. While others marveled, Ryumin watched with cold indifference. She has arrived. Even after 99 times, her presence is still nauseating. The angel covered a mocking smile with her hand, her voice dripping with disdain. You trash like humans. It seems my beauty has rendered you speechless. But do not get the wrong idea. I have no intention of mingling with insects like you. The angel reveled in their confusion. Judging by those dumbfounded expressions, you can hear me. Suddenly, a clueless middle-aged man pointed a finger at the sky and shouted, Hey, what is your problem, lady? Is this some kind of sick cosplay? Who are you calling insects, Ryumin? Listen to the foolish taunts of the crowd. Watch your mouth, you witch. He shook his head. Fools. They are signing their own death warrants. The angel's benevolent smile instantly shattered. Her eyes didn't just glow. They burned with the fires of absolute rage. In a blink, the loudmouth turned into a mist of red gore. The guy standing next to him trembled as warm blood drenched his face. His scream tore through the air, sending waves of panic through the mob. Even Huang Yongmin couldn't hide his shock. Damn it. What the hell just happened? The winged entity pointed a judgment finger at the remains. How dare a lowly species speak to a transcendent being with such filth? Terror finally washed over their faces. You insects have no right to question me. Do not mistake my presence for equality. What is that sound? Unless you wish for your heads to pop like ripe melons. Her playful demeanor vanished. I can taste the confusion radiating from you all. But how could lower life forms comprehend the divine will? The game has officially begun, and here is the first law. Listen closely, for I shall only explain this once. Ryumin let out a weary sigh. He had to sit through this tutorial again. The angel's form erupted in blinding light, her voice booming like thunder from the heavens. Welcome to the survival game. There will be 20 rounds of hell. On the first day of every month, your souls will be dragged into a dimensional rift to compete. Her smile returned radiant and warm, masking the cruelty beneath. You mortals have but a single purpose here. Silence reigned. Fear clamped every mouth shut. Your goal is simple. Complete the mission. Succeed and you return to reality with a reward. A heavy-set man whispered, trembling. What is she saying? His friend muttered back. I think she means we survive if we just follow orders. Reading their pathetic minds, the angel scoffed. You believe completing the quest guarantees survival. This isn't a fairy tale to comfort you. Survival is not a right granted to all who finish the task. Here is the cruel reality of this system, Manhwa. Only 50% of you will survive this round. The spark of hope in the crowd was instantly snuffed out. Impossible despair echoed through the crowd. Her smile widened. But fear not, I won't be taking everyone. Chaos erupted. Ryumin shook his head at the panic. Shut up, he thought. He locked eyes with the entity lost in his own memories. Only those aged 15 to 29 are summoned. When I first got dragged into this hell on New Year's, I never imagined I'd experience this awakening Manhwa scenario 100 times. A middle-aged man clenched his fists in joy. I'm safe, I'm actually safe. But the young man beside him clicked his tongue. Damn you, he grabbed the older man's collar in a fit of rage. You're happy to see us die. Are you mocking us? The older man stammered in fear. Huang Yongmin, however, kept his cool and barked at his friend. Stand down. Are you blind to the situation? Did you forget the guy who just turned into red mist? With the rules set, the angel tallied her cattle. Let's see. Total participants, 1,801,002,929. She raised her hand, unleashing a blinding flash. Tutorial over. Let the games begin. Ryumin felt the world shift as he was warped into a void of pure white. His expression remained stone cold as the angel's voice infiltrated his mind. You are now in your private sanctuary. No one can see you here. A mirror materialized from nothingness. Before your soul transfers, you must forge your vessel. Ryumin calmly placed his hand against the glass surface. Customize wisely. You have but one chance to define your existence. He didn't hesitate. There was no need to waste time on vanity. His reflection shifted, morphing into his true form. His hair flowed as he keyed in the name that would once again strike fear into this world. Ryumin. The void shattered, replaced by the first stage. A vast, endless green grassland stretched out before him. Ryumin stepped onto the grass, his presence heavier, more mature. The name Ryumin floated above him. This marks the beginning of my 100th regression. He flexed his hands, testing the grip. I kept my original appearance. After using this avatar 12 times, it feels more like my own skin than my real body. Moments later, thousands of confused souls materialized on the plains. Where are we? Is this a field? What's going on? My body. It actually changed. I chose a celebrity's face, and it worked. Ryumin glanced at the fools, who prioritized looks over function. Everyone wants to be beautiful in this leveling manhwa world. But if they had a shred of intelligence, they would know that vanity is a death sentence. That girl is beaming about her beauty, unaware she just painted a target on her back. This is a realm where only the strongest predators survive. Stand out and you die. And if you die here, your physical body rots in the real world. Ryumin ignored the chatter, scanning the crowd for one specific name. It's about time. A figure emerged with an imposing aura. Found you, Huang Yongmin. Just as expected. He went for pure muscle mass again. Typical. Suddenly, the angel descended once more. Adoring your new skins? I much prefer the look of terror on your faces. Now let's tally the soul server. 1,802,910 souls. Someone whispered 1.8 million. That doesn't seem like everyone. The angel clutched her head, cackling. You ignorant insects. Her laughter snapped into a snarl. Do you think this is the only dimension? Humanity has been divided across countless planes overseen by other administrators. Worry about your own necks. Before the slaughter begins, I have one last gift. While the sheep listened to her lecture, Ryumin was already steps ahead. He focused his mind on the command. Status window. The blue holographic screen materialized. Name Ryumin. Alias Ryumin. Rank apprentice. Level 1. Class none. Title none. Strength 3. Intelligence 3. Agility 3. Luck 3. Skill points 0. His gaze drifted down to the locked mystery skills, unlocking at levels 10, 20, 40, 60, and 99. Seeing his stats reset to 0, he suppressed the urge to groan. High above the angel's voice, echoed down, dripping with amusement. Tell me, have you all checked your status windows yet? If you've ever played a game before, you'll realize just how trash your stats really are. Ryumin watched her intently as she offered some twisted encouragement. If you want to survive, you must become stronger. Survive until the end and conquer the 20th round. The angel's face darkened behind her blindfold. Not only will you gain your freedom, but I will grant you a single wish. Her vague promise sent ripples of hope through the desperate crowd. A wish? Is that even possible? But the angel wasn't finished. However, only the very first one to clear it will claim the prize. A smirk curled on her lips. Finally say the word inventory and look inside. I've prepared a little welcome gift for you. Ryumin mentally triggered the command, his eyes widening as the system interface shifted. Inventory. He tapped the screen, scanning the item description. A random rune stone. There, sitting in his storage like a starter pack bonus, was a crimson red ruby. As you can see, the random rune stone is a consumable item. It can only be used at level 1, and it's the only handout you're getting in this system manhwa. To use it, simply hold it in your hand and think, activate. Ryumin extended his palm, following the instructions without hesitation. Activate. True power surged forth, forcing his eyes wide in shock. Her job done, the angel rushed to wrap up the tutorial. Judging by those sour faces, you aren't exactly thrilled. But whatever the result, accept it. After all, it's just the luck of the draw. She raised her hand high. The rune imprinting is complete. Now shall we begin? A snap of her fingers echoed, signaling the start of the nightmare. The first quest window popped up for every player instantly. Round 1 mission. Each player must defeat 100 goblins in the safe zone. Total participants 1,801,029,290. Eliminated 0. Sector S45. Participants 10,286. Eliminated 0. Suddenly, goblins materialized armed with crude rusted weapons. At first, only one appeared, lulling the crowd into a false sense of security. Is that a goblin? It feels just like a VR game. Are we really inside a virtual world? Did we get kidnapped for some beta test without knowing? The angel gently summoned countless more lights. It is too early to celebrate. I haven't finished summoning the horde yet. The player's smiles vanished, replaced by dread. Wait, why are there so many? The numbers she announced were a death sentence. 10,000 humans versus 50,000 goblins. Fight to the death. The moment she finished, the low-level goblins screeched and charged. The newbies panicked, screaming in terror. It's coming right for us. Stay back. Amidst the chaos, calm footsteps echoed. Ryumin pushed past the trembling crowd, walking straight toward the monsters. The others tried to warn him. What's wrong with that guy? He's walking right into them. Stop, it's too dangerous. Ignoring their meaningless noise, his eyes glowed crimson as he shifted his stance. Ryumin spun, delivering a devastating kick straight to the goblin's skull. The ordinary players gaped in shock. Whether in a party or a guild, first impressions are everything. He had a specific goal in mind: to burn his image into their minds as an absolute powerhouse. The goblin's face caved in as it was launched backward. It hit the ground with a heavy thud, dropping its small knife. Ryumin snatched the weapon midair, sticking to his calculated plan. To keep these annoying flies from bothering me, I need to show overwhelming dominance. He didn't attack again immediately. Instead, he paused and looked up. And most importantly, I need to catch her attention. High above the angel, let out an amused gasp. Before the first goblin even stopped twitching, 2 more charged at him like moths to a flame. Looks like I need to put a little more effort into this performance. Ryumin danced past them, carving 2 lethal gashes into their backs. The crowd watched mesmerized. So cool. Did you see that? Who is that guy? Is he special forces or something? Ryumin? That nickname sounds badass. Thanks to his display, the crowd began to regain their confidence. Goblins are usually the weakest mobs in games, right? The young men began to mutter, their fear fading. We can probably kill them too, right? Maybe not as easily as Ryumin, but if we fight seriously, it shouldn't be too hard. However, the goblins weren't programmed to lose. With a twisted grin, a goblin lunged, plunging its blade into a young man's chest. The man beside him went pale. Their bravado vanished, instantly replaced by pure terror as they scrambled away. Save me. Behind Ryumin, the formation collapsed. They're coming again. The slaughter began, but the humans were the ones being harvested. In this situation, no one could pretend this was a game anymore. A woman watched in horror as a goblin drove its blade into a helpless victim. Only one thought remained in their minds. Just as he predicted, she hyperventilated, her sanity consumed by a single instinct: survival. Ryumin knew this pattern all too well. Their survival instincts took over, crushing their reason, sending them fleeing in a blind panic. He swung his arm, decapitating another beast. I chose that same pathetic path in my first life. His eyes lingered on the girl, seeing his past self in her fear. It was only after my second run that I realized running away in this wasteland is impossible. The girl slammed hard into a golden barrier. Dazed, she realized there was no way out. What is this nearby? A man stood trembling, raising his knife. For modern people who have never even slaughtered a chicken. He hesitated, unable to deliver the finishing blow, even as the monster lay vulnerable. Killing a goblin feels impossible to them. But to survive this awakening manhwa, you must conquer that fear. The goblin glared up with glowing red eyes. It snapped upright and swung its weapon, sending the man screaming, "Help me." The angel watched the bloodbath like it was primetime entertainment. The war between humans and goblins, how delightful. She knew the player's limits. Even if they are the size of children without the will to fight, they could tear you apart with their bare hands, let alone with daggers. Her golden eyes gleamed with amusement as she watched him. Ryumin danced through the battlefield, slaughtering goblins with such ease that she couldn't help but wonder, who exactly was this human? She opened his status window to investigate. Quest progress: defeat goblins, 70 out of 100. But something was strange about his system. Even as the administrator, her authority was being blocked. This cursed system hid everything about the player except his quest progress. However, the angel was in high spirits. She decided to indulge in this little game a while longer. Whatever. Guiding these trash humans usually hurts my pride. But this one, he is special. I'll stick around and watch the show. Slash Ryumin's blade, split a goblin's skull in two. The notifications flashed instantly. You have defeated a goblin. Experience plus 4%. Gold plus 10. Level up quest progress 75 out of 100. Activity needed to complete the quest, 25% remaining. He weaved through a storm of daggers from the lower-level beasts. 4 of them rushed him at once. But with terrifying grace, Ryumin cut down all 5 in a single fluid motion. He spun the dagger in his hand, his fingers stained with green blood. The last goblin trembled, sensing the predator approaching, and tried to back away. But there was no escape. Ryumin gripped the blade with both hands and drove it down. A critical hit. His voice alone was enough to carve fear into their wretched souls. "Who's next?" he roared. The entire horde whimpered, too terrified to launch another attack. He sat up, wiping the green filth from his face. A well-earned break. This was the essence of a leveling manhwa. His relentless grinding was finally boosting his stats. Status window open. Name Ryumin. Title trainee. Level 4. Class none. Strength plus 3. Intelligence plus 3. Agility plus 3. Luck plus 3. Stat points 6. Skills none. Special skill runes. Mystery unlocks at level 10, 20, 40, 60, and 99. 4 levels in the blink of an eye. He tapped the screen with his blood-soaked hand ready to evolve. 2 stat points per level. Put everything into agility. Drawing on his past life's experience, Ryumin knew exactly how to build a god-tier character. Agility wasn't just about dodging. It boosted attack speed and movement speed. In the early game, agility was the king of all stats. He flicked the blade scattering drops of green blood. With this speed, I've definitely caught the angel's attention by now. Time to end this. Suddenly, the dagger spun through the air like a buzzsaw, piercing a goblin in the back row. A death rattle echoed through the clearing. Ryumin's face twisted into a demonic grin. Come get some. The more he provoked them, the more the monsters retreated in fear. Sigh. Cowards. The strongest player on the field vanished from the bushes. His agility was so high he moved like a ghost, leaving no opening for them to strike. Fine, I'll come to you. The goblin turned in panic, but it was too late. Ryumin's whirlwind strike took its head before it could even scream. Experience plus 4%. Gold plus 10. Quest updated, hunt goblins 100 out of 100. Round 1, complete. A golden aura of safety enveloped him, marking him as a survivor. He stood calmly within the light. Round 1 was history. After slaughtering that horde, the angel knows my name. The system flooded his vision with glorious notifications. Congratulations. You are the first to complete round 1 in this sector. Congratulations. You are the first to complete round 1 on the entire server. Ryumin smirked. Rank 1. In this world, the higher your rank, the more legendary the loot. And the top 3. They took it all. Just as he predicted, the system presented him with a choice. Congratulations on the sector first clear. You will receive a sector reward weapon of your choice and a server reward. 2 chests materialized in his inventory. Global reward treasure chest obtained. He had secured the greatest start in history, far surpassing anyone else. Ryumin clicked the sword icon first. Time to pick the sector reward. 3 gleaming weapons appeared on the screen. Please select one weapon. He paused, genuinely surprised. Even with his memories getting gear this good, this early, it was a massive advantage. His finger hovered over the screen, locking in his choice. The item materialized instantly. Received short sword. Rank rare. Attack 15. Effect agility plus 1. Durability 150. Requirement rookie rank or higher. Description: the best dagger a rookie can wield. He tossed his dull goblin knife into the dirt. Goodbye, trash. He closed the window with a bloody finger. I'll save the special selection chest for later. He had a plan. While other players outside were fighting for their lives, Ryumin calmly checked his profile. But then, one detail caught his eye. Come to think of it, the description read, The Final Time Traveler, a title he had never seen in his previous 99 lives. He reached his hand into the void and whispered, Activate. The stone shattered. You have used a random rune shard. Congratulations, you have obtained the time reversal rune. Ryumin clenched his fist. The rune will automatically engrave itself onto the player's body, but the notification that followed chilled him to the bone. Engraving failed. Traces of this rune already exist within the player's soul. It made sense. He couldn't stack the same power to regress infinitely. But then, the system revealed a new truth. Based on the soul traces, you are recorded as a time traveler, with 100 leaps. Ryumin's eyes widened in shock as the final message appeared. Title obtained, the final time traveler. What? In this game, a title was a power far greater than any rune could ever be. Title acquired, the last time traveler. Unlock condition met 100 chrono runes obtained. Effect. Upon death, the user's soul remains anchored to reality for 1 minute. If desired, you may choose to reincarnate instantly, restoring all vitality and one-time abilities. However, this legendary title will vanish the moment resurrection is triggered. These effects were leagues beyond standard, runes harder to obtain than a miracle. It perfectly complemented the unique skill he currently possessed in this system, Manhwa. Resurrection was supposed to be the exclusive domain of high priests, and even their divine magic could only restore a pitiful 30% of a target's maximum health. This wasn't just a safety net, it was a game changer that made his blood boil with excitement. A full status revival. It seemed he had just secured a god-tier title. Ryumin stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of a hunter who just found the ultimate prey. As the system window hovered before him, he made his choice without hesitation. Holding an ace like this up his sleeve was essential for survival. Title: The Last Time Traveler. Visibility settings: public or private. Selecting private would hide the text beneath his ID, but the cheat-like effects would remain active. Ryumin stretched his stiff muscles, his gaze drifting. The others should be finishing their quests by now. I wonder how Huang is faring. He spotted the young man clutching a knife behind 2 brawlers. There he was. Ryumin smirked, relief washing over him. Looks like the kid survived the hellscape. Suddenly, pillars of blinding golden light cascaded from the heavens. The Beal descended her lips, curling into a cruel sneer. Ch, this is becoming dreadfully boring. Her divine radiance spotlighted the trembling survivors, her voice booming with an authority that froze every muscle in their bodies. You pathetic insects. We need to cull your numbers to match the remaining monsters. My apologies. Really, it was a calculation error on my part. Beal clasped her hands, her majestic wings spreading wide. No, a blonde girl clung desperately to her loved one, tears streaming from her eyes like a broken dam. She watched in horror as the boy in her arms began to disintegrate into motes of light. Panic spread like a plague as survivors watched cold bodies dissolve into nothingness. The corpses, they're vanishing. What is happening? Their terrified gazes snapped up to Beal, hovering above like a cruel god. Suddenly, ravenous beasts with dripping maws lunged from the shadows. Damn it, all the survivors screamed. High above, the angel's eyes glowed with sadistic delight, a sinister smile twisting her beautiful features. I've graciously provided 50,000 additional lives. Surely you have the strength to slaughter a few more. As monsters charged, a survivor drove his blade into a beast's gut, spraying black blood across the ground. A creature brandishing a blade hounded another runner, locking into a deadly struggle. The system chimed quest requirement progress. 1021 out of 5,143. Huang yanked a survivor behind his back, facing the beast head-on. With a roar, he crushed the monster's windpipe. Quest requirement progress. 2,120 out of 5,143. Ryumin sat calmly within the safety of the holy light. Beside him, another survivor pounded against the invisible barrier, desperate to help his friends but trapped in safety. He could only watch in impotent rage as his comrades were torn apart. The numbers ticked up relentlessly. Quest requirement progress. 3,532 out of 5,143. Beal laughed, drinking in the carnage like fine wine. Ryumin's cold gaze drifted upward to meet hers. Finally, the mechanical voice boomed. Quest requirement progress. 5,143. Target reached. Instantly, the horde of demons evaporated into mist. The survivors blinked, disoriented. The monsters, they're gone. Where did they go? She glanced at her holographic interface. Only half of you completed the objective. The quota is filled. The culling is complete. Beal looked down with icy indifference. The rest of you must perish. Do not blame me. This is simply the law of the heavens. Despair washed over the remaining crowd. Wait, please, Angel. I only needed to kill one more. Just one. Please no. Beams of judgment rained down, vaporizing the failures. Beal clapped her hands lightly, her voice dripping with mockery. Why the long faces? Shouldn't you be ecstatic that you survived? It is over. You maggots have lived to see another day. You may return. She covered a smirk with a dainty hand, her tone oozing contempt. Congratulations on surviving the first tutorial of this manhwa recap. I hope you try harder next time. Now, shall we announce the rankings? The global leaderboard materialized in the sky. Rank 1, Ryumin. Level 5. Time 10 minutes 21 seconds. Rank 2, Foolish Mortals. Level 5. Time 16 minutes 15 seconds. Rank 3, Sky Maver. Time 17 minutes 7 seconds. The display shifted to the local zone SX 45.5. Rank 1, Ryumin. Rank 2, Life is a Movie. Time 23 minutes 55 seconds. Rank 3, Dragon in Hand. Time 24 minutes 43 seconds. Ryumin stared intently at the board. The name Ryumin dominated both the global and local rankings. Rank rewards. Lowest grade rare weapon ticket. Distributed. Optional special reward. Distributed. Quest completion reward. 1,000 gold coins. Pending. Please wait a moment for the transaction. System alert. You have received 1,000 gold coins for quest completion. Congratulations. Gold can be used at the item shop. Shop unlocks at level 10. The surrounding survivors stared at him in awe. Ryumin offered a faint, mysterious smile. It seems they've realized who holds the top spot. BL rested her chin on her hand, her interest piqued. I never expected the global rank 1 to be in my district. How utterly fascinating. Ryumin, was it? Answer me, human. Ryumin met her gaze silently before finally opening his mouth. She gestured gracefully, masking her inner turmoil. How did a bug like you become so powerful? Did you stumble upon a unique rune? Beneath her calm facade, she was screaming, damn it. How is this possible? Ryumin didn't give her the satisfaction of a direct answer. Why don't you check my status window yourself? Oh, great. Angel Beale froze, stammering. Ah, well. She quickly regained her composure, waving her hands dismissively. Of course I can. I am an angel after all. I was merely testing your honesty. Ryumin fought the urge to laugh. Stop clowning around, you fraud. Ryumin suddenly spoke up. Hey, Angel. She tilted her head. What is it? The air grew tense as he continued. I have a request. His confidence threw her off balance. A request. Ryumin crossed his arms, his expression turning deadly serious. That's right. It seems the reward for first place is a bit trash. Huang Youngmin and the crowd gasped, unable to believe his audacity. Beale's face twisted in fury, her divinity flaring. Excuse me, what did you just say to me? Standing boldly within the pillar of light, he looked down on the divine being. I suggest you give me something decent. Her voice dropped to a menacing growl. Dare to repeat that, human. Ryumin didn't flinch. His voice cut through the silence like a blade. I said, I don't like my reward, so you're going to give me something better. The marketplace fell deathly silent. Every gaze locked onto the protagonist. Beale's eyes glowed with divine malice, a twisted smile curling her lips. A mere mortal dares to bargain with a god. I only entertained him because he showed promise killing goblins, but now he thinks he's my equal. She raised her hand, killing intent, flooding the air. I should blow his head off right here. But then she froze. Rage trembled in her fist as she realized her mistake. Damn it, I already wasted my one-time divine authority on that other trash. Arrogant human trash. You think you're safe. Then, a sinister idea struck her. Wait. Her voice dripped with mystery. Actually, I have the perfect gift for you. Beale looked down at Ryumin with a predatory gaze. You want a superior reward? Is that it? She descended from the air, her feet touching the grass. Normally, I would crush an insect for such insolence. She took a step closer to Ryumin, her presence overwhelming. But I've changed my mind. Let's speak in private. The rest of you stay put. The crowd erupted in shock. She actually agreed. No way. He negotiated with an angel. Should I try my luck too? I want a special reward too. It's only because he took first place. Whispers of envy spread like wildfire. Huang Youngmin glared at Ryumin green with jealousy. Lucky bastard. What kind of legendary item is she giving him? I'm so jealous I could die. Ryumin ignored them all, his eyes ice cold, leaving Huang Youngmin confused by his indifference. Without a word, Ryumin walked away, leaving Huang Youngmin stunned. He followed Beale. She glanced back, annoyed by the distance. Why are you lagging behind? Do I have to drag you walk beside me? He replied simply, understood. Inside, she sneered. Filthy humans. Obedient only when commanded, yet consumed by greed. Beale turned back around, leading him toward his doom. Why would I grant a special request? The system doesn't bend for insects like him, and he is certainly no exception. She glanced at Ryumin, a treacherous smile hiding her true intent. He should just accept what he's given. I'll teach him the fatal price of avarice. She spotted a massive boulder ahead. Perfect. I'll execute him the moment we step behind that rock. They continued walking, her mind racing with dark calculations. Complications were annoying, and she needed this to be clean. If I slaughter a player out of personal spite without using system authority, those whining humans might file a complaint about unfairness. The administrators would force me to take responsibility for breaking the game balance. They neared the boulder. I need a blind spot where no one can see. Her smile grew demonic, devoid of any mercy. You foolish ant. Once you keep your mouth shut permanently, no one will ever know what happened here. Beale spun around, masking her bloodlust, with a sickeningly sweet voice. So, about that reward. What is it you desire? Speak. Wham! Before she could finish, a fist slammed into her face. Ryumin struck with the force of a freight train, giving her no time to react. Shock paralyzed her, as pain exploded across her face. The angel crashed to the ground, her mind unable to process the audacity. He hit me. Golden ichor dripped from her nose. She touched it, trembling in disbelief. What is this? Did a filthy human just strike a god? She leaped up, her beautiful face twisted into a demon's mask. You wretched maggot, but Ryumin had already vanished from her sight. Behind you. Ryumin materialized instantly. He seized her wings with an iron grip, his other hand clamping around her throat like a vice. Terror flooded her veins. She screamed, Wait, what are you doing? Stop it! Ryumin showed no mercy. With a sickening crack, he ripped one of her wings clean off Beale's. Blood-curdling scream tore through the air as she collapsed, eyes rolling back in shock. He stared down at the broken deity coldly. Don't be such a crybaby, Your Holiness. He grabbed the second wing, ignoring her shrieks of agony. Golden blood sprayed from the severed stump. Now, you're grounded. He looked into her eyes completely unmoved. Well, does it hurt? She shrieked. Of course it hurts, you monster. A cold smirk played on his lips. If I had waited 5 more minutes, you would be the one asking me that question, while laughing over my corpse. Beale gasped, scrambling up. Have you lost your mind, human? What are you talking about? Ryumin held up the severed wings. Hidden within the white feathers glinted a sharp, deadly blade. His voice dropped to absolute zero. Planning to stab me in the back with this little toy. Seeing her shock, he tossed the wings aside like trash. I know your kind too well. Beale clutched her shoulder, stammering. Why you? You said kill. I never. Ryumin's crimson eyes glowed, cutting through her lies. Save your breath. Your killing intent was louder than words. I saw it on your face. Fear finally dawned on her as she looked at him. How does a human know my true name? He drew a blade from his inventory, the steel gleaming coldly. Knowing the answer won't save you. She stepped back, trembling. Put that away. Why are you armed? Ryumin sighed, inspecting his weapon. You really are slow, aren't you? She pointed a shaking finger at him. Do you want your head to explode? One snap of my fingers and you're dead. Ryumin stepped closer, unfazed. Bluffing won't work. You're out of mana. Beale went pale. She tried another tactic. You think you can get away with this? My companions, the other angels, they won't let this slide. Ryumin scoffed. Companions, please. You angels are a selfish breed. You wouldn't spit on each other if you were on fire. You could die right here, and they wouldn't even blink. She stammered. That's a lie. He raised the knife. Enough talk. Time to send you off. She scrambled backward, desperate. Wait, killing me gives you no benefit. Oh, there is a benefit, he whispered. You just won't be around to see it. She hissed. You will regret this. You'll never return home. Wrong again. Ryumin looked at her with pity. In this system Manhwa world, the mechanics are absolute. I'll be auto-extracted once the quest is cleared. Her eyes widened in horror. How? How could a human know the admin codes? Desperation took over. Information. I can tell you. Secrets. Anything you want. Just let me live. Ryumin's expression remained stone cold. Denied. If I needed intel, I would have tortured it out of you already. You claimed we must fight for our species in this game. Ryumin's voice was cold, cutting through the tension. But the truth, you're nothing but a pawn pretending to be a guide. Her eyes widened in shock. A pawn. Beale raised her hand, trembling. How did you point with men? But before she could finish, Ryumin lunged his blade, striking true in a flash of steel. A blood-curdling scream tore through the forest. He looked down at the angel's cold, lifeless body. It was over. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system chimed in. You have defeated an angel. Achievement unlocked. You are the first player to slay a celestial being. Reward title acquired. First Angel Slayer. The alerts kept coming. Item, acquired angel's blood. As a bonus for this manhwa recap-worthy feat, a mysterious file and a glowing gem materialized in Ryumin's grasp. Just as I calculated. I am the first. The system continued bonus reward. Rune of Slaughter. Granted for the first angel kill. The gem pulsated with energy, wrapping him in a blinding golden aura. The robotic voice droned on. The obtained rune has been automatically imprinted onto the player's soul. A holographic status window popped up displaying the legendary rewards. Title: First, Angel Slayer. Acquisition condition: First to kill an angel. Effect: when battling divine entities, all stats are doubled. A broken ability for a leveling manhwa protagonist. I first discovered this secret during my 13th regression, when I exacted my revenge on an angel. It's a unique reward, limited to a single player. Now for the Rune of Slaughter. Effect: each kill increases all stats by 1% up to a maximum of 100%. The buff lasts until the round ends. Its value rivals even a unique grade artifact. A cold smirk played on Ryumin's lips as he stared at the screen. If those arrogant angels knew a human possessed a rune, they'd lose their minds. His eyes flashed with a crimson light. He raised the glass vial, his mind racing with a master plan. This was the real prize. The system description confirmed it. Item: Angel's Blood. Grade: Unique Consumable. Effect: grants class change to Ryumin upon reaching level 10. This is the ultimate hidden piece. Only the one who draws first blood against the heavens earns the right to become the natural predator of the angels. The Ryumin. Usually once players hit level 10 in this system manhwa, they unlock one of 30 standard classes. Switching between them is trivial. A blue shield icon glowed on the ground, pulsing with spiritual energy. To switch paths, you need a class change item. Normally, these drop from hunting monsters or completing basic quests. However, the vial in his hand radiated a crimson light, the color of a hidden class. These are exceptions, granted only under specific legendary conditions. Red classes stand at the apex of the food chain. Those who wield these special classes exist in a realm far beyond ordinary players. Bonus stats, rune upgrades, exclusive skills. Everything about it is broken. It's absolute perfection. Ryumin opened his system inventory. Come to think of it, the first round is about to conclude. I should use the privilege I earned for ranking first in every region. The system displayed his options. Please select your reward. Option 1: triple experience, points for round 2. Option 2: 2,000 gold. Option 3: information regarding round 2. Ryumin didn't hesitate. The priority is hitting level 10 and securing that class. He tapped the screen. The system acknowledged his choice immediately. You have selected the experience boost. Effect will activate at the start of round 2. Ryumin glanced one last time at the fallen Beal, his expression grim. This is my final chance. I have no other choice. He clenched his fist. I must become the strongest, no matter the cost. Just then, a global announcement appeared. Round 1 completed. Global survivors: 900,514,645. Area SX45 survivors 5,143. Transferring souls back to original dimension. Date January 1st, 2023. Round 2 is pending. Congratulations on your survival. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Huang Yongmin woke up roaring in anger. He stared wildly at the skyscrapers towering above him, then froze. The New Year's bell, Huang Yongmin frowned, confusion washing over him. What? What is going on? He looked around. Did everyone else pass out too? As people began to stir, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Did I just black out? I had this hyper-realistic nightmare. My head feels like it's going to explode. Confusion reigned as they tried to recall the bizarre awakening manhwa events they just lived through. Huang Yongmin checked his phone, dread pooling in his stomach. 5:20 a.m. The time matches the duration of the dream. Around him, the city was waking up to a collective groan of pain. Ugh, my body aches everywhere. He looked at a brown-haired man nearby. Hey, you awake? The man blinked groggily. Huang Yongmin, did I just pass out? Yeah, Huang Yongmin replied grimly. It wasn't just you. It was everyone, the brown-haired man gasped. We all fell asleep at the same time. A bald man nearby rubbed his head. What the hell is happening? I was just about to say. I had the craziest dream. The other nodded vigorously. Me too, it was insane. Huang Yongmin, did you see it too? I did, he admitted. But then Huang Yongmin scanned the crowd, his face darkening. But I don't think it was just a dream. People clutched their throbbing heads, questions bubbling up. Did we make it back from that hell? I'm alive. I swear, a goblin ripped my throat out. Someone whispered, trying to convince themselves it had to be a dream, just a dream. Panic began to set in. So it was real. The monsters, the first round, all of it. The brown-haired man's voice trembled as he asked the question on everyone's mind. Does that mean next month? We get dragged back there. The bald man cursed. Damn it all. Huang Yongmin noticed. Someone's still lying on the ground. Hey, why isn't he waking up? I was wondering the same thing. The brown-haired man leaned over. Hey Kim Tae-sik, quit playing around, get up. He reached out to shake the motionless figure. Wake up, man. He rolled Tae-sik over and froze. The man's face was a ghastly shade of blue. Panic rising, he checked for breath. No, impossible. His hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Damn it, he screamed. He's not breathing, there's no pulse. Huang Yongmin stepped back in shock. Tae-sik is dead. It can't be. Did he die here because he died in the game? The bald man went pale. That doesn't make any sense. But his eyes darted to the other bodies, scattered around them. Then all these people who haven't woken up. Huang Yongmin looked out at the chaos, the horrific realization crashing down on him. They're not sleeping. They're corpses. The bald thug staggered to his feet, disbelief washing over him. This is insane. Only half of us made it out alive. Is the next round going to be this brutal too? Yang Min's face was a mask of dark intensity. His hands trembled not from fear, but from the sheer madness of it all. As the reality of this awakening Manhwa scenario sank in his mind, began to race. Doesn't this mean the playing field has finally been leveled? No matter where you started in life, everyone is equal in the face of death. A manic glint ignited in his eyes as a twisted smile carved across his face. No more whining about how unfair life is. He turned to his crew, his voice dripping with false reassurance. Chill out, you bastards. All we have to do is survive. Why are you guys getting your panties in a twist? His two lackeys were too traumatized to listen. One slumped on the ground, clutching his head and shivering uncontrollably. It's not fair, dying without even a chance to fight back. Yongmin shrugged his voice, chillingly casual. It's not just us. Everyone got dragged into this hell. So what's the point of bitching about fairness? The two henchmen stared at him in shock, cursing him in their hearts. This guy is completely unhinged. The bald one sighed, his brow furrowed. Damn it. You've lived your whole life as a low-life thug. Of course you don't feel like you're losing anything if you die here. Yongmin ignored the jab, his eyes scanning the chaotic surroundings. I'm different. I've still got plenty of ambition left in me. Noticing his wandering gaze, the lackey asked, What are you looking for? Yongmin replied coolly, I don't see that little bastard anywhere. The bald guy blinked. Who? Your errand boy. Yongmin frowned. Where is he, that little piece of trash? I'm positive I saw him cowering over in that direction before I blacked out. Did he fail to survive the first round and die in some pathetic corner? A cruel smirk played on his lips. Yeah, that has to be it. How could a weakling like him possibly survive this nightmare? But suddenly, something caught his attention. His gaze landed on a man decked out in full armor that seemed to materialize out of thin air. What's up with that guy? And where the hell did he get high-level gear like that? A thought struck him, an impossible possibility. Swallowing his tension, he focused his mind and commanded status window. Instantly, a translucent holographic panel materialized before his eyes, displaying his stats. He was floored. It's real. A status window actually appeared. His lackeys looked at him confused. Status window? What are you talking about? The guy in the fur collar started to say, No way, that's paused before freezing as his own interface popped up. Holy crap, it's true. Yongmin couldn't see their screens, so he pressed for confirmation. What the hell? Why are you staring into empty space? The other retorted. Aren't you doing the exact same thing? I guess it's only visible to the user. Around them, a wave of gasps erupted, as everyone in the plaza summoned their own private interfaces. Wait, does this apply to the real world too? Does this mean we can actually use our stats and inventory items here? Yongmin picked up a rock from the ground. Without a word, he squeezed. The stone pulverized into dust in his grip. He looked at the powder in his palm and grinned maniacally. Now this is magnificent. Meanwhile, the news stations were in a frenzy. Breaking news. An unbelievable event has occurred in the early hours of this morning. A short-haired news anchor stared into the camera, her expression grave as she delivered the report. At the Jongno New Year's Bell Square, just moments before the countdown, over 10,000 citizens simultaneously lost consciousness. We take you now to the scene. The screen cut to footage of the entity, known as BL, an unidentified woman clad in celestial raiment, hovering before the bell. After she addressed the crowd, chaos erupted. Moments later, a mysterious explosion decimated the area after a citizen pointed a finger at the entity. The individual who spoke out was instantly obliterated. The anchor continued. The entity then spread her arms toward the crowd. As you can see, over 10,000 people collapsed instantly. Switching to a police report, authorities have confirmed that the majority of those who collapsed are between the ages of 15 and 29. The correspondent's voice was grim. We have confirmed that this is not an isolated incident. This phenomenon is occurring on a global scale. The internet exploded with comments. What the hell? Are the reporters high? Why are they broadcasting this nonsense so early in the morning? Many refuse to believe it. Is today, April Fool's? 1.8 billion people abducted. Give me a break. I can't believe the scale of this hoax. The media is really coordinating a massive prank, huh? Another user replied, seriously? The reporters must have been bored out of their minds on New Year's Eve to cook up a fake broadcast like this. That video looks like bad CGI. Look at the comments section, it's a war zone. But while some argued, others died mid-sentence. Min, however, calmly scrolled through his social feed. So it has finally begun, he thought. And this is merely the prologue. The news continued its coverage of the catastrophe that struck at 5:20 a.m. Approximately half of the victims have regained consciousness, while the other half remain in a vegetative state at the scene. They have been diagnosed as clinically dead. Even Celebrity A was found deceased at the square. This marks the first time in history that over 11% of the human population has been wiped out in a single event. The death toll continued to skyrocket as new reports flooded in. Yet Min remained perfectly composed amidst the panic, because he knew the real problem lay elsewhere. He watched the screen as the anchor announced, "The survivors are now being referred to as players." As the government scrambled for answers, Min's internal monologue drowned out the broadcast. The true danger is that the abilities obtained in that dimension have been brought back to the real world. He analyzed the situation. Right now, no one has high stats, so the chaos is contained. His expression turned ice cold. But as their levels rise, these leveling Manhwa characters will evolve into entities of godlike power. A silhouette resembling a dark knight emerged clad in majestic iron armor, with a terrifyingly powerful aura rippling around him. Whether facing modern weaponry or entire armies, these awakened players could no longer be suppressed by human means. Humanity had birthed living weapons, uncontrollable and wild. As he took a step forward, he refused to sit idly by while the world drowned in a chaotic chain of events. His hood cast a shadow over his face, shrouding him in mystery. If he let history repeat itself, the world would crumble before the 20th round even began. There was only one solution. His gaze sharpened like a blade. He needed to bring every single player under his absolute control, and he would do it with a power that transcended everything else. His mind drifted to the hellish memories of his past lives, the endless cycle of regression he had endured. I must use different tactics this time. A system window materialized before him. To enter the boss room, a minimum of 5 players is required. His expression darkened as he formulated a plan. He already had a few potential candidates in mind, along with the perfect leverage to recruit them. Shaking off those thoughts, he continued his stride. But this wasn't the time to make his move on the world stage. Right now, he had a far more personal mission. Arriving back at his apartment complex, he quietly unlocked the door and stepped inside. Immediately, something on the table caught his eye. An empty cup of instant noodles. That brat. Having junk food for dinner again. He slowly pushed open the bedroom door to find a young man, a younger reflection of himself, sleeping soundly. Seeing that peaceful face, a rare gentle smile softened the protagonist's hardened expression. How can he sleep so well when his big brother hasn't even come home yet? This sleeping boy was Ryan. He was his younger brother, his everything. Next year, Ryan would be a senior in high school. As for their family, well, there was nothing particularly special about their background. A photo on the wall froze a moment of happiness, a family of 4. But that joy was shattered when their parents died in a tragic car accident. Their world changed in a single night. Below it sat a picture of just the 2 brothers. The most significant change was the weight that fell on his shoulders. He became Ryan's sole guardian. Noticing the scrapes and bruises on his brother's sleeping form, he reached out. With infinite care, he adjusted the bandages on Ryan's wounds. His eyes held a storm of complex emotions as he watched over him. Suddenly, the room lights flickered on, rousing Ryan from his deep slumber. Min sat by the mattress after flipping the switch. Time to wake up. Ryan blinked, seeing his brother looming over him. Bro, is it morning already? Ryan checked his phone and groaned. It's only 6 in the morning. But Min wasn't having it. He ripped the blanket off, startling the boy awake. We don't have time to waste sleeping, Min declared, folding the blanket briskly. His brother looked at him with skepticism. Huh? What's going on? I'll explain later, Min replied, tossing him some clothes. Get dressed. We're leaving. Ryan, still half asleep, let out a massive yawn. Where are we even going? If you're dragging me out to watch the sunrise, I'm going back to bed. Min's voice dropped an octave. Just listen to me. This isn't the time to relax or sleep in, Min said calmly, his grip tightening on his gear. The world has already fallen into chaos. Ryan blinked, confused. What, I thought we were just going to the New Year's ceremony. Did something happen? Min didn't answer. He simply turned toward the door. Just come. I'll explain on the way. Soon, the two were power walking down a deserted street. Ryan glanced at his brother, sensing the heavy tension in the air. He's never this serious, Ryan thought. What on earth is going on? Sensing his brother's anxiety, Min finally spoke. Ryan, you really have no idea what's happening globally right now, do you? Panic started to rise in Ryan's chest. Why would you say that? You're scaring me. Did something happen while I was asleep? Min kept looking straight ahead. Check the top search rankings. Curious and afraid, Ryan whipped out his phone. His eyes went wide as he scrolled. What? What is this? An angel appeared and abducted people to another world. To be precise, their souls were summoned. Min corrected gently. Ryan gasped the realization, hitting him like a truck. No way. You too. Yeah, Min admitted. I was only able to return alive after I slaughtered 100 goblins in that hellhole. Ryan's face twisted with horror. Are you serious? Are you hurt anywhere? Min tried to play it cool. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. How can I not worry? Ryan shouted, his voice cracking. The scene shifted, memories of their parents' funeral flooding back. They had stood alone in black suits. Since that day, Min was the only family Ryan had left in this cruel world. Tears welled up in Ryan's eyes as he looked at his older brother. He knew how lonely Min felt, trying to be the sturdy pillar that replaced their father and mother. Just like back then, his brother's back looked so reliable, yet so incredibly solitary. He had forced himself to become mentally unbreakable. No matter how he looked at it, Ryan was terrified. Surviving a leveling Manhwa scenario by killing 100 monsters was different from just being mentally strong. He looked at Min with heartache, knowing everyone had a breaking point. Min let out a helpless chuckle. I know exactly what you're thinking, Ryan. He turned to his little brother, his eyes intense. In that place, there's a system with stats, just like in a video game. My physical strength here doesn't matter there. So stop worrying, Min said firmly. Ryan bit his lip, hesitation written all over his face. Even so, but Min cut him off, his voice filled with a strange confidence. If you saw the future me, you wouldn't be making that face. What is that supposed to mean? Ryan asked, baffled. Min didn't answer immediately. He just smirked. If you want to know, just keep walking. That was the last straw for Ryan. He planted his feet on the ground. No, I'm not taking another step until you tell me where the hell we're going. Hearing his brother's trembling voice, Min froze in his tracks. The fear was palpable. His eyes hardened with steel-like determination as he spoke. Please, tell me the truth. His gaze fell upon the jagged scars on Ron's hand. A storm of rage brewed beneath Min's calm exterior. Finally, he uttered the name like a curse. Taegu. Ron flinched, his eyes widening in shock. Min's voice was deadly calm, masking the fury within. We are going to Taegu's base. To the scum who did this to you. He feigned ignorance, asking a question he already knew the answer to. Is Taegu threatening you? Ron stammered, terrified by his brother's sudden intensity. Be brother how? How do you know? Why wouldn't I know? Min replied, his voice even. But internally, he bit his lip until it nearly bled. I can't let him see my pain. Not now. Seeing Min's pained expression, Ron felt a pang of guilt. He's already been through hell. Min's heart grew heavier, crushed by the weight of his brother's suffering. I'm sorry, Min whispered. I truly didn't know. I only discovered the truth hours after returning from the first round, like the tragic start of a brutal awakening manhwa. The memory flashed back. Sunlight flooded their small room. Ron had woken up early, whispering to his sleeping brother, Brother, I'm heading out for a bit. That day haunted Min like a specter. Where had Ron gone? Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone shattered his sleep, pulling him into a nightmare. Too loud. Min groggily answered. Hello. The voice on the other end was cold and professional. Hello. Is this the guardian of student Ron? Urgency laced the caller's voice. You need to come to Hospital 20 immediately. Panic seized him. Min threw on his coat and sprinted into the night, his heart pounding like a war drum. The diagnosis was a catastrophe. That dark day ended with a devastating truth. Ron had been beaten blind by Taegu's gang. Ron sat slumped against the wall, covered in bandages, hating his own weakness. I'm so stupid, so weak. Min clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. I failed to protect him. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The memory faded. Back in the present, Min stood before his brother, a vow burning in his soul. No one will ever bully you again. No one. The scene shifted to a grimy hideout. A boot slammed into a chest, with a sickening thud eliciting a howl of agony from the victim. The blonde thug, the king of this trash heap, roared, "Do you want to die?" He pointed a trembling finger at the 3 victims cowering before him. "Didn't I tell you to bring 200,000 each?" Silence filled the room. His fury spiked. "No answer. You dare ignore me." Without mercy, he stomped on his subordinate blow after blow. The spectators watched, with twisted amusement, laughing as if it were a show. That's the Taegu gang for you. Ruthless, even to their own. A mushroom-headed goon sighed in fear. Even seniors from other schools don't dare cross him. The bald thug nodded in agreement, sweat beading on his forehead. No matter what happens, I'm never getting on his bad side. Having vented his rage on his underlings, Taegu paced furiously, spewing curses. Damn it, I was going to buy a car today. You useless trash are ruining everything. His eyes bulged as he glared at his lackeys. Hey, do you know where we can get some cash? Mushroomhead stuttered. Money where? Yes, thank you, idiot, Taegu barked. Under the pressure, the bald goon's brain scrambled for an answer until a light bulb went off. He forced a nervous smile. There's that one guy. Your errand boy. He described him carefully. The tall one, with short hair. Why not call him? Taegu's face twisted into a sinister grin. Ron, huh? I was already planning to call him. His eyes gleamed with malice. I was going to beat him to a pulp to celebrate the new year. The lackeys hyped him up. Yeah, we can squeeze him dry. Good idea. But then Taegu paused. Wait, that loser is homeless. The goons looked confused. Huh, Taegu sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. I could kill him and not find a dime. His family is broke. The goons looked disappointed. Really, Taegu continued. And he has no parents. Taegu glanced at his crew. He just lives with his older brother. Suddenly, Taegu froze, staring past them. The bald guy frowned. What's wrong? Following his gaze, they saw 2 familiar figures approaching. Taegu recognized them instantly, and a look of pure contempt washed over his face. Isn't that Ron? The bald guy muttered. Damn, that scared me. Taegu stepped forward, his aura menacing. Speak of the devil. No, you're not the devil. You're just a dog. Taegu screamed Ron's name, followed by a vile curse. Ron trembled, the trauma resurfacing instantly. What do you want? Ron instinctively grabbed Min's shirt for safety. Taegu finally noticed the unfamiliar presence. What? Who's that guy? His face pisses me off. Taegu asked arrogantly. Hey, who's the mutt? You brought another errand boy because you were lonely. Ron hesitated, but Min didn't. He stepped forward with a chilling smile. I'm Ron's older brother. Taegu raised an eyebrow. Brother, so you came to die together. He turned to Ron. Hey, didn't I tell you to keep your mouth shut? And now, you disobey me. Taegu cracked his knuckles. You're dead meat today. And your brother too. He signaled his goons with a nod. The bald lackey rolled up his sleeves, acting tough. The sun must be rising in the west. An errand boy fighting back against Taegu. He strutted forward. Hey, is your brother good at fighting? He mocked Min's height, waving his hand in the air. Let's see what you got, shorty. You son of a… Bam! Without a word, Min launched a straight punch that connected with the sound of cracking bone. The bald guy dropped instantly, stunning the others. The second goon, too stupid to be afraid, roared in anger and charged forward. Bastard. He swung, but Min weaved effortlessly. A counterpunch exploded into the goon's jaw, sending him flying through the air like a rag doll. The rest of the trash rushed in at once. Big mistake. Min unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast strikes, dropping them one by one. You dare? Die? Taegu watched his empire crumble in seconds. He trembled with rage, grinding his teeth. Trash, but inside fear began to take root. He knows boxing. Taegu tried to rationalize it, his arrogance blinding him to the truth. But do you think those cheap parlor tricks will work on me? Even now, he remained calm, a chilling smile playing on his lips as he called out Bang Taegu's name. Hands tucked casually into his pockets, he approached slowly. You think you're invincible just because you learned some amateur boxing moves. The bully, standing a full head taller, looked down with pure malice. Didn't they teach you that weight classes exist for a reason? You little runt. Ryumin ignored the taunt, completely countering with a strange question instead. Have you checked the news lately? Taegu frowned, confusion, twisting his ugly features. What news? Realizing the thug was clueless about the world changing, Min clicked his tongue in disappointment. Pathetic. Enraged by the disrespect, Taegu snapped. What news, you son of a BTCH, and threw a haymaker. Just like before, Min dodged the strike with the grace of a phantom. Taegu unleashed a barrage of full-force blows, but Min weaved through them as easily as flipping a page. After punching nothing but air, Taegu was gasping for breath, sweat dripping from his brow. Finally, his thick skull realized something was wrong. Why? Why can't I hit him? His face twisted from rage into creeping madness. Why am I missing every single shot? Seeing the fear dawn in the bully's eyes, Min slowly began to channel energy into his fist. Now you realize, if you had watched the news, you would know better than to challenge a player in this leveling manhwa reality. In a blur of speed, Min launched himself forward, burying his fist into Taegu's gut. The impact was devastating. Taegu froze, his body paralyzed by the shockwave. It took a full second for his brain to register the agony. "You!" Taegu roared, throwing a desperate punch. "You bastard!" But his fist hit nothing. The space in front of him was empty. Where? Where did he go? He spun around in panic. Impossible. Smack! Another fist collided with his jaw from the blind spot. Taegu clutched his face, screaming in disbelief. You dare hit me!" He stared at his hand, horrified to see a bloody tooth resting in his palm. Bang! Taegu lost all reason, his roar shaking the alleyway. "I'm going to kill you." Summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, he aimed a death blow at Ryumin. Die. Min sidestepped the attack with bored indifference and launched a counteroffensive. He unleashed a symphony of violence directly into the blonde thug's face. Taegu stumbled back, his legs turning to jelly. The lackeys watching from a distance were sweating bullets, terror gripping their hearts. Taegu's face was swelling into a grotesque lump. Damn it. Taegu thought he's targeting my face on purpose. Gasping for air like a dying fish, Taegu glared at Ryumin. "That bastard. I just need one hit. One solid hit, and he's dead." With renewed determination, he charged. But before he could even close the distance, Min's foot shot up, slamming into the fist mid-swing. The force sent the blonde giant flying backward, crashing violently into the concrete wall. Taegu struggled to sit up, his body screaming in protest. Ryumin looked down at him, his eyes dark and abyssal. "Bang, Taegu," he said coldly. "Does it hurt, you piece of trash?" Flashbacks flooded Min's mind, memories of a past life where his body was covered in scars, cowering in a dark room. No matter how many times he resurrected, the phantom pain of that hell never faded. He stepped closer, his aura darkening to ensure that hell would never return. Taegu tried to scramble away, his face pale with true fear. Don't come any closer." He clutched his neck, backing away like a cornered rat. "Stop." Ryumin crouched down, grabbing Taegu's hand with a gentle, terrifying smile. Taegu squeezed his eyes shut, confusion warring with terror. Min's eyes snapped open, glowing with menacing intent. "This is exactly why you should never have touched my little brother." Taegu froze his brain, failing to process the shift in atmosphere. Crack. A second later, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air as Min crushed the hand he was holding. Taegu wailed in agony, but Ryumin simply reached for the other hand. "No. It hurts. Stop." The bullies' screams grew louder, echoing off the walls. Seeing their leader broken, the other thugs turned tail and ran, terrified they would be next. Ryu, standing in the distance, turned his head away, unable to watch the brutality. Ryumin glared at the sobbing mess on the ground, delivering his final verdict. "Bang, Taegu. If you ever look at my brother again, you know what will happen, right?" Taegu knelt on the asphalt, trembling uncontrollably. I know, I won't do it again, I swear." Instantly, Min's face softened back into a brotherly smile. Good. But his actions betrayed his angelic expression. Crack. He snapped the bones in Taegu's other hand without hesitation. "But I still need to teach you a lesson you'll never forget, just in case you get any ideas." Taegu screamed, begging for mercy. "No, please." In that abandoned factory, the sickening sound of breaking bones mixed with wails of despair. As they walked away, Ryu trailed behind Ryumin, his voice shaking. "Brother, you're usually so kind. You shouldn't do things like that. How could you? And since when do you know martial arts?" Ryumin turned to him, beaming, as if nothing happened. "Didn't you notice? Players can use their system skills in the real world too." Ryu tilted his head. "How?" "Like this." Ryumin activated his power. A golden light radiated from his palm, and suddenly, a small dagger materialized out of thin air. Ryu's jaw dropped excitement, replacing his fear. Whoa. A knife just appeared from nowhere. Ryumin showed off the weapon to his awestruck brother. "Pretty cool, right? You can summon any weapon you've obtained in the inventory just like this." Ryu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "So earlier, when you were moving super fast, was that a skill too?" "That guy couldn't land a single punch." Ryumin nodded. "Exactly. My agility stat is currently sitting at 11. Ryu looked confused. Stats? You mean like the numbers in a video game? Ryumin explained patiently. Yeah. A normal person has about 3 points. A professional athlete might reach 10 points in agility. Ryu's mind was racing with questions. What happens if you level up even more? Ryumin shrugged playfully. Who knows? I haven't reached that level yet. But internally, his thoughts were dark and calculating. I have to lie to him for now. Min's mind drifted back to the past, the image of his brother locked in that pitch-black room. I can't reveal that I'm a regressor. Not yet. In my 11th regression, Ryu was kidnapped by another player. His expression hardened. I got my revenge back then, but I won't let him suffer that humiliation again. Not in this timeline. Ryumin looked at Ryu, a silent vow forging in his heart. I have to prepare. I must get stronger to protect him from the battles to come. Suddenly, a loud growl erupted from Ryu's stomach. Ryu blushed, embarrassed. Ryumin chuckled, the tension melting away. Hungry. Want to go grab something to eat? Ryu nodded eagerly. Yes. The scene shifts to the front of a convenience store. Inside, the brothers browse the aisles. Ryu held up a package. Where are you going, Huang? The instant noodles are over here. Ryumin waved him off, heading toward the ATM. Yeah, give me a second. He inserted his card, staring at the screen. This is all the money I've managed to save up until now. The ATM screen flashed the balance 1332001. Ryumin pulled out a stack of cash, feeling the weight of it in his hand. Ryu's eyes widened at the cash. You withdrew that much. Ryumin tucked the money away. I need to buy some gear later, that's all. He pointed toward the premium section, bypassing the cheap noodles. From now on, we're eating the good stuff. Ryu looked at where he was pointing. Those. Ryu looked at the price tags and started sweating. Brother, everything there is over 50001. But Ryumin pushed him forward. It's fine. Pick whatever you want. Ryu's face lit up. Then, spicy beef stew. Min grinned, acting like a millionaire. I want that too. Looks delicious, doesn't it? Every once in a while, we should treat ourselves to a feast. Hanwoo beef, perhaps. Ryu, however, felt the weight of poverty pressing down. Why are you being so extravagant, brother? This luxury. It's too much for someone like me. Ryumin gazed at his younger brother with a warmth hidden deep in his eyes. Just wait a few more days. I'll make sure you eat meat until you can't stand the sight of it. Savory steam curled up from the grilling box, teasing their senses. Ryu shoveled a spoonful of rice and premium beef into his mouth. His eyes sparkled like stars, overwhelmed by the explosion of flavor. It's heavenly. Ryumin watched a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Is it good? Then eat your fill. Ryu looked up, puzzled. Huang, thank you so much. But where are you going? Ryumin stood up, his aura shifting slightly. Sit tight. I'll be right back. He turned and vanished out the door. Ryu watched him leave, but moments later, Ryumin returned, slamming a black pen onto the table with the force of a judge's gavel. Ryu stared blankly at the mountain of lottery tickets, his soul leaving his body. Hold on. Did you drain our entire savings just to gamble on the lottery? Ryumin replied with terrifying confidence. Precisely. Ryu looked like he was about to suffer a chi deviation. Wait a second. How many tickets did you even buy? Yet Ryumin remained as calm as a still lake, gazing at his tickets. 20. Ryu screamed, his voice cracking with despair. What, you blew 100,000 won on paper? Do you have any idea how low the odds are? Ryumin maintained his mysterious air. Just watch and see. Cold sweat poured down Ryu's face as he looked at his older brother. What on earth are you thinking? This is insanity. The pile of tickets looked less like hope and more like a disaster. And why did you pick the exact same numbers over and over? Ryumin looked at his brother with the certainty of a man who had seen the future. You ask why? Because these are the winning numbers. Back at home, the television flickered to life for the broadcast. Lottery draw 1049. We will now begin today's selection. Ryu's face turned purple, stress radiating from him in waves. It's over. We're finished. We just incinerated 100,001. The machine began to spin the balls, clattering like the countdown to their doom. The signal sounded. Ryu wallowed in the despair of poverty, mourning the lost cash. We could have eaten like kings with that money. Ryumin ignored the whining, his eyes fixed on the screen. Can you stop biting your nails? It's distracting. The sound of the balls dropping echoed in the room. The first lucky number is 3. The second is 18. Ryu froze. He watched in disbelief as the announcer continued. 9, 38, 21. Finally, the numbers on the screen perfectly aligned with the ticket resting on the table. The announcer's voice rang out with finality. We will now repeat the winning numbers for the 1049th lottery. 318, 938, 21. And the bonus number is 5. Ryu exploded with a scream that shook the walls. This is insane. We actually took first place. Tears of joy welled up as he looked at his brother with worshipful eyes. Huang, pinch my cheek, I need to know. Do it yourself. Ryu couldn't process the reality. This isn't a dream, right? Tell me it's real. Ryumin smirked, a playful glint in his eye. Would you prefer if it were a dream? Ryu shook his head frantically. No, absolutely not. Ryumin laughed, his demeanor relaxing. Don't worry. This is your new reality. So I'm really awake. Ryumin's voice was firm. I told you it's real. Ryu clutched the winning tickets like a holy artifact, cheering like a maniac. We won the lottery. We're rich. Ryumin pressed a finger to his lips. Shh, keep it down, or the neighbors will swarm us. Ryu paused, breathless. He smiled at his big brother. Do you like it that much? Ryu nodded vigorously. Of course I do. Aren't you happy? Young Ryumin nodded. Naturally, but internally, his mind drifted back to the past. I reacted just like that the first time. I think I even screamed louder than him. In Ryumin's memories of the first timeline, they had both jumped around in sheer ecstasy. We won, Hyung. It's not a dream. But after experiencing this moment countless times through his regressions, the thrill had faded into routine. I need to secure funds immediately after every regression. This Manhwa recap moment was crucial. The joy won't last long. Soon over 900 million people will perish, and the global economy will collapse into dust. When the world changes and the era of chaos begins, trade items between players, artifacts that will become priceless in the future, will all require cold, hard cash. Ryu stared at the stack of paper in his brother's hands. I never actually thought we'd win. Do you have any idea how much prize money this is? Ryumin rested his chin on his hand. Who knows? But I know. It's enough capital to shake the foundations of this world. The scene shifted to a bright sunny day, standing before the massive Nonghai Bank headquarters. Ryumin strode in with the confidence of an emperor. After winning the lottery countless times, my heart rate doesn't even spike anymore. He approached the counter. I'm here to claim a lottery prize. The teller offered a professional smile. Is that so? Congratulations, sir. Internally, however, the employee was skeptical. He won the lottery. He looks like a high school student. He began the verification process. Could you tell me where you purchased the ticket? Ryumin answered smoothly. The QS-24 Yanhui branch. The clerk froze. Excuse me. His mind started racing. The Yanhui branch, he recalled the water cooler gossip from earlier. Did you hear? There were 115 winning tickets this round? What? 115? That's impossible. The colleague had whispered, it's insane. But the craziest part is that hundreds of those tickets came from a single location. The clerk stared at Ryumin with wide eyes. Don't tell me. One person bought them all. He remembered the specific instruction, forget protocol. If anyone claims they bought tickets from the Yanhui branch, call the chairman immediately. That's a VVIP client. Back in reality, the clerk was zoning out. Ryumin tapped the counter. Excuse me, the employee jumped. I apologize. Could you please wait just a moment? Ryumin nodded. Fine. Time passed. Shortly after, a dignified older man appeared. Thank you for your patience. He extended a hand warmly. I am Go Junho, the chairman of Nongyup Bank. Ryumin took the hand firmly. Ryumin. Go Junho beamed. So you are the lucky winner. My sincerest congratulations. Ryumin kept it brief. Thank you. The chairman gestured politely. Why don't we move somewhere more private? Please follow me. Go Junho led him toward the lottery business team's executive suite. Right this way. They entered the office where a female employee stood ready. Welcome, sir. She glanced up curious. Who is that walking beside the chairman? His grandson, perhaps. Go Junho gestured to Ryumin. This is the VVIP client here to claim the prize. Treat him with the utmost respect. The blonde woman with the ponytail nearly dropped her jaw. VVIP then. He's the one who won over 100 tickets. The chairman turned to Ryumin. Please make yourself at home. Ryumin smiled. I will thank you. The employee took a deep breath, steeling her nerves. Stay calm. Act professional. She put on her best service smile. Welcome, sir. Please take a seat right here. She leaned forward attentively. Can I get you anything to drink? We have premium coffee, green tea, or fresh juice. Ryumin had no interest in pleasantries. He just wanted to leave. I'm fine. More importantly, I'd like to process the prize collection. She quickly sat down. Is that so? Then first I will need to verify the winning tickets. Ryumin casually slid a thick stack of lottery papers across the desk. Her eyes widened until they nearly popped out of her head. I can't believe it. He bought every single one with the exact same numbers. A chill ran down her spine. Can this boy see the future, or something? She finished the scan, her hands trembling slightly. Verification complete. Every single one is a first prize winner. Ryumin cut straight to the chase. So what's the total payout? Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, while Ryumin sat there stone-faced. Yes, sir. The total prize money amounts to approximately 22.5 billion won. Ryumin ran the numbers in his head. After taxes, I'm left with about 15 billion. The transaction was processed with lightning speed. Now that the funds are secured, the real plan begins. First order of business, secure a base of operations. Step 2, dominate the stock market. That very night, I opened my trading account. Bitcoin is poised to skyrocket 500% next month. It's the kind of insider knowledge you'd expect in a system manhwa. Today, the moving truck rolls out. Ryumin turned to his brother. So, how's the new crib? Ryu Wan's eyes sparkled with pure awe. It's insane, brother. I've never seen a house this massive. I need a selfie right now. Ryumin smirked, though he wasn't fully satisfied. He wanted a palace, but for a quick move-in, this was the best stronghold available. Security is top tier here, Ryumin noted. Ryu Wan frowned, puzzled. But brother, why rent? With that kind of cash, shouldn't we just buy it? Ryumin dropped the bomb. I don't have much cash left. Ryu Wan froze his brain, short-circuiting. Ryumin grinned. I went all in. Over $1 billion into Bitcoin. Ryu Wan stared, soul leaving his body. Excuse me, Ryu Wan looked ready to faint, face turning purple. Meanwhile, Ryumin, the absolute madman, just patted his shoulder casually. I know what you're thinking, but I haven't lost my mind. Ryumin draped an arm around him. I can always print more money with the lottery. I already saw the next 4 winning numbers in a vision. Ryu Wan's eyes snapped open, shining like diamonds. He'd heard legends of seers dreaming of winning numbers. He grabbed his brother and shook him violently. You remember them, right? Don't you dare forget. Memorize them. Ryumin felt his brain rattling inside his skull. Stop, I'm gonna hurl. Ryumin scoffed internally. Forget I've looped through this life enough times to etch it into my soul. Ryu Wan panicked. Sorry, Ryumin headed for the door. Let's go. Dinner time. Go, where Ryu Wan asked. Ryumin flashed a blinding smile at his little brother. Didn't I tell you, we're moving out? Today. Crash. A fist buried itself into concrete, sending debris flying. A young man in a blue jacket was venting pure, unadulterated. Huang Yongmin grinned like a maniac. I knew it. Dumping every stat point into strength was the meta play. He threw another punch, reveling in the destruction. With my rune ability doubling my output. I've basically won the genetic lottery. He cackled at the craters in the wall. Even Tyson would wet himself seeing this power. But then, Huang Yongmin's face darkened, veins popping as he clenched his fist. Enough testing. Time for a live target. He pounded on the door, screaming like a banshee. Ryumin, get out here. His patience snapped when only silence answered him. I know you're not dead, you bastard. Ignoring my calls, his expression twisted into something demonic, eyes bloodshot with fury. Just picturing Ryumin's face made his blood boil. It was a grudge that felt centuries old. You arrogant piece of trash. Think you can look down on me? He swore a blood oath right there. Look at me with those eyes again, and I'll end you. The thought acted like gasoline on the fire. His punches accelerated, blurring with speed. We might both be players now, but a loser is always a loser. I need to teach you your place. But no matter how much he raged, the apartment remained dead silent. He's definitely hiding in there. Coward. Realizing brute force wasn't working, Huang Yongmin switched tactics. He plastered a creepy smile on his face and pressed his ear to the metal. Is the rat holding his breath? Guess I have no choice. He stepped back, radiating menace. He wasn't leaving. He was waiting for a single sound to justify breaking the door down. Breathe just once, and I'll smash this entry to dust. Suddenly, a voice cut through his bloodlust. Hey, student. Huang Yongmin whipped around. An older man stood there, looking annoyed at the morning disturbance. What are you doing banging on someone else's door? Huang Yongmin, having zero respect for elders, snapped back. None of your business. You the owner, or something? Actually, I am. The blunt reply caught Huang Yongmin off guard. Now answer me. What are you doing here? Visiting a friend. The word made him pause. Friend? A devious idea sparked in his primitive brain. He could use this old man to get to Ryumin. Yeah, a friend. Can you unlock this? I lost contact with him and I'm worried. The landlord cut him off with a sigh. Oh boy. The man shook his head. Looks like you were left behind, kid. He dropped the news. That room is empty. The student who lived there moved out. Huang Yongmin's brain stalled. What moved when? Where did he go? The landlord shrugged helplessly. Literally today. And no, I don't have his forwarding address. The information hit him like a physical blow. His hand crushed into a fist, rage exploding volcanically. That bastard, he ran away without a word. Meanwhile, in front of a glass-clad skyscraper, Ryu Wan's jaw hit the floor. It's huge. For a kid used to poverty, the revolving doors looked like portals to another world. Watching Ryumin casually accept a keycard from the concierge was surreal. We even need an access pass. Verified identity required. Security guards on patrol. Ryu Wan gazed around drunk on the luxury. Brother, this place is paradise. The elevator arrived with a soft chime. Let's go, Ryumin commanded. Yes, sir. Stepping into the unit, Ryu Wan felt his knees go weak. How big is this place? Ryumin shrugged, cool as ice. About 330 square meters. The number made Ryu Wan stumble. 330. It's an aircraft carrier. Isn't this too big for just two of us? Ryumin thought differently. We have the capital. Why live like rats? How much is the contract? Ryu Wan asked nervously. Ryumin did the math. Deposit was 500 mil. Monthly rent is 22 million. Ryu Wan's vision blurred. 22 million, he gasped. Per month, just days ago, I felt guilty buying a 5,001 bento box. Panic set in. Brother, this is insanity. Shouldn't we move somewhere? You know, for mortals. But for Ryumin, this wasn't about luxury. No, this is the bare minimum. The price isn't for the view. It's for the steel walls. He needed a fortress, because on the first of every month, every player in this awakening manhwa world would fall into a defenseless deep sleep. This interlude represented the most vulnerable window for any player, a time when they were exposed to earthly catastrophes like fires and earthquakes. Death lurked around every corner, in the form of assassins hired by rivals. Therefore, securing a sanctuary in the real world was paramount. And in this leveling manhwa, Ryumin understood the stakes better than anyone. Infinite power in the other dimension meant nothing if your physical body perished here. Still, Ryumin valued his brother's happiness above all. So Wu, how do you like the new place? It's not that I don't like it, Wu stammered. It's beautiful, but why the sudden question? Ryumin smiled gently. No reason. I'm just relieved it suits you. However, a shadow fell over Ryu Wu's face. The light in his eyes dimmed as dark thoughts took hold, leading him to speak with sudden, painful formality. I'm sorry, brother, Wu whispered, guilt choking his voice. Next month, you'll be dragged back into that hell to fight for your life. Yet here I am, living like a king while doing nothing. I'm so useless. I apologize. Ryumin chuckled, trying to dispel the heavy atmosphere. If you keep overthinking like that, I might actually have to flick your forehead. Why the long face? Do you have zero faith in my victory next round? Changing the subject, Ryumin grinned. Enough gloom. Let's go grab some grub. I heard the Korean bistro on the second floor is legendary. Okay. Just then, the silence was shattered by Ryumin's phone buzzing with an incoming call. One glance at the screen told him everything. That snake found out he had moved. Let him rot, Min thought. I have no intention of meeting that trash in reality, though fate might cross our paths in the other realm. Time flew by. The morning after the move, Ryumin shuffled into the living room still fighting off sleep. He blinked surprised to see Ryu Wu already standing there dressed to the nines. Wu, where are you heading this early? Wu looked up, beaming. Morning, brother. I ordered some moving and rice cakes, so I'm heading out to pick them up. Ryumin's brain was still booting up. Rice cakes. It took a second for the words to register. In his previous life, this small event had never occurred. Of course, turning back time in this awakening manhwa didn't guarantee history would repeat perfectly. But why rice cakes all of a sudden, he asked. Ryu Wu explained with pure innocence. We just moved in. It's tradition to share cakes with the neighbors. Isn't that the polite thing to do? Ryumin couldn't help but admire his brother's heart. Building good relations with the neighbors. Not a bad strategy. Good thinking. You truly are a model citizen, little brother. I'll handle the deliveries, Wu said. You get some more rest. But Ryumin shook his head, a rare warmth in his eyes. No. Let's do this together. Just give me a minute to change. Moments later, a doorbell chimed announcing their arrival. A voice called out from behind the door. Who is it? Hello, Ryu. Wu flashed his brightest smile. We just moved into the unit next door. We came to say hi. The hostess opened the door, her guard dropping instantly. Oh my, you two look so much alike. Brothers. Yes, ma'am. Wu handed over the package with both hands respectful as ever. We brought some rice cakes. They taste best while they're still warm. Their politeness was infectious. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I'll enjoy them. Thank you, see you around. The duo continued their mission, moving from door to door. We moved into Unit 4302 today. Smiles never left their faces. Here is a small gift. Please take care of us. The cold walls of the apartment complex warmed up with their genuine kindness. Enjoy. Say, thank you, son. Thank you. Before long, they reached the summit of the building. Just one more unit left, Ryumin noted. Let's finish this strong, then we can crash. As they walked, Ryu Wu lowered his voice conspiratorially. Did you know this floor is a penthouse? Ryu Wu's eyes widened in awe. They bought both the 44th and 45th floors. They must be absolutely loaded right. Probably a celebrity or a tycoon. Ryumin shrugged. He pressed the doorbell. Silence. Maybe nobody's home. He tried once more. Still nothing. Looks like they're out. Yeah. But as Ryumin turned to leave, his gaze froze in sheer surprise. Ryu Wu followed his brother's line of sight. Standing there was a goddess. Wu instantly recognized the stunning woman as the actress So Arin. Meeting her here was a twist of fate. While Ryumin racked his brain for a name, Ryu Wu was already whispering, "She's gorgeous, like a literal angel." Suddenly, a mountain of muscle stepped between them. So Arin's bodyguard glared down with intimidating pressure. Who are you two? Stalker's fans. His hostility was palpable. Ryumin kept his cool, replying calmly, "We are residents from the floor below." The bodyguard looked skeptical. Ryu Wu quickly extended the plate of rice cakes as proof. "Neighbors, we come in peace." Realization dawned on the guard. "Oh, I thought you were intruders." Ryu Wu smiled nervously. "Would you like some rice cake?" The response was ice cold. "No. Besides, she doesn't eat junk like that." He turned his back, opening the door. "Co Arin, please, go inside." "Okay." However, the actress's eyes lingered on the steaming rice cakes with undisguised longing. Once the door clicked shut, Ryumin scoffed. "Who does that guy think he is? Totally mannerless. Forget about that thug brother." Ryumin wasn't worried about the guard, but rather his brother's reaction. "It's fine." Wu's face was practically glowing. "Did you see that? She's even more beautiful in person." Ryumin remained flat. "Who? Ryu Wu looked ready to faint. "What do you mean, who? You just saw her." "That was So Arin." "Co Arin." "Yes. How do you not know her?" Meanwhile, the news headlines were painting a grim picture of the entertainment industry in this chaotic era. Actor Gong Hyuk, paralyzed by heart failure. Gong Shim-won passes away. The sudden deaths of top stars were sending shockwaves through the nation. Korean heartthrob Cha Eun-woo has left us. Statistics showed that only 58% of celebrities had survived the initial awakening. Filming for urban crime halted as Wang Minho suffers mental breakdown. So Arin scrolled through the articles, a heavy sigh escaping her lips. Her anxiety spiked with every passing second, wondering how this broken world was even functioning. Suddenly, a notification pinged from Hong-san. "Arin, have you seen the news yet?" He had messaged to break the grim reality to her. Gongshin was gone. They exchanged hollow words about the tragedy. "Will you go to the viewing tomorrow? I have to. He took such good care of us after all. Let's go together." The more she scrolled through her phone, the heavier the weight in her chest became. It was impossible to believe. Someone far more successful than her had perished in just the first round. The realization hit Arin. She was terrifyingly lucky. If she hadn't secured a high-grade rune, her name would be on that obituary list too. It was a brutal reality check, like living inside a system manhwa, moving too fast for her to process. "I thought I had grown stronger. I even fantasized about headlines written about me. It was laughable now. Without the guild's sponsorship, would I even be here? Even this penthouse was a corporate gift." Arin was so lost in the material trap, she didn't sense her assistant's presence. "What is on your mind?" His voice cut through the silence, startling her. "Nothing." But one look at her face, and he read her like an open book. He tried to comfort Arin. "It is okay. You can vent to me." Arin let out a heavy sigh. "I am just wondering, why has the world turned into this hellscape? How am I supposed to survive the next round? That is what haunts me." Her assistant stepped forward. "Have you forgotten you have me? Do not fear the next trial. I am right here. What is there to worry about?" He sensed her overwhelming anxiety. "Trust in me and rest." Only then did a faint, beautiful smile return to her lips. "Of course. Who else could I possibly trust?" The assistant sat back, recalling the past. When the company assigned him as a bodyguard, he was wary. It felt like a babysitting gig. But that perception shattered the moment they fought side by side in the death game. "If not for him, I would have died in round one." He always repeated that vow, "I will protect you at all costs, so do not give up." Those words were her anchor. "Thank you truly." Desperate to escape the gloomy atmosphere, she shifted the topic. About earlier. The neighbors brought rice cakes. They must have just moved in. It looks delicious. But he maintained his icy professional demeanor. If you eat that, you will gain weight. Aaron, ever the kind soul, sighed. They worked hard to come greet us. They must be sad. Her assistant ruthlessly cut her off. Ignore it. It is just a greeting. He reminded her of the harsh truth. People only want to use you. Agree once, and they will leech off you forever. Even so, Aaron felt their aura wasn't malicious. She recalled the couple. They looked barely over 15. They must have slaughtered 100 goblins to survive, right? Probably. If that were true, it was equal parts terrifying and intriguing. To experience such hell and act so normal. Her assistant wasn't a dreamer. He delivered a cold reality check. Do you think killing 100 goblins is difficult for them? Only the weak lose. Aaron understood why he could speak with such terrifying calm. It was because his skills in the other world were unrivaled. Yet at the mention of unrivaled, Aaron's mind drifted to Ryumin. Even you are not as skilled as him, Ryumin. He made me almost pity the goblins. Curiosity burned within her. He must have a job in the real world too. I wonder what he does. If I could team up with a ranker like that, I would survive round 2. But the anxiety for her own fate returned. Last time was pure luck. Can I cheat death again? The hum of a vacuum cleaner shattered the silence of the morning. Tuesday the 31st, 11 a.m. Ryu Wan was cleaning when the door clicked. He spun around. Brother, you are back. He asked immediately. Did you win big this time? Ryumin answered nonchalantly. Not much, just 15 billion won. Last time was 17. And you call that small? Are you joking? Did the bank not freak out? That is your 4th win? Ryu Wan recalled the bank manager's stunned face. You again? The manager had asked. What is your secret? Ryumin hadn't hidden it. I told you last time. I saw it in a dream. The answer left the old man green with envy. Impressive. I wish I had awakening Manhwa-style dreams. Forget the banker. Even Ryumin didn't fully understand his regression ability yet. Ryu Wan pressed on. Anyway, are you dumping it all into Bitcoin again? Absolutely. It already hit 150 billion. The amount was so astronomical, it terrified Ryu Wan. Brother, shouldn't we cash out? I am scared we will lose it all. But Ryumin knew the future. Not yet. This was all within his calculations. Don't worry, Ryu Wan. I have it under control. Let's eat. They headed to a nearby restaurant. Seeing his brother enjoy the food, confirmed it was top tier. After shopping, the reality set in the life of the rich was truly sweet. But as night fell, destiny arrived. Tuesday the 31st, 11:55 p.m., Ryu Wan gripped Ryumin's hand, his voice trembling. His eyes were filled with dread as the game approached. You have to survive and come back. Okay. Ryumin smiled with the confidence of an apex predator. Don't worry. You saw me crush the Taegu Guild, right? That is true, but... Ryumin gently patted his head. Stop worrying. Go to sleep. He sent the mental command, and his own consciousness began to fade. When you open your eyes, I will be awake too. I am going. The moment he drifted off, the dimension shifted. He materialized in the holding area. It was crowded. Confusion rippled through the players. We are back. Immediately. For real. We are here again. Where is this? It was different from round 1. But Ryumin's arrival silenced the noise. The number 1 ranker from the previous tutorial. Ryumin. He felt the weight of countless eyes locking onto him. They kept their distance, terrified. That is him. The one who massacred the goblins, right? Rank 1. In the crowd, young Min was there too. He was frantically searching for Ryumin. It seemed everyone had gathered. Now, the only question remained. When would the system appear? As Ryumin entered the game, his demeanor shifted instantly. His turquoise eyes bled into a cold, piercing crimson hue. At that very moment, an angel descended from the heavens, its voice echoing, "Is everyone present?" The players' expressions soured the moment they spotted the new arrival. Wait, a different angel. Had something happened to the previous one? The new celestial, being explained casually, the angel in charge of the first round, met with an unfortunate accident and will no longer be joining us. A chilling smile spread across its face as it added, "Do not panic, humans." In a heartbeat, that holy smile vanished, replaced by a twisted, demonic expression. Listen up. From now on, I will be the one guiding you through this hell. Enough with the pleasantries. The game officially begins now. Since you are all here, I suppose it is time to announce the objective for the second round, isn't it? Countless holographic panels materialized before their eyes. This was the brutal reality of a system Manhwa world. The text flickered ominously. Round 2. Main quest. Select a regional representative within 3 hours. Total participants: 900,514,645. Completed 0. Current region ESK 45.5. Participants 5,143. Completed 0. Murmurs of confusion began to ripple through the crowd. Choose a representative. What the hell is this? I thought they'd ask us to slaughter more monsters. Wait, look at the completion conditions. Does this mean we can all survive this time? Yeah. The angel seemed to relish their confusion quickly, interjecting, "Look at those bewildered faces. Allow me to clarify." The angel pointed a finger toward the sky, its voice dripping with condescension. "You see, this round has nothing to do with fighting or killing. All you have to do is select a representative. Simple, right?" A magic circle glowed beneath them as the sword-wielding angel elaborated. "The regional representative will wield absolute authority. They can issue commands to any other player. If they tell you to forfeit, you forfeit. If they order you to die, you lose your life." As the weight of the angel's words settled, a heavy cloud of anxiety and dread descended upon the crowd. "Isn't that power simply magnificent?" the angel continued, eyes gleaming. "In 3 hours, you will each receive a ballot. Simply write down the name of the person you wish to elect as your representative." Suddenly, a voice called out from the crowd. "Is that it? Are there no other rules?" The angel answered the query with a shrug. "Correct. Just vote, and the quest is complete. You will all be allowed to return home. Consider it a lunch break." One survivor shouted in excitement, "Just vote, and we're done. We get to live. I don't have to fight anymore." Compared to the last round, this is a piece of cake. The angel immediately declared, "You have the next 3 hours to discuss who is worthy of becoming your leader." Discussion time, remaining 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Hope surged through the crowd after the angel's announcement. Could they really survive just by doing this? It seemed as easy as pie. Plus, whoever became the representative would hold unimaginable power. But Ryumin gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, I spent all that time preparing for battle." A companion quickly held him back. Ryumin let it go. "Surviving by voting isn't a bad thing. I dumped all my stats into strength, and now I don't even get to use it. That's what pisses me off." Ryumin observed him silently. He focused purely on strength. Does that mean the rune of power appeared for him too? He turned away, his mind racing. Both Ryumin's rune and this entire situation. It was playing out exactly as it did in his memories. While the mob wasted time debating, Ryumin stepped away, lost in thought. They would spend the next 3 hours arguing over who should be the chosen one. But that politics game didn't matter. In this world, where there is a main quest, there is always a subquest. He gripped his long sword, eyes narrowing. Round 2's hidden agenda: level up and obtain a class. Ryumin tightened his grip on the hilt. In this leveling, Manhwa speed was everything. The goblins are getting closer. I need to hit level 10 as fast as possible. A goblin materialized in the distance. Ryumin immediately lured it in. In a flash, he launched himself into the air, his blade dancing in a deadly arc toward the creature. As the monster fell, the system pinged. "You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kills 1 out of 100. Used BF class 3. Experience plus 9%. Gold plus 15. All stats increased by 1% due to the Butcher rune effect." With the goblin dead, he calculated his next move. Heading deeper into the forest to hunt was the only logical choice. Sword firmly in hand, he marched forward. Where there was one goblin, a horde was sure to follow. Suddenly, more creatures burst from the brush, their eyes glowing with bloodlust. In that moment, a smirk tugged at the corner of Ryumin's lips. As the goblin pack charged, he stood his ground, posture perfect, ready to unleash hell. As the monsters swarmed, Ryumin became a whirlwind of steel. He slashed and severed with surgical precision. Once the last goblin crumbled, the system notifications lit up his vision again. "You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kills 50 out of 100. The messages flooded in. All stats increased by 50% due to the Butcher rune effect. You have leveled up. The system added, discussion time, remaining 2 hours 29 minutes and 24 seconds. Only 30 minutes had passed. Status window. Instantly, his stats hovered before him. Status window. Name, Ryumin. Alias, Ryumin. Rank novice, level 9. Class none. Title, The Last Time Traveler. Hidden attribute, The First Angel Slayer. Hidden attribute, Strength 7. Intelligence 4. Agility 18. Luck 7. Stat points 8. I hit level 9 already. He tapped the holographic screen thoughtfully. Early game agility is king. If I wanted to imprint the rune of strength like Ryumin pumping, strength would be more efficient. But a pure strength build has terrible survivability. It doesn't matter how hard you hit, if you can't dodge a fatal blow. The system continued to display the detailed breakdown. Players possessed 4 main stats: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Strength increased physical damage, stamina, and defense. Intelligence boosted magic damage, willpower, and sensory perception. Agility enhanced attack speed, movement speed, and evasion rates. Luck improved critical hit ratios, item drop rates, and gold rewards. He glanced away thinking, there isn't a single useless stat. He analyzed the path ahead, especially for the Ryumin class. Since they utilize both physical and magic damage, a balanced distribution is ideal. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance. Check. Was someone tailing him he hadn't noticed while he was in the heat of battle, but now the presence was undeniable. I didn't order anyone to follow me. Ryumin's voice turned icy as he called out to the shadow. I don't know who you are, but show yourself. When silence answered him, his killing intent spiked. If you don't reveal your intentions, you will lose your life right here. A girl stepped out from the trees, hands raised in surrender. It's me. Ryumin recognized her instantly. That's the actress Co. Erin. Why is she stalking me? Sorry for following you, a male voice chimed in. Please forgive us. The man continued nervously. We don't have any bad intentions, so please don't be angry. Ryumin's eyes narrowed. An Sang-keon. His mind raced with future knowledge. If that's An Sang-keon, isn't he destined to become the right-hand man of the legendary Gion Lock? The system window flickered into life, revealing the target's secrets. Gion Lock, the eldest son of the nation's colossal conglomerate and the future heavenly demon. He was the prey I had been hunting. Securing Gion Lock would be a massive advantage, but my true goal lay elsewhere. I needed the priest connected to him within the next 20 years. Suddenly, Ryumin paused. He never expected to see Jion's right-hand man this early in the timeline. But why was An Sang-cheon walking beside Arin Wait? Was he acting as her bodyguard? A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. The pieces didn't quite fit. Erin looked flustered, her composure cracking. Then the memory surfaced. A rumor that Gion Lock was sponsoring a celebrity for some grand hidden agenda. Ryumin's voice cut through the air like ice. Since when have you two been shadowing me? Was the future shifting in ways he hadn't predicted? Erin stammered a reply. From the very beginning. When you entered the forest, we saw you and just followed. I apologize if we crossed a line. Arin shrank back under Ryumin's intense gaze. Why follow me? It wasn't with bad intentions. We just wanted to make a proposal. A proposal, Erin pressed on, desperate. You took first place in round 1, didn't you? Her voice trembled with a plea. Is there any chance we could form an alliance? Ryumin let out a cold, sharp laugh. An alliance? Isn't that a word reserved for when both sides actually need something? He waved his hand, dismissing them instantly. That is correct, but what could I possibly need from you? I am perfectly capable of fighting alone. Stop wasting my precious time and go back. Ryumin turned his back on them without a second thought. I have zero intention of partying up with you two. An Sang-cheon clenched his fists, rage bubbling up. What is wrong with that bastard? Just how big is his ego? He turned to Erin. Co. Erin. Erin was trembling, her face pale. She whispered to An Sang-cheon. He isn't just being stubborn. The pressure coming off him, it is suffocating. What pressure? When he glared and pointed that blade, I felt like I was going to die. Erin swallowed hard. I wanted to team up with the top ranker to survive this awakening Manhwa nightmare, but this is a disaster. An Sang-cheon scoffed, trying to hide his own unease. Didn't I tell you a guy like that is too arrogant to understand the value of allies? Yeah, what a pity. Suddenly, goblins burst from the brush, slaughtering the other bodyguards instantly. An Sang-cheon sighed, drawing his weapon. Ha, we wasted time chasing that loner, and now we are surrounded by monsters. Guess we spend the rest of our time hunting. Erin forced a smile. Not a bad plan. Let's go, Mr. Bodyguard. But then, a mysterious white mist began to swallow the forest. The goblins looked around, sensing a predator far more dangerous than themselves. Suddenly, Ryumin materialized from the fog. His blade flashed, decapitating a goblin in a single stroke. He thought to himself, I'm too busy for teamwork. He calculated his next move instantly. In this brutal leveling Manhwa world, efficiency was king. Going solo meant hoarding all the experience points for himself. The system pinged with rewards. You have defeated a hobgoblin. Kill count currently 60 out of 100. All stats increased by 60% thanks to the Butcher rune. Suddenly, a massive knoll towered over Ryumin. A smirk curled on his lips. 5 gnolls at once. Today must be my lucky day. The beasts roared, charging at him with bloodlust in their eyes. They leaped, weapons raised high, aiming to crush him. Ryumin didn't flinch. With a single fluid motion, he unleashed a devastating slash. The gnolls were sent flying, crashing into the dirt in a heap. The system interface lit up again. You have defeated a gnoll. Current kill count 65 out of 100. Stats boosted by Butcher Rune. You have leveled up. You have reached level 10. His eyes locked onto the notification. You have met the conditions for advancement. The messages cascaded down his vision. Level 10 achieved. You are ready to transcend. The shop function is now unlocked. Hidden quest available. Finally, Ryumin checked the rules on the holographic board. The real game was just beginning. Round 2. Side quest. Level up before the voting period ends. Acquire the advancement item and choose your class. Reward. A 50% discount coupon for the daily shop. Who has ever seen a side quest like this? Panic began to spread among the other survivors. Advancement item. Isn't leveling up enough? Where do we find it? Does it not tell us our class? Notifications flashed rapidly across the server. Everyone knew that getting a job class was the only way to survive. But the system Manhwa mechanics were cruel. No one knew how to get the item. Advancement items only dropped when specific hidden conditions were met. The rules appeared before them. The laws of the game were absolute. Warriors needed to raise their strength stat to 10 and slaughter 30 monsters within the time limit. Only then would the item appear. The rules hinted that berserkers had to bathe in blood hunting relentlessly within the time limit to prove their worth. More hidden clauses revealed themselves. Assassins needed to perform successful stealth kills. Every player had to act according to their hidden destiny to unlock their true potential. Ryumin leaned against a tree, deep in thought. In my past life, I hunted relentlessly and hid in the shadows, forcing me into the hunter class. He clutched a strange glowing object in his hand. But this time, I know the secrets. I have already chosen the path of the Reaper. The mysterious artifact pulsed with energy. System use item. You have used an advancement item. The warning flashed in crimson text. Your class cannot be changed once selected. Choose your destiny carefully. Do you wish to ascend to the Reaper class, yes or no? Ryumin didn't hesitate for a microsecond. His finger pressed yes. There is nothing to think about. The object in his hand erupted with blinding light. The notification chimed. You have advanced to the Reaper class. The rules of the round shifted to accommodate his new power. Your advancement reward is the Rune of Death. When used during the day, your weapon's attack power is doubled, a terrifying buff for a damage dealer. During the night, attack speed increases by 50%. And while resting at night, the chance of enemy detection drops to almost 0. The rune branded itself onto his soul. The diamond in his hand dissolved into a radiant red aura, engulfing the entire space in a crimson glow. The system finalized the process. Ryumin smiled. Your advancement reward is the Reaper's Scythe. Now I have both the rune and the weapon. The notifications kept coming. You received a 50% discount coupon for completing the side quest. Your rank has increased from rookie to apprentice. Even his status tier was evolving. Name Ryumin. Rank apprentice. Level 10. Class Reaper. Title, The Last Time Traveler. Hidden. The first to kill an angel. Hidden. Stats. Strength 4. Intelligence 4. Agility 31. Luck 4. Stat points available 6. Skills. Runes. Bonuses. Players were divided into 6 distinct ranks. Grandmaster at level 99. Master at 60, Expert at 40, Regular at 20, Apprentice at 10, Rookie at 1. Just like any game, rising in rank unlocked new skills and wealth. You have learned the class skill. Death Mark. Class skill Death Mark. Effect creates a mark visible only to the caster and the target. The target's remaining life force is exposed to your eyes. The hunt was on. Passive effect. Consecutive strikes on a single target inflict 100% bonus damage. However, this devastating effect applies to only one enemy at a time. Furthermore, higher tier equipment slots are now unlocked. Item name Reaper's Scythe. Grade Rare. Attack power 25. Special effect. Attack power increases by 1 with every swing, stacking up to 5 times. Durability is full at 225. Requirement, Apprentice, rank, or higher. Description. A colossal scythe said to be wielded by the god of death himself. It is nearly impossible for a beginner to handle. Ryumin analyzed the rules of this leveling Manhwa world. Without power leveling, he would remain trash forever. Speed is of the essence. A system notification flashed. Congratulations! You are acknowledged as the first player to level up. The reward, a random gold pouch, and the unique title, First Awakener. New skill acquired tracking. It was a neutral skill. His mind raced with calculations. This was exactly what he needed. The system confirmed the purchase neutral skill tracking has been added to your arsenal. Skill effect reveals the real-time location of a designated target. Condition: the target's face and nickname must match perfectly to lock on. The price tag: a steep 20,000 gold. Ryumin smirked at the holographic interface. He didn't hesitate. What good is 20,000 gold if you don't use it? He activated the skill, tracking. Instantly, an image materialized on his status screen, Huang Young-min. Name and face match confirmed. Target locked. The system pinged player Huang Young-min located. Distance to target 190 meters. Follow the directional arrow to pursue the target. Particles of light swirled around Ryumin, guiding his gaze forward. Only 190 meters. That means he's already entered the forest. Ryumin touched his chin, analyzing the situation. He had closed the gap from 2 kilometers to under 200 meters in no time. Should I shadow him from a distance? Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Seo Arin and An Sang Cheon were running for their lives. Arin stumbled her legs, giving out as she collapsed onto the dirt. Gasping for air, she looked up at An Sang Cheon with tear-filled eyes. I can't run anymore. My legs won't move. An Sang Cheon panicked. We have to keep moving, Seo Arin. If those guys catch us, it's over. You have to endure the pain, Arin sobbed, clutching her wound. I'm sorry, but the arrow wound, it burns like fire. An Sang Cheon grit his teeth, forcing himself to explain despite his frustration. Listen to me. It's just a theory. But even if you get hurt in this world, your physical body in reality should remain safe. If we can just survive and log out, you'll wake up in your bed. Arin wiped her tears, finding a shred of resolve. Understood. I'll bear it. And where exactly do you think you're running with that injury? A chilling voice cut through the trees. It was Huang Young-min. Not enough pain for you yet. An Sang Cheon cursed under his breath. Damn it. He ground his teeth in fury. That useless girl moved too slow, and now we're cornered. Despair washed over him. Is fighting our only option now? Huang Young-min smirked his face, twisted in arrogance. You want to go a few rounds? Old man Huang Young-min's lackeys emerged from the shadows, pointing weapons and laughing. Open your eyes. Can't you count? You really think you can take us all on? An Sang Cheon screamed, his voice cracking with fear. Why are you doing this? What did we ever do to you? Huang Young-min chuckled darkly. Obviously, you didn't do anything. Why would we attack you for no reason? His eyes narrowed. We just want something you have. Something. He sneered, his gaze shifting to the girl. Arin froze in horror. The girl next to you. Huang Young-min shrugged. We're all men here. I don't give a damn about you, old man. We want Seo Arin. One of the goons scratched his head. Hey, is that actually Seo Arin, though I can't tell? Are you blind? Look at that face. That is definitely the idol Seo Arin. I don't know, maybe it's just a fan who copied her character customization? Arin's face went pale as death. The goon continued. Who cares? As long as she looks like her, that's good enough for me. Huang Young-min made his offer. If you leave Seo Arin here, I'll let you walk away alive. What do you say? An Sang Cheon's mind raced. If they wanted her, they should have said so sooner. I would have dumped her miles ago. He glanced back at Arin, his eyes cold. I have no intention of dying for some pop star. But there was a problem. Fear gripped his heart. If I fail to protect Seo Arin, Director Magon will have my head. Reluctantly, An Sang Cheon shifted into a combat stance. Huang Young-min raised an eyebrow, laughing in disbelief. What's with that stance? You actually want to fight? An Sang Cheon roared, trying to muster courage. Do you have any idea that what you're doing is a serious crime? A crime? Laughter erupted from the gang. Huang Young-min shook his head. You're a funny guy. Do you see any police here? There are no laws in this dungeon. What are you going to report me when we get back to the real world? He stepped closer, his voice dripping with malice. Go ahead and try. What proof do you have? This face might not even be my real face. An Sang Cheon cursed internally. He's right. Damn it, he's absolutely right. He tried to think of a way out, but diplomacy was dead. Talking won't work. I have to drag this broken body into a fight I can't win. Suddenly, a figure leaning against a nearby tree caught his eye. Ryumin stood there, arms crossed, watching silently. An Sang Cheon gasped, turning around. Who are you? Recognition flashed in his mind. The Ryumin. Huang Young-min frowned. What the hell? When did he get there? Ryumin stepped forward, addressing the victims calmly. What are you two doing out here? Huang Young-min, oblivious to the danger, barked a warning. Hey buddy, mind your own business. I'm asking the questions here. What is going on? Sang-chon screamed, desperate for an ally. These scumbags are targeting Corin. It's an ambush. If you help us, I swear I will never forget this debt. Ryumin's expression remained unreadable. Is what he says true? Does it matter? Huang Young-min spat. This isn't your fight, kid. Suddenly, a crimson aura began to flare around Ryumin's body. It matters. Because I know these people. Huang Young-min took a step back, sensing the killing intent. What? What are you doing? The red energy swirled violently as Ryumin spoke, his voice like ice. I won't let anyone lay a finger on them. Huang Young-min gritted his teeth in fury. Arin's face lit up with hope. Ryumin Sang-chon bowed his head. Thank you, thank you. Ryumin stood as a shield between them, his mind working fast. Saving them benefits me. He glanced at Sang-chon. If I help now, the Magon group will owe me a massive favor. Having a conglomerate in my debt means better rewards, and a hefty payout later. It was a cold, calculated investment. Ryumin turned his gaze to Huang Young-min's gang. Besides, I never liked you bastards anyway. Huang Young-min raised his weapon, trying to hide his fear. What do you think you're doing? Take one more step, and I'll kill you. Ryumin didn't speak. He just stared. Then a small, terrifying smile played on his lips. What's wrong? I thought you wanted to fight. Fear began to take root in Huang Young-min's soul. Shit. What is he talking about? Flashbacks of the Goblin Massacre flooded his mind. He remembered seeing Ryumin tear through monsters with his bare hands. This guy was ranked number 1 last time. Do I really want to fight a monster like that? Suddenly, a sharp noise snapped him out of his thoughts. Ryumin slammed his scythe into the earth with a thunderous thud. He looked dead at them and spoke coldly. If you want to avoid a massacre, speak now. Huang Young-min scoffed, wiping his nose. If I tell the truth, you'll just let me walk away. Ryumin crossed his arms, his gaze piercing. I might consider it, but only if you drop to your knees and beg for your pathetic life. The realization hit him like a truck. He wants me to humiliate myself. Hesitation gripped him as the crowd watched. To bow down in front of his crew, and especially Aaron. It was unthinkable. He sighed, glancing at Ryumin with murderous intent. I didn't want to get my hands dirty, but you've pushed me too far. You son of a bitch. Suddenly, a memory sparked in Huang Young-min's mind. Wait a second. Didn't I just smash through a solid concrete wall with my bare hands earlier? A twisted grin spread across his face. With my stats, one punch is all it will take to end this. He cracked his knuckles, his confidence exploding. You really crossed the line this time, trash. Ignoring the confused stares of his lackeys, he rolled his shoulders and marched toward his prey. So tell me again, what exactly do you want me to do? Kneel and beg. Do you have a death wish? But his mind was already calculating the kill. Just a few more steps and I'll smash his face in. Nobody survives a hit like that. Doubts vanished from his mind. After all, how could a normal human withstand a fist that shatters stone in this awakening Manhwa world? But Ryumin didn't just stand there. To everyone's shock, he unsummoned his weapon, making it vanish into thin air. Huang Young-min froze, his voice trembling. What the hell are you doing? Did you just toss your weapon? Ryumin spread his hands, oozing arrogance. If you fight barehanded while I use a scythe, that's hardly fair, is it? Besides, winning too easily is boring. Rage boiled over in Huang Young-min's veins. He spat out the words through gritted teeth. You really are an arrogant piece of trash. But before he could finish his sentence, Ryumin vanished. His speed was blinding, closing the gap in a heartbeat. Huang Young-min raised his fist, his face twisted in a sneer. You stupid fool, you threw away your advantage and left your head wide open. He swung with everything he had, aiming to take Ryumin's head off, but Ryumin was faster. With godlike reflexes, he slipped past the punch effortlessly. Huang Young-min hit nothing but air. In the same motion, Ryumin buried his fist in Huang Young-min's face, followed instantly by a devastating kick to the gut. The impact sent Huang Young-min flying backward like a rag doll. Ryumin retracted his leg calmly, not even breaking a sweat. Huang Young-min collapsed, trembling on the ground, wheezing out a curse. You bastard. Stop your whining. Ryumin stepped forward and kicked him onto his back. Your foul language is polluting my ears. A scream of agony ripped from Huang Young-min's throat. As Huang Young-min struggled to rise, clutching his face, Ryumin stopped. Then he grabbed him by the collar and unleashed a merciless barrage of punches. Bam, bam, bam. Huang Young-min was helpless. He could only endure the storm of violence. These weren't just punches. It felt like a sledgehammer was smashing into his skull over and over. Through the blood and pain, terror took root in his mind. How is this trash as strong as me? He doesn't even have the strength rune. As the fists kept raining down, Huang Yongmin's world started to spin. Why is he so powerful? The last thing he saw was Ryumin's emotionless face and eyes glowing with a terrifying crimson light. His party members finally snapped out of their shock. Weapons drawn, they screamed for Huang Yongmin. "Shoot that maniac!" The shout caught Ryumin's attention, and the beating paused. An arrow whistled through the air. Eren screamed in panic, "Ryumin, look out!" But he had already sidestepped the projectile with ease. The archer, consumed by fear, fired a chaotic volley. Just die already. Yet Ryumin danced through the rain of arrows like a phantom. He zigzagged across the battlefield, closing the distance with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he was standing right next to the archer. His voice sent chills down the man's spine. "I assume getting this bow and hunting monsters was just pure dumb luck for you." Ryumin raised his hand, and the obsidian scythe materialized from thin air. "Too bad your luck just ran out." With a cold smile, the blade flashed. The hand holding the bow was severed instantly. It happened faster than the eye could follow. The pain arrived a second later. The archer collapsed, howling in agony. My hand, you demon." The remaining two were shaking in their boots, but adrenaline pushed them forward. "Do you really think you can mess with us and just walk away?" The dagger wielder lunged with a desperate scream. "Go to hell." Ryumin's expression didn't change. "Is that so?" He activated his skill, Death Mark. A black skull, enveloped in an ominous red aura, appeared over the attacker's head. Ryumin pulled his scythe back and unleashed a horizontal slash of pure destruction. The blade sang through the air, shearing clean through the man's legs. Blood sprayed as he hit the ground, screaming like a banshee. The final tank stood there, his knees knocking together in sheer terror. Ryumin didn't give him time to breathe. He blurred into motion, appearing instantly at the tank's side. "You have the guts to point a weapon at me. I'll give you credit for bravery at least." The scythe descended like the Reaper's judgment. Steel armor meant nothing. The blade sliced through the metal plate and took the arm with it. As the tank stared at his stump in weeping horror, the skull mark glowed above him. Ryumin admired the broken mechanics of this system Manhwa. The death mark doubles all damage taken, so even heavy armor cuts like paper. He looked around at the squad, writhing in pools of their own blood. This was pathetic. It was almost too easy. A dark thought crossed his mind. No, simply defeating them isn't enough. I can't let it end here. He dragged his scythe toward the survivor on the ground, eliciting a fresh shriek of terror. Ryumin decided then and there. He needed to carve fear into their very souls, so they would never dare to look him in the eye again. The archer, bleeding out, couldn't even stand. The dagger user crawled backward, sobbing. "Please, please, just stop, mercy. I'm going to die. Please let me live." Ryumin flicked the blood off his blade, his voice ice cold. "Shut your mouth. You won't die from losing a little blood like that." He sighed, satisfied. "That takes care of the trash." His gaze snapped toward a nearby tree. Huang Yongmin was cowering behind it. "Hiding won't save you, coward." He raised the scythe high. "There are no exceptions today." The blade came down on Huang Yongmin's arm. Another blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. Ryumin stared down with disgust. "Stop crying like a newborn baby. This pain is nothing." Memories of his past life flooded back, the years of torture and bullying he endured at their hands. "The physical pain you feel now is a mercy compared to the hell you put me through. You haven't even tasted a fraction of my suffering." With zero hesitation, Ryumin swung the scythe again, severing Huang Yongmin's remaining arm. Eren and An Sang Cheon could only watch in frozen silence, witnessing the birth of a monster. An Sang Cheon's face twisted in sheer terror as he watched the carnage unfold. The boy severed the opponent's arms without a shred of mercy, even though their will to fight had long been extinguished. He watched Ryumin dismantle Yongmin piece by piece. To some, this might look like cruelty, but to him, it was the calculated precision of a cold-blooded predator, and he admired that ice-cold rationality. Cold sweat dripped down An Sang Cheon's spine. This man, Ryumin Hook, the one who dared to defy the guildmaster himself. Ryumin stood up and broke the silence. "Are you two okay?" Looking at the monster in human skin before him, An Sang Cheon stammered, "Yes, thanks to you." Ryumin pointed carelessly at the heap of broken bodies. "You don't need to worry about that trash anymore. As you can see, they are completely crippled. We should head back and cast our votes." So Aren and An Sang Cheon immediately bowed deep. "Thank you so much for saving our lives." "We are in your debt," An Sang Cheon added. But Seo Aren looked up, her eyes trembling. "Even so, won't they die if we leave them?" Ryumin glanced back with a look of utter contempt. "So what? They are less than animals. When Ryumin turned back, he saw her head bowed in hesitation. She is too soft. He scoffed internally. Why should I care about the lives of these bastards? Acting like some kind of saint. It must be because she has to maintain her idol image. Suddenly, An Sang-cheon spoke up. Mr. Ryumin Hook. He raised a hand politely, his voice trembling slightly. May I ask you something? I hope you don't mind. Ryumin shoved his hands into his pockets. What is it? Looking at Young Min's group gasping for their last breaths, An Sang-cheon asked, why did you spare them? In this brutal world, killing them wouldn't be a big issue. If you killed them now. Young Min, lying in his own blood, flinched at those words. Ryumin smirked. The reason An Sang-cheon's respect grew. Truly the right hand of Ma Ji. Ryumin looked down at the pathetic heap of humanity. Simple. Killing them yields no benefits. An Sang-cheon blinked. No benefits. Ryumin explained calmly. Besides, leaving them like this might cause trouble in the future. Ryumin looked at the immobile bodies and asked trouble. He let out a dry laugh. Can they even move? He turned to explain the mechanics. Reducing the population is bad strategy. The number of safe spots for the clears scales with the number of survivors. Realization struck An Sang-cheon like a bolt of lightning. He bowed in agreement. He is right. If the survivor count drops, the system reduces the rewards in safe zones. He looked at Ryumin with newfound awe. He even calculated the system mechanics. His understanding of this game is on a different level. This is a top-tier awakening manhwa move. An Sang-cheon exhaled in relief. I understand. We will stop caring about this trash. Ryumin immediately turned and began to walk away. Then I'm off. But An Sang-cheon called out desperate to build a connection. Wait, Mr. Ryumin Hook. He wanted to repay the debt. If you give me your account number, I will wire you a handsome reward in the real world. Ryumin didn't even break his stride. No need. Watching his back disappear into the distance, An Sang-cheon was left bewildered. He helps people without expecting a reward. He mentally noted to report this anomaly to the guildmaster immediately. A pathetic groan from Young Min drew his attention back to the dirt. I really want to kill you all, but I must hold back. Because as Ryumin Hook said, there is no profit in death. He spat on Young Min's head. Pathetic scum. Then he signaled Seo Aaron. Let's go. Seo Aaron nodded. Understood. Meanwhile, back at the gathering point, the atmosphere was chaotic, filled with the noise of arguments and desperation. Please give me your votes, I beg you. If you elect me as the area representative, I promise to serve you well. No, instead of him, I am confident I can do better. Two men began to shove each other. You fat pig. The other man's face turned red with rage. What did you say? What did you just call me? The mob saw the conflict and rushed to intervene. Both of you stop fighting. Even if we combine our strength, we are too weak. What is the point of fighting amongst ourselves? Exactly. Taking advantage of the pause, another man placed a hand on his chest. Those who are easily provoked are not fit to lead. Let me be the representative. A hand shot up. Wait. The man pointed at himself with arrogance. My father is a member of the National Assembly. Aren't I the most suitable candidate? Immediately, the crowd turned on him. Your dad is a congressman. Who would believe that bullshit here? Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the noise, silencing the mob. It was the man with the nickname Mint Chocolate. There are only 2 hours left for voting. We shouldn't be wasting precious time like this. We need to vote, and fast. The people around him looked confused. Then how do we decide who to vote for? Do you have a suggestion? Mint Chocolate nodded. Yes, a very good one. The crowd began to murmur in excitement. Really? Who is it? He smiled charmingly. Everyone quiet down. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. These idiots are listening to every single word I say. He turned his back, a sinister grin spreading across his face. As expected, they have fallen for my persuasion rune. When I first got the persuasion rune from a random drop, I was actually quite disappointed. Flashback to when he found the stone. He thought, what the hell is this? The system window popped up. Rune of Persuasion. Increases the ability to convince the target you are speaking to. Effect does not apply to targets with a higher level than the caster. He had been frustrated. A persuasion rune? How is this useful against monsters I can't even talk to? Typical, useless system manhwa RNG. However, it didn't take long for me to find the perfect way to abuse this ability. He remembered a group of men fighting goblins. Nice. One down, pin them so they can't move. He had screamed out, and at that exact moment, the persuasion rune activated. Everyone. That woman over there is in danger. Forget the goblins and help her. The men seemed to lose their own will, rushing towards his designated target. Okay, coming. Let's save her first. He chuckled at the memory. I repeated that trick over and over to steal the kill on nearly dead goblins. I easily farmed 100 kills that way. Back in reality, his sinister smile remained. If I'm lucky, I can easily become the area representative. Mint Chocolate used his persuasion rune again. Everyone, we should select the candidates first. We should narrow the choices down to about 5 people to make voting easier. The crowd, as if hypnotized, responded without resistance. That's not a bad idea. It makes sense. We won't get anywhere if everyone just keeps begging for votes for themselves. He raised his hand, continuing to puppet the mob. Then let's reduce the options first. If you want to nominate someone, raise your hand and point them out. The fat man from earlier eagerly raised his hand to nominate himself. Mint Chocolate saw this and immediately shut it down. Of course, you cannot nominate yourself. If we allow that, we are back to square one. The fat man grunted in disappointment and lowered his hand. The crowd, fully under the influence of the persuasion rune, nodded in agreement. He is right. There is no other way. A cold smirk curled the corner of his lips. Manipulating these lowlives was almost too easy. While everyone else panicked, his mind was clear. Why would he let anyone else take the throne? In this game of survival, only the most cunning deserve to lead. And he was the only viable option. I nominate Mint Choco. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. His ego soared instantly. Perfect. The sheep were falling right into line. The man continued, we need someone rational. Someone who can actually lead us. Mint Choco feigned surprise, turning around with a practiced, humble expression. Me, he asked innocently, while his supporter rallied the others. He's been calm this whole time, right? Don't you all agree? The psychological pressure was working. Mint Choco chuckled internally. Another useful idiot secured. He activated his special ability, the ancient rune of persuasion, to seal the deal. I am humbled by your trust, he began, his voice dripping with false modesty. Is there anyone? But before he could finish, a rough voice cut him off. I nominate Ryumin. Mint Choco frowned slightly, but quickly recovered. Makes sense, he thought. The rank 1 survivor from the last round obviously has supporters. The floodgates opened. I nominate the guy who ranked 2nd, shouted another. And I pick rank 3 documentary life. The crowd was buzzing with chaos, but Mint Choco prepared to steer the ship back on course. So, we have 4 candidates, he announced, taking charge like a true protagonist in a Manhwa recap. Is there a 5th? Anyone's silence fell over the group. He clapped his hands, commanding attention. Then let's settle on these 4. But before we vote, how about a short speech from each candidate? He stepped forward, pushing his persuasion rune to its limit. I'll go first. Confidence radiated from him. He truly believed he was the main character of this awakening manhwa. Controlling this trash was child's play. If I become the regional representative, I promise to. Suddenly a dark, menacing aura interrupted him. Cut the crap, a voice growled. Mint Choco spun around. It was Jong-sik, the rank 2 powerhouse, looking bored and dangerous. I'm done listening to your garbage, Jong-sik spat. Mint Choco tried to focus his persuasion rune on him. Sir, what are you doing? But the skill bounced off. Hey Mint Choco, Jong-sik sneered, exposing the charade. You think the world is that simple? You think spitting a few pretty words makes you king? Mint Choco flinched, cold sweat forming. What, did he figure out my skill? Impossible, he thought. He must be guessing. He's just a brute. Jong-sik roared, his rage exploding. Who died and made you boss? You manipulative piece of trash. Mint Choco tried to maintain his composure. You're crossing a line, Mint Choco said, trying to sound reasonable. Your words reflect your character. Is the insults really necessary? Inside, he was calculating his next move. You son of a bitch, Jong-sik screamed, veins bulging. You dare lecture me? Do you have a death wish? Mint Choco froze in disbelief. His skill really had no effect. This wasn't supposed to happen. Before he could react, Jong-sik turned to the terrified crowd. Listen up, you idiots. Forget the candidates. Vote for me, or I'll kill every single one of you. Got it, Mint Choco sighed, shaking his head. You're truly hopeless. He walked toward the brute. Do you think threats will work? Stop embarrassing yourself and stand down. Jong-sik went silent, his eyes darkening. Slash. In a split second, Jong-sik drew a blade and swung. Cold steel tore through Mint Choco's face. Blood sprayed into the air like a macabre fountain. Mint Choco clutched his throat, trying to stem the crimson tide, but words failed him. Jong-sik grinned savagely. I told you. Mess with me, and you die. Agony ripped through Mint Choco. His eyes rolled back, a gurgling sound escaping his lips before he collapsed. Lifeless, Jong-sik stood over him, blade dripping blood, still misting the air. If you don't vote for me, Jong-sik threatened, pointing the weapon at the crowd. Start digging your graves now. Panic erupted. He's dead. He actually killed him. That maniac murdered Mint Choco, screams echoed. He's insane. Jong-sik wiped the blood from his face, his expression colder than ice. So what? Anyone got a problem? Step up. The man who nominated Mint Choco yelled, "You psycho, you've lost your mind." Jong-sik laughed, a sound devoid of humanity. Too scared to come to me? Fine, I'll come to you. He lunged, a blur of violence. Screams of terror filled the air as the slaughter began. Help us. Adrenaline surged through Jong-sik. This is great. No cops, no laws, no cameras. He became a butcher, cutting down anyone in his path intoxicated by the freedom to kill. He pointed his blood-soaked knife at the survivors. Vote for me, or next round, you're all meat on my chopping block. Understand? They recoiled in sheer terror. Jong-sik wiped gore from his eyes. Fear is the only language they speak. I will be the representative, one way or another. Meanwhile, miles away, Ryumin was focused on a different kind of slaughter. I need to eliminate that nuisance, Ryumin first, he thought. Wait, no. Ryumin slashed through a monster. Ding, enemy defeated. 265 killed. The system interface glowed. Stats increased by 100% thanks to the Butcher rune. Triple experience buff applied. A golden light engulfed him. Level up. You are now level 16. Level 16, already. Ryumin analyzed his status window. He glanced at the mountain of beast corpses. The higher I climb, the slower the leveling becomes. Even after 2 hours of grinding and 200 kills, only 6 levels gained. He closed the interface, his expression stoic. On the bright side, hunting has become child's play. Ryumin thought of the 2 glowing red stones in his possession, the Death Rune and the Butcher Rune. With this leveling Manhwa setup, he was becoming a god of death. Time to go. He stored his weapon in his inventory. The system chimed again, and a teleportation circle materialized beneath his feet. Voting time remaining 0. Summoning all players to the starting point. The survivors, the wounded, and the hunters were all dragged back by the system's force. Players like An Sang-chon, who had been busy hunting, materialized in the square, but their confusion instantly turned to horror at the scene before them. What the hell is this? The air was thick with the metallic stench of blood. Bodies of players littered the ground around a single blood-drenched figure. Seo Erin covered her mouth, suppressing a scream. Did he kill them all? Ryumin observed the carnage silently, his eyes cold and calculating. Looks like Jong-sik took charge, Ryumin noted. The mass murderer turned to face him, face painted in fresh blood. Jong-sik, the leader of the gang, and the second strongest warrior here. Damn it. His personality is even trashier than I remembered. Jong-sik smirked a twisted, perverse smile. Ryumin's hand drifted to his weapon. I need to defuse this bomb before it blows us all to hell. Ryumin returned the gaze with ice-cold indifference. Now was not the moment for bloodshed. Yong-chael strode forward, invading his personal space. Hey Ryumin, where the hell have you been hiding? I've been waiting for ages. Unfazed Ryumin kept his hands in his pockets. What do you want? The thug feigned a friendly smile. Nothing much, just wanted to ask you something. Yong-chael puffed out his chest, oozing arrogance. I'll get straight to the point. Serve under me. Ryumin raised a brow, repeating the absurd offer. Serve under you. The thug twirled his dagger with a sinister grin. Do it, and I might just spare your pathetic life. A sharp scoff escaped Ryumin's lips, catching the thug off guard. Ryumin didn't hesitate. Or, how about we just skip to the part where we kill each other? He flashed a provocative smirk, taunting the man further. Kneel. Get on your knees and beg. Do that and maybe I'll let you live. Yong-chael's face twisted in rage as he gripped his dagger tight. God, look at this lunatic. You really don't grasp the situation here, do you? He continued his power trip. Once I become the area representative, Ryumin cut him off board. Is it that hard to understand plain English? A swirl of deathly aura began to coil around his hand. Ha! A massive scythe materialized, surging with Ryumin's dark magic. So you prefer to die right here? Terror instantly spiked in Yong-chael's heart. What the hell is that? Where did he pull that weapon from? Damn it, I messed with the wrong guy. The man before him asked coldly. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Yong-chael ground his teeth in humiliation, cold sweat mixing with the dried blood on his face. Despite the fear, his ego wouldn't let him back down. Hey, I am Yong-chael, the leader of the Yong-chael gang. You think I'd kneel to a punk like you? He crouched low, brandishing his small blade and screaming. Bring that toy over here and fight me, you bastard, Ryumin smirked internally. Perfect. He is as hot-headed as ever. But the little game ended here. Facing a coward pretending to be a tiger, Ryumin calculated rapidly. If he displayed his true power now and got voted as the representative things in this system, Manhwa would get unnecessarily complicated. A cunning smile played on his lips. He needed to make Yang Cheol the representative to exploit him during the third round. Besides, Ryumin's crimson eyes darted upward. It was time for the angel to descend. Just as the thought crossed his mind, pristine white wings fluttered down from the heavens. Are you all gathered, oh pitiful humans? Every eye locked onto the celestial being. While Yang Chel stood frozen in confusion, Ryumin whispered a warning. You got lucky. The massive scythe vanished into thin air. Next time, check who you're barking at before you bite. Unless you want an early grave. Yang Cheol, covered in filth and blood, stood speechless. He clenched his jaw, his internal monologue racing. Damn it, I nearly had a heart attack. I'll let it slide. Just this once. Just you wait. Once I become the representative, I'll make you pay for this humiliation 100-fold. The angel beamed a radiant fake smile. Have you decided on a representative yet? Her gaze drifted to the corpses littering the ground. Ah, I see. It seems in the last 3 hours you lot did more than just chat. Naturally, I couldn't care less if trash like you dies. With a look of amusement, she raised a slender finger. Shall we begin the voting A system interface materialized before the confused players? The representative election will now officially commence. You each have exactly 1 vote. The player with the most votes wins. Simply look at your choice and think the word vote. Ryumin studied the notification intently. Players who fail to vote within 5 minutes will be eliminated from the round. And by eliminated, I mean erased. The countdown began instantly. Time remaining 4 minutes, 59 seconds. The weaker players all turned their heads in a single direction. Were they looking at their choice? Yang Cheol swelled with pride as fearful eyes locked onto him. Just as I thought, they're all looking at me. He scanned the crowd, but then he noticed something strange. The brute pointed a finger straight at a trembling girl. Hey, you the chubby steamed bun over there, she flinched in panic. Me. A loud commotion broke out. You wanna die, why aren't you looking at me? No, I already voted for you. Ryumin watched the farce, sighing in disappointment. Yang Cheol glared at the crowd, his voice booming with menace. If you don't keep your eyes on me, consider yourselves dead meat. Seconds ticked away, accompanied by his constant barking. Who just turned their head? Finally, the timer hit 0. Time remaining 0 minutes. The angel turned, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Time's up. Lucky for you stupid humans, everyone voted. She clapped her hands to trigger the system. Let's tally the results, shall we? A massive holographic board materialized in the air. Area Representative Election. Voting results. First place, Life is a Documentary with 2,412 votes. Second place, Ryumin with 2,077 votes. Third, Ryumin Dragon in My Right Hand 249 votes. Fourth, Chubby Steamed Bun 6 votes. Fifth, Cute Little Bird 5 votes. Yang Chel stared at the board dumbfounded. I'm number 1, but only 2,400 votes. And Ryumin is in second place. Rage boiled over as he glared at the young men around him, making them scramble away in fear. These bastards. I told them to only vote for me. How dare they cast votes for Ryumin? The angel scanned the results before making her announcement. The results are in. Life is a Documentary is the new area representative. She giggled with delight. I grant you command authority, allowing you to order everyone around. A system notification flashed. You have become the area representative. As the representative, you are granted command authority. Yang Cheol immediately plotted his revenge against Ryumin. With this power, I'll make you regret not killing me when you had the chance, Ryumin. If I order everyone to attack him at once, but he froze as more text appeared. A skill information window popped up. What is this temporary skill command authority? Effects. You can issue orders to players and control them. Players cannot resist your commands under any circumstances. Usage limit 10 times total. 10 out of 10 remaining. You can only command 1 player at a time. This skill does not apply to rank A players. Only 10 uses. His expression shifted from ecstasy to shock in a split second. And it doesn't work on rank A. That means any rank A player can just ignore my orders. The angel's sharp eyes glinted from behind the veil. Now, then, my beloved humans, surely you didn't think the voting ended there, did you? The angel dropped another bombshell on the survivors. Not so fast, she smirked. There is a hidden agenda in this system, Manhwa. A hidden quest. The crowd below erupted into chaos. A hidden mission. What does that mean? A new holographic interface materialized. Shocking on Sang-cheon. Round 2 subquest. Advance your class before the voting ends. Reach grade A. and find a level up item. Succeed, and you'll snag a 50% discount coupon for the shop today. What is this? A level up item. Aaron read the glowing text with trembling eyes. Rank up to grade A. The angel scoffed at their ignorance. This quest window was supposed to trigger at level 10. You lot are just slow. One survivor scratched his head in panic. But how do we level up without any monsters to hunt? That innocent question struck a nerve. Excuse me, the forest is crawling with them. With a snap of her fingers, she rewrote the code of their reality. Don't look so depressed about it. Only 80,000 people across all servers can reach grade A this round. Then she dropped a casual hint that changed everything. By the way, someone in this very zone has already ascended to grade A. The players froze the information, barely processing. Someone already leveled up who the angel snapped her fingers again, bringing up the interface with practiced ease. Let's check the receipts, shall we? The massive leaderboard hologram lit up the sky. Round 2, subquest results, global rankings. Number 1, Ryumin. Class Reaper level 16. Clear time 39 minutes 42 seconds. Number 2, Heavenly Demon Dark Knight level 10. Number 3, Stupid Mage level 10. Zone ESK 45.5 results. First place Reaper level 16. The mystery was solved. The first awakened soul was none other than Ryumin. Every head turned toward the man standing nonchalantly at the back. He's the first one. Here. Gasps of shock surrounded Ryumin like a storm. And he's a Reaper. Fear mingled with awe as the crowd whispered around him, terrified to get too close. A Reaper class? What kind of job is that? Sounds broken, doesn't it? Is that why he lugs that massive scythe everywhere? Huang Yongmin, the zone representative, seethed with jealousy. Damn it, I was about to use my command authority to force Ryumin into submission. Who could have predicted he'd change classes right now? The angel floated down to the leaderboard to continue. In this leveling, Manhwa rankings are determined by the order of quest completion. She studied the data, murmuring to herself. So the awakened one in our zone is the player Ryumin. But here's the kicker. Ryumin, you didn't just top the local charts. You took first place globally. The angel looked at him with genuine admiration. Impressive. Ryumin, your Reaper class is unique. It fits your handle perfectly. Tell me, how did you come up with that name? Her question carried a hidden weight. Did you know you'd unlock the Reaper class beforehand? Ryumin glanced up, his expression unreadable. I didn't know I'd get a class that matched my nickname. The angel cooed eyes, sparkling with discovery. So, becoming a Reaper was just fate. He gave a short answer. That's right. But internally, he smirked. He knew everything. Not even the angels understood the hidden conditions to unlock the Reaper class. They just think it's a special hidden job. The angel giggled, echoing his sentiment. Destiny, huh? How fascinating. Her interest in this awakening manhwa protagonist spiked. Since you've changed classes, do you realize you're the only one immune to the command authority? The crowd went silent, catching every word. Immune to command authority. What does that mean, Lord Angel? She was in a good mood, so she spilled the tea. Since we're on the subject, let me explain the rules. Command authority doesn't work on humans with a class, so your representative can't order Ryumin around. That's the system. She casually exposed the representative's weakness. Plus, he only has 10 charges of that command anyway. Being a leader doesn't make him a god. The players gasped again, the awe palpable. Only 10 times? I had no idea. Yeah, that changes things. Huang Yongmin ground his teeth, helpless rage boiling over. Shit. That blabbermouth angel. You weren't supposed to tell them that. Enough chatter. She returned to her role. Time to reward Ryumin for his record-breaking performance. Snap. The sound of absolute power echoed. Congratulations on achieving first place in the local zone. Congratulations on achieving first place in the global ranking. Ryumin tapped the holographic screen. Reward for local first place. Select low-grade rare armor. Reward for global first place. Select special reward. The familiar icons of this manhwa recap shimmered before his eyes. Please choose one of the following rare armors. The choices appeared. Medieval Warrior's Plate, Professional Hunter's Leather Armor, Mage's Breathable Robe. He tapped the middle option instantly. No hesitation. The first is too heavy. The third offers 0 defense. The second golden chest opened. Please select a special reward. Triple experience buff for round 3. 3,000 gold. Information on round 3. He paused. Round 3 was a monster wave. Naturally, I need the experience boost. He locked in his choice based on future knowledge. A golden aura enveloped Ryumin. All rewards distributed. An Sang-cheon and Aaron watched the angel with trepidation. You may all return now. Round 3 awaits. Yongmin, face battered and bruised, was forcibly teleported. It's going to be very interesting. The angel couldn't hide her sadistic smile, announcing Round 2 results. Global survivors, 873,500,205. Zone SX, 45.5 survivors, 4,988. Transferring souls to original dimension. Date May 1st, 2023. See you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Yongmin shot up in bed, terror etched on his face. He frantically wiggled his fingers. He checked his body, sighing in relief. I'm whole, just as I calculated. As long as I survive the dungeon, my physical form returns unscathed in this twisted awakening manhwa reality. But terror washed over Yongmin's face as the realization hit him. He swore an oath to his very soul. Never again. I will never cross paths with Ryumin again. Damn it. That heartless monster is on a whole different level. Meanwhile, An Sang-cheon tried to soothe Arin's frayed nerves. You went through hell today, but she collapsed onto the sofa, guilt weighing her down. I was useless. You were the one who tanked everything. With innocent eyes, she whispered, thank you for protecting me. He adjusted his tie, hiding his flustered expression. I am your manager and your shield. It is simply my duty. Then her thoughts turned to their savior. I need to properly thank Ryumin. Is there any way to reach him? An Sang-chun shook his head solemnly. We don't know his true face. It is impossible to track him down. It seems Ryumin wishes to remain a ghost. She looked confused. He doesn't want recognition, her manager clarified. Remember when I asked for his bank details to send compensation? An Sang-cheon recalled the cold refusal. The way he shut me down instantly. Ryumin knows that a paper trail leads to a real identity. Erin bowed her head, defeated. Not wanting to see her spirit broken, he offered a lifeline. If you truly wish to repay the debt, why not find him in the next round and gift him a high-tier item? Erin's eyes lit up. That's brilliant. I will prepare a reward worthy of his strength. Darkness had already swallowed the city. Rest now, my lady. We will convene at dawn. Yes. Good night. As An Sang-cheon descended in the elevator, a vibration in his pocket shattered the silence. He answered, with trembling respect, Chairman Ma. A voice as cold as ice echoed from the other side. Chief An Sang-cheon. You are still awake, sir, the chairman chuckled darkly. Just enjoying a glass of whiskey after my return. The elevator counter ticked down as the tension rose. I have reviewed the final rankings. Congratulations, Chairman. Awakening the Dark Knight class is a legendary feat. The chairman brushed off the praise. It is nothing, but tell me what happened to your team. An Sang-cheon's voice wavered. Erin and I. We stalled at level 8. We took heavy damage and were forced to abandon the hunt. Injured. The chairman's tone sharpened. An Sang-cheon stepped into the parking garage, scanning for his vehicle. Actually, sir, that is precisely what I need to discuss. Can you speak freely? Silence hung heavy on the line as An Sang-cheon dropped the bomb. It involves the player known as Ryumin. The chairman gazed over the city skyline, eyes narrowing. Come to the hotel suite. I want a full report in person. Understood. I will be there in 20 minutes. He slipped into his car, oblivious to the predator lurking in the shadows. A hooded figure watched the taillights fade into the night. Ryumin watched with calculating eyes. Just as I predicted. Is he running straight to Ma Kyung-rok? Rewind 10 minutes. While his brother slept peacefully, Ryumin activated his interface. System initiate tracking sequence. Target name required. He projected the name mentally. An Sang-cheon. The system chimed instantly. Target identified. Facial match confirmed. Triangulating coordinates. Target located An Sang-cheon. Distance 9 meters. He's practically on top of me. Is he still in the penthouse upstairs? Suddenly, the distance counter began to tick upward rapidly. He's moving. As the numbers climbed toward 100, Ryumin's suspicion deepened. Moving that fast. He must be in the elevator. Where is he going? At this ungodly hour. A realization struck like lightning. He's meeting Ma Kyung-rok. Ryumin grabbed his jacket, eyes cold. I need to confirm this. Back in the present, Ryumin stood silently in the garage. Good thing I didn't wait. Above, dark clouds strangled the moonlight, plunging the world into shadow. High above, a powerful figure surveyed his kingdom. A perfect night for hunting rats. He turned his aura, suppressing his rage. But first, I must hear the report. Ma Kyung-rok sank into his throne-like chair, his mind fixated on one name. Ryumin, the player who has shaken the entire system. First place in both the tutorial and the second round. His finger tapped a rhythmic beat on the armrest. A double champion. This gives me a very bad feeling. The tapping stopped abruptly. A dark possibility formed in his mind. Did this unknown variable interfere with my subordinates? He raised a hand that had crushed countless skulls. If so, I cannot sit idly by. Touching my right-hand man is a declaration of war against me personally. Ma Kyung-rok's expression twisted into a demon's mask. I will crush anyone who blocks my path. I don't care if he is rank 1 or a god. A knock broke the heavy silence. A familiar servile voice drifted through the mahogany door. Chairman, may I enter? It is An Sang-kyeon, sir. Enter. Ma Kyung-rok rose to welcome his loyal dog. Chief An, it is good to see you in one piece. And you, Chairman. An Sang-kyeon bowed deeply, sweating. My survival is all thanks to your grace. They played the game of mutual respect. I did nothing. We were in different zones. Still, An Sang-kyeon bent his waist lower, displaying absolute submission. Your mere existence gave me the strength to fight, sir, Ma Kyung-rok smirked, waving his hand. You always were a master of flattery. Sit, Chief An. An Sang-kyeon looked up with a practiced smile. It is no flattery, simply the truth. And, although it is late, congratulations on surviving the death game. They took their seats. Ma Kyung-rok scoffed. Survival, please. The second round was child's play, like stealing candy from a baby. I must also congratulate you on your level increase. The chairman took a sip of his amber liquid. Nonsense. It was pure luck. They say luck is a skill. And in this brutal leveling manhwa reality, ranking second or third is a feat of legends. The chairman watched him with predatory amusement. It is the greatest honor of my life to serve a king such as yourself, Chairman. Ma Kyung-rok set his glass down with a sharp clink. The air turned heavy. You are praising me to the heavens, which means you want something from me. Speak. Kyung raised his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Speak. I can tell you're dying to ask me something. An Sang-kyeon hesitated before cutting to the chase. Sir, could you tell me where you found that level-up item? The chairman leaned back, feigning indifference. Oh, that. It just dropped while I was hunting beasts. A casual lie to cover the dark secret he was hiding. In reality, he owed it all to the randomized Dark Knight rune he obtained. Flashback to the tutorial world. The angel's voice boomed. One final reward. Speak inventory to claim your gift. Ji-young mentally commanded inventory. Instantly, a glowing system interface materialized before his eyes. Dark Knight rune. Effect increases all stats and shrouds your weapon in a destructive dark aura. This aura inflicts continuous damage on enemies. Furthermore, upon reaching level 10, you automatically awaken the hidden class Dark Knight. Power surged through him as he grasped the rune. A Dark Knight at level 10. His eyes gleamed with ambition. Gi-young kept this knowledge locked away. He had hit the jackpot in the first round, an item so broken it felt like a cheat code in this leveling manhwa. Back in reality, his gaze remained cold and calculating. Even with a subordinate he trusted like family, total transparency was a weakness he couldn't afford. Betrayal takes only a split second. That is human nature. He shifted the interrogation to the main topic. Chief An, let's focus. Who injured you? Gi-young's voice dropped deadly serious as he named his prime suspect. Was it Ryumin? An Sang-kyeon waved his hands frantically. What? No, absolutely not. In fact, he's the one who saved me. Chi-young froze the answer, defying his expectations. Saved you? Explain. As An Sang-kyeon recounted the events, the pieces fell into place. So those thugs were targeting the actress Erin, and you got caught in the crossfire. Exactly, An Sang-kyeon replied, his voice trembling slightly. If Ryumin hadn't appeared, both of us would be corpses right now. Even if Erin survived, the psychological trauma would have shattered her mind. Her career, her life, would have been over. Gi-young fell into deep thought. He hadn't just almost lost a valuable subordinate. He nearly lost a massive business asset. He swirled the remaining wine in his glass, watching the crimson liquid dance. And the thugs, he asked coldly. Are they dead? His subordinate reported the strange truth. Ryumin made them wish they were dead, but he let them live. This baffled Ji-young. Mercy wasn't in the playbook. Why? An Sang-kyeon explained. He said, killing them offered no benefit. If the total player count drops, the number of survivors allowed in the next round decreases too. Ji-young mulled over Ryumin's pragmatic logic. His logic is sound, but leaving trash alive usually comes back to bite you. Still, Ji-young wasn't entirely heartless. Ryumin had protected his property. I owe him one, Ji-young decided. I should compensate him properly. I tried Sir On, Song Kyun admitted, but he said it wasn't necessary and vanished. Young's sharp mind immediately analyzed the refusal. Refusing a reward, he's terrified of exposing his identity. Smart man. The chairman stood up the meeting, concluding, "If you see him in the next round, convey my gratitude. I genuinely thank him for saving you too." An Song Cheon bowed deeply. "I will make sure he knows, Chairman." Young added a final instruction, "And keep tabs on him. See if there's anything we can do to assist. You know I hate being in debt to anyone." His loyal, right-hand man nodded. "Understood. I will follow your will." But Jiyoung wasn't finished. One last thing. His eyes narrowed dangerously. What were the nicknames of those thugs? Meanwhile, Ryumin stood in the shadows of a withered tree, gazing up at the lit penthouse. He had been watching for a long time. What a loyal dog, Ryumin mused. Reporting to his master, the second he returned to reality, despite the late hour, he turned to leave. Time to go. I've confirmed where An Sung Chon lives. Staying longer is just asking for trouble. Ryumin hailed a taxi. To think a celebrity sponsored by Jiyoung lived in his own apartment complex. I should thank my little brother. Memories of their move-in day flooded back. If we hadn't handed out rice cakes to the neighbors, I never would have met Arin or discovered her connection to An Song Chon. In the taxi, he plotted his next move. Using the neighbor excuse will be the perfect lever to pry open Jiyoung's trust. The question is, should I carry Jiyoung through the second round? Ryumin knew the chairman's capabilities well. That Dark Knight rune is a glitched item. Absolute power. But it comes with a curse. He loses the level up reward rune and is forced into the Dark Knight class. The fatal flaw, however, is the cost. To fuel that magic, a parasitic serpent drains the user's very life force. The dark aura requires dark mana, a corrupted energy that cannot be regenerated through normal means. A vision of the Dark Knight, rising from a mountain of corpses, flashed in his mind. In a way, it's the perfect class for a twisted psychopath like Jiyoung. Ryumin smirked, a cold glint in his eyes. Teaming up with a lunatic is risky. He leaned back against the seat. For now, I'll keep him as a candidate. A pawn to be used and discarded. His mind drifted to another potential ally. That woman. She's talented too. There are plenty of big fish in the sea. The taxi faded into the silent streets, carrying his schemes with it. As soon as the sun rises, the real work begins. The next morning brought the harsh light of reality. Inside a convenience store, a man clutched his head at the counter. What am I going to do? At this rate, profits will be cut in half. The bell chimed, interrupting his despair. Minju-ri stepped in with a radiant smile. Dad. He looked up, masking his worry. Oh, Minju-ri. She noticed immediately. Hello, father. Why the heavy sighs defeated, he began to pour out his troubles. The lottery sales had been completely shut down. Minju-ri blinked in surprise. Why so sudden? Her father sighed, explaining the grim situation. The government spun some convenient lie, but word on the street was that the players were behind it. Hearing this, she recalled the forums. No one knew what chaotic skills these awakened beings might unleash. It was all over the news. A single man won the jackpot 4 times in a row, pocketing over $60 million. His secret, I saw it in a dream. It felt like a plot twist straight out of a Manhwa recap. Her father's shoulders slumped in defeat. Rent, labor costs. It's all piling up. What am I going to do? Min-ju-ri, ever. The dutiful daughter beamed at him to lift his spirits. Don't worry, Dad. I'm graduating soon. I'll be able to help out for real. She paused, a thought crossing her mind. Wait, maybe I should get a part-time job now to help with the bills. Her father immediately waved it off. Minju-ri, let me worry about the money. You just focus on your studies. He looked at her with soft eyes, recalling her old ambition. Your grades are perfect. Don't you still want to be a doctor? That's always been your dream. Dad, I gave that up ages ago. Minju-ri replied, her voice eerily calm. In a world like this, degrees don't mean anything anymore. Her father flinched, his face darkening at the harsh truth. You're right. Money is meaningless if you die in the next round. He buried his face in his hands, voice trembling. I can't stop thinking about the worst-case scenarios. I'm sorry, Minju-ri. Seeing his despair, she reached out, interlacing her pale fingers with his rough, calloused hands. Dad, why are you apologizing? None of this is your fault. But he still couldn't look her in the eye. But Minju-ri's optimism was bulletproof. I'll be fine. I promise I survived the second round and even unlocked a hidden class. A class. Her father looked confused. To prove it, soft light began to glow from her palms. Just wait a second. Warm energy wrapped around him, leaving him stunned. What was that? He gasped. Minju-ri smiled brightly. It's a skill called blessing. It comes with my support class. It boosts all stats slightly. They say it acts like a vitality potion for normal people. It was the kind of miracle you'd only see in an awakening manhwa. That's amazing. I feel 10 years younger. Her father's gloomy expression vanished instantly. Min-ju-ri giggled. I'll make sure to buff you up every day then. So please cheer up, okay? Seeing his daughter's smile, he finally managed to smile back. Okay, I will. The chime of the door broke the moment. Welcome, he called out instinctively. Ryumin walked in dressed casually. Min-ju-ri whispered urgently. Dad, you know who that is, right? Her father stammered, eyes going wide. That's the winner. Ryumin stepped inside while they were still whispering. The man who guessed the exact same number on 100 tickets. Ryumin approached the counter and bowed politely. Hello, sir. Do you remember me? I bought 100,000 won worth of tickets. I remember, the owner replied warily. But why are you here? Suddenly, the young man bowed 90 degrees. First, I want to apologize. The owner jumped back in shock. Apologize for what? Ryumin's voice was calm and steady. I saw the news. Because I swept the first prize, they forced you to stop selling tickets. Min-ju-ri watched from the side, a nervous bead of sweat trickling down her temple. He was actually taking the blame. I'm sorry for the damage I caused your store. The owner waved his hands frantically. No, it's not your fault. Losing the lotto sales won't make us starve. But Ryumin didn't relax his posture. Still, I feel responsible for affecting your livelihood. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a thick white envelope. Please accept this as compensation. It's not much, but... The owner stared. What is this? Ryumin dropped the bomb casually. It's 10 million won. The owner panicked, completely flustered. I can't take this. Please take it back. Ryumin was firm. Please take it. I caused trouble. I pay for it. Before they could argue, he turned and walked out. I'll be going now. Hey, wait. The father held the envelope like it was a hot coal. How can I accept this much money? Min-ju-ri stepped up. Dad? She grabbed her bag and snatched the money. I'll run after him and give it back. Her father nodded vigorously. Yes, go. Min-ju-ri sprinted down the sidewalk. In seconds, she caught up to Ryumin's retreating figure. Hey, wait a second. He turned his face a mask of indifference. Her face was flushed pink from the sprint. Ryumin? Right. He tilted his head with a confused look. And you are? She flashed a bright smile. You don't know me. I'm Min-ju-ri. We're in the same class. Ryumin pretended to search his memory. Same class. Her smile faltered. Don't tell me you had no idea. Ryumin smiled, politely lying through his teeth. Sorry. I'm not great with faces. Of course, that was a lie. He knew exactly who she was. Min-ju-ri, daughter of the convenience store owner. And more importantly, the holder of a rare support class, a buffer capable of supercharging her teammates. In his past life, Ryumin had saved her from a monster with a single swing of his scythe. She had thanked him profusely then. That's when he learned they were classmates. It was a stroke of fate. This accidental meeting was a calculated move to recruit Min-ju-ri to his side. Back in reality, Min-ju-ri made a suggestion. Can we talk for a sec? Ryumin nodded. Sure. Moments later, they were sitting on a park bench. Min-ju-ri thrust the envelope toward him. Here. Take it back. Ryumin feigned surprise. Isn't that the money I just gave you? Her voice was firm. We can't accept a sum like this. Please take it. Ryumin didn't push it immediately. 10 million was a heavy burden to accept. He knew she wouldn't take it easily. She was the type who would starve rather than be in debt. Come on, take it. My arm's getting tired, she joked, waiting for him to grab it. But Ryumin was even more stubborn. No, like I said, that money is the price of my guilt. I need you to keep it so my conscience can be clear. She tried to argue, but he cut her off, his voice leaving no room for debate. Big or small, I need you to take it. If you don't, I'll be the one losing sleep over it. Min-ju-ri tried to be honest with her friend, her voice trembling. Even so, this amount is just too much. It feels heavy in my hands. In his heart, he silently replied, that is exactly why I gave it to you. He leaned in close, his voice a whisper against her ear. Tell the owner for me. It's pocket change. Just take it and don't worry. The cash felt like burning coals in Min-ju-ri's grip. Are you always this stubborn? He stood up abruptly, cutting the tension. We're done talking here, right? I'm taking off. The girl panicked, shouting, wait, just wait. She ripped open the envelope. 10 million is insane. I'm only taking 1 million. Is that enough for you? Ryumin smirked, challenging her. Do you make the rules? Go ask the store owner yourself. Min-ju-ri looked up at him timid as a mouse. But my dad definitely won't be comfortable with this money. A light bulb suddenly went off in his head. Wait, the convenience store owner, Is your father? She nodded slowly. Ryumin let out an exaggerated gasp. I go there all the time, small world. Min Ju-ri awkwardly played along. Yeah. It's interesting that the lottery winner is actually my classmate. A shadow of melancholy crossed his eyes. Classmate. She pressed him on the question from earlier. Did you really not know we were in the same class? I knew you the second you walked into the convenience store. Yet Ryumin stuck to his script. Sorry. I'm really terrible with faces. He flashed a charming smile. Besides, this is the first time we've actually spoken like this, isn't it? The girl hesitated facing him. Yes. Her shoulders slumped in total defeat, eyes fixed on the floor. So this is the first time you've heard my name. He feigned innocence with perfect acting skills. Sorry about that. Seeing the flustered expression of the maiden before him, a pang of guilt hit him. I feel bad for pretending not to know her. But with zero malice, he gazed at her with affectionate warmth. I have to play hard to get, so she takes the bait. Her foot nervously scuffed circles against the floor tiles, in pure embarrassment. Like I said earlier, my name is Min Ju-ri. I'm your classmate. She pointed at herself, standing tall with renewed determination. And this is my face. Memorize it. The person in front of him was beet red, so he decided to spare her any more teasing. I'll remember it from now on. Reality suddenly slapped the girl in the face. The awkwardness returned tenfold. What the hell am I doing? Introducing myself like this, right before graduation. Ryumin dropped a subtle hint, casting a line. At least I know now. Just because we graduate doesn't mean we have to stop contacting each other, right? He seized the opportunity to make his move. By the way, give me your number. She blinked, her brain short-circuiting at the request. My number. He already had his phone ready in his hand. What is asking a classmate for their number weird? She hurriedly reached out. Give me that. Eyes averted in shyness, she tapped the digits into the device. Once done, she shoved it back to him. Here. Ryumin stared at the screen, acting impressed. Meeting like this. It must be fate. Let's keep in touch from now on. Min Ju-ri, overwhelmed by his offensive, could only nod along. Okay. He cut the scene short, taking the initiative to leave. I'm off then. I've got urgent business to attend to. Only then did she realize what she had forgotten. But Ryumin was already waving goodbye, disappearing into the distance. Wait, the envelope. She was left alone, stranded in her own chaotic thoughts. I still haven't returned the money. Min Ju-ri clutched her chest, sprinting in the opposite direction. And suddenly asking for my phone number. That was so weird. Oh God, my heart is pounding like crazy. A ray of warm sunlight bathed her, illuminating the truth of her emotions. I know he only sees me as a friend, but I think I like Ryumin. Things weren't always this rosy. Their story began in the shadows. It started when she witnessed Ryu being mercilessly stomped by bullies behind the school. You bastard, I told you to bring the cash. You think we're joking? No. Min Ju-ri whispered into her phone, calling for help. Police, please. She hid behind a utility pole, watching the lonely silhouette of the young man. Is it pity, or do I feel responsible because I'm the one who called the cops? I followed him, just to make sure he got home safe. That's when she witnessed him working inside the convenience store, watching Ryumin work his shift, as if nothing had happened, separated only by a pane of glass. I realized then, he is far stronger than he looks. Even during classroom cleaning duty, Min Ju-ri's eyes would drift toward him. From that moment on, I became interested. She would steal glances while Ryumin slept on his desk, but I didn't have the courage to speak to him. Even when he went to meet his younger brother, she only dared to lurk in the background. After that, my feelings for him grew like wildfire. It got to the point where she couldn't even approach him. Who would have thought we'd meet here of all places? Min Ju-ri stood frozen, closing her eyes in silent gratitude. I'm brave now. This is a golden opportunity from the heavens. The wind played with the short hair of a girl who had just learned to love. I can't pretend we're strangers after taking 10 million won. A happy smile bloomed on her face. Should I ask him out for lunch? Meanwhile, Ryumin was relaxing on his bed, scrolling through his phone. A notification popped up on the screen. Have you eaten yet? I have something to tell you. Can we meet in the neighborhood? My treat. Seeing the message, he typed back instantly. Sure, but I'm paying. The person on the other side seemed stubborn, insisting on footing the bill. Let me pay. He saw the cute sticker she sent and chuckled, typing, I have plenty of money. She was incredibly persistent about paying for their meal. I guess she refuses to just be a freeloader. What do you like to eat? Ryumin analyzed the chat history, thinking strategically. As expected, she feels indebted. This fits perfectly into a leveling Manhwa scenario. That's a good sign. He felt comfortable enough to let a genuine smile slip out. If we get close naturally, recruiting her as an ally for the system will be a breeze. He hopped off the bed, plotting his next move. I'll guide Minju-ri personally. I'm going to drag her all the way to round 20 of this awakening manhwa game. Ryu was sitting on the sofa when he noticed his brother looking surprisingly sharp. Curious, he asked, "Where are you going?" Ryumin replied calmly, "Meeting a friend." Ryu hesitated before teasing, "A friend, not a girlfriend." Hearing his little brother's question, he laughed. "What, am I not allowed to meet girls now?" Heading for the door, he left a final instruction. "I'm eating out. Don't you dare skip your meal." "Got it?" W replied cooperatively. "Yes." With his brother gone, Min sat frozen on the sofa, lost in thought. Then, a sudden realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. "No way," he muttered, doubting the very fabric of reality. Is he actually going on a date? The scene shifts to a high-end steakhouse. A voice broke the silence, probing gently. "Do you like steak?" Minju-ri, caught off guard by the sudden question, blushed furiously and covered her mouth. "What? What?" Seeing her flustered state, he calmly repeated the question. "I asked, do you like steak?" Stammering through her shyness, she replied, "Ah, yes, it's my favorite." Min dug in with nonchalant elegance, as if nothing had happened. "Then, eat up." Minju-ri gazed at him, thinking, I never imagined I'd be dining alone with Ryumin. What a lucky day in this manhwa recap. They ate in silence, the atmosphere heavy and awkward, despite the melodic background music and the murmur of other guests. Minju-ri finally realized the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. "It's too quiet, I have to say something. Come on, be brave." After scrambling for a topic, she hurriedly asked him, "How on earth did you win the lottery continuously?" 4 times in a row, Min continued eating with gusto, completely ignoring the awkward vibe. Hearing her question, he finally looked up. Without missing a beat, he spun a ridiculous lie without a hint of shame. "Oh, that. My ancestors visited me in a dream. Guess I'm just lucky." In Minju-ri's imagination, a sparkling ancestor appeared whispering, "Remember these numbers." She gasped, buying into his story completely. "In a dream. So how much did you make from that divine intervention?" Min's expression didn't shift an inch as he replied naturally, "It looks like I won't have to worry about money for the rest of my life, though keeping my life in this leveling manhwa world is another matter." Then Minju-ri remembered a burning question she had held back. "That reminds me, I'm curious. How was your first trial? Killing goblins must have been a nightmare, right?" Min didn't deny the struggle. "Yeah, it took quite a bit of time." She pressed for more intel. "Which zone were you in?" Min answered honestly, showing no signs of annoyance. "I don't recall exactly, but the sector number ended in 5. Minju-ri smiled wryly, a hint of regret in her voice. "Mine ended in 7. What a shame we missed each other." Min offered a gentle smile at her words, keeping the dark truth of the system to himself. "Don't be disappointed. We'll meet eventually." The zones are scheduled to merge once the survivor count plummets. They continued trading social pleasantries to gauge each other's strength. "What level are you? 10. I'm level 10 as well. Have you chosen a class?" "Not yet." "You." After breaking the ice, Minju-ri relaxed and beamed with excitement. "Luckily, I obtained a class change item. It's called a buffer." Min repeated the word, his interest piqued. "A buffer." He analyzed her new title with a satisfied grin. "Does that mean you can grant stat buffs to party members? Like in a game?" Internally, he cheered. Jackpot. She awakened as a support class, eager to prove her worth. Minju-ri raised her hand, channeling her mana. "Want to see a demonstration? There's an effect called Blessing that boosts all attributes." Min leaned in, genuinely intrigued. "Really? Show me." Immediately, she cast the spell, and a radiant, intricate sigil glowed on his forehead. System manhwa notifications flashed before his eyes. Blessing has increased all stats by 50%. Blessing. Duration. 2 minutes, 59 seconds. Seeing his stats skyrocket, Min couldn't hide his internal delight. As expected of a rare hidden class, the effects are magnificent. He praised her skill aloud. "That's seriously impressive." His mind raced with calculations. The effect will double if she reaches max level boosting stats by 100%. But that's only at the level cap. He looked at her with satisfaction. Thank God she buffed me. Watching her friendly smile, he thought, this was my main objective from the very beginning. Min's thoughts drifted to the special reward item he had received earlier. The reward I got from the side quest in this awakening manhwa scenario was a random gold pouch. He recalled the item's mechanics. Literally, it gives a random amount of gold, but the quantity is influenced by the luck stat. The higher my luck, the bigger the payout. Snapping out of his thoughts, he flashed a grateful smile. Great effect. Thanks, Minjuri. She waved it off, happy to be of use. If you ever need a blessing, just ask. It doesn't cost me any stamina. Min didn't hesitate to accept the offer. Understood. He then addressed the elephant in the room. Didn't you say you had something to tell me? Minjuri suddenly remembered her original purpose, looking flustered. Ah, right, I meant to say this earlier. Her expression softened into genuine gratitude. Thank you so much for the 10 million won. My father wanted me to thank you as well. Fearing a misunderstanding, she quickly added, and I'll do my best to pay you back, no matter what happens. Min felt awkward, unsure how to handle her earnestness. Is that all you wanted to say? I told you not to worry about it. Minjuri wasn't discouraged by his refusal. She smiled playfully. If you don't need money, maybe you'd want something else. I knew you'd say that. She pulled out a mysterious object. Here, take this. Min looked at the item in her hand. What is it? She held out a strange glowing purple crystal. I got it while hunting. If you won't take the cash, at least let me give you this. Her face was filled with sincerity. This is my way of saying thanks, so please don't refuse. After finishing their meal, they parted ways. That was a great meal. See you later. Min waved, adding a warning. Be careful in the next scenario. I will. Minjuri grinned brightly. Stay alive so we can meet again. After bidding farewell, Min walked slowly down the brick path alone. He opened his inventory interface. He began to appraise the item Minjuri had forced on him. Low-grade purple magic crystal. Type asset. Description. Behold, a magnificent violet crystal pulsating with refined mana. In simple terms, it was a socket gem destined to amplify his gear to god-tier levels. Scanning the item description, he couldn't help but marvel at the twisted irony of fate. To think he snatched this legendary treasure from her of all people. He pulled the magic crystal from his inventory eyes, narrowing in analysis. The brief description barely scratched the surface of its true potential. Holding the gem against the light, a knowing smirk played on his lips. Only when he hit level 20 would the world understand how broken this item truly was. Level 20 was the key to unlocking the fusion system. It functioned like weapon forging, but on a transcendent plane of power. This feature allowed the fusion of a weapon with a magic crystal. It wasn't just an attachment, it was a pathway to infinite upgrades and customization. He recalled the lore of the magic crystals. 7 colors representing the spectrum of power: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Each hue granted a specific dominance. Red fueled damage, orange boosted raw strength, and yellow was the blessing of luck. These gems were coveted for their superior passive skills. Green for agility, blue for intelligence, indigo for damage reduction. But the violet crystal in his hand, that was the apex. Among all the gems in this leveling manhwa, the violet magic crystal reigned supreme as the rarest of them all. With an abysmal drop rate, it possessed the ultimate ability to enhance every single stat. Obtaining this endgame item so early was nothing short of a miracle. Fortune is definitely smiling on me today. He realized his luck stat wasn't just a number in the system. His actual destiny was shifting. Making a strategic decision, he secured the precious gem back into his inventory. He would unleash its power the moment he crossed the level 20 threshold. Now, it was time to maximize efficiency. With the blessing buff active for 30 minutes and 58 seconds, he needed to pop the gold sack immediately. Suddenly, a light bulb went off. He rummaged through his pockets, realizing he needed to prep his stats with the butcher's rune first. He retrieved a small white pouch, filled with wriggling mealworms. Exactly 100 of them. He stared at the bag calmly. The butcher's rune increased his stats by 1% for every life he extinguished. And technically, insects counted as valid targets. He dumped the contents onto the floor. In the other dimension, he had to hunt monsters, but here on Earth, he could cheese the system. With a cold, calculated expression, he raised his foot. Sorry, little guys. He brought his heel down, crushing them instantly. The system window flashed. Kill count 45 out of 100. All stats increased by 45%. He continued his ruthless stomp, watching the numbers climb. Kill count 67. Stats increased by 67%. He didn't stop until the massacre was complete and the counter hit the maximum limit. Kill count 100. All stats increased by 100%. Effect maxed out. He summoned his status window. Name Ryumin. Alias Ryumin. Rank Apprentice level 16. Class Reaper. Titles: The Hidden Last Walker. The First Godslayer. Strength +9. Intelligence +9. Agility +63. Luck +45. He analyzed the surge in power. His base luck of 15 had skyrocketed to 45. With stats this high, he was ready to gamble. He accessed his inventory and pulled out the reward, the random gold sack. A rare consumable item granting anywhere from 1 to 9,999 gold. Restriction must be consumed before the next scenario begins. Minimum rank rookie. A limited edition gift for the first player to complete their class ascension. Since it scaled with the luck stat now, was the perfect moment. His luck was buffed to its absolute peak. Let's see what destiny has in store. Without hesitation, he activated the item. The gold sack floated into the air, glowing with anticipation. He watched intently. Even with high stats, RNG could be a cruel mistress, but he was hoping for a jackpot. He had crunched the numbers. Based on his historical luck data, a realistic payout would be between 3,000 and 6,000 gold. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The system interface flashed a golden notification that defied his calculations. You have obtained 9,999 gold. Ryumin stared at the screen. Wait, did I just hit the cap? He clenched his fist in victory. He actually pulled the maximum amount possible. That buff was worth every second of preparation. Total gold 16,249. This was it. He finally had enough capital to purchase that epic grade item. The window vanished. He had to wait 2 weeks for the shop rotation, so he would hoard this wealth until then. Morning sunlight bathed their humble apartment. Ryumin stepped inside, tossing his coat aside. I'm back. His brother Ryu Wan was glued to his phone, beaming with an unusually bright smile. The kid was grinning like a puppy, half hiding his face. So Huang, how was the date? Ryumin paused, confused. Date. Ryu Wan's face fell slightly. Wait, didn't you go out with your girlfriend? Ryumin sank into the couch, dodging the accusation. Quit talking nonsense. Did you eat? Ryu Wan scooted closer, his happiness returning. I ordered jjajangmyeon. Ryumin looked at him with a mix of pity and affection. You should have ordered something expensive. Ryu Wan pouted. What's wrong with black bean noodles? You know, it's my favorite. His brother's words triggered a wave of nostalgia. Just last month, they were scraping by, struggling to survive in this harsh world. But things had changed. His Bitcoin investment had swelled to $150 million. If his regression knowledge held true, the crash would happen in 2 weeks. He needed to cash out before the bubble burst. Suddenly, he noticed Ryu Wan staring at the TV with sparkling eyes. A luxury car commercial was playing. Ryumin smirked, formulating his next move in this awakening manhwa. First things first, I need to get my driver's license. The tension in the exam hall was palpable, yet Ryumin felt nothing but boredom during his theory test. He sighed, the weight of repetition pressing on him as he wondered just how many times had he endured this cycle. Deciding to end the farce, he breezed through the questions and grabbed his coat to leave. The sudden movement caught the proctor off guard, leaving him completely bewildered. Ryumin's retreating figure radiated an arrogance that baffled the supervisor. What on earth was going on with that guy? But when the proctor glanced at the monitor, his jaw dropped. 95 points. He had crushed the commercial license theory exam in record time, leaving the old man with 1,000 unanswered questions. How could anyone score that high in mere minutes? Yet, Ryumin walked away with the calm certainty of a regressor. It took him only 4 days to conquer the license exactly as planned. He flashed the shiny new card to his brother Ryu Wan with a smirk. To him, this piece of plastic was nothing. He possessed more driving experience than any living soul on Earth. Suddenly, a wave of existential dread hit him. He paused, trying to calculate the true timeline. After countless regressions, how old was his soul really? He pushed the dark thoughts aside and focused on his reward, a supercar. He zeroed in on a Lamborghini Aventador, the blood-red beast he had chosen in previous timelines. Ryumin cut to the chase. How long for a direct import? The dealer's eyes lit up, sensing a wail. If you order today, it will be in your driveway within a month. Without hesitating, Ryumin tapped his iPad. Perfect. I'm signing the contract right now. The dealer practically glowed with joy as Ryumin closed the deal. Excellent choice, sir. You have impeccable taste. The man was so overwhelmed by the quick commission he could barely speak. 2 weeks flew by. Under a clear blue sky, Ryumin checked his phone with a predatory grin. It was time to say goodbye to his massive hoard of Bitcoin. Ryu Wan noticed his brother's calculated expression, a look that usually meant trouble or fortune. Why the dangerous smile? Did something good happen? Ryumin leaned back, casual as a king. Little brother, I just liquidated all our Bitcoin. Ryu Wan froze his eyes, widening in shock. Wait, seriously? How high did it go? Ryumin's voice was deadpan. $300 million. The number hit Ryu Wan like a physical blow. 300 million. Ryu Wan paced the room, his mind reeling. Our entire lottery win was only $60 million. How did it skyrocket to 300 million? While his brother panicked, Ryumin remained the picture of tranquility. Ryu Wan looked at him with awe, recalling their conversation from just a month ago. I tried to stop you from investing, yet here you are sitting on a mountain of cash. Ryumin chuckled, feigning ignorance. I had no idea it would pump that hard. Internally, Ryumin noted the change. In the last timeline, it peaked at 280 million. Ryu Wan finally caught his breath. So, you're cashing out for good? Absolutely, Ryumin replied, eyes glued to the screen. Ryu Wan sipped his water, relieved. Thank God. But the relief was short-lived. Now it's time to dominate the stock market. Ryu Wan sprayed coffee across the room. Brother, you don't know a damn thing about stocks. What are you planning now? Ryumin's eyes twinkled with hidden knowledge. Relax, little brother. I've got this. Ryumin dropped his ultimate excuse. With a straight face. I saw it in a dream. Ryu Wan stared at him, half skeptical, half hopeful. That future-predicting dream again. Exactly. The dream told me if I buy now, the returns will be legendary. Ryumin's confidence was unshakable. Defeated, Ryu Wan sighed. Fine, do whatever you want. Ryumin watched him, thinking I can't blame him for worrying, but in this manhwa recap, I am the one who holds the script of the future. Decision made. Ryumin turned to his screen, his gaze locking onto the target company that would change everything. A list of stocks flashed before him, but he only cared about one: Ma Consulting. Currently valued at $900 million, it was a sleeper giant owned by the infamous Lok. It was obscure now, but Ryumin knew the truth. After the fourth round, they would unveil a revolutionary system, and their value would explode into the stratosphere. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. Knowing a company is destined for greatness and not investing, that would be a sin against his foreknowledge. If I secure enough shares to seize operational rights, I can control the company from the shadows as the majority shareholder. The profits will be astronomical. Fingers flying, Ryumin executed the plan. I'll drop $280 million for a 31% stake. Suddenly, a murmuring sound broke his concentration. Please God. It was Ryu Wan, hands clasped in fervent prayer. Let his dream come true just one more time. It is done. Ryumin watched the confirmation screen flash. Transaction number 584,241. Purchase successful. He wasted no time celebrating. His eyes narrowed. Now, I need to gear up. Darkness swallowed the city, leaving only their apartment glowing in the night. At midnight, the air shimmered as the system store interface materialized before Ryumin's eyes. Lying on his bed, Ryumin stared at the holographic screen. I hoarded every ounce of gold for this exact moment. He navigated to the equipment tab, marveling at the system's utility. As long as you have gold, power is just a click away. In this system, manhwa, wealth, equals strength. The screen displayed his selection. They were currently common rank, but Ryumin knew the shop's secrets. Rare and epic items were just waiting to be claimed. A notification flashed. Today's item. This was the gamble, a feature that cycled random artifacts every 24 hours. For a normal player, getting a desired item here was like winning the lottery twice. The randomness was cruel. Mystery cards floated on the screen, mocking potential buyers. But Ryumin wasn't a normal player. He had the timeline memorized down to the second. He tapped the icon without hesitation. Today is the day the epic artifact I need appears. The interface shifted, revealing the prize. Dry bone necklace. Rank epic. Effects. +3, intelligence. Passive increases attack speed by 1% per kill, capping at a devastated 25% until the round ends. Restriction, apprentice or higher. Price 4,600 gold. With 23 hours left on the clock, Ryumin smashed the buy button. Triumph washed over him. Finally, the dry bone necklace is mine. He smirked, admiring the stats. For an item that turned slaughter into speed, the price was an absolute steal. With the target item finally secured, it was time to utilize his greatest asset. Ryumin navigated back to the main inventory interface. A holographic window materialized, displaying a 50% discount coupon, the ultimate reward for completing the level up quest. In this brutally efficient system, manhwa reality. The item description glowed in rare text. 50% discount coupon. Type consumable. Effect slashes the price of today's special item in half. Restriction, valid only until the next round begins. Rank apprentice or higher. It was a limited time reward for those who survived the side missions of round 2. If he didn't use it before the next round, this golden ticket would dissolve into nothingness. Ryumin hesitated for a split second before his finger hovered over the purchase button. If he applied the coupon now, the remaining gold balance displayed a number that didn't make sense. 13,949 gold. Ryumin bolted upright, eyes wide. He was swimming in wealth. He rested his chin on his hand, his mind racing through the catalog of items he had been desperate to acquire. Originally, he planned to scrape by with a basic equipment set, but Ryumin recalculated his trajectory. If he hoarded just 6,000 more gold, he could skip the gear and purchase an additional common skill instead. And in this world, a versatile skill was worth infinitely more than a piece of throwaway armor. A sharp smirk played on his lips. He needed that 6,000 gold and fast. Fortunately, round 3 was notorious for its monster density. Time flowed like water, and soon the calendar hit May 1st, 2023. In the center of the town, the purple crystal pulsed with ominous energy. While civilians panicked, a golden aura enveloped the chosen ones. The day of reckoning had arrived. Players began to materialize, scattered across the play zone of round 3. Dominating their vision was the massive purple crystal in the plaza, radiating a light that demanded attention. Damn it all, dragged into this hellscape again, voices erupted in confusion as the forced login completed. Wait, this isn't the forest anymore. Where the hell are we? Players scanned their surroundings, paranoia setting in. Ruined buildings, destroyed homes. It looks like some kind of village. Just as the observation was made, a rough voice cut through the chatter. Village, you blind, this is nothing but a pile of rubble. Their eyes drifted upward, locking onto the imposing structure that caged them in. Look at that. Towering walls. We're trapped inside a fortress. The reality of their situation sank in, anchored by the alien presence of the crystal. What is that thing? What kind of twisted game is round 3? From the shadows, Ryumin watched the chaos unfold, his expression unreadable. The terrain is unfamiliar, and fear is spreading. Ryumin analyzed. His gaze shifted, locking onto a single figure standing amidst the panic with eerie calm. The only one unbothered was Cho Dong-sik. The thug stood there with a bored expression until a whisper from behind caught his attention. Hey, isn't that guy our area representative? The murmurs spread like a contagion. Yeah, that's him. IGN Life is a movie. I heard he's a legit gang boss in the real world. He forced me to vote for him at knife point. The resentment in the crowd was palpable, and Ryumin's name briefly surfaced in their hushed complaints. Ryumin should have been the representative, not this murderer. Suddenly, a nervous player raised a hand, trying to silence his loudmouthed teammates. Shh, he'll hear you. The guy has administrative privileges, remember. But Dong-sik didn't seem to care about the rebellion brewing behind him. His arrogance was a shield against their words. Who cares? He can only use that authority 10 times. I'm not scared of a paper tiger. But Cho Dong-sik had heard enough. He whipped around his face, contorted in a snarl. You little rats, shut your damn mouths. Ironically, his outburst didn't command fear. It only fueled their mockery. Look at him cursing. So unrefined. Does he think he's the only one who knows how to swear? Dong-sik refused to back down, stabbing a finger towards the crowd. Which one of you punks is mumbling? Realizing the mood had shifted, the crowd instinctively took a step back. The herd mentality breaking. Dong-sik's face twisted into an ugly mask of rage. Son of a... I knew this would happen. If that angel woman had just kept her mouth shut. Suddenly, a pair of polished leather shoes stepped into his field of view. Huang Yang-min stood before the gangster and bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. Greetings, big brother, the crowd gasped, confusion rippling through them. What is Huang Yang-min doing? Ignoring the whispers, Yang-min looked up, his eyes shining with manic devotion. Brother, life is a movie. Boss of the Dong-sik clan, Senior Cho Dong-sik, I have come to pay my respects. Dong-sik stared at him, baffled. Senior Yu, are you one of my underlings? Yang-min shook his head vigorously. Not yet, sir. I am just a 20-year-old aspiring gangster with a dream. Dong-sik's eyebrow twitched. Aspiring gangster? Is this kid brain damaged? Yang-min beamed, displaying a fanatical admiration. You are my role model, sir. It is my life's ambition to join the Dong-sik family. Before Dong-sik could process the absurdity, Yang-min escalated the situation. Why are you? The young man dropped to his knees, prostrating himself on the dirty ground. I dedicate my life to following you, boss. Please take me under your wing. The sheer audacity of the display caught Dong-sik off guard, and a twisted grin spread across his face. I've met a lot of crazies in my time. But you're a special breed of psycho. I like your energy, kid. Making up his mind, the gangster motioned for him to rise. Get up. Min scrambled to his feet instantly. Yes, Boss Dong-sik leaned in, genuinely curious. Are you blind though? Don't you know? My reputation is in the toilet right now, and you still want to follow me? Min didn't blink. I don't give a damn. He slammed a fist against his chest. You are the one I respect. He looked Dong-sik dead in the eye, delivering lines worthy of a soap opera. As long as you accept me, boss, the opinions of these sheep mean nothing. To be worshipped so openly fed Dong-sik's ego like nothing else. He chuckled darkly. I like that answer. You've got guts. All right, I'll take responsibility for you. Consider yourself my apprentice. Min bowed furiously, looking like he'd just won the lottery. Thank you, boss. It's an honor. The onlookers watched the scene with dropped jaws. Did he just join the Life is a Movie party? Is he suicidal? Someone shook their head in disgust. Trash attracts trash, as they say. Watching from the distance, Ryumin felt a wave of satisfaction. He successfully teamed up with Cho Dong-sik. Good. The pieces are falling into place. Suddenly, the sky split open. The angel descended from the heavens, her voice echoing over the ruins. Is everyone gathered? She scanned the players below, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Let's see. It appears we are missing 90 souls today. Confusion rippled through the survivors. Missing? What does she mean? Before anyone could voice their fear, a system window materialized in front of every single player, signaling the start of the nightmare. System notifications flooded the vision of every survivor. The main quest? Defend the Holy Relic, for 3 hours across the entire zone. Of the staggering 856 million participants, less than 214 million had survived the purge. In Sector SX-455, the numbers were grim. 4,900 entrants, yet only 1,225 slots remained for the victors. Chaos erupted as the players processed their ruthless quota. Are we short on manpower? Why is this happening? The angel watched the panic unfold, her voice dripping with eerie calm. It's not as if people dropped dead without cause. You slaughtered each other in the real world, didn't you? Honestly, I was worried you'd lost your competitive edge. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed player caught a detail that sent a fresh wave of terror through the crowd. Wait, look at the survival limit. As I shifted to the projected numbers, the suffocating reality of the third round set in. 1,225. That's barely a quarter of us. One bold player screamed at the sky. Hey, Angel, is this a bug in this twisted system, Manhwa? The angel's laughter peeled like broken glass. A bug? Her amusement vanished instantly. What exactly were you expecting? There are no errors here. You're just trembling because the odds are stacked against you. She leaned forward, her voice dropping. But have you forgotten the rules? Faces went pale as she continued. Only half survive each round. The angel's smile widened into something truly sadistic. Since you all clung to life in the last round, it's only fair that this round trims the herd to 25%, don't you think? The logic was sound, but the cruelty was absolute. The players stood frozen, their minds reeling. That's insane. Her beautiful, malicious eyes bored into them through her veil. It's perfectly fair. You just need to be in the top 25%. With that, she shifted to the rules of engagement. Now, listen closely. Here are the rules for the third round. The angel began to outline their new nightmare. Every 30 minutes, my legion will spawn at the castle gates. Their sole objective: to destroy the holy relic in the village center. She hovered above like a deity of judgment. There will be 4 waves total. You must work together to defend the artifact, if you wish to live. She gestured to the glowing purple crystal. Protect this for 3 hours, and bonus rewards await. Fail, and the penalty will be severe. And don't forget the rankings. Success or failure aside, your individual standing will be determined by your kill count. Fear gripped the crowd as they gazed at the gates. This was a classic defense mission in a leveling manhwa meant to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Sounds easy, right? But be warned, gold and experience points are significantly reduced for these fodder enemies. Guttural roars echoed from beyond the walls. But Dong-sok, the current representative, only smirked with arrogance. I just need to rack up kills. With my command authority, this round is in the bag. Suddenly, the angel clasped her hands. Oh, how could I forget? The representative chosen from the last round. It was, Life is a documentary, wasn't it? From this moment on, he holds the power of command. But I'm sure you're all dying to know, what happens if your leader falls? A wicked grin split her face. If the representative is killed by monsters or traps, the position remains vacant. However, what if he is slaughtered by the hand of another player? Dong-sok froze his eyes, bulging in sudden terror. The angel's words, dripped with poisonous intent, and the atmosphere shifted instantly. The gaze of the crowd turned predatory. In that case, the killer inherits the title immediately, and they will receive a fresh stock of 10 command charges. She clapped her hands cheerfully. That's all, the first wave hits in 10 minutes. Try to survive. Her voice turned cold. Though I doubt you have it in you. She dissolved into light, leaving Dong-seok standing there with a face like he'd just swallowed poison. He screamed curses at the empty sky, but his rage was cut short. He could feel it, the heavy, suffocating pressure of bloodlust at his back. Instead of preparing for the monster wave, the players leveled their weapons at their own leader. Dong-seok summoned his gear in a panic. You ungrateful bastards. Come at me. I'll slaughter every single one of you. But the mob didn't flinch. Their eyes were burning with greed. Stop bluffing. You only have 10 commands left. The angel said it herself. Whoever kills you takes the throne. That representative spot. It's mine. Just as the violence was about to erupt, a shadowy figure stepped out from the crowd. Ryumin the Ryumin walked forward with terrifying calm, his weapon in hand. Dong-seok recoiled, his voice trembling. You. What are you doing? The Ryumin stood toe-to-toe with him. Relax. I just want to talk. But Dong-seok was too paralyzed by the aura of the top ranker to think straight. Talk about what Dong-seok stammered, trying to regain his composure. Listen, if you expect me to bow down to you, I have a proposition. Ryumin cut him off, his expression unreadable. You look like you're in a bind. He leaned in, dropping the bombshell. How about I protect you? Dong-seok blinked, his brain short-circuiting. What Ryumin repeated himself slowly. I said I'll protect you from this mob. I'll be your personal bodyguard. A ripple of shock went through the crowd. Did I hear that right? The Ryumin is going to defend that loser? That means we'd have to go through Ryumin to get to him. The murderous mob suddenly hesitated. Fighting the strongest player was a death sentence. Dong-seok watched the crowd back down and realized the immense weight of the name Ryumin. This was a merciless awakening Manhwa world, and this offer was his only lifeline. But he wasn't stupid. Nothing in this world was free. He narrowed his eyes, his voice lowering. All right, but what's the price? The protagonist's voice was deceptively calm. Nothing much. But then his gaze sharpened like a blade as he delivered his ultimatum. You will follow my every command. That is the condition. Dong-seok froze in his tracks. What did you say? He ground his teeth in fury. The thought raced through his mind. Is this guy seriously asking me to become his servant? He didn't agree immediately. Instead, he probed for answers. Why are you making this offer? The answer was cold and immediate. I cannot say. But the gangster wouldn't give up. You say obey, but what kind of orders? The main character remained patient. I can't tell you that either. You just need to obey me unconditionally. Seeing such a dismissive attitude, Dong-seok felt a surge of bitterness. So you want me to follow you for the rest of my life? Damn it. Does he think I am an easy mark? But then he paused for a few seconds. A terrifying thought struck him. Wait, if I refuse, surely he wouldn't just attack me in broad daylight? While he was still drowning in his thoughts, Ryumin cut through the silence. Choose now. Then, with a hidden meaning, he added a warning. The others are waiting for your decision. Dong-seok hesitated. Finally, he made his choice. I refuse your offer. The main character's eyes flashed with a cold light. Just as I expected. A man like this would never lower his pride so easily. The other players saw this foolish decision. They couldn't help but grin with malicious joy. He actually refused. If he had agreed, he could have hunted in peace. His ego must be too big to take orders. The players tightened their grips on their weapons. They aimed straight at Dong-seok. Is his honor more important than his life? Or maybe he just looks down on all of us. Ryumin observed the reaction silently. This scene was playing out exactly like his past life in this manhwa recap. He made his next move. It was time to draw a line. He turned to face Dong-seok, his expression unreadable. Fine. If you refuse, there is nothing I can do. I will no longer concern myself with affairs here. He turned around decisively. Whether you live or die is none of my business. Hearing this, the mob began to inch forward, ready to strike. Did you hear that? Ryumin doesn't care about you anymore. So let's turn this gangster into mincemeat. Dong-seok ground his jaw in frustration. He raised his weapon, knowing he was cornered. Damn it. Should I have just accepted the offer? Suddenly, the system manhwa interface announced the start of the game. Wave 1 will begin shortly. Prepare for the monster invasion. Protect the sacred relic. The mob preparing to jump Dong-seok was cut off. It has begun. The system laid out the brutal rules. In 30 minutes, Wave 2 will start no matter how many monsters remain. Panic surged through the crowd. Players screamed for teammates to protect the massive purple crystal. Everyone protect the relic. The system began its merciless countdown. Time remaining until the round ends. 29 minutes and 59 seconds. While everyone focused on the main gate, Dong-suk realized something. He couldn't fight alongside people who wanted him dead. He turned away looking for a different spot. Since this was an individual quest, he would have to move alone. Suddenly, he noticed a figure walking calmly away from the group. Where is that guy going? Dong-suk stealthily tailed Ryumin from a distance. He hid behind a building to observe. Is he planning to fight alone? Is he heading straight for the gate? A loud horn signaled the official start of the battle. Wave 1. The massive city gates slowly creaked open. The system announced the player count. 4,900 survivors remaining. Then came the monster count for the first wave. 9,800 weakened goblins. Cruel, bloodthirsty, greenskins poured out from beyond the gate like a tide. Dong-suk's face went pale. 9,800, the system flashed another notification. Due to the nature of this stage, goblins possess only 1/3 of their normal strength. It wished them luck and vanished. Good luck to you all. His pride from refusing the offer evaporated instantly. This is insanity. His only thought was to flee as far from the gate as possible. I need to hide and assess the situation. He dashed into a building and sprinted up the stairs. But why wasn't Ryumin moving? Is he planning to solo the goblins right at the gate? Panic rose, but Dong-suk forced himself to analyze the danger. Even if the gate is narrow, it's wide enough for 10 abreast. Dong-suk kicked open a room door, his mind racing. Is he confident he can kill 10 at once by himself? He stepped onto the balcony, looking down at the lone figure below. That lunatic is just showing off because of his high level. I don't even need to watch. He'll fight for a bit and then run away with his tail between his legs. Back with Ryumin. The goblins snarled, brandishing weapons. As they rushed him, without a hint of fear, he raised his massive scythe. He settled into his stance. With a gentle swing, he cleaved through 3 or 4 goblins instantly. He looked up calmly. Wave after wave of monsters threw themselves at him, hungry for death. He moved with the grace of a dancer. The scythe flashed, striking critical points with surgical precision. In a single breath, he annihilated the entire group. The speed was impossible to track. Watching from above, Dong-suk was shaken to his core. Is Ryumin truly this powerful? He imagined himself reaching that level. Will I be that strong when I reach level 16? The realization hit him. He was wasting precious time. This isn't the moment to think. I need to level up and become stronger. He glanced at the other players struggling to complete the quest. The battle between humans and goblins had turned into a bloodbath. The town center had transformed into a chaotic hellscape. The air was filled with the stench of death and desperate screams. Hey, block them. The west gate has been breached. Don't let them near the relic. Die, you monsters. Dong-suk finally stepped out of the shadows, abandoning his cowardly hiding spot. Time to hunt, he muttered, eyeing the monsters below. Those goblins are just walking experience points waiting to be harvested. With a single fluid motion, he sliced the creature down. But the thrill of the kill was short-lived. A sudden chill ran down his spine. Danger was close. Reacting on instinct, he drove his weapon into the skull of an approaching goblin. As he withdrew the blade, a smug grin spread across his face. Thanks to the ancient rune of contract, predicting their movements was child's play. Whoosh! A projectile tore through the air, slicing a chunk of flesh right off his ear before he could blink. Dong-suk froze, staring at the object that had just grazed him. An arrow, impossible. He had never seen a goblin use a bow in this entire dungeon. The realization hit him like a truck. This wasn't a monster. It was a player killer. Which rat is it? He raged internally, venom in his eyes. I don't know who you are, but when I find you, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. Suddenly, agony exploded in his gut. A spearman had lunged from the blind spot, impaling him. Got you now, the attacker sneered. Fury blazed in Dong-suk's eyes. Ignoring the pain, he gripped the spear shaft tight. You piece of trash. With a roar, he yanked the spearman forward straight toward his own waiting dagger. Thwack! He buried his knife deep into the attacker's chest. Die, you bastard! Just as he prepared to finish him off, another arrow hissed past, missing his face by millimeters. His eyes snapped to the source. An archer stood in the distance. Mercilessly, Dong-suk snatched the spear from his gut and raised it like a javelin, locking onto his target. The archer panicked, trying to knock another arrow, but he was too slow. The spear flew like a lightning bolt, piercing his skull in an instant kill. After slaughtering the ambushers, Dong-suk clutched his bleeding stomach, staggering. Damn it, the realization was bitter. In this manhwa recap, the scariest things weren't the monsters, they were the other players. Regret washed over him. He shouldn't have been so greedy for the zone representative title. It was nothing but a target on his back. Representative? It's a curse, he thought. I should have tossed this title to some other fool. His mind drifted back to a previous offer he had arrogantly dismissed. Should he have accepted Hyuk-goo's help? No. His pride was a fortress he refused to lower. He couldn't bow to anyone. I am a man among men. I won't be anyone's lackey. He frantically scanned the chaotic battlefield, desperate for a way to survive, without losing his dignity. There had to be a way to farm in peace without these rats interfering. His eyes landed on a warrior in the distance, decimating goblins with terrifying efficiency. He recognized that silhouette. It was the ranker ranked third. In the zone, Ryumin dragon on the right hand. A wicked, opportunistic smile twisted Dong-sok's lips. Perfect, he thought. Hey, you there. The high ranker turned around, confused by the sudden shout. What? Who is it? Dong-sok didn't ask. He commanded, activating his authority. Meanwhile, Ryumin danced through the battlefield. Slash, the system chimed skeleton necklace effect attack speed increased by 25%. You have defeated a goblin. The rewards flooded in. Current EXP 5021000. Triple EXP buff active. Thanks to the butcher's rune, his stats were doubled. Gold rained into his inventory like water. Status window. Ryumin checked his haul impressed. Nearly 2,000 gold already. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. This was the efficiency of a pro. At this rate, hitting 20,000 gold in the second wave will be a breeze. The monster horde began to encircle him, but Ryumin remained completely unfazed. He calculated his next move. I need to hoard gold. If I can buy those 2 skill books, I'll finally unlock the legendary True Mind rune. His crimson eyes flashed with cold killing intent. With a massive swing of his scythe, he carved a path of destruction. The remaining monsters hesitated, trembling. What's wrong? Aren't you going to attack? Ryumin raised his scythe high, an avatar of death. If you won't come to me, I'll come to you. Boom! A blinding column of magic light slammed down, shaking the arena. What is that sound? The monster pinning a player down dissolved into mist, followed by the rest of the horde. System Wave 1 successfully defended. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the blood-stained hall. We survived. The cold reality of the numbers appeared in the air. Survivors 3933. Deceased 967. The survivors received a measly 500 gold for their trauma. A player collapsed to the floor. I need to rest before the second wave. Ryumin looked at the sea of blood and bodies. Nearly 1,000 dead. This system manhwa was brutal. Even though the goblins were weakened, their numbers were deadly. Ryumin analyzed. He scanned the crowd. Now, where is that guy? His eyes found Dong-sok, who was grinding his teeth in anxiety. Found him. Not surprised he's still breathing, Ryumin thought. But surviving the next round is a different story. Dong-sok panted heavily, clutching his dagger. Damn it all, he shouted, completely unaware that assassins were closing in on him again. They weren't hunting goblins. They were hunting the representative. Die Dong-sok. An attacker screamed, lunging forward. But before the blade could connect, 2 other players intercepted him, cutting him down instantly. The command brand glowed brightly above their heads. Dong-sok laughed maniacally. See? The power of authority is absolute. My human shields work perfectly. Without those meat shields, he wouldn't have lasted a second. One of the controlled players, Ryumin, stepped forward with glazed eyes. Sir, you all right? Dong-sok stared at him, confused. Why is this lunatic sticking to me? Then the adrenaline faded, and the pain from his stomach wound screamed for attention. Arg. Blood soaked his hands. Panic began to set in. I've lost too much blood, he thought, trembling. In this condition, can I even survive the next wave? Cold sweat dripped down his face, mixing with the grime. He gritted his teeth, forcing his will to hold. No, I will not die here. I will survive this hell, no matter what. Suddenly, Dong-sok and Ryumin looked back. The ground began to rumble. The reprieve was over. The monsters were coming. System Wave 2 commencing. The numbers appeared: 393 players versus weakened goblins and 786 hobgoblins. Due to the round's rules, their stats were nerfed to normal levels. A wave of monsters charged straight for Ryumin. System, good luck. Ryumin moved like smoke, his scythe singing a deadly melody as it sliced through flesh and bone. He launched himself into the air, gravity bending to his will. With a thunderous crash, he brought the scythe down, obliterating the enemies below. Bodies lay in heaps around him. Ryumin twirled his weapon, clearing the blood with a sharp swing. Calmly, he looked up at the system interface. The grind in this leveling manhwa never stops. The system window flashed before his eyes. Level 20 achieved. His rank had evolved from apprentice to regular, unlocking the power of synthesis. Ryumin wiped the sweat from his brow, a smirk playing on his lips. He had finally done it. Level 20. Now he could craft unique artifacts that no mere shop could ever provide. The holographic text shimmered. Congratulations on your promotion. The Deathbringer scythe resonated with power, its additional damage surging from 100 to a staggering 120%. But the rewards didn't stop there. He had unlocked the signature ability of the Death God himself. The unique skill, Ryumin, effect radius 500 meters. It allowed him to blanket the world in artificial darkness, using abyssal energy, a domain he could dismiss at will. The next evolution awaited him at level 40. Ryumin analyzed the screen, his mind racing with the mechanics of this leveling manhwa world. The damage boost was massive, but the new skill, it was a perfect match for his Reaper's rune, which thrived in the dark. The system revealed the rune's daytime effects. Under the sun, his weapon's attack power doubled. But under the moon, attack speed soared by 50%. And while resting in the dark, his presence became a ghost nearly impossible for enemies to detect. Suddenly, a horde of monsters flooded the zone, their eyes locked on Ryumin. He didn't flinch. Instead, he welcomed them. Perfect timing. I need test subjects for my new toy. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. Ryumin. Instantly, the monsters froze in terror as darkness swallowed them. A razor-sharp slash cut through the gloom. Then another. Critical hits rained down like judgment. One by one, the beasts fell before his reaping blade. Their agonizing screams echoed in the unnatural night, silenced only by Ryumin's decisive strikes. He landed softly, the dust settling around his boots. Behind him, a mountain of monster corpses lay broken. The system chimed. You have successfully blocked the second wave. Survivors 3,343. Casualties 590. The living were rewarded with 500 gold coins each. Ryumin placed a hand on his hip, exhaling sharply. Wave 2 cleared. He tapped the air, summoning the system manhwa store. Time to grab some general skills while I catch my breath. The shop interface glowed. His finger hovered over the first purchase. He selected Detection. A faint magical aura enveloped him as he muttered to himself. Now I can pinpoint targets within 30 meters. He scanned the area. Nothing but goblin carcasses. Should I save the remaining 20,000 gold? He didn't have long to decide. He lunged back into the fray as the crimson alert flashed Wave 3. 3,343 players versus 6,686 weakened goblins. The other players joined the slaughter, fists flying and weapons clashing against the green tide. The notification popped up. You have successfully blocked the third wave. Yomi gritted her teeth, unleashing a barrage of devastating blows. The nightmare continued. Wave 4. 3,001 players against 6,002 weakened goblins. Exhaustion was etched onto every survivor's face as the last monster fell. Wave 4. Cleared. But for Young-sik, the terror was just beginning. His face was a mask of pale fear, sweat drenching his forehead. He gasped for air, his mind clinging to a single thought. 1 hour. Just one more hour, and I survived this hell. His shifty eyes darted to the men standing before him. A vile scheme formed in his heart. I used all my authority tokens. As long as these meat shields stand, my life is safe. Then the system mercilessly announced the next trial. Wave 5. 2,700 players versus 10,800 goblins. Young-sik stared in horror. 10,000? That's insane. The system offered a cold explanation. Due to the round's nature, goblins possess normal strength. Wish you victory until the bitter end. Giant monsters wielding crude weapons charged. The players roared, fighting for their lives. Young-sik calculated rapidly. No need to panic. This is actually a chance to set a record. He gritted his teeth, ambition blinding him. I'll get stronger. I'll tear apart everyone who dared look down on me. But a blood-curdling scream behind him shattered his fantasies. The mob had turned. They were slaughtering his bodyguards. One of them pointed a trembling finger straight at him. There he is. That gangster scum. The representative title is mine. Kill him. Desperate, he grabbed 2 nearby subordinates, using them as living shields. You savages, fighting among yourselves at the end. Guards, stop them. But his guards were cut down in seconds. Panic flooded Young-sik's eyes. He stumbled back, his legs trembling in pure terror. Damn it, I'm finished. Young-sik spun around, abandoning all dignity to flee for his life. Hunting monsters was no longer the priority. The mob screamed, chasing their new prey. He's running. Catch that bastard. His legs pumped furiously. Shit, I just need to survive this wave, just this one. Then he froze. Ahead of him stood Ryumin the Ryumin, standing immovable against the horde. He scrambled toward Ryumin, his voice shrill with desperation. Ryumin, I agree. I'll do whatever you say. Please just protect me. Ryumin looked at him with eyes devoid of warmth. Young-sik babbled on. I said I accept your offer. Protect me. Ryumin's eyes glowed with a menacing crimson light as he delivered his verdict. I refuse. Young-sik's jaw dropped as Ryumin spoke with chilling indifference. I told you before. I don't care. Whether you live or die is your problem. Young-sik screamed. Wait, you proposed it. I said I'd be your subordinate. Why refuse now? Ryumin turned his back, walking away. I have no use for a subordinate with no authority left. Young-sik's face turned ashen. He ground his teeth in fury. That brat. Did he just call me useless? If I had just agreed sooner. His regret was cut short by a voice from the mob. See that? He turned him down. The vengeful crowd encircled Young-sik, malicious grins on their faces. Lucky us. I was worried Ryumin might help him. Karma really is a bitch. Blood seeped from his abdominal wound, stinging like fire. Now we can kill him as we please. Young-sik gripped his knife, roaring like a cornered beast. Even if I die, I'm taking one of you with me. Suddenly, Huang Young-min stepped forward, shoving a generic attacker aside. Senior, you look tired. I'm here to help. Young-sik looked at him with wide, hopeful eyes. Huang Young-min. Yes, I have you. If I get out of here, I'll treat you like a king. Before he could finish his promise, a fist smashed into his face. Young-sik hit the dirt hard, clutching his broken nose, wailing in agony. Huang Young-min loomed over him. Hey, senior. A twisted, dangerous smile spread across his face. I'll kill you myself. Consider it a mercy. He hauled Young-sik up by the collar. You traitorous bastard. Another brutal punch connected. Huang Young-min rained blows upon his former boss, eliciting wretched screams. His face was beaten into a swollen, bloody pulp. Young-sik lay motionless, eyes wide, with the shock of betrayal. Damn it. I am. Young-sik. With a smirk twisting his face, Young-min looked down at the man who had betrayed him. Rage fueled his leg as he delivered a fatal, crushing stomp to Dung-shik's body. The interface flashed a classic trope of this system Manhwa world. The area representative has been eliminated. All authority and power are now transferring to the usurper. Player Huang Young-min ascended as the new tyrant of Sector SX455. He clenched his fist, roaring in ecstasy. I am the representative now. I am the king of this world. The system confirmed his absolute rule, granting him the exclusive command authority. A dark scheme brewed in his mind. With this power, I can finally force Seo Ren to do whatever I want. His eyes narrowed into slits. Glaring at Dung-shik's corpse, he thought, I'll make good use of this power. Don't hold a grudge against me. After all, your little gang leader abandoned you first, didn't he? Turning his back on the body, ridicule filled his thoughts. What a pathetic way to die. Young-min spun around, pointing a finger at the stunned crowd. Hey, did you see that I beat him to a pulp? Didn't I tell you I had a winning strategy? The crowd muttered in confusion. Huh. Yeah, I guess so. But terror quickly took hold as they stared at his blood-drenched hands. He killed a man with his bare hands. Goosebumps erupted on their skin. He's a complete psycho. Who knew he would actually go through with murder? The shocking scene sent the area into chaos. What is going on? Wasn't he the bootlicker who followed that thug everywhere? Was he planning this betrayal from the very beginning? One survivor trembled, horrified, while another grit his teeth in refusal. How can a piece of trash like him become the area representative? Whispers spread like wildfire. Hey everyone, the representative has changed. That means. Young-min sensed the shift. He turned to flee, his mind racing. Are they planning to target me next? But I have a trump card. I know the one person who can save me from this mess. He sprinted toward Ryumin and shouted, Hey, Ryumin. The dark figure paused. What is it? Young-min panted frantically. You saw the notification, right? I'm the representative now. I hold the command authority. Ryumin looked unimpressed. So what? Young-min tapped his chest, smiling desperately. That offer you mentioned before, I'll take it. In other words, I am ready to follow your orders. In exchange, you must protect me. Young-min calculated rapidly. Dung-shik was discarded because he lacked the command authority. But I have it. He has to accept my deal, right? Ryumin cut him off sharply. I don't like your attitude. Young-min froze. Excuse me, the cold voice continued. If you get on your knees and beg, I might consider it. Min crouched slightly, pointing at himself in disbelief. Did you not hear me? I possess the command authority. Ryumin stared at him with indifferent eyes. And what do you want me to do about it? You seem to be misunderstanding the situation. You are the one at a disadvantage here, not me. Min fell silent, the logic hitting him hard. Ryumin smirked. You want my protection? Then get on the ground and beg like a dog. Min grit his teeth, glancing nervously at the murderous mob behind him. He spun back around, locking eyes with the only man who could save him. Min dropped to his knees, bowing his head in total reverence. I will do whatever you say. Please allow me to become your subordinate. His red eyes narrowed as the man pleaded. Please, the Ryumin. Ryumin assessed him coldly. I have seen this pathetic scene so many times. In this awakening manhwa reality, it's boring. However, unlike Deng Zhish, Huang Min still has a use. At least for now. His voice broke the silence. Fine. I agree to your proposal. Min bowed, repeatedly relieved. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ryumin glared down at him. Stop it. I don't want to see your pathetic face anymore. Min blinked. What? The Ryumin walked past him, without a second glance. The murmurs of the crowd erupted once more. How did it end up like this? Is the Ryumin really going to protect Huang Min? We're screwed. Should we attack them both at once? A man holding a spear shouted back in fear. Have you not seen the Ryumin fight? He can take on an army by himself. We have zero chance of winning against a monster like that. Ryumin's cold voice cut through the noise, shocking the crowd. Let me help you decide. His sharp gaze swept over every single person. You have two choices. Option 1, give up on the representative title, turn around, and go hunt some monsters. Ryumin swung his massive scythe in front of them, the blade gleaming with death. Option 2, you can all die right here by my hand. His aura turned suffocatingly dark. If possible, I highly recommend the first option. But the second option is fine too, because anyone who dares to point a weapon at me is no longer human in my eyes. Terrified, one man hid his knife behind his back. Others were equally petrified, scrambling to run away. Pass. I'm out of here. Me too. As they fled, Min knelt on the ground, staring at the terrifying display. Impressive. Like the hero of a manhwa recap, the Ryumin made them all back down with just a few words. He stood up, gazing at Ryumin's back in deep thought. As an enemy, he is a nightmare. But as an ally, there is no one more reliable. His face regained its composure. With this atmosphere, it seems the conflict is finally coming to an end. Ryumin glanced at the players, struggling against the remaining monsters. We have safely cleared the fifth wave. But a sinister smirk played on his lips. If it ends this smoothly, wouldn't that be boring? He called out. Huang Min. Min approached obediently. Yes, Ryumin. Fulfill your promise. Do exactly as I say. Min asked eagerly. What should I do? Just give the order. Ryumin turned his crimson eyes, gleaming with malice. Use your command authority 10 times. Order them to destroy the relic. Min stammered in shock. What? The relic? Panic set in. If the relic is destroyed, the angel's warning echoed in his mind. If you fail to protect the relic, you will face a severe penalty. He grit his teeth. But if I use up all 10 commands now, I won't be able to make Seo Aaron my slave. Min was utterly baffled. Can I ask why Ryumin offered no explanation? Shut your mouth and do as you are told. Min tried to bargain. Instead of 10, can I just use 9? Ryumin's voice dropped. I will not repeat myself. Choose now. Do you want to die? Min scrambled. I understand. I will follow your order. The Ryumin spoke with absolute authority. Also, I will choose the targets for your command. Ryumin listed the names: Simu, Little Pepper, Do Not Disturb Me. Spring, Summer, Autumn. Ryumin issued the final decree. Order these 10 players to destroy the relic immediately. Min gasped. What? He stared at the group across from him, dumbfounded. My friends are trapped in there. Did you do this on purpose? The bald man stared at Huang Min in disbelief. No, it can't be. Min looked away helpless. Forgive me, guys. It's an order from Ryumin Hook. I hope you all can understand my position. His eyes began to glow with a manic light as he muttered under his breath. Don't bother me, Jimsu. Glowing runes appeared above the crowd's heads, freezing them in sheer shock. Min whispered the activation code again. Little Chili Pepper, Spring, Summer, Autumn. The command was absolute. Destroy the relic. A crimson warning flashed on the interface. Warning, the relic is under attack. Panic erupted instantly. What the hell is happening? A deafening boom shook the ground. A rogue squad raised their weapons, aiming to shatter the sacred object. Players in the distance screamed in terror. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Stop it immediately. They stared in horror at the vandals and roared in anger. Have you lost your minds? Do you want to get penalized? Someone stop them. If this keeps up, it's going to shatter. One brave soul lunged forward, tackling an attacker. Stop destroying it. Are you crazy? Cease fire now. Is anyone else here? Help me hold them back. But another traitor didn't hesitate, swinging his blade to cut the defender down. Cracks began to spiderweb across the relic's surface. Moments later, the artifact exploded into dust. The system announcement rang out like a funeral toll. The relic has been destroyed. Main quest failed. Then a new window appeared. Penalty for failure. The avatar of the punishment god will be summoned in 30 minutes. The crowd descended into chaos. What punishment god? What kind of monster is that? The system offered a cruel objective. Survive against the avatar of the punishment god. The round will not end until the timer hits 0. A player's voice trembled with fear. Is it? Is it a boss monster? Ryumin watched the chaos, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips as he read the hidden objective. This was the twist everyone loved in a good system manhwa. Round 3. Hidden side quest unlocked. Survive against the avatar. Reward 3,000 gold. Time remaining 0 hours, 29 minutes, and 59 seconds. The system displayed the hidden parameters clearly. Round 3. Side quest. Resist the punishment god's avatar and survive for 30 minutes. Completion, reward, 3,000 gold. The clock was ticking down. The mood of the crowd shifted instantly from fear to greed. Did you see that? The system says we get 3,000 gold just for surviving. I told you, protecting the relic was only 2,000. This is way more profitable. Yeah, I think you're right. Ryumin observed their celebration with cold calculation. The mission reward is higher than clearing the entire 5th wave. That is exactly why I manipulated Huang Youngmin to destroy the relic. But there is a reason I didn't smash it with my own hands. The crowd flinched as the system suddenly blared a new notification. Identified players responsible for attacking the relic. The 10 players who attacked the relic will receive a penalty. The system delivered its judgment. All stats reduced by 50%. Permanently, the faces of the attackers drained of color as they stammered in denial. What did you say? Stat reduction? We were just following orders. Damn it all. A brown-haired archer pointed a trembling finger at Youngmin, screaming in rage. Huang Youngmin, you bastard. Youngmin looked panicked, sweating bullets. I'm sorry, I didn't know the penalty would be this severe. But the system wasn't done with him yet. As the area representative due to failure to protect the relic, you will share the penalty. Youngmin froze as the notification hit him like a truck. All stats reduced by 50%. Permanently. He kicked the wall in a fit of impotent rage. Son of a bitch. Ryumin watched the meltdown from the shadows. A permanent stat reduction affects your very survival potential. That is a death sentence. Now then, shall I prepare to hunt a god? He snapped his fingers and a holographic window materialized. Store. Ryumin browsed the catalog, his inner monologue calm and precise. I'll use my leftover gold to buy some common grade items. The system does you item specs. Assassin's Hood. Grade common. Defense 20. Effect agility +3. Durability 250 out of 250. Restriction. Common level or higher. A hood used by assassins. It reeks of dried blood like it has never been washed. Next item. Agile long boots. Grade common. Defense 15. Effect agility +2. Action speed +5%. Durability 250 out of 250. Restriction common level or higher. Tight black leather boots. They look constricting but feel surprisingly comfortable. He analyzed his build. Even a small stat boost will make hunting the boss easier. He opened the crafting interface. Next step, synthesis. Ryumin selected an item from his inventory and placed another material into the slot. He began combining the gear with a monostone. System chime synthesis. Successful. Option all stats +1 has been added to the dried bone necklace. Ryumin stared intently at the synthesis board. I can attach one monostone to each piece of equipment. I'll apply the same method to the rest of my gear. The system chimed again. Synthesis successful. Option damage reduction +1% has been added to the skilled hunter's leather armor. He selected the next item, his primary weapon. Synthesis successful. Option strength +2 has been added to the Ryumin hook of the death god. Ryumin closed the window, calculating his odds. Lowest grade mana stones don't add much, but it's better than nothing. Below him, the crowd buzzed with nervous energy. So it's starting. A girl gripped her spear, trembling. I'm actually getting kind of nervous. A man nearby clapped his hands, trying to boost morale. Hey, just hang in there for 30 minutes. We can do this. Min grit his teeth, scanning the perimeter. The players whispered in agreement. He's right. We just need to keep running away. Ryumin looked up, his expression dark. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Running from the punishment god isn't as easy as a typical manhwa recap makes it sound. In my past life, out of 2,700 people, only 500 survived. He remembered the slaughter. Players stripped of their will to fight, corpses littering the ground. Just staying alive was a nightmare in itself. Originally, the avatar is a monster so strong level 40 players would barely stand a chance. He looked up at the glowing rift in the sky. But I don't plan to run. I'm going to kill it for the jackpot. Ryumin recalled the moment he slew the angel Beal. Because I possess a special title from that kill. The system displayed his achievement. Title, the first angel slayer. Condition, be the first to kill an angel. Effect, when fighting divine beings, all stats are doubled. The title first angel slayer is the key. Doubling all stats against divine entities turns me into a monster. A blinding light erupted as an angel descended, spreading magnificent wings. The avatar of the punishment god was a divine being. The entity landed, drawing the gaze of every player in the plaza. That thing. That's the punishment. God's avatar. So we just have to avoid that little guy. Isn't this too easy? I thought a terrifying giant monster would come out. Min let out a sigh of relief, his shoulders dropping. Damn, I was scared for nothing. A nearby player squinted at the entity. It doesn't look dangerous at all. But then the bell on the avatar's staff chimed softly. The punishment god took a single step forward. It glanced at its staff and slowly raised it toward the heavens. The staff slammed into the earth with cataclysmic force. A terrifying wave of magical energy exploded outward. The blinding light swallowed everything in an instant, leaving the crowd paralyzed with fear. The system flashed a grim warning. The avatar of punishment had cast a restricted zone. Panic erupted as players clawed at the invisible barrier, but it was hopeless. What the hell is this? The cruel rules of the system were absolute. Unless the caster lifts the seal, escape is impossible. Faces turned pale as the realization of their doom set in. We can't leave. Are you saying we're trapped in here to die? Another notification chimed like a death sentence. All stats reduced by 50%. Desperate hands banged against the barrier. Someone, please get us out of here. Ryumin watched from the shadows, calculating cold probabilities. 300 souls trapped, just like that. A massive sphere of energy materialized above. What a waste, he thought, though his eyes remained dry. There is no saving them now. The avatar crouched, channeling its divine wrath. Instantly, thousands of shimmering blades manifested in the air. Ryumin turned away. He knew the slaughter was inevitable. And so, it begins. Screams of agony tore through the silence as the rain of steel descended. The trapped players scrambled like rats trying to dodge the impossible barrage. Damn it, how are we supposed to dodge this? They're moving too fast for the naked eye. The avatar was a machine of destruction, conjuring endless blades. The ground turned red as player after player fell beneath the storm of swords within the restricted zone. Dodging lightspeed arrows while debuffed was a suicide mission. The atmosphere was heavy with death. However, in this awakening manhwa reality, if you could see the pattern, survival was simple. Ryumin vanished from his spot. While the monster was distracted by the massacre, the predator became the prey. This is my chance. He eyed the avatar with a hunter's gaze. Just as I predicted, it leaves its back completely exposed while hunting the weak. The moment that barrier drops, I strike. The slaughter continued inside the circle. Ryumin glanced up, sensing the mana shift in the air. Now, he closed the distance, silent as a ghost behind the avatar. Don't worry, big guy. You don't have ears to hear me coming anyway. The Ryumin scythe materialized in Ryumin's grip as he charged. Distance, 5 meters. A target marker locked onto the deity's massive form. Death seal. Ryumin's scythe slashed through the air, aiming for a critical hit. I need to end this with the first strike. The avatar whipped around, its single eye widening in shock. Too late. The blade bit deep into divine flesh. The monster roared, golden blood gushing like a waterfall. A perfect hit. Ryumin spun in midair, momentum driving a second slash. Right in the eye. He stuck the landing effortlessly, while the avatar thrashed in blinded agony. Ryumin checked the health bar with a smirk. Thanks to the death seal, it's already down to 60%, taking nearly half its life in one combo. Not bad for a leveling manhwa protagonist. He didn't get greedy. He sprinted away instantly. It's going to cast the restricted zone to catch me. The avatar raised its staff in fury. System alert. The avatar of punishment has erected a restricted zone. Ryumin was already clear of the circle. Idiot. Once it realizes it caught nothing, it'll drop the barrier. As the wall faded, Ryumin launched himself back in like a bullet. His gaze locked onto the remaining eye. I already took one. Dark mana coated his scythe, humming with lethal intent. Time to take the other one. The beast howled as steel carved into it again. Wounds blossomed all over its massive frame as Ryumin touched down light as a feather. System alert restricted zone activated. Stats reduced by 50%. Ryumin sneered. Doesn't matter. Without its eyes, it's just a giant punching bag. All bark, no bite. The avatar roared, summoning a storm of blades in blind fury. An omnidirectional attack. Cute. As the swords launched, Ryumin whispered the command. Midnight. Pitch black mana erupted, devouring the golden blades. The avatar recoiled in confusion. Ryumin leaped through the void. Light cannot defeat darkness. That is the absolute law of this system. Ryumin's eyes glowed crimson. He swung the scythe with executioner's precision. Let's end this. A massive wing was severed cleanly from the avatar's back. The creature shrieked, spinning around to face its tormentor. Ryumin danced through the attacks, weaving like smoke. Bam! Another strike. He aimed for the remaining wing with ruthless efficiency. The second wing hit the floor. Ryumin glanced at the HUD. Health is down to 10%. He suddenly stopped attacking and dashed backward. Back off. Not yet. The avatar began to glow with a blinding brilliance. System alert conditions met. Hidden passive activated. The last radiant glory. The avatar is now invincible. Ryumin watched calmly from a distance. This happens automatically when HP drops below 10%. If I had tried to finish it earlier, this phase would have ruined everything. The avatar went berserk, smashing the ground with earth-shattering force. Ryumin dodged the chaotic explosions with a bored expression. Go ahead. Struggle all you want in your final moments. The arena was consumed by holy fire. System timer, 50 seconds remaining. The beast thrashed wildly. Tick-tock. 30 seconds. The staff cracked the earth open. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Ryumin counted down with a cold smile. 1 second. The light vanished instantly. System alert, invincibility state removed. Your time is up. Ryumin shot forward like a phantom. His scythe gleamed sharp as his killing intent. With a single decisive stroke, he carved through the god. System alert. You have defeated the avatar of the god of punishment. Level up. Level up. Level up. Acquired 8,200 gold. Bonus gold, 4,100. Ryumin stood over the fallen deity unmoved. System alert, first player to defeat the avatar. Reward unlocked. Title, Challenger of the Punishment God. The massive corpse dissolved into particles of light. A new legend was born. Title acquired, Challenger of the Punishment God. The hidden conditions had been met. He was the first to slaughter the avatar of punishment, unlocking 80% damage reduction from all divine creatures. 2 legendary items materialized in Ryumin's grasp. The system voice boomed. Reward granted, refined ether for the first solo kill. Reward granted, rune of light for the first solo kill. His fingers tightened around the prizes. The system chimed again. The rune of light had already seared itself into his very being. Auto-engraving complete. Ryumin scanned the interface. Just as he predicted in this leveling Manhwa scenario, he secured the refined ether. The system confirmed it was a high-tier artifact. Having undergone countless refinements, it shimmered with a mesmerizing prismatic light, shifting colors with every turn. This, he thought, eyes narrowing. This was the sole reason I hunted that monster. He glanced at his inventory, knowing this was the key ingredient to crafting a god-rank artifact later on. Ryumin's gaze shifted to the second reward. The ether was expected, but the rune of light was an unexpected windfall. The description floated before him. Intelligence, +1. Holy skill potency, +1% scaling with level. At level 30, that meant a massive 30% boost. A smirk tugged at his lips. I won't have to worry about my intelligence stat for a long time. A hidden quest notification popped up. 3,000 gold obtained. The survivors stared in awe, relief washing over them. It's over. We actually lived. Whispers erupted like wildfire. Did Ryumin really solo the avatar of punishment? A complete monster. A chilling voice cut through the celebration, forcing every head to turn in shock. High above, another angel hovered, arms crossed in judgment. To think a mere human defeated the avatar single-handedly. I, Oliver, acknowledge your strength. The angel descended, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Tell me, shall we have a little interview? Player Ryumin. Why risk everything to slay the avatar? Ryumin sighed, bored by the question. Just because I felt like it. Oliver frowned, the logic escaping him. You only needed to survive to clear the round. Yet you courted death on a whim. Ryumin's expression didn't waver. I couldn't exactly stand there and watch it slaughter every single player, could I? The crowd froze, struck by his words. He fought. For us, I thought he was just an arrogant high ranker, but he actually has a heart. Such noble character. Oliver stroked his chin, amused. I heard humans were strange creatures who helped their competition. It seems the rumors were true. You put aside your petty conflicts to unite. He waved his hand dismissively. I simply cannot comprehend such foolishness. Ryumin scoffed internally. Selfish angels like you would never understand. Oliver's gaze turned cold as he addressed the crowd. You struggled hard to survive, but don't get comfortable yet. A sinister grin spread across the angel's face, promising despair. Remember, survival depends on your overall performance. Let's see who is worthy of remaining, shall we? The rankings materialized. Global Rank 1, Ryumin level 30, 3,631 kills. The gap between him and the others was an abyss. Even the local rankings were a massacre. The crowd gasped, eyes glued to the screen. Over 3,600 kills. Is he even human? Second place didn't even break 1,000. And look, he really is. Level 30. Insane. Did he get an XP multiplier? Ryumin stayed silent. I did get a massive boost, but only the global rank 1 gets to know that secret. System alert. Congratulations. Hidden quest. Complete, achieve first place in all regions. System alert, regional first place achieved. Reward granted, special grade selection chest for your global dominance. The system chimed again. Regional reward, rare ring selection ticket. Ryumin mentally tapped the interface. Time to choose. The interface expanded. Select your reward. Touch the icon to confirm. Ring of Gales. Ring of Mana. Ring of Absolute Resistance. Ryumin didn't hesitate. To a novice, his choice looked like the weakest option. I choose the Ring of Absolute Resistance. The stats flashed open. Grade Rare. Attribute Luck. Resistance, +4. Absolute Resistance, +35. Durability Full. It was the ultimate shield against negative status effects. It doesn't matter how high my stats are, Ryumin analyzed. One bad status effect means death. Resistance is the one stat you can't grind for. This is the only choice. Monsters, right now, just deal physical damage. But in the future, debuffs will be the real killer. He prepared for the next prompt. Select your bonus option, 150% stat boost for round 4. Option 2, 4,000 gold. Ryumin weighed his options regarding the 4th round. There's no triple XP buff this time. And round 4 isn't a hunting stage. He tapped the screen. I'll take the gold. Oliver laced his fingers together, his voice dripping with malice. Well then, humans. Have you checked your standings? Everyone below rank 1,225 will be pruned. Panic exploded. Wait, Angel, please. The system must be wrong. Check it again. I killed so many monsters. Oliver's eyes glowed with contempt. Filthy insects. If you couldn't make the cut, you don't deserve to live. He snapped his fingers with a cruel smile. Agonized screams filled the air as magical energy disintegrated the losers. No, help me, system alert. Round 3 concluded. Global survivors, 214 million. Local survivors, 1,225. Initiating soul transfer to original dimension. Next round, November 21st, 2023. We will meet again. Erin gasped, bolting upright in her bed, drenched in cold sweat. She touched her face, trembling with disbelief. I'm back. I actually survived the 3rd round. She scrambled out of bed, the nightmare finally over for now. No, it was even better. I had awakened a hidden class, the Summoner. She smiled, gazing up at the winged spirit that had just materialized from the light. CO Erin looked tenderly at the creature perched on her shoulder. This little one stayed by my side through every hellish round. I only survived the 3rd trial, thanks to the spirit's protective shields. And my bodyguard drawing the aggro? So Erin checked her status window, heart racing. Top 3 ranking. With trembling hands, she withdrew her reward from the inventory system. Clasping the mana stone against her chest, she blushed. I wonder, would Ryumin like this gift? Meanwhile, miles away, Yang Min grabbed a lamp in blind fury. Crash! He smashed it against the wall, screaming into the void. Yang Min ground his teeth, a beast trapped in a cage. Damn you, Ryumin, the system penalty notification flashed ruthlessly. All stats permanently reduced by 50%. He spun around, stomping toward his bed, cursing his own fate. Son of a bitch. If I knew the penalty was this severe, I never would have ordered them to destroy the relic. The phone rang, cutting through the silence like a knife. Yang Min flinched. One look at the caller ID drained the blood from his face. It's over. I'm dead. Panic seized him. It's Seung Han. His thumb hovered over the button. He knew this conversation would be his funeral. He picked up, voice shaking. Seung Han. A torrent of abuse exploded from the speaker. Are you out of your mind? Seung Han didn't let him breathe. What the hell is wrong with you guys? The rage was palpable. Don't play dumb with me. Don't you realize you've crippled our entire future? How could you abuse your authority as leader just to manipulate your own friends? Do you even have a shred of humanity left? Ryumin screamed back, desperate to defend his ego. Listen, I had no choice. Ryumin would have slaughtered me right there. Seung Han's voice turned icy cold. Then you should have just died. The words hit Ryumin like a physical blow, leaving him stunned. But the verbal assault wasn't over. Better you die than drag your friends down to hell. Ryumin's shock turned to indignation. You bastard. You think this is fair to me? Don't you see my stats got slashed too? I'm the area representative. Seung Han snapped back, instantly zero sympathy in his voice. Stop acting like the victim. We're the ones who got used. If you hadn't been so greedy for that leadership spot, none of this would have happened, you traitorous dog. Seung Han was hyperventilating with rage on the other end. Ryumin opened his mouth but no words came out. Hey, Seung Han, shut up, came the final decree. Don't you ever call me again. Whether in the real world or inside the system. Act like you don't know me, because if I see your face again, I might just kill you myself. Click. The line went dead. Ryumin stared at the phone, defeated. He sighed, then frantically dialed the others. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm a victim here too, he schemed, thinking he could rally the others to crush Seung Han. But the robotic voice crushed his hopes. The subscriber you have called. He didn't even let the operator finish. With a roar of pure frustration, Ryumin hurled the phone across the room. Call back later, go to hell. He cursed them all to the deepest pits. Then silence fell. He stood there, the reality sinking in. Friends, right. Who needs them? In this world, it's every man for himself. What did he say? He'd kill me. A twisted grin formed on his face. You want to fight me? Is that it? His eyes burned with a vindictive fire. Fine. Just try it. Next time we meet, I'll massacre the whole lot of you. Meanwhile, in a high-end luxury suite. Enter squad leader An. A deep voice echoed. So you crawled back alive again. An Song-cheon bowed respectfully. Luck was on my side. Guildmaster Gonlok sat casually at his desk. Round 3 was brutal, wasn't it? You unhurt? An Sang-cheon nodded. Yes, sir. It wasn't as difficult as anticipated. The monsters. They seemed weaker than usual. Gonlok narrowed his eyes, probing. What's your current level? And your class? An Song-cheon straightened up. Sir, I am level 11. My class is Knight, and Corn is at the same level. He paused. But her awakening is different. She is a summoner. Gonlok's eyebrows shot up. A summoner. The guildmaster leaned forward. Excellent. That's no ordinary profession. An Song-cheon continued. I was shocked myself. After her class change, she summoned a spirit to create a barrier. Honestly, I only hunted safely because of her support. Gonlok stroked his chin. Good. Very good. A sly smile played on his lips. Maintain that relationship with actress Seo Erin. If the mood strikes, why not date her? An Song-cheon blinked, flustered. Date her, sir. What do you mean? Gonlok chuckled darkly. I mean lovers share secrets. It's the easiest way to expose a weakness. I didn't say you had to marry her. An Sang-cheon looked conflicted. So, should I pursue her? Seeing his subordinate's awkwardness, Gonlok laughed heartily. I haven't seen you this flustered in years. Relax. If it's too much trouble, forget it. An Song-cheon let out a breath he'd been holding. Understood. Besides, Corn has zero interest in me. Gonlok looked amused. Why? You're reliable masculine. A catch. An Sang-cheon shook his head. She's too formal. She still calls me Mr. Bodyguard. Is that so? Gonlok waved his hand, dismissing the topic. He crossed his legs, his demeanor shifting to business. Enough of that. What is this urgent report you mentioned? First, I must beg your forgiveness. Gonlok's gaze sharpened. For what? An Sang-cheon bowed low. I failed to execute your order to assist Ryumin. I couldn't even deliver your message to him. Gonlok remained calm. Is that so? I assume you have a valid reason. Yes, sir. Here is what happened. They sat down and the air grew heavy as An Song-cheon recounted the events. Gonlok listened in silence, absorbing every detail. After the briefing, the guildmaster tapped his lips thoughtfully. An avatar of the god of punishment. That sounds like a nightmare scenario. And Ryumin killed it. Yes, sir. He used overwhelming force. It was as if he knew exactly how to defeat it beforehand. An Sang-chon hesitated before adding, he is not someone who needs help. Ryumin is a solo army. Gonlok's expression turned serious. So his stats are beyond our calculations. This is the kind of power creep you only see in a broken leveling manhwa. To think I felt confident with my ancient, dark knight class. Gonlok's eyes glowed with a predatory golden light. Ryumin, I need to meet this monster. He waved his hand. You had a valid reason. I won't punish you. An Sang-chon bowed again, relieved. Thank you, sir. I apologize again. Gonlok sipped his wine, the liquid swirling like blood. Drop it. What about the thugs? Did you track them down? An Sang-chon opened his file, ready to report. Huang Yongmin. If that was his real name, it was as common as dirt in this city. But narrow the search to a male in his 20s living in Seoul. That brings the suspect list down to maybe 5 people. I asked Ma Kyung-rok regarding their location, but he hesitated. Apparently, the detective agency needed a full month to track the address. He let out a disappointed sigh. A whole month. We wouldn't know the truth until after the 4th round. He grabbed a bottle and poured himself a drink. No rush. We can take our time. Then the question dropped. How much gold have you stockpiled? About 10,000 came the reply. Ma Kyung-rok calculated for a moment. Halfway there. The shop lists a common rank tracking skill. Once you hit 20,000 gold, learn it immediately. An Sang-chon bowed his head respectfully. Understood, sir. Then a sudden realization struck him, and he straightened up. Ah, sir, I got distracted and forgot to mention. Last month, a shareholder swept up a massive amount of your stock. Ma Kyung-rok frowned. Which company are we talking about? Heavenly Demon Consulting. Your main focus right now. He paused, the glass hovering halfway to his lips. What percentage does this person hold? An Sang-chon swallowed nervously. Please don't be shocked. 31%. What disbelief crashed over him like a wave. One person bought 31%. Yes, sir. When I saw the data on the screen, I couldn't believe my own eyes. He calculated furiously. The market cap is 900 billion. That means a 280 billion investment. Who has that kind of liquidity? His eyes glowed golden as his focus sharpened, a trait of a high-tier system Manhwa user. A hidden tycoon I don't know about? Or is this one of my brothers playing games? He reached for his phone, his demeanor turning icy. Whoever holds 31% demands a seat at the table. Phone in hand, he commanded Chief An. Get me that major shareholder's contact info. Now. On the other end of the line, Ryumin stared at his own phone, waiting. The prey was about to bite. It's about time he contacted me. I couldn't make the first move. As the major shareholder, I must maintain my dignity. Suddenly, the door crashed open. Bro, what level are you? Ryumin jumped, dropping the phone smack onto his face. Rubbing his bruised nose, he sat up. Why the sudden interrogation? Ryu Wan panted, looking like he'd just run a marathon. This arrogant kid keeps bragging his brother is high level like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. They're mocking me, saying his brother is level 11 and already earned a class. Ryumin sighed, the weight of the world and his brother's drama on his shoulders. Level 11. Don't worry, I've surpassed that. Ryu Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? What level are you? Ryumin hesitated, hand on his neck. How much should I reveal? The truth is too dangerous right now. Level 12, he lied smoothly. Ryu Wan bounced with excitement. No way. Do you have a class too? Naturally. Ryu Wan's eyes sparkled. What is it? Tell me. What's your class? But Ryumin pulled the covers up, ending the conversation. Top secret. Ryu Wan slumped, disappointed. Come on. There shouldn't be secrets between brothers. Ryumin's voice turned cold. Yes, there are. Now, get out. I need more sleep. Ryu Wan stomped out. Fine. The door slammed shut. Silence returned to the room until the phone buzzed. Ryumin grabbed it. Finally. He sat up and answered calmly. Hello, a voice echoed from the line. Is this Mr. Ryumin speaking? Who is this? The voice on the other end was smooth and professional. Greetings. I am Ma Kyung-rok, CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting. Ryumin smirked. Time to play the fool. The more harmless I seem, the less he'll suspect. Oh, hello there. Ma Kyung-rok's voice brightened. You invested a fortune in our company last month, didn't you? He feigned ignorance perfectly. Yes. Is there a problem? Does he want a meeting? Since you've become the largest shareholder of Heavenly Demon Consulting, I'd like to meet personally. Let me treat you to dinner. Sure, Ryumin replied. Excellent. How about this Friday? Ryumin checked his mental calendar. Friday. The day the rune of inner thoughts appears. I have plans Friday. How about Saturday? Saturday works perfectly. See you then. Ryumin hung up a satisfied glint in his eyes. Perfect. I knew Ma Kyung-rok would call. He built that company to prove himself to his father. He wouldn't dare offend a major investor. Ryumin stood up. Before the meeting, it's time to secure the loot. In this awakening manhwa reality, runes were absolute power. You could find them in hidden locations, specific rounds, or earn them as special achievement rewards. They might drop from boss monsters, or in infinitesimally rare cases from common mobs, but the odds were essentially zero. But Ryumin knew a secret, a method known to almost no one. Runes could be found in reality. He climbed the stairs of a massive warehouse. The spawn conditions are complex, but I know them. He slipped into the shadows of the warehouse. Any moment now, Jang So-yoon will arrive. A wave of disgust hit him. Jang So-yoon. I'll never forget that name. The scumbag who kidnapped his brother. The voice still haunted his nightmares. In that past life, the villain had held a knife to Ryu Wan's throat. Want to see him alive, he had sneered at Ryumin. Then, pay the price. Give me the hidden information only you know. Ryumin had pleaded, desperate. What are you talking about? How would I know that? The villain had laughed manically. He glared at Ryumin with predatory eyes. Don't lie to me. I know you're a regressor. Ryumin had frozen in shock. How? How could he know? Seeing his panic, Jang So-yoon stepped closer, wondering how I found out. I possess the rune of inner thoughts. I dug through your brother's mind to get to you. Naturally, I know exactly what you're thinking right now. In the memory, the villain lay in a pool of blood later, but the damage was done. Since that tragedy, he had hunted Jang So-yoon through 11 regressions to reach this point. That's why this isn't just about personal revenge anymore. He slid a mask over his face, eyes burning with determination. I will secure the rune of inner thoughts, before that filth gets his hands on it. Suddenly, the heavy warehouse door groaned open. Jang So-yoon walked in, a woman draped over his shoulder like baggage. It begins. He tossed her onto a filthy mattress and ripped the tape from her mouth. I'm taking this off. Scream and you die. Got it. As the tape came loose, she gasped, begging for her life. Please, I beg of you, spare me. The villain looked down at her with bored eyes and scoffed. Damn it. Is that the only thing your useless mouth knows how to say? Try saying something interesting for once. Seo Ki-hoon gripped the roll of duct tape, his expression darkening. Help me. I have a child waiting at home. I will give you money. But he cut her off cold. I have no interest in hearing that garbage. Terror seized the woman's heart, leaving her trembling. I am sorry. I am so sorry. He tossed the tape aside and sneered. Sorry? For what exactly? The woman fell to her knees, clasping her hands in desperate prayer. You are doing this because I looked at you rudely the other day, right? I am truly sorry for that. Hearing this, he stepped closer, his shadow engulfing her. Exactly. So why did you do something you would regret? He leaned in, his voice dripping with malice. My mood was already trashed that day. Do you have any idea what I was going through? 2 nights prior, Seo Ki-hoon had been prowling the streets like a hungry wolf. As he walked, dark thoughts consumed him. Who should I pick tonight? I just need one woman to vent all this frustration on. His predator's gaze landed on a woman with a stunning figure. He watched her retreat, then silently stalked her into a dark, narrow alley, checking to ensure no witnesses were around. Seeing the coast was clear, Seo Ki-hoon accelerated. He activated his ability, a blinding light exploding from his body to block her path, leaving her frozen in shock. He pressed his hand over her face, stealing her vision. Panic erupted. My eyes, I cannot see anything. Her belongings and buttons scattered across the cold ground as she screamed. Who are you? After satisfying his twisted desires, he walked away, leaving her broken. A sick satisfaction filled him. This feels amazing. In this lawless world, I can do whatever I want. It is absolute paradise. He used to be a nobody rotting in a detention center. My life was boring as hell, he thought. If I had died back then, it would not have mattered at all. But everything changed when he found an ancient rune. It was a classic awakening manhwa moment. The rune granted him the power to emit blinding light. It was the perfect tool for his sick games. Back in the present flashback, he had walked into a cafe. The owner greeted him with a bright smile. Welcome, Seo Ki-hoon smirked, eyeing her up and down. She is actually pretty cute. He approached the counter. Give me a large iced Americano. She replied professionally, certainly. That will be 5,000 gold. He handed over the cash, his eyes narrowing as he probed for information. By the way, are you a part-timer? I am a regular here, but I have never seen your face before. She forced a polite smile. Ah, so you are a regular. I apologize for not recognizing you. But all the part-timers quit recently. You know how it is these days, right? The world has turned into a chaotic leveling Manhwa landscape. He mused that she had a point. With people dying left and right, nobody wanted to waste their life working a minimum wage job. Seo Ki-hoon kept talking as she prepared his drink. So, you are the owner. How old are you? You look surprisingly young. She replied, I am 32. Discovering she was an older woman only excited him more. He grinned. So, you are not a player then? No, thankfully, she answered. He immediately made his move. Let me get your number then. I think I like you. The sudden advance made her visibly uncomfortable. Seeing her hesitation, his expression shifted instantly. What is it? His voice dropped an octave, dripping with hostility. Why are you making that face? Do you hate looking at me that much? She stammered. Excuse me, but he screamed. Do you find the spots on my face disgusting? Is that it? Seo Ki-hoon slammed his fist onto the counter, his rage boiling over. Damn it, you are pissing me off. I am not drinking this trash. Give me my money back. You make me sick. Terrified by his sudden outburst, the woman frantically opened the register. Here is your refund. He snatched the bill from her trembling hand with savage force. So Ki-hoon stormed out of the shop, his ego bruised and dangerous. That arrogant witch. Just because she is pretty, she thinks she can judge me. In his twisted mind, a verdict was reached. I will make you pay for looking down on me with those judging eyes. He waited until she closed the shop, then struck her from behind with a club. Back in the alleyway, the reality of her situation set in as she kneeled before him. I am sorry. He lectured her like a twisted teacher. You should never look down on people just because of their appearance. Do you understand? She nodded frantically. Yes, I will never do it again. Suddenly, Seo Ki-hoon turned away, feigning dissatisfaction. No, this is not enough. You are not sincere. He shoved her backward, pinning her wrists to the ground. You think I am stupid. You are just faking an apology to save your own skin. She begged continuously, tears streaming down her face. Please, just let me go. But then, a silhouette appeared in the distance. Unaware, the villain reached for the woman with a demonic grin. You know what you did wrong, right? Now, it is time to pay the price. She struggled and screamed, I was wrong. It is all my fault. He laughed, pinning her down. Exactly. So just stay still and take it. The shadow drew closer. A deep voice cut through the darkness like a blade. No. You are the one who needs to stay still. Seo Ki-hoon froze, his blood running cold. What the hell? I thought we were alone. He spun around, shouting. Damn it, who is there? The mysterious figure replied calmly. Watch your language. Ryumin stepped into the light, a massive scythe resting on his shoulder. You are going to be doing plenty of screaming soon enough. It was a scene straight out of a system manhwa. Seo Ki-hoon stared confused. What is with that giant toy scythe? And that white mask? He let out a mocking laugh. You crazy bastard. You think this is a place for cosplay? Ryumin raised the weapon, his aura shifting. You really do not grasp the situation. Does this look like a toy to you? He swung the scythe, the blade slicing the air with a terrifying whistle. The villain flinched. Wait, is that real? Are you a player? Ryumin scoffed. You really are an idiot. What do you think? Ryumin glanced at the trembling woman. Ma'am, you can leave now. This is your only chance. Seo Ki-hoon snapped his head back to her and roared. Says who? A heavy thud echoed against the pavement. Ryumin launched himself forward, vanishing in a blur of speed. Instead of the blade, he drove the metal handle of the scythe straight up into the villain's crotch. Seo Ki-hoon collapsed instantly, clutching his groin as an unholy scream tore from his throat. My balls, arg. Ryumin stood over him unimpressed. See, I told you that you would be doing a lot of screaming. Ryumin turned to the woman. Run. I will handle this trash. She stammered a tearful thank you and fled into the night. Ryumin slammed his scythe into the asphalt. Now it is just the two of us. Ryumin looked down at Seo Ki-hoon, a dark smile hidden behind his mask. Let's play a real game. The villain scrambled up, grabbing a dagger from the ground, his eyes bloodshot with rage. I will kill you, you son of a bitch, I will kill you. Ryumin stood motionless, taunting him. Nice energy. It would be boring if you gave up too quickly. Don't you dare laugh at me. Seo Ki-hoon swung his dagger wildly, a storm of steel aiming for Ryumin's neck. But the hero dodged every strike with casual elegance. The villain gasped for air, his stamina draining rapidly. Panic began to set in. What is this? How is he dodging everything? As the blade passed inches from his face, Ryumin's eyes locked onto the dagger. I didn't expect you to still act tough with that trashy goblin dagger. With a brutal swing, the scythe flashed. A severed arm hit the floor, and Seyun screamed in absolute agony. Seeing the pathetic display, Ryumin casually slid a hand into his pocket. Does it hurt? He watched the man shaking, clutching the bloody stump. and whispered, "The nightmare hasn't even begun." Suddenly, Ryumin vanished into a blur of speed. Slash. In the blink of an eye, Seon's remaining arm was severed from his body. Hearing the pig-like squeals, Ryumin spoke coldly. "Look at you, overreacting like a child." Seon trembled violently, terror seizing his heart. "He's going to kill me. I need to escape this monster if I want to live." Desperation clawed at his mind. If I want to run, I have to blind him first. He unleashed his innate ability, a burst of blinding light meant to rob an enemy of their sight. "Die, you brat." But the triumph froze on his face. Seon panicked. "What? Why isn't it working?" Ryumin stared at him unimpressed. "Flash that light as much as you want. It's useless. My skill, Eternal Night, forbids any light from existing here. It was a trap set from the start. I knew a rat like you would try that trick, so I cast Eternal Night beforehand." A predator's smile curled on Ryumin's lips. "Even without the darkness, I would have crippled him anyway," Ryumin decided. With a ruthless swing, the scythe reaped again. Crunch. Both of Seon's legs were severed instantly, and he collapsed into a pool of his own blood, screaming. Tears of despair and shock streamed down Seon's face. "You demon, why are you doing this to me? Why?" "Why?" Ryumin echoed, his voice devoid of mercy. The scythe moved again, stabbing deep into the man's thigh. Ryumin twisted the blade and asked, "Why do humans crush cockroaches?" He answered his own question. "Because leaving pests alive only causes plague." Every word struck harder than the blade, piercing Seon's flesh. Yet Seon clung to his arrogance, cursing through the pain. "Screw you, you psycho," Ryumin scoffed. "Let me how long you can keep that attitude up." The room became a slaughterhouse filled with blood and echoing screams. Seon lay prone, his body a map of stab wounds, his mind racing in confusion. Damn it, why is he doing this? What grudge does he have against me? Rage boiled within him. This isn't fair, it's completely unfair. He bit his lip until it bled. Instead of suffering this hell, maybe I should just end it. Tears blurred his vision as he squeezed his eyes shut, preparing to bite off his tongue. Fine, I'll just die. But cold steel pressed against his neck, freezing him in place. Sehun looked up, stunned. Ryumin gazed down with eyes like dead stars. "What's the matter? Trying to bite your tongue? You think I'll let you take the easy way out," Ryumin declared. "You don't get to die until you beg me for death on your knees." The scythe descended again. Slash. Slash. It carved into Seon's body repeatedly, a rhythmic torture, designed to break the mind, not just the flesh. Seon's face turned corpse pale. "I have to stop the pain," his lips trembled. "Kill, please." Ryumin paused, tilting his head. "What was that?" The broken man begged. "Kill me. Please just kill me." Ryumin raised an eyebrow. "Are you serious right now?" Sehun lay in the dirt, sobbing. "I beg you, end my life." Ryumin sighed, resting the blood-soaked scythe on his shoulder. "You really don't know why I'm going this far, do you? After all, to you, we're total strangers." Ryumin leaned in, revealing the twisted truth. "Actually, we aren't strangers at all. Jong So-hyun. In a different time we met before." Sehun froze. "He knows my real name." Curiosity pierced through the pain. "Don't tell me. Are you related to that woman?" Ryumin turned away. "No, she means nothing to me." "Then why?" Sehun gasped. Ryumin's voice dropped an octave. "You kidnapped my little brother. You tortured him to make me reveal a hidden secret." "I did what?" "No, I never." Ryumin cut him off. "Of course you don't remember. It's a tragedy from a future that hasn't happened yet. But for me," Ryumin continued, "that future is my past. If I don't interfere now, you will obtain the legendary Rune of Inner Thoughts." Sehun blinked, his mind blank. "The Rune of Inner Thoughts," Ryumin explained. "There is a hidden rune here. Do you know the unlock condition? It appears only when you hear the voice of truth from another person." Sehun looked dumbfounded. "Voice of truth?" Ryumin sneered. "A voice from the heart, sincere, and without a shred of lies." Ryumin looked at him with utter disgust. "If I hadn't stepped in, you would have violated and terrorized that woman. You would have forced her to use her voice of truth to beg for mercy. You would have unlocked the rune and used it to commit atrocities beyond imagination." Sehun fell silent, crushed by the weight of his uncommitted sins. "I have confirmed this outcome through every regression. Even in this system, Manhwa reality, your 12 previous criminal records prove you're trash that deserves to burn." Sehun pleaded. "If I deserve to die, then kill me quickly." Ryumin shook his head. "No. I'm done touching you." Panic exploded in Sehun's chest. "He won't end the pain." Ryumin suddenly jammed the handle of the scythe into Sehun's mouth, gagging him. Ryumin looked down with contempt. What do you think I'm doing? I'm waiting for you to suffocate on your own fear. Seyun writhed, unable to beg. I told him to kill me. This hurts too much. Wait. Doesn't he want the rune? Doesn't he need the voice of truth from my heart? He squeezed his eyes shut against the agony. Why stop me from speaking? Why won't he let me talk? Ryumin, reading his mind, answered aloud. Because I wanted to test the rune. Seyun's eyes bulged. What? Ryumin shrugged. Sorry, but I already have it. Don't you remember? Sincerely begging me to kill you. It came from the bottom of your rotten heart. The moment Ryumin had severed his limbs, the condition was met. The ancient text had reacted to the raw sincerity of Seyun's despair. The system chimed. You have forced the target to use the voice of truth. Condition cleared. You have discovered the hidden rune of inner thoughts. The golden rune floated before Ryumin, glowing with power. The rune will now engrave onto the player's soul. Effect. Read the target's current thoughts. High perception allows glimpses into their hidden intentions. Range limited to 30 meters. The light shattered into particles and absorbed into Ryumin's body. Ryumin smiled coldly. I just wanted to test the merchandise. And as you can see, it works perfectly. Seyun couldn't speak. He could only scream in his mind. You got what you wanted. Just kill me, Ryumin answered the thought directly. Nah, giving you an easy death isn't my style. It wouldn't be fair to your victims otherwise, would it? Seyun's final thought was of the devil standing before him before his body went completely cold, staring down at the lifeless corpse. Ryumin knew there were no witnesses, but the mess remained. It was the perfect time to test a basic skill from his new arsenal. Ryumin immediately activated Erase Traces. The system window flashed, deploying the skill designed to wipe every shred of evidence, corpse, blood spatters, and fingerprints alike. An eerie blue light enveloped the room. As Ryumin watched the evidence dissolve into nothingness under the azure glow, he knew the skill's efficiency was absolute. Never leave a trail for the dogs to follow. With his objective complete, Ryumin removed his mask and vanished into the night, his next move already in motion. I secured the asset. Time to face Ma Kyung-rok. The next morning, in the city center, Ryu stared wide-eyed at his brother's unusually sharp suit. Bro, are you going on a date? Ryu asked, baffled. Ryumin tucked his hands into his coat, scoffing. A date? Hardly. Ryu squinted. But you never dress this seriously. It's a critical occasion, Ryumin replied, coolly. I'm meeting a business partner. Ryu leaned in, skeptical. Since when did you pivot to business? Ryumin stayed silent, focusing on his phone. Ryu scratched his head, anxiety bubbling up. Didn't you lose our entire savings on stocks just yesterday? Now business? If he fails again, he'll be crushed. Ryumin read the concern on his brother's face. The kid wasn't worried about poverty. He was worried about Ryumin's feelings. Cute kid. Ryumin flashed a confident smile. If this meeting goes the way I planned, I'll tell you everything. Stop stressing. You trust your big brother, right? Ryu nodded instantly. Always. Who else would I trust? Ryumin's expression hardened. Wait here. The streets aren't safe with those players running loose. Ryu trailed him to the door. I saw the news. People abusing their new abilities to commit crimes. It's like the dark reality of a system Manhwa come to life. I heard criminals overseas are even using their powers to break out of prison, Ryu whispered. Ryumin's eyes grew cold. Exactly. The system doesn't care about morality. Even murderers can awaken. Ryumin knew the truth players would evolve and humanity's numbers would plummet. He remembered the apocalyptic future all too well. An era where non-players were hunted like livestock and enslaved by those who stood at the peak of power. That was a future Ryumin refused to let happen again. Before the world descends into anarchy, I must become a predator they can't touch and elevate the clan's fame. He turned back to Ryu. Stay alert. Don't wander off. Got it. So when do I get the business details? Ryu pressed. Ryumin just winked. Top secret. Ryu groaned, his curiosity burning. You're killing me here, Ryumin pinched Ryu's cheek playfully. Patience, kid. I'll tell you soon. Order yourself some lunch while I'm gone. Get something pricier than instant noodles? All right. Leaving Ryu behind, Ryumin arrived at the grandiose hotel entrance, scanning the perimeter. Just as I predicted, he chose his home turf. It was a classic power move. Ryumin stepped into the territory chosen by Ma Kyung-rok for their lunch meeting. On paper, this was an Osan Group hotel. But in the shadows of the corporate world, this property belonged personally to Ma Kyung-rok. It was a secret wrapped in layers of deception, known only to Ryumin thanks to his future knowledge. He approached the reception. Not even his family knows this much. I'll use this leverage to spike my value. He widened his eyes, adopting the persona of a naive young man overwhelmed by luxury. Time to put on a show. He hunched his shoulders slightly, looking timid. Excuse me, I was told to come to the front desk for an appointment. The receptionist smiled professionally. Are you here to see the chairman of Chioma? Consulting Ryumin nodded eagerly. Yes, that's me. The chairman will be with you shortly. Please take a seat. Ryumin bowed awkwardly. Oh, thank you. He sat down gawking at the decor like a country bumpkin. Perfect. Now, to play the clueless lottery winner. He craned his neck at the ceiling and exclaimed loudly, Wow, look at that chandelier. It's so cool. A shadow fell over him. Mr. Ryumin. Finally, the opening act. Ryumin scrambled to his feet. Yes, that's me. An Sang-chul paused, recognition flashing in his eyes. Have we met before? At the Galleria apartments? Ryumin nodded vigorously. That's right, I think I saw you when I was handing out rice cakes after moving in. You were with that actress Seo Rin. An bowed politely. Apologies for not greeting you properly back then. Internally, An was reeling. He looks like a high schooler. This kid is the investor who dropped 280 billion won. Ryumin read the skepticism radiating off the man. He thinks I'm a proxy. He can't believe a teenager holds that kind of capital. It is suspicious for a kid to have this much cash. Ryumin scratched his neck sheepishly. Hey, no worries. We didn't really know each other. I just never guessed the chairman of Chonma lived right upstairs. An Sang-chul quickly corrected him, flustered. Oh, please don't misunderstand. I am not the chairman. He placed a hand on his chest. I am Chief An Sang-chul. The chairman is running slightly behind schedule, so he sent me ahead to escort you. He gestured toward a private room. Shall we inside? An seated Ryumin at a grand table before excusing himself. Please make yourself comfortable. An bowed and exited immediately, whipping out his phone the second the door clicked shut. He typed furiously. Chairman, I've made contact. He's too young to have earned that capital. There must be a backer. Proceed with caution. Inside, Ryumin smirked. Hook, line, and sinker. Ma Kyung-rok, the meticulous perfectionist, would never be late to a meeting of this magnitude. Sending the chief was a test. The heavy door swung open. A man with a commanding aura strode in. Greetings. I am Ma Kyung-rok, chairman of Chonma Consulting. He extended a hand, eyes sharp as daggers. Ryumin grasped it firmly. I'm Ryumin. Kyung-rok gestured to the chair. Chief An will be joining us. Ryumin narrowed his eyes slightly as he took his seat. He's keeping his subordinate in the room to assert dominance. Typical power play. Ma Kyung-rok unfolded his napkin, his voice smooth as silk. Shall we enjoy lunch before we discuss business? I've arranged a traditional Korean feast, hoping it suits your refined palate. Servants paraded in with silver platters. Gazing at the delicacies fit for an emperor, he masked his indifference with a polite smile. In a sanctuary of luxury like this, perfection is the standard. Ryumin sampled a dish offering casual praise. Truly exquisite. Ji-on-lok responded with practiced ease. Knowing it pleases you sets my mind at rest. Observing the young man's etiquette, his mind raced. Section Chief An was right. This kid is far too green to command a fortune of 280 billion won on his own. Even if he possessed such wealth, he shouldn't have the spine to wield it. He must be a puppet dancing on someone else's strings. Suspicion coiled in Ji-on-lok's gut. Who is the real master, pulling the strings in the shadows? Is it my brothers? Or a rival faction? He decided to play along and dig for the truth. I must admit, our first meeting caught me off guard. Mr. Ryumin, I never imagined our majority shareholder would be a mere youth. May I ask your age? The answer was calm. I am 20 years old. The revelation cracked the chairman's composure. He quickly smoothed his expression, though. His eyes betrayed his shock. 20. I myself am 29. It is refreshing to meet a peer in this industry. Ryumin smiled. The pleasure is mine. Ji-on pressed on the predator, testing the waters. But how does a 20-year-old acquire such a massive fortune? Are you the scion of a hidden conglomerate? He certainly doesn't beat around the bush. Ryumin waved a hand dismissively. Not at all. I was just an ordinary student living a mundane life. That is until a few months ago. Gi-on leaned in. Until a few months ago, precisely. Have you been following the news lately? Ryumin's eyes glinted. Did you hear about the anomaly who won the lottery 4 times in a row, becoming an instant tycoon? I did see that report, Ji-on replied. Ryumin pointed to himself. That legend is me. I am the one who defied the odds 4 consecutive times. Ji-on was thunderstruck. What? That's impossible. Skepticism flooded his voice. Is it true? You are the mysterious figure from the headlines. Indeed. But Jian's sharp mind caught the discrepancy. Wait. According to the reports, the total winnings amounted to roughly 60 billion won. How did you acquire 280 billion? I reinvested everything into Bitcoin. The answer sounded absurd to Gian Lok. Cryptocurrency. That is your explanation. Ryumin nodded politely. It is. You truly defy common sense. What possessed you to gamble 60 billion won on such a volatile market? Even I would not dare to take such a reckless risk. An Sang-cheon scoffed. It seems you were born under a lucky star. Ryumin's expression darkened. It wasn't luck. A memory suddenly surfaced in An Sang-cheon's mind. That's right. The interview mentioned you saw the winning numbers in a dream. If that isn't blind luck, what is? Ryumin replied calmly. I never claimed it was a dream. Curiosity burned in their eyes. Then how? Ryumin locked eyes with Gian Lok. This is the only way. To dominate this board, I need this man as my pawn. He lowered his voice, creating an air of absolute mystery. I have never shared this secret with a living soul, but I possess a rune that allows me to peer into the timeline. The revelation left them reeling in this awakening Manhwa scenario. Ryumin pressed on. This rune grants me visions of events, years in the future. He stated it as a cold fact. Simply put, I am a prophet. An Sang-cheon and Gian Lok stared blankly, their brains struggling to process the absurdity. Did I just hear him correctly? Gian froze. A prophet. Is this kid delusional? He scrutinized Ryumin's face. Are you making a mockery of us? Ryumin placed his hands on the table, exuding the aura of a king. What would I gain by deceiving you? Gian connected the dots instantly. Then, the lottery wins. You used this rune to foresee the numbers. Correct. Ryumin smiled confidently. That is also why I poured everything into Bitcoin. It wasn't gambling. It was a certainty. I saw the charts rising in my visions. Jian's skepticism remained a fortress. If what you say is true, surely you wouldn't mind providing a demonstration. Predict my next action. Ryumin paused. Predicting his movements is trivial. My rune allows me to read his very thoughts. However, showing too much power now invites disaster. I need to fabricate a limitation to keep them off guard. He pressed a hand to his chest, feigning regret. I apologize. This power is not mine to command at will. The visions come spontaneously without warning or control. It makes sense. A rune that defies time must have constraints. Gian lifted his glass. Is that so? A thought struck Gian. Wait, you invested 280 billion won into our firm. Yes, Ryumin confirmed. Because I saw the future. The Heavenly Demon Consulting Group is destined to become an empire. Define empire, Gian challenged. Ryumin didn't blink. Within 6 months, you will enter the Kospi Index without a single obstacle. The words struck a chord. Greed and ambition ignited a fire in Jian's eyes. He struggled to maintain his poker face. If that prophecy holds true, not only will father acknowledge me, but the chairman's seat will be mine for the taking. Calm down. It's just unverified talk. While Gian fantasized, Ryumin dropped the hammer. However, for that future to exist, you must completely dismantle your current business model. An Sang-cheon looked as if he'd been slapped. What? Dismantle it? He slammed his hand on the table, roaring. That is an outrageous demand. You want us to overhaul our entire foundation. Why don't you ask us to change the company name while you're at it? Section Chief. And stand down, Gian ordered. Ryumin casually picked up another piece of beef. Since the business type is changing, a new name is naturally required. The nonchalant attitude fueled An Sang-cheon's rage. Are you out of your mind? Ryumin's expression cooled instantly. Do I look like a jester to you? Both of you are players. You should know the rules. Revealing one's rune is a massive tactical disadvantage. The logic cut through the room like a blade, silencing them instantly. As the tension settled, Ryumin continued. I weighed the risks. I chose to expose my ability because I view you as strategic partners in this Manhwa recap story. I want this company to ascend. He pierced Gian with a stare. Otherwise, why would I sink a fortune into it? If you want the crown, you must follow my lead. An Sang-cheon looked at his boss in panic. Chairman, surely you don't buy this fairy tale, Ryumin sighed. It seems my sincerity hasn't reached you. Gian scowled. To be honest, I do not. Ryumin leaned back, playing his ace. Section Chief. Anne, have you ever wondered why I moved into the unit directly below the penthouse? Don't tell me you think it was mere coincidence. The implication hit home, rattling An Sang-cheon, but the trap was already sprung. He turned his sharp gaze toward An Sang-cheon. Hold on a second. Did you say? The unit below the penthouse. Chief An, explain yourself. Is he living right underneath you? Flustered, the subordinate stammered. Chairman, sir? Just about 2 months ago, Ryumin moved into the floor directly below the star actress Seo Arin. He continued, sweat beading on his brow. That's right. It was only a few days after I obtained the prophecy rune. The chairman's voice dropped to a dangerous growl. Chief An, why is this the first time I'm hearing this vital intel? Desperate to justify himself, he explained. Until today, I honestly didn't think it was significant information. The chairman sat up straighter, his mind racing with calculations. If that was back in January, it was before his massive Bitcoin investment. He stared at his subordinate, realizing the implication. He moved near a person connected to the very company he planned to invest in. Unless he actually saw the future. Such a precise maneuver would be impossible. He deduced silently. Does he know I'm secretly sponsoring Seo Arin? He concluded. Yes, but this alone isn't enough proof. Ryumin smirked coldly. It seems you still doubt my words. Then, let's try this. Ryumin stopped eating his aura, turning serious. This hotel we are sitting in. It's your personal asset, isn't it, Chairman Ma Kyung-rok? As for your identity, you are the eldest son of the Ong Group. Chon Ma Consulting is a secret enterprise you established to earn your father's recognition. Am I correct? Hearing this, On Sang-cheon leaped from his seat shouting, You bastard! Who are you? How do you know secrets only the family elders possess? Before he could finish, the chairman raised a hand. Stand down, Chief An. The subordinate exhaled shakily, trying to regain his composure. I apologize. The chairman's face darkened, his trembling hand betraying his anxiety. True. Everything you said is accurate. He hardened his gaze. However, claiming you know this through foresight is still a stretch. As Chief An mentioned, anyone within my family circle would have access to that information. He stared daggers at Ryumin. In fact, I suspect you are a spy sent by a third party to trap me. And in this situation, you expect me to blindly trust you and pivot my entire business strategy. His tone remained calm, but the pressure in the room spiked. Even if I don't say it out loud, you already know my answer, don't you? This entire situation feels like a bad setup in a system Manhwa. Ma Kyung-rok chuckled softly. I want to believe your prophecy rune is real. Who wouldn't want an oracle to help their company grow? He gestured with his hands to emphasize his point. But the story you are spinning right now, it is simply too hard to swallow. Mr. Ryumin, thank you for your investment. But I need to convene a shareholders meeting to review such a radical proposal. His voice was final. Of course, the burden of persuasion will fall on you. He stood up and bowed slightly. Please excuse me. I cannot help you further today. I will be taking my leave. Ryumin's expression darkened. Wait just a moment, Chairman. The chairman paused, sitting back down. Do you have something else to say? Ryumin lowered his head, thinking, is this really the only option? He made his choice. Fine. I will give you information regarding the 4th round. The chairman's eyes widened. The 4th round, Ryumin had successfully baited him. You have intel on the next stage, Ryumin replied confidently. Correct. The prophecy rune showed me everything. I know exactly what tragedy is coming. Surely this information is enough to prove my worth. On Sang-cheon stood and bowed deeply to the chairman. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I was too emotional earlier and raised my voice. The chairman, checking his phone, waved it off with a pleased look. It's fine. You acted out of loyalty. The subordinate hesitated. Actually, I just remembered something else. May I speak freely? The chairman nodded. Say whatever is on your mind. He voiced his deepest suspicions. Honestly, I still doubt Ryumin. Even if he can see the future. If he truly possesses such a cheat skill in this leveling Manhwa world, he could live like a king in silence. Why go out of his way to help us? The chairman's expression turned grim. Didn't he say he wanted to grow with the company? Perhaps he just wants to amass more wealth. On Sang-cheon rubbed his chin. But what is his real motive? He already has 280 billion. That's a fortune. He could retire today and never work again. On Sang-cheon tried desperately to sway his boss. Clearly, that isn't enough for him. Human greed is a bottomless pit. But even so, this is too dangerous. And whether that ridiculous rune even exists is still a huge question mark. The chairman replied slowly, I agree with you. He placed a hand over his heart. But if he truly is a prophet who can see the path ahead, we must secure him as an ally. He stood up, eyes gleaming with ambition. Think about it. If we always know the parameters of the next round and prepare in advance, imagine the advantage. And if that helps the company skyrocket in the process, then it's a mutually beneficial relationship. The subordinate wanted to argue, but is he really a prophet? The chairman countered. As for that, he grinned broadly. We just have to wait and see, don't we? Outside, Ryumin walked alone, deep in thought. He scanned his surroundings. Once the fourth round concludes, he will know for a fact that I am a true prophet. He mused to himself. However, I didn't reveal the critical details, like the hidden side quests, or the method to climb the rankings. He recalled the tension at the dinner table. The objective of the fourth round isn't about slaying monsters. Instead, it will be a massacre among the players themselves. He couldn't afford to let his guard down for a second. Ryumin shoved his hands in his pockets, his expression grave. That should be enough to prove my identity. He analyzed the situation shrewdly. After this, their attitude toward me will shift completely. They will treat me like royalty and protect me at all costs, because I am their oracle. He stared into the distance. It's always better to have the prophet on your side than against you. Ryumin pulled out his phone. Now that I've cast myself in this role, should I play it out to the very end? His fingers flew across the keyboard. First things first. Who should I contact? Meanwhile, on the pedestrian street, Minjuri was sprinting, panic on her face. At this rate, I'm going to be late. The traffic light turned red. Terrified of missing her appointment, she mentally screamed, "Faster, come on, turn green." She noticed a flashy red car. What's with that vehicle? It's blocking the entire shop front. Some people have no manners. The car window slowly rolled down. A voice called out, "Minjuri." She froze, startled. "Ryumin." The light turned green. She quickly walked over, leaning towards the window. "Is this your car?" He smiled charmingly. "Sorry for parking right in front of the entrance. Hop in. Let's take a spin while we chat." Minjuri was still reeling from the shock. "Hey, all right." The sleek machine purred to life. Looking from the outside, absolute coolness. She spoke timidly, awe in her voice. "This is my first time sitting in a beast like this." He flashed a smile. "Really, me too. Just picked it up fresh from the lot." "I see." Her eyes widened as she asked, "How much does a ride like this even cost?" Eyes on the road, he shrugged effortlessly. "Not much. Around 900 million won." Her jaw nearly hit the floor. 900 million. "Not much. Spare me. Do you have any idea how many convenience stores I could open with that kind of cash?" He spoke as if the money was mere pocket change. Compared to the lottery jackpot I raked in, yeah, this is peanuts. Inner thoughts raced. He's right. Ryumin is filthy rich now. 60 billion won. It feels like we're living in two completely different dimensions. Suddenly, heat rose to her cheeks. Wait, this feels suspiciously like a date. I'm getting butterflies. Just as her imagination ran wild, his voice cut through. "To be honest, I have something to confess." Her face turned beet red, sweat forming instantly. "See, confess." Confession. He quickly clarified, seeing her panic. "It's nothing weird, so don't get the wrong idea." She forced a stiff laugh. "Wrong idea? Me pfft. Never. God, let the earth swallow me whole right now." She waved her hands frantically. "So, what exactly do you want to confess?" He stared ahead blankly. "Remember I said the lottery numbers came to me in a dream, right?" She nodded. "Well, that was a lie." He prepared to drop the bomb. He locked eyes with her. "The truth is, I get my info from ancient runes that peer into the timeline, not dreams. These runes show me future events. That's why my awakened class is Prophet." Her eyes lit up. "A prophet." She clapped her hands in excitement. "That is so cool. Isn't that a unique hidden class?" He scratched the back of his neck, awkward. "I guess so." She looked at him with satisfaction. "That's amazing. Future sight via ancient runes. Incredible. Thanks for trusting me with the truth. Even among friends, sharing secrets like this isn't easy." Ryumin gave a gentle smile. "It's nothing. You told me your class was support, so it's only fair I reciprocate." She looked at him playfully. "How is that fair? I never told you what my specific rune does." "Since we're on the topic, should I spill the beans on my ability?" He answered instantly, "No need." But she was already too excited to listen. She pointed a finger confidently. "In the first round, I got the Rune of Protection. Within a 10-meter radius, I get a protective shield layer for every person standing near me. So if there are 5 people, I get 5 layers of defense." Minjuri burst into laughter. "Whew, getting that off my chest feels great. Makes you happy too, right?" She tilted her head. "But why tell me about your rune now?" He gave an honest answer. "Keeping secrets. It was starting to weigh on my mind. Plus, if I didn't come clean, you wouldn't believe what I'm about to say next." Confused, she asked, "What do you mean?" The red sports car sped down the highway. Her voice spiked in panic. That's the mission for round 4. He remained ice cold. Exactly. So you need to be extremely careful. Ryumin's expression turned grim. Keep your guard up. You never know what the players around you might do. She nodded solemnly. Okay, I'll remember that. She gazed out the window, a warm feeling spreading in her chest. Still, I'm grateful. He told me because he worries about me. He even called me first. She stole a glance at him, blushing. Could it be? Does he have a little crush on me? I hope so. Outside, the golden hues of sunset began to fade. Back in his room, sitting on the bed. I can't believe Minjiri has liked me all this time. I was totally clueless. A look of realization crossed his face. No wonder she was always so nice to me. His eyes narrowed in calculation. It's a bit awkward, sure, but this works in my favor. He set his phone down, plotting. In this leveling Manhwa world, making her a loyal ally just got way easier. He adjusted his pillow, cold logic taking over. Now, she'll trust my prophecies implicitly. He pulled the covers up, closing his eyes. That's one problem solved. Time to rest. Not much else to do this month anyway. Darkness fell as time slipped away. Under the shimmering city lights. It was the 31st, 11:55 p.m. The simple clock on his wall ticked down to the moment of destiny. Sitting on his bed, he opened the interface. Before entering the other world, I snagged an epic tier item from the daily shop. The system displayed Dark Gauntlets. Rank Epic. Effect Strength +5. Agility +5. Feature weapons become semi-transparent. Active only at night. Restriction normal, rank, and above. Description: Gauntlets. Cloaked in the abyss, capable of turning invisible. Your equipped weapon will fade into a ghostly transparency. He analyzed the purchase. The stats are high, and the semi-transparent weapon option is a game changer. Combine that with my midnight skill, and the lethality skyrockets. Suddenly, a knock echoed. It was Ryu Wan. Brother, it's time. He stepped into the room. Are you confident you can conquer this round too? He glanced aside. We'll know once we try. Ryu Wan looked anxious. Hey, you're a prophet, right? You said you had intel on round 4. Ryumin replied sharply. Having intel is one thing, executing it is another. Ryu Wan's voice trembled. What do you mean, brother? You have to survive and come back, okay? Ryumin feigned anger, pointing at his head. Don't jinx me with that death flag talk. Hearing that just makes me feel like I'm cursed. Lying back, his expression darkened. Round 4. It might truly be the round of death. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Huang Yongmin tore at his hair. Damn it, not again? Status window. The system flashed red. Penalty applied. All stats permanently reduced by 50%. Rage consumed him. Bastard, I can't believe this is the price for betraying the mirror of Dungsik. I don't even have my 10 command rights anymore. How the hell am I supposed to clear a system Manhwa nightmare like round 4? He ground his teeth, stomping forward in fury. Those vultures wanting the regional representative seat will target me, or old friends coming for revenge. He looked up, confusion, halting his rage. Wait, where am I? He scanned the area. What kind of twisted mission starts in a godforsaken place like this? This endless white void. It makes me feel like a rat in a laboratory. Spotting Ryumin. His mind snapped. Ryumin Ball, that evil demon. He definitely knew this would happen. Bitter memories flooded back. He manipulated me into destroying the artifact. Ryumin's voice echoed in his memory. Use up your 10 commands and break the relic. He plotted all of it. He even killed the punishment avatar without hesitation. The guy is too suspicious. His expression darkened as he glared at Ryumin's back. If only I possessed the power, I would have pulverized that bastard's face into dust. Fury boiled within him, but he was impotent to act. Damn it, this was humiliating. Yet survival left him no other path. To keep his life, he had to make a deal with this devil. Forcing composure, he stepped forward. Ryumin. Ryumin turned his gaze piercing. What is it? With a stiff expression, the man asked. Our contract from the previous round. Is it still valid? Contract. You mean when you begged for protection in exchange for servitude? Ryumin let out a dry chuckle. I have no need for a subordinate like you anymore. Disbelief washed over him. Excuse me. Crossing his arms, Ryumin delivered the cold truth. You have exhausted your authority of command. A district representative without command charges is worthless. Furthermore, most players have awakened their classes now. Your authority holds no sway over them. The words struck him like a physical blow. Ryumin smiled, cold and calculating. You have zero value. You are nothing but a walking target. Rage and fear clashed in his mind. A walking target. Terror began to take root in his heart. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. He whipped his head around instantly. Ryumin stood with crossed arms, radiating confidence. Relax. It is merely a title. Few will actually try to harvest your life. Confused, the man stepped closer. Are you saying I am safe? Ryumin explained with a bored tone. You know the tragic destiny of district representatives. The public has realized that wearing that crown brings no glory. Ryumin's voice dropped, becoming serious. And as people level up the number of pawns you can control with your authority diminishes. The risk far outweighs the reward. Huang Youngmin pondered the logic. Ryumin is right. If I could, I would strip myself of this cursed title immediately. Just then, Aaron approached with soft steps. Huang Youngmin flushed, thinking, why are they approaching us? Aaron chimed in brightly. Greetings, Ryumin. An Sang-cheon stood beside her. Hello there. Do you recall who we are? Ryumin nodded. Naturally. Huang Youngmin froze. What is this situation? His face twisted in disbelief. You saved us from the thug standing right next to you. We wish to express our gratitude again. Huang Youngmin bristled with indignation. What? A thug? Ryumin silenced him with a glance. His expression remained indifferent. Your gratitude was received. There is no need to seek me out again. An Sang-cheon pressed on. We still feel indebted to you. Our guild chairman also wishes to send his regards for saving us. He tried to continue. Regarding our chairman Ryumin, cut him off coldly. Stop. I have no interest. Sensing the tension, Aaron quickly stepped in. Mr. Ryumin, please accept this small token of our appreciation. She held up a violet gemstone that shimmered with ethereal light. Please take this. Ryumin's eyes narrowed slightly. A lowest-grade purple magic stone, a surprisingly lucrative windfall. She stammered shyly. I felt that mere words were insufficient. Ryumin snatched the stone from her hand. Your judgment is sound. Thanks. He examined the gem, internal thoughts racing. For such a precious artifact, politeness is unnecessary. I must attempt to craft a low-grade magic stone when we return. Aaron watched him nervously. Does it please him? Will he think I gave him a useless rock and get angry? Ryumin smirked internally. Just as I suspected, she is ignorant of its true value. If she knew its power, she never would have surrendered it. Huang Youngmin eyed the exchange and muttered, I possess something similar to that. Ryumin's sharp ears caught it. He also holds a magic stone. Huang Youngmin tapped his chin. I believe it is called a Ryumin Steel Force Stone. Ryumin's composure cracked. What a Ryumin Steel Force Stone? His mind began to analyze the data. That item has an abysmal drop rate from elite monsters. In this leveling Manhwa world, it is far scarcer than a regular magic stone. Obtaining one intentionally at this stage is theoretically impossible. A predatory glint appeared in his eyes. Now that I know he holds such a treasure, is it his fortune or his curse? Aaron stammered, breaking his train of thought. Mr. Ryumin, do you require a defensive barrier? He raised an eyebrow. A barrier? She smiled timidly. I have awakened as a summoner. I can summon a spirit to cast a shield for you. If he cut her off abruptly, I appreciate the offer, but I refuse. It is unnecessary for someone of my caliber. Aaron blushed, retreating into her shell. I understand. She bowed politely. We shall take our leave then. May fortune be with you in this round. He nodded. Good luck. As Huang Youngmin turned to follow them, Ryumin's voice rang out. Hold it right there. Ryumin stared daggers at him. Walk away now, and you will regret it. Confused Huang Youngmin asked, What do you mean I told you already? You are a walking target. Huang Youngmin scoffed. But you just claimed no one would target me, Ryumin corrected him sharply. I said few people, not zero. The benefits of being a representative have not completely vanished. While the elite have reached level, 10 stragglers remain. Those without classes are desperate for command authority. Do you truly believe that among thousands of players, not a single one hunts for your head? Sweat beaded on Huang Youngmin's brow. Then what must I do? Ryumin grinned. I will assist you. I can ensure you do not become prey. Hope flared in Huang Youngmin's eyes. Truly. Before he could express gratitude, Ryumin raised a hand. My services come at a price. You saw the stone Aaron offered me. If you possess a similar artifact, hand it over. Huang Youngmin hesitated only for a second. I do have one. Desperate, he immediately surrendered the stone to Ryumin. The system identified it, Ryumin Steel Force Stone. It was a dense obsidian gem with a slick, glossy sheen. Ryumin felt a surge of satisfaction. Excellent. Do you have anything else? Huang Youngmin panicked. No, I gave you everything valuable. Please do not strip me of my equipment, Ryumin sighed. Relax. I have no interest in your garbage gear. Huang Youngmin demanded I paid the price. Now, Fulfill your end of the bargain. Ryumin turned his back. I always keep my word. Suddenly, the angel descended, voice booming. Greetings, humans. You have gathered once more. Though I see your numbers have dwindled. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The numbers dropped. Are players slaughtering each other in the real world? Ryumin observed silently. It would be more surprising if players avoided trouble for a whole month. The angel clapped her hands enthusiastically. Now then, since attendance is taken, let us declare the mission for round 4. The details for the 4th round have descended. The main quest, a 3-hour massacre where only the strong survive. Across all zones, over 161,906 participants remain. In our current sector, Zone SX45, over 1,000 souls stand trembling. Confusion erupts as the players scream. What the hell is this insanity? Kill one another. The angel's voice dripped with absolute contempt. You humans really are slow on the uptake, aren't you? It is exactly as I said. A wicked grin stretched across her face. Just stab, slice, and butcher the players standing right next to you. Simple, right. Panic spread like a plague. Murder. We have to slaughter our own kind. The angel raised a finger, basking in their fear. Let me spell it out for your tiny brains. The goal of this round is population control. I need you to thin the herd. Unlike the previous trials, this time there are no monsters to hunt. Doubt and fear washed over the crowd as they realized the truth of this leveling manhwa reality. No monsters. But how are we supposed to level up and awaken our powers without them? A tall youth stepped forward, voice trembling. Lord Angel, if half of us survive, does that mean we only need to take 1 life each? The angel pressed a finger to her lips, eyes gleaming. That is a secret. Where would the fun be if I spoiled the ending? Ryumin watched from the crowd, his expression cold. She is just a puppet following orders from above. He scoffed internally at their arrogance. These angels are merely couriers, delivering death in this cursed survival game. There is another game master pulling the strings. The fact that she is hiding specific rules proves she is bound by the administrator's will. The angel crossed her arms, dropping the final bomb. Simply killing a player will not guarantee your survival. Only the top 521 rankers will live. As for the ranking criteria, that remains a mystery. She smirked maliciously. Even if you draw first blood, do not expect to take the #1 spot. She looked down at them like bugs in a jar. Explanation over. Now, let the feast of blood begin. 2 minutes and 59 seconds remained. Chaos erupted instantly. What do we do? Do we really just kill someone? Anyone? Huang Youngmin felt no fear, only twisted delight. What a crazy round. He stood tall, arms crossed, smirk widening. Finally, I get to kill other players. Luck is on my side. I've been itching to butcher some of these bastards. Ryumin watched him closely. Just as I predicted, he is already planning to slaughter his so-called friends. A toxic smile spread across Youngmin's face. Wait. If everyone else hesitates, that just makes it easier for me to take the crown. I will be the champion of this arena. Rage burned in his eyes like wildfire. Those bastards who looked down on me. I don't know where you are hiding, but I will hunt every single one of you down. He spun around, only to find Ryumin looming like a shadow. Whoa, you scared the hell out of me. His confidence wavered for a split second. Ryumin, is something wrong? Ryumin spoke calmly, his aura shifting. I promised I would help you avoid becoming a target, didn't I? I am here to keep that promise. Dark energy gathered in his palm. Before Youngmin could react, he stumbled backward instinctively. But it was too late. With a single decisive strike, Ryumin sent him crashing to the ground. A sudden system window popped up. Hidden quest unlocked round 4 side mission. Eliminate the area representative within the time limit. Completion reward. Lowest grade mana stone lottery ticket. The system chimed instantly. Mission accomplished. You have received the reward lowest grade mana stone lottery ticket. This rare item grants 1 to 5 mana stones at random. However, it disappears if not used before the next round. It is restricted to the apprentice rank and above. It is a time-limited item that tests your luck. If you fail to use it, the system will delete it automatically. It all comes down to the luck stat. Ryumin smirked internally. Perfect. This is the reward I was after. I killed Huang Youngmin specifically to secure this loot. Though that wasn't the only reason he had to die. Suddenly, a blonde youth screamed in terror. Someone's dead. Over there, Ryumin just murdered him. Ryumin glanced at them with cold eyes. Just moments ago, these hypocrites were plotting to kill the representative themselves. What a disgusting display of false morality. Now, They act like saints. The crowd turned on him, voices rising in judgment. Hey Ryumin, you can't just execute people. Do you have no humanity left? Murderer, you're a cold-blooded killer. Ryumin didn't deny it in his heart. Murderer. They aren't wrong. I killed Jong-suk-jun, and I won't stop there. I will pile up mountains of corpses until I reach round 20. He stood stoic amidst the accusations. But I have never taken a life without a reason, especially in this hellish round. Like it or not, slaughter is the only path forward. The system intruded once more. Round 4 main quest initiated. Objective massacre. Time limit. 3 hours. Total participants remaining. 181,906,418. Survivors needed over 90,000. In Sector SX-45 over 500 must die. Ryumin analyzed the crowd. They know the rules, yet they waste time judging me. A dark-haired player whispered to his ally. If we play this right, can't we incite the mob to kill Ryumin? Another nodded, hiding his face in a hood. We need to destroy his reputation first. A burly man clenched his fists. If we attack as a group, even Ryumin will fall. He is just one man. We cannot let a murderer become the area representative. We need to pin a crime on him that sticks. Ryumin let out a low chuckle. They think they have found an opening. What a joke. The instigator shouted. You think death is funny, you psycho? A woman chimed in, trembling with rage. You are insane. You just killed a man and you dare. Ding. A system message silenced them all. Player Ryumin has been appointed as the new representative of Area SX-45. The crowd froze in shock. Ryumin. Is the representative now fear? Replace their anger. This is like giving wings to a tiger. What do we do now? Ryumin raised his voice, mocking their silence. What's wrong? Why aren't you screaming anymore? Are you terrified now that I hold the title of representative? He crossed his arms, looking down at the sheep. If you fear my command authority, it just proves you haven't even finished your class change. The blond man stammered. What are you talking about? Suddenly, a shout rang out. Look above his head, Ryumin's name. The color changed. Whispers exploded through the crowd. It's true, the color shifted. Why is he the only one? Ryumin glanced up calmly. Ah, it seems my tag has shifted from radiant gold to blood red. Ryumin already grasped the cruel mechanics of this leveling manhwa. In these hellish rounds, taking a life stains your nickname blood red, and the higher your body count, the deeper the crimson hue becomes. The man's aura was dripping with pure savagery. That changing color wasn't just for show. It was a brand to distinguish the predators who had already bathed their hands in blood. The crowd's bloodlust shifted toward Ryumin like a tidal wave. He's a murderer. Kill him. Ryumin felt a cold empathy. Naturally, the sheep would choose to sacrifice a wolf rather than one of their own. It was a convenient lie to soothe their guilty consciences. He understood their twisted logic, but they missed the irony. The moment they executed a murderer, they became killers themselves. He understood the hypocrisy better than anyone. In the end, this mob justice was just them encouraging each other to commit a massacre. Ryumin scoffed internally. They hesitate now, but this indecision will be the reason for a mountain of corpses. His voice cut through the noise. What exactly are you all waiting for? I guarantee you don't have the luxury of time to stand around debating morals. Two men bristled at his tone, stepping forward aggressively. Hey you, watch your mouth. That's right, murderer. Ryumin extended a hand, his expression cold. Don't act like I'm the only villain here. What about the mob that rushed to kill Jong-suk in the last round? Were you running over there to give him a passionate kiss? The man stammered, his bravado crumbling under Ryumin's piercing gaze. It's kill or be killed. Don't tell me you survived this long in an awakening manhwa without learning that basic rule. He glared at the crowd. Drop the hypocrisy and face reality. When death comes knocking, there isn't a single one of you who wouldn't plunge a knife into the threat to save your own skin. His eyes flashed with terrifying intensity. This isn't a vacation. If you're so worried, keep arguing. Just like that useless voting session we had before. He turned his back on them, acting like the omniscient narrator of a manhwa recap. Even if I stayed silent, the bloodshed would start eventually. But by then, it would be too late. If I didn't provoke them, they'd waste precious seconds. He glanced back, mind racing. If that happens, the number of survivors clearing this round won't be 521. Even if I have to ignite the spark of war, forcing them to complete the mission is the only way to ensure more people survive. A woman with a fierce aura stepped forward, her voice commanding. We can't just stand here like statues. Ryumin is right. Shouldn't we take action? A man beside her sneered. Oh, and what do you propose? A friendly chat. She shot back, eyes narrowing. Do you have a death wish with that sarcasm? I'm just trying to find a solution. The man puffed out his chest, challenging her. If you're so smart, how about a one-on-one duel to make it fair? A platinum-haired youth intervened, desperation in his voice. Fighting to the death isn't fair. And a duel. Do you think this is some kind of game? We're running out of time, the aggressor roared, veins popping. What did you just say to me, punk? The crowd erupted into chaos. Aaron, trembling like a leaf, turned to her protector. Mr. Bodyguard, what do we do? Is it true? Must we really become monsters, like Ryumin said? An Sang-chon looked at her, his eyes hardening with resolve. Absolutely. If we don't, we're dead. Why waste tears on strangers whose names we don't even know? He lowered his voice, offering dark wisdom. I agree with Ryumin completely. Aaron, steel your heart. Taking a life isn't a pleasant memory to carry. She stared at him, a chill running down her spine. You speak as if you've done this before. He flinched, masking his expression. Nonsense, just an educated guess. She looked around, conflict written on her face. Then, who do we kill? He sighed. Play it by ear. Listen to them screaming. We need to decide before the chaos swallows us. So, tell me, genius, who dies? Those who have already stained their hands are the perfect prey. Look for the ones whose nicknames bleed red. Who died and made you king? A long-haired man stepped in, his voice dripping with malice. Are you suggesting we hunt down Ryumin? A black-haired man laughed nervously. Are you suicidal? Ryumin is a monster? How do you plan to kill someone who's already hit level 30 in this system, Manhwa? A blonde youth shook his head. I bet even if we all rushed him at once, we'd just be lambs to the slaughter. Another man hissed. Quiet. What if he hears you? Ryumin rolled his eyes, thinking, I can hear every word, you idiots. The bickering died down as a gray-haired man shouted, breaking the tension. What the hell is wrong with you people? Life is sacred. Even if someone is a murderer, we have no right to play executioner. A man in a cap nodded vigorously. He's right. If we spill blood, we become the very monsters we fear. The opposing side snarled back. So what? Just die? Someone has to breathe their last, so I can keep breathing my first. Stop this madness. Let's just agree to purge the criminals, a girl with a sharp gaze interjected. And how exactly do you spot a criminal? What are you going to ask them to raise their hands politely? They won't just offer up their necks, the long-haired man snapped. Who are you to look down on us, you little witch? Why don't you come up with a plan then? She didn't back down. Why are you barking at me, you piece of trash? Want me to silence you permanently? He sneered, unfazed. Is that a threat? Come and try it, sweetheart. A younger man grinned, pouring oil on the fire. Less talking, more bleeding. Fight. The older man turned his rage on the instigator. Who are you to sit there and provoke us like a coward? Scum. The young man activated his magic. What did you call me? Damn it. I'll kill every last one of you. The girl began to channel her own mana. If you've got the guts, come at me, moron. Ryumin shook his head, watching the circus. Total chaos. They're all bark and no bite. Yet his eyes remained calm. No need to worry. The fear will push them to slaughter soon enough. A composed man tried to regain order. Stop screaming and look at reality. Suddenly, the man's face went pale with horror. He pointed at Min, who was casually yawning. Wait, isn't that? It can't be. Ryumin stood with arms crossed, the master of this game. They finally noticed the hidden rule of this round. Players resurrect 10 minutes after death. Min blinked, realizing the entire crowd was gaping at him. Why is everyone looking at me like that? It wasn't just a look. They were staring at a walking corpse. He stood up, bewildered. Weird. I was just talking to Ryumin a second ago. What is happening? A voice cracked with disbelief. He returned from the dead, like a deity reborn. Don't be stupid. It's the system. The system grants him resurrection. A long-haired man pieced the puzzle together. It means death in this round is merely a temporary setback. Beside him, a woman's face twisted in pure resentment. If that's the case, then guilt is no longer a shackle, is it? A young man gripped his blade, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Another chimed in. If they respawn, there's no harm done. A woman with her hair in a high bun stepped forward, desperate to maintain order. Everyone hold your fire. We can't be certain the resurrection is infinite. Do not be rash. But her pleas were cut short by a cold betrayal from behind. The man with the wolf claw gauntlets drove his steel into her, shouting, Why don't you take a nap first, you wench? Just die already. He paused, his chest heaving, staring at the crimson dripping from his weapon. The bloodlust didn't fade. He roared at the corpse, Come on, get up, resurrect, so I can kill you again. The bystanders felt a chill crawl down their spines, witnessing such madness. Staring at the lifeless body, sweat beaded on their foreheads. The tension in the air was suffocating. Whispers erupted from the crowd. She isn't waking up. Hold your horses. It might not be instant. A brown-haired man and his green-haired companion shouted to quell the panic. Think back. The previous guy took 10 minutes to return. You're right. Let's wait and see, the crowd murmured in agreement. I second that. Me too. Time ticked by agonizingly slowly. But exactly 10 minutes later, a divine light enveloped the body. Deep, fatal wounds began to knit themselves together in a miracle of the system. Flesh mended and bone set. Within moments, she stood tall, completely restored without a single scar to prove her death. The woman stretched, feeling surprisingly refreshed. But then the memory of pain flooded back. She froze, then screamed. Which one of you bastards dared to lay a hand on me? Who backstabbed me? Before she could finish the wolf claw, User materialized behind her like a grim reaper, a twisted grin on his face. That would be me, sweetheart. But karma is swift in this Manhwa recap. A towering brute behind him swung a massive blade, cleaving the attacker in half with a single devastating strike. The attacker hit the floor dead instantly. The brute sneered, repeating the cycle of violence. So 10 minutes is the rule, huh? The spectators turned pale as the realization hit them. Some covered their mouths, terrified to breathe. Watching from the shadows, Ryumin observed the chaos with cold analytical eyes. Even with the guarantee of resurrection, taking a life should weigh heavy on the soul. Yet, as he predicted, the mob was already succumbing to their darker instincts. Under extreme pressure, the veneer of civilization crumbles, revealing the madness underneath. Humanity was discarded, replaced by the sickening sound of blades tearing through flesh. To hell with it, logic vanished. Screw it, nothing matters anymore. Betrayal became the new norm. Swords were raised against allies without a second thought. Die, you've all lost your minds. The arena descended into a chaotic brawl. Hey you mongrel, sorry pal, nothing personal. A silver-haired man swung his blade in a fit of rage. How about you taste your own medicine? His target blocked the strike, sparks flying from the impact. Just do me a favor and die. Stop resisting. You're going to respawn anyway, so what's the big deal? Their arguments were settled not with words but with steel. If it's so easy, why don't you die first? The entire zone had become a slaughterhouse. Attacks flew from every direction, and blood painted the ground in gruesome strokes. Ryumin assessed the scene from his vantage point. Nearly 1,000 players were tearing each other apart in a frenzy. It was no longer a game. It was a hellscape. He activated his skill, a crimson aura, flaring to life in his palm. Ryumin stepped forward with the confidence of a predator. Well then, I suppose it's time for me to join the party. One of the brawlers spotted him, the infamous Ryumin, but before they could react, a red flash cut through the air. Ryumin swung his scythe in a wide arc, sending a crowd of players flying like ragdolls. He dismantled them with terrifying ease, leaving a circle of bodies around him. Seeing this, a group exchanged glances and signaled the attack. Now, let's rush him all at once. The squad leader didn't even finish his sentence. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, the entire ambush party was kissing the dirt. My sensory stats are far beyond your sneak attacks, Ryumin scoffed. Meanwhile, in the background, another monster was at work. The Ryumin dragon was ruthlessly farming the weaker players who were already down. Die, Ryumin glanced over his shoulder. Ah, right. That lunatic is here too. The man was laughing maniacally, lost in the thrill of the hunt. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this fourth round was designed for the Ryumin dragon. With the rune of gluttony in his possession, this infinite revival loop was an all-you-can-eat buffet. Ryumin observed him slaughtering one player after another. Judging by the crimson hue of his gamertag, he must have already claimed at least 10 lives. I need to feed. I need more revivals. The Ryumin dragon checked his status window, grinning like a madman at the numbers. I never expected my stats to skyrocket just by killing players. This is a gold mine. He was ecstatic, drunk on the power flowing into him. I knew mob kills boosted me, but players work just as well. The progress bar, on his rune of gluttony, was filling up rapidly. The rune's text glowed. The progression gauge increases with every kill. Once full, a random stat will be permanently increased. The amount gained depends on the victim's level. The Ryumin dragon abandoned all dignity, killing by any means necessary. He was a demon of greed, screaming, die, just die already. The gauge for the rune of gluttony was surging upward. Look at it, climb. Is it because these trash mobs actually have decent levels? Suddenly his gaze shifted to the Ryumin. A wicked idea formed. He's the same level as me. Imagine how much the bar would jump if I harvested him. If I take down the Ryumin, the gauge might fill instantly. I'd get a stat point in a single kill. The greed was tempting, but survival instinct kicked in. No, forget it. Messing with that monster is a death wish. Who knows what kind of hidden cards he has? He shifted his focus back to the weaklings. I should stick to farming these insects. Quantity over quality. Without hesitation, he launched a sneak attack on a nearby player. Sorry, buddy, nothing personal. He swung his axe with brutal force. This is the perfect way to relieve stress. He moved to the next victim, swinging his axe with terrifying momentum. Because of that damn Ryumin, I can't even hunt the big game properly. He was so distracted by his greed that he didn't notice the shadow creeping up behind him. This round was practically made for me. He dodged the blade with arrogant ease. The Ryumin dragon doesn't fall so easily. Those other fools are wasting their time. A maniacal grin twisted his face as the axe crashed down. Yes, my stats are skyrocketing. This leveling Manhwa reality is a goldmine for power. The ancient Rune Devour gauge filled steadily. The dead began to rise again, some paralyzed by the trauma, others clutching their heads as madness overtook them. Ryumin dragon was in ecstasy. His prey kept respawning, serving themselves up on a silver platter. He locked onto the max drawn back. Where else can you find a farming spot this good? Another life extinguished. Having cleaned up this sector, Ryumin dragon turned his bloodlust toward the chaotic melee raging nearby. How many have I slaughtered? I need more. I need to dominate the leaderboard. Should he head there? Suddenly heavy footsteps echoed from the darkness behind him. Ryumin walked with the casual swagger of a predator. Ryumin dragon gasped. Ryumin panic set in. As Ryumin whispered the two words that sealed his fate. Midnight death. The slaughter ceased instantly. Players froze, eyes darting around in terror. What the hell? Why did the sky turn pitch black? Is this a skill? Cold sweat drenched Ryumin dragon. Ryumin's scythe faded into a ghostly translucence. I have to be careful. A crimson line of death materialized out of nowhere. The world spun. Ryumin dragon realized he was watching his own body from above. Ryumin had decapitated him in a single breath. I'm dead. As expected of the Ryumin, I never should have crossed him. The scene shifted, the metallic symphony of clashing blades ringing out once more. The battle royale raged on without end. Die. Just die, you piece of trash. Do me a favor and stay dead. Young Min blinked, fresh from the void of death. A girl beside him yawned, bored. She's back too. So the 10-minute resurrection rule is real. A twisted predatory smile crept onto Young Min's face. Perfect. He clenched his fist. This round was designed for one thing, bloody retribution. This is my chance to gut those backstabbing bastards. I'm going to slaughter every single one of you. Young Min prowled the battlefield, eyes scanning for prey. Kim Sung-han, come out, come out. He grinned maniacally. Found you. There he was, Seung-han shaking like a leaf, trying to aim his bow. Look at that idiot, terrified of a minor stat penalty. Young Min charged, beaming with malice. Kim Seung-han. As the coward turned, Young Min introduced himself with a devastating haymaker. So glad to see you, you son of a bitch. Seung-han flew backward, his bow clattering to the dust. He curled up, clutching his shattered face. Young Min loomed over him. Hey, Sung-han, look at me. Blood poured from the coward's nose. Young Min hoisted him up by the collar. Didn't you say you'd kill me if we ever met again? He laughed like a demon, raising his fist as a pathetic scream pierced the air. Well, why don't you try killing me now? He dropped the broken man. That felt incredibly refreshing. He glanced back, eyes hungry. Now where are the rest of those scumbags? The melee was escalating, evolving into a carnival of cruelty. If hell exists, this is its reflection. The strong trampled the weak, armed warriors, butchering those without gear. Die. Seo Arin huddled in a corner, white-knuckling her sword. This is madness. A world fueled by violence and pure hatred. On Sang Cheon leaned in, voice low. Miss Seo Arin, are you all right? She forced a trembling smile. I'm fine. Not tired at all. Just a little shaken. He turned away, analyzing the situation. I can handle this bloodshed, but Seo Arin, she's going to break. If she suffers psychological damage, how will I ever face the chairman again? My honor would be stained. While An Sang Cheon was distracted, a hand shot out from the shadows. A crazed attacker grabbed Seo Arin by her hair, raising a knife. Go to hell, bitch. An Sang Cheon moved like lightning. Don't you dare, clang. His blade sent the attacker's weapon spinning into the air. With the grace of a master swordsman, he switched his grip and delivered a precision thrust to the shoulder. One strike. Threat neutralized. Seo Arin stared at the blood-slicked steel sweat, stinging her eyes. She grit her teeth, a dark resolve hardening her gaze. Then, she charged. She rushed the kneeling man and drove her blade home. The atmosphere grew heavier, the sky darkening, as if reflecting her lost innocence. Seo Erin fell to her knees retching. An Sang-cheon watched her cold calculation. Good. If I command it, she will kill. She stood on shaky legs. Mr. Bodyguard. How much longer must we do this? An Sang-cheon replied flatly. At least another hour. Her face went pale as a sheet. I can't watch them die anymore. How can everyone be so cruel? An Sang-cheon clenched his jaw, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. Weak. She's too soft for this world. She had lived a sheltered life. Hiding his disdain, he offered, if you're exhausted, please rest. You've already eliminated 50 targets, haven't you? Corin looked dazed. I think so. He turned his back to her. That should be enough to secure a ranking. Leave the rest to me. Tears of gratitude welled in her eyes. Thank you. Truly. A smirk touched his lips as he walked away. Finally. No thank you. Now I don't have to waste time spoon-feeding you kills. An Sang-cheon began his true hunt, tearing through enemies with renewed focus. Now, I can grind for my own score. Suddenly, the system interface flashed. Time remaining 10 minutes 21 seconds. As the system Manhwa countdown ticked, the Reaper's scythe danced elsewhere on the field. Ryumin moved with terrifying calm. 10 minutes left, he sighed. This grinding is exhausting. Round 4 always tests your endurance. He sensed a presence and spun around scythe, slicing the air. His eyes were those of a beast, staring down prey. I cannot lose the first place reward for all regions. I must evolve. I need absolute power to survive until round 20. Ryumin sprinted, hunting down stragglers. Players turned pale and fled at the mere sight of him. There's no telling how catastrophic the final boss will be. He caught up, easily reaping another soul. I have to become a monster to kill a monster. Ryumin stood poised, his scythe raised high like the Ryumin, preparing to harvest a soul. The prey before him wept terror, flooding his eyes as the predator closed in. But the Ryumin blurred past him, ignoring the easy kill to hunt bigger game. The survivor collapsed, unable to believe he cheated death. I'm alive. Ryumin calculated his moves with cold precision while sprinting. Killing the same target yielded nothing. In the logic of this leveling, Manhwa efficiency was king. He needed fresh blood. The rules of the 4th round were absolute quantity, didn't matter as much as variety. To rise to the top, he had to harvest unique souls. Spawn camping the same victim was useless. It still only counted as 1 point. Ryumin glanced back and spotted an acquaintance, Ryumin Dragon, savagely beating a helpless player. Ryumin clicked his tongue in annoyance. He couldn't harvest that guy yet. Meanwhile, Ryumin Dragon continued his frenzy, roaring, Die, just die, you piece of trash. Ryumin Dragon grinned with twisted satisfaction, but Ryumin saw through the folly. He was farming his own friends repeatedly. Those poor fools wouldn't survive the round's penalty. The moment a victim respawned, Ryumin Dragon spun around. Smack! He delivered a brutal backhand to Song Han's face before the pixels even settled. Hurry up and respawn, he barked. Ryumin shook his head. Dying instantly upon revival meant 0 chance to earn points. It was a death spiral. The system interface flashed a warning, 60 seconds remaining. Ryumin accelerated his eyes, scanning the chaos. Time was running out to secure the #1 spot. He spotted a silver-haired player, grinning like a maniac. No, Ryumin thought. I've already claimed his head. Next was a weeping man clutching a woman. Useless. Then his gaze locked onto a light brown-haired stranger gripping a dagger. That face is new. The target turned oblivious to the Reaper approaching. With seconds ticking down, Ryumin unleashed a single decisive strike. Steel flashed against flesh. One clean slash to the back, and the player was sent straight to the afterlife. As Ryumin's blade fell, the round concluded. The blood-soaked scenery vanished, replaced by a golden aurora. Protective barriers enveloped the survivors. An angel descended from the heavens, her voice dripping with false sweetness. Wasn't slaughtering each other fun? The survivors glared up at her, seething with silent rage. Ryumin scoffed internally. Fun, this is survival. The angel Hyunzi wrinkled her nose at the carnage. Look at all this filth. You've made a mess of my pristine dimension. She smirked, her eyes full of mockery. Well, you did an excellent job tearing each other apart. Before the rankings, let's bring back the dead, shall we? Ryumin remained unimpressed. She acts like a god, but she's just a puppet. This resurrection is purely a function of the system Manhwa mechanics. Miraculously, a severed arm began to regenerate bone and muscle. Across the field, fatal wounds stitched themselves together as if time were reversing. Song Han gasped as life returned to him. But the moment Ryumin Dragon's friends fully recovered, their confusion turned to explosive fury. Huang Yongmin. You utter piece of trash. I'll kill you. Youngmin just smirked at the insults. Relax, you scum. You only lost to Chodong Sik. What is this noise? The angel's aura flared her voice, turning icy. Silence. One more word from any of you filthy humans, and I'll make your heads pop like balloons. Instant silence fell over the crowd. Terror choked their throats. The angel beamed her mood, flipping instantly. Much better. Now we can proceed. Since everyone is whole again, let's check the scoreboard. But first, surely you haven't forgotten the side quest. Confusion rippled through the players. A side quest now. The angel snapped, her fingers playfully. Of course, you dimwits. Did you think this was just a brawl? How stupid. The system window materialized side quest. Eliminate the area representative. Reward lowest grade rune stone ticket. The players stared at the glowing text. Eliminate the area representative. The realization began to dawn on them. She giggled at their stupidity. That's right. And in this entire pathetic zone, only one player managed to complete this hidden objective. The Ryumin. All eyes snapped to Ryumin. Whispers erupted. Wait, the Ryumin, didn't he kill Huang Youngmin right at the start? Youngmin's face went dark, his teeth grinding together. Damn it. Being the representative was supposed to be a benefit. He stared at the ground, humiliation burning his cheeks. The crowd glared at Youngmin with regret. If we had known, they thought we would have sliced his throat ourselves. Youngmin's mind raced. I died, killed by that Reaper. He checked his logs. The notification for his temporary authority skill had grayed out. Panic set in. His command over the zone was gone. Ryumin's earlier words echoed in his mind. I'll help you, so you don't become a target. Youngmin frowned, trying to piece the puzzle together. He said he'd save me from danger, but he just stole the representative title for himself. The angel's voice cut through his thoughts. Now for the main event. She narrowed her eyes, savoring the tension. You're dying to know how the points were calculated, aren't you? Despair washed over the crowd as she explained. Rankings are based on unique kills, killing the same trash over and over. That still counts as just 1 point. Jaws dropped. Unique kills. A cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. We thought it was just about slaughtering as many as possible. The angel laughed a sound like glass breaking. You simple-minded fools. Did you think it would be that easy? She snapped her fingers. Behold the truth. The global leaderboard for round 4 appeared. First, Ryumin, 722 kills. Second, Stupid Mage, 521 kills. Third, Dark Knight, 433 kills. Then the Zone SX, 455 rankings. The gap was monstrous. Ryumin sat at the apex with 722 unique kills, while second place trailed with a measly 211. Even the angel gasped, oh my. Ryumin takes first place again. Ryumin didn't celebrate. He just stared at the angel with eyes dead as the void, his expression unreadable. The survivors were paralyzed with shock. 700. It seemed impossible. There are only 1,000 of us in this zone. How can one human do that? He single-handedly wiped out 70% of the lobby. He's a monster. The angel clapped her hands in delight. 722 souls, by yourself. Magnificent. Such talent deserves a reward. The system chimed with a golden notification. Congratulations. You have achieved rank 1 in your area. Congratulations. You have achieved rank 1 across all zones in this quest. Your reward is a mid-grade rare armor selection ticket. And, for placing first, globally, an intermediate special reward chest. Ryumin scanned the text, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. An armor selection ticket. Perfect timing. My current gear was falling apart. The system prompted him to choose from the rare artifacts below. The options shimmered before him, shining bronze armor, the bloody assassin's tunic, or the cloak of darkness. Ryumin didn't hesitate. I choose number 2. The bloody assassin's tunic. The item status window popped up. Bloody assassin's tunic rank rare. Defense 60. Affects agility +4. Attack speed increased by 5%. 5% attack speed. Incredible. Durability is 600. Description. A blood-stained tunic, worn by a legendary killer. It still carries the metallic scent of fresh blood. He turned his gaze to the next system window. Next came the special reward. The system offered 3 distinct paths to power. Which bonus would he claim? Option 1. A 50% stat buff limited to round 5. Option 2. 5,000 gold. Option 3. Intel on the next round. Ryumin analyzed the situation. The side quest for round 5 gives amazing rewards, but the difficulty is insane. He made his choice. To survive the hell that's coming, that stat buff is the only logical choice. Back in the void, the angel spoke, her voice dripping with malice. Checked your rankings. In this zone, 30 of you tied for rank 521. Everyone below that eliminated. She smiled a cruel, twisted expression. Now let the disposal process begin. Those unworthy are already fading away. No, screams erupted from the crowd. Wait, Angel, please. Are we really dying? One by one, players disintegrated into dust. Even the friends of the Ryumin dragon were erased from existence. I don't want to die. Angel, help us. Just one more chance. Ryumin watched them beg, a cold sneer, tugging at the corner of his mouth. I made it. Barely. Seo Arin covered her ears, trembling in terror. Ansang Cheon watched the purge with eyes as cold as ice. Please, I don't want to die. Ryumin closed his eyes, letting the screams wash over him. Then silence. The purge was complete. He looked up as the Round 4 summary materialized. Round 4. Complete total survivors across all zones. 90,983,209. Your zone S45. 521 survivors. Your soul will now return to your physical body. Round 5 commences at midnight, May 3rd, 2024. See you in the next hell. Congratulations on surviving. The scene shifted to the real world. Night had fallen over the city. Suddenly, frantic footsteps echoed in the hallway. An Sang-cheon threw the door open, panic on his face. Sir. Ma Kyung-rok, startled from his sleep, sat up in bed. Even waking up, he looked perfectly composed. Unit Commander. What are you doing here at this hour? I didn't summon you. An Sang-cheon gasped for air, bowing his head. I couldn't reach you, sir. I feared the worst. I thought something terrible had happened in the round. Ma Kyung-rok flashed a confident, charming smile. Nonsense. Did you really think I would die back there? Didn't you see the results? An Sang-cheon scratched his head, sweating nervously. I saw your name on the leaderboard, but I was still worried. After all, that last round was absolute madness, wasn't it? Ma Kyung-rok rubbed his temples, exhaustion creeping in. That's why I passed out the moment I got back. My mental fatigue is off the charts. An Sang-cheon nodded grimly. It was a slaughter. 433 people died in our zone alone. Ma Kyung-rok's eyes sharpened, the playfulness vanishing. If you count the infinite deaths in the time loop, the number is far higher. Even with my strength, it was a nightmare. But that Ryumin, what kind of monster is he? An Sang-cheon speculated, awe in his voice. Do you think he's from the special forces? A covert operative? Someone with that level of skill and guts in Korea? It makes you wonder, Ma Kyung-rok thought to himself. Ryumin. The more I think about him, the more I admire his power. Whatever his real identity is, one thing is certain. If we can get him on our side, I would sleep much better at night. He had no idea that Ryumin was actually Ryumin. I need to ask the Prophet about him later. An Sang-cheon spoke up, his voice trembling slightly. But sir, the fact that round 4 happened exactly as that Prophet predicted. It's terrifying. Honestly, until I saw it with my own eyes, I had my doubts. Ma Kyung-rok nodded in agreement. So did I. He recalled Ryumin's warning in the real world. The mission for round 4 isn't hunting monsters. It is a massacre, a battle royale between players. At the time, Ma Kyung-rok had been confused. A massacre, but Ryumin had been deadly serious. Exactly. It's a calamity where players must slaughter each other. This is the brutal nature of a leveling manhwa reality. You must stay alert. An Sang-cheon asked for orders. What is our next move? Sir Ma Kyung-rok paused, processing. What do you mean? Regarding the Prophet Ryumin. Do you really intend to accept him as a business partner? Ma Kyung-rok grabbed his robe, his eyes determined. Of course. He holds 31% of the shares now. What power do I have to stop him? In reality, the company is practically in Ryumin's hands. An Sang-cheon raised a hand, confused. So you'll just follow his lead, switch industries entirely. Ma Kyung-rok stepped out onto the balcony, the city lights below. It's not about what I want anymore. If following him makes the company grow, so be it. He continued, staring at the skyline. Besides that, we need to pull him to our side. Do not underestimate him just because he is young. Never get arrogant. Ma Kyung-rok's voice turned calculating. Even if you dislike his attitude, flatter him. Obey his every word. That is the only way. He turned back a charming yet cunning smile, directed at An Sang-cheon. That is the only way we can extract all the sweet benefits from this pot of honey called the Prophet. Do you understand? An Sang-cheon bowed deeply. Understood, sir. I will be more cautious when dealing with Ryumin from now on. The sun began to rise, ending their secret meeting. Good. Call him immediately. Tell him. To celebrate our survival, we're hosting a dinner party tonight. Tell him to bring his family if he wishes. Should I invite her as well? An Sang-cheon asked, a hint of bias in his voice. Co Aaron Ma Kyung-rok, bathed in the morning glow, looking like a prince. Why not? At times like this, we need a celebrity to liven up the atmosphere, don't we? The scene shifted to a quaint street near a cafe. Ryumin was already waiting. He smiled and waved. Over here. Min-ju-ri approached, greeting him warmly. Ryumin, you look healthy, he smiled back. So do you. She looked at him with concern. Are you sure you're okay? Asking for lunch so suddenly. Ryumin shrugged, his demeanor calm and casual. I just thought we should celebrate surviving another round. Don't worry about the bill. My treat. Min-ju-ri giggled, teasing him. Then I will gladly take advantage of your wealthy connection, if you do not mind. As the crimson sports car roared to life and sped down the highway, the story of this leveling manhwa continued. She flashed a bright smile. Thank you so much, Prophet. Because of you, I can actually prepare for round 4. Ryumin raised an eyebrow. You do not? Min-ju-ri's trust in him was absolute. You would never do that. What would you gain by deceiving me? Ryumin replied with a warm expression. Thank you for believing in me. She looked away, slightly flustered. Thank you. Stop that. I am the one who needs to be grateful. If you had not told me I needed to kill at least 30 people, I would be a cold corpse by now. Thank you truly. Internally, Min-ju-ri thought, honestly, he has no reason to be grateful to me at all. She glanced at him sideways. Even if I had kept my mouth shut, he would have survived easily, using his protection rune. He is incredibly talented too. Unlike Seller, who is like a delicate flower protected in a greenhouse, Ryumin is like a wild weed that thrives in the harsh storm. They arrived at a high-end restaurant, a fusion of Western and Japanese styles. As they settled into their reserved seats, Ryumin gestured to the menu. Let us eat. Thanks. Bon appetit. Min-ju-ri watched him as she thought. How many times has he thanked me today? A wave of awkwardness washed over her, and she broke into a nervous sweat. Min-ju-ri's expression darkened as the weight of her actions crushed her. Should a murderer like me be doing this? I only came because Ryumin asked. But eating a peaceful meal after what I did, it feels wrong. Ryumin noticed the shift in her aura immediately. Min-ju-ri, why aren't you eating? He guessed the truth instantly. She is still haunted by the guilt. She gave a weak excuse. I do not feel very well. He cut straight to the heart of the matter. Is it because you had to kill someone? Ryumin's voice softened. Stop overthinking it and stop blaming yourself. You had to survive. Min-ju-ri still struggled with the moral burden. That is true, but, he interrupted gently. Besides, you are not alone. Neither I nor the other minor players could avoid getting blood on our hands. She could not escape the shadow of her actions, trembling visibly. Even so, I killed people. Ryumin cut her off firmly. That is enough. His expression turned serious as he lectured her. So what? If the same situation happens in the future, are we just going to give up and die? If I do not wake up from this nightmare, what will happen to my family back in reality? He recalled the image of his adorable little brother. We have families waiting for our return. Min-ju-ri froze, muttering the words, my family. Memories flooded back, her father crying uncontrollably as he hugged her tight. If I do not wake up, Dad will be devastated. Min-ju-ri clenched her fists, determination returning to her eyes. You are right. I had forgotten my family. I did not realize they were the reason I have held on for this long. She looked up, her eyes meeting his. Thank you for comforting me, Ryumin. Ryumin cheerfully picked up his chopsticks. Think nothing of it. Now eat some of this delicious food and wash away the sorrow. Min-ju-ri's mood brightened instantly. Okay, they finally began to feast. This is amazing. It felt as if the bone-deep fatigue from round 4 was vanishing with every bite. I am glad to hear you say that. As the sky outside darkened, she smiled. Thank you for the treat. Ryumin noted the change. That is the first time you have addressed me without using my last name. She didn't seem to mind the informality. Is that so? If it does not bother you, can I call you that from now on? He agreed instantly. Of course. Ryumin thought to himself, it seems her mood has improved. Now, should I bring up the main topic? His face turned serious as he shifted gears. Min-ju-ri, the reason I called you here today was to share information about round 5. Min-ju-ri paused, surprised. Round 5. You have already predicted the future. He didn't waste time beating around the bush. Round 5 will be the most difficult challenge we have faced so far. Furthermore, the zones are going to merge. She looked confused, struggling to visualize it. Merge zones, Ryumin explained simply. Basically, the isolated areas will combine into one massive battlefield. Min-ju-ri stood up in shock. So that means I can finally meet you. He took a calm sip of his tea. That is correct. But we cannot meet openly in round 5. Ryumin thought, in reality, we will meet in round 5. But if I tell her we are in the same district, she will try to find me immediately. He set the teacup down. I have to meet you while maintaining my disguise. To do that, listen carefully to what I am about to say. Ryumin began to lay out the strategy. As I revealed, round 5 will be hellish. There is a high chance you won't clear it alone. But there is a way. Min-ju-ri asked eagerly, what is it? He dropped a legendary name to guide her path. Ryumin. Go find him and ask for his help. Min-ju-ri's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Ryumin. She needed to confirm she heard correctly. The Ryumin you are talking about. Is it that person? The one ranked number 1 across all districts? Ryumin nodded with certainty. That is him. She pointed at herself flustered. So you want me to ask Ryumin for help in round 5, he corrected her. Instead of asking for help, think of it as proposing an alliance. Ryumin offered the optimal solution. You need to form a temporary alliance with him. That is the only way you will survive. Min-ju-ri pointed at herself skeptically. But Ryumin is level 30. Why would he agree to team up with me? She was clearly apprehensive. He reassured her. You have your own unique buff. I am sure Ryumin needs you too. It will be a symbiotic relationship. Min-ju-ri thought. If I can safely pass the round with his help, that would be incredible. She sighed, filled with anxiety. To be honest, I am still worried. I do not know if Ryumin will drag me along just for my little buff. Ryumin smiled at her thinking, that is not just a little buff. Your skill is absolutely broken in this system Manhwa world. Ryumin comforted her. Do not worry. Ryumin will want to cooperate with you not just for this round, but for the next one too. I have seen it in the future, so trust me. She desperately hoped his words were true. Really, she felt a wave of relief. Thank you for telling me such crucial information. Ryumin spoke as if it were obvious. We are friends. This is the least I can do. Min-ju-ri remembered something and asked, can you give me your hand for a moment? She gathered her energy, and a blue light began to glow. I should give you a little something to repay you, right? Ryumin's body was enveloped in a radiant blue aura. He beamed a bright smile. Thank you. In his mind, Ryumin had already calculated this outcome. I knew she would buff me. I know her personality. She hates being indebted to others. Min-ju-ri blushed embarrassed. Meanwhile, Ryumin had finally achieved his goal. Now I can go home and use that item. The system interface materialized in the air. All stats increased by 50% thanks to the blessing skill effect. Back at his apartment, a white bag was tossed onto the table. Current kill count is 100. All stats increased by 50% thanks to the Butcher Rune effect. Ryumin sat in his chair contemplating the insane synergy between Min-ju-ri's blessing and his rune after slaughtering 100 worms. He observed the holographic panel floating before him, assessing his power. My stats must have skyrocketed to a legendary level by now. Status window. Status window name Ryumin. Alias Ryumin. Class common level 30. Job Reaper. Titles: The Last Time Traveler hidden. First to kill an angel. Hidden Gods Challenger hidden. Strength plus 93. Intelligence plus 111, Agility plus 105, and finally, Luck plus 84. But the stat that caught Ryumin's eye was Luck. 84 points. With fortune smiling on him like this, the random card draw was practically guaranteed to be legendary. The card materialized. A lowest grade magic stone lottery ticket. A rare grade item capable of granting anywhere from 1 to 5 magic stones at random. Restriction: must be consumed before the next round for apprentices and above. Description: a time-limited item that tests your fate. If unused by the next stage, it vanishes into the void. Crucially, the outcome is heavily influenced by the luck stat. Ryumin stared at the ticket, his mind racing. An ordinary man might fall to his knees and beg the gods for a miracle. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. But forget praying to that damn deity. Ryumin recalled the angel's decree that started this nightmare. Let the game begin. We shall play 20 rounds in total. On the first day of every month, human souls are dragged into a dimensional rift to participate in this sick survival game. He envisioned the Almighty hurling swords at the populace. Who else but a god could seize 1.8 billion souls and cast them into a death match? The mastermind behind this hellscape is undoubtedly divine, a god, treating humanity like toys. Ryumin's expression darkened with cold resolve. If surviving the final round grants a wish, then I will wish for the absolute destruction of the bastard god who created this disgusting game. The ticket dissolved in his hand, replaced by a glowing rectangular shape. Notification: lowest grade magic stone lottery ticket used. The system chimed with a victory anthem. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 lowest grade magic stones. 1 red, 2 gold, 1 green, and 1 purple, all lowest grade. His eyes widened slightly. 5 stones. That was the absolute maximum limit. Ryumin laughed a genuine satisfied sound. It seems cursing the gods yields better results than begging them. Fortune favors the defiant. Now for the real work. He tapped the interface. Let's begin the synthesis. He selected the 2 lowest grade red stones and initiated the fusion. The system flashed combination successful. A shiny low-grade red magic stone materialized in his palm. Fusing stones of the same color and grade was the key to unlocking higher power. He combined these with the loot from Rin and the lottery ticket. Notifications cascaded like rain. Combination successful. You have created a low-grade purple magic stone. But he wasn't done yet. Combining magic stones with equipment had a near-perfect success rate. In this leveling Manhwa, success assassin's hood damage increased by 2%. Perfect. Ryumin worked with the precision of a master artisan. Dark gloves. All stats plus 2%. Resistance ring luck increased by 2. Next, the smart long boots received an agility boost of 2. He eyed the dismantling tab. Time to extract the blue magic stone from the hunter's leather armor. System alert. Bloody assassin's garb now has damage reduction plus 1%. A satisfied grin spread across Ryumin's face. The harvest was bountiful. That exhausted his supply of magic stones, but trading information for that armor had been a masterstroke. Outside twilight consumed the sky above the apartment complex. Time to meet Ma Kyung-rok. Ryu Wan appeared, his face a mask of bewilderment and awe. The younger brother looked completely flustered. The chairman of the company Ryumin invested in was none other than the heir to the Osung Group. I was invited as a partner, Ryumin explained. We have a future together. Ryu Wan trembled, his face, pale eyes shimmering with anxiety. Big brother, is a place like that really okay for someone like me? Ryumin gently adjusted his brother's tie. He said, family is welcome. Don't worry, your tie is crooked. Just then, the doorbell chimed. Ryu Wan froze. They've arrived, Ryumin said calmly. Let's go. He opened the door with composure, while Ryu Wan stood behind him, a bundle of nerves. An Sang-chan stood in the hallway, bowing deeply. Greetings. I am here to escort you. Ryu Wan broke into a cold sweat, clutching his brother. That's the guy from before. Who is this An? Sang-chan asked. Ryumin gestured casually. My younger brother. An Sang-chan immediately handed over a card. Apologies for the late introduction. I am unit leader An Sang-chan. We've met briefly, haven't we? Ryu Wan took the card with a shaky hand. Why? Yes. An Sang-chan lowered his head in penitence. I have already atoned to your brother, but I sincerely apologize for my rudeness toward you that day. Seeing the man's humility, Ryu Wan's fear began to fade. An Sang-chan gestured toward the elevator. Please consider this banquet a token of my apology. I hope you won't feel burdened. Shall we? A sleek limousine awaited them. Under the dark night sky, the Ma Kyung-rok log hotel beamed like a beacon of wealth. An Sang-chan led the brothers toward the entrance. A voice echoed from above, commanding their attention. Ma Kyung-rok descended the grand staircase with a practiced smile. I'm relieved to see you're still alive. Ryumin mirrored the smile. Likewise. Ma Kyung-rok's gaze shifted to the boy beside him. And this must be your family. Yes, my younger brother. Ryu Wan. The chairman extended a hand radiating charisma. A pleasure. I am Chairman Ma Kyung-rok of the Cheon Ma consulting firm. Ryu Wan, use your right hand, Ryumin instructed. The boy stiffly complied. Hello. Ma Kyung-rok tilted his head. Is your brother also a player? Ryu Wan shook his head frantically. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not a player. Ryumin looked at his brother with a protective warmth. He is only 14 years old. Ma Kyung-rok sighed. How fortunate. If he were just 1 year older, he wouldn't have escaped this awakening manhwa death game. I'm actually quite jealous. Ryumin kept his face blank, but his inner voice dripped with disdain. Jealous. Don't make me laugh. Ma Kyung-rok gestured inward. Please, this way. It's modest but prepared with care. Inside the private chamber, a banquet fit for kings awaited. Servers stood at attention, flanking a table, groaning under the weight of exquisite delicacies. A private chef prepared dishes live, leaving Ryu Wan wide-eyed with wonder. Ma Kyung-rok waved his hand graciously. Please make yourselves comfortable. You must be starving. We couldn't prepare much, but hopefully it will fill your stomachs. Ryu Wan's mind spun in circles. Is this guy joking? Not much. Is this truly enough? He flashed a benevolent smile, initiating the feast. Please dig in. Suddenly, the entrance shifted. Ryumin's sharp instincts kicked in. He turned, eyes widening in feigned shock as Seo Aaron entered, radiating an aura of pure elegance. Seo Aaron. Was she part of this scheme too? She glanced at Chairman Ma, who rose from his seat. You finally arrived, Miss Seo Aaron. She immediately bowed in apology. Forgive me, sir. I had to attend a colleague's funeral. The chairman waved it off with a generous smile. No need to worry. We understand. More importantly, this is the major shareholder I mentioned. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, ready for the introduction. Hello, I am the actress Seo Aaron. Ryumin nudged his brother, whose jaw had hit the floor. Wait, aren't you two the neighbors who brought me rice cakes? He answered for his stunned brother. That's us. She feigned delight, though suspicion clouded her mind. My neighbor is the major shareholder. What are the odds? He looks even younger than me, yet he holds such power. Is the chairman pranking me? Ryu Wan leaned in, stammering in disbelief. Bro, is that really so? Aaron Ryumin realized something crucial. Woon had no clue about the dark connection between Ma Kyung-rok and the actress. Her sudden appearance must have been a shock to him. Seeing his brother's face flush red, Ryumin calculated his next move. A normal man would be captivated by her beauty. To avoid suspicion, I must play the part of an admirer. Chairman Ma observed them, a smirk tugging at his lips. He's just a kid after all. It seems even a great prophet is merely human. Summoning Seo Aaron was the correct move. He flashed his trademark business smile, gesturing to the table. You must be starving. Please enjoy the feast without reserve. They settled in the table, groaning under the weight of luxury. Woon's eyes lit up with every bite. Bro, this meat. It literally melts in my mouth. Ryumin smiled warmly at his brother's innocence. Really? Then eat your fill. Chairman Ma waited for the right moment to strike. Mr. Shareholder, does the cuisine suit your palate? I ordered the chef to pay special attention today. Ryumin didn't miss a beat while serving his brother. It's excellent. The chairman shifted his gaze. And you, young Ryu Wan, is it to your liking? The boy stammered nervously. Yes, I've never eaten anything this fancy before. The chairman nodded, satisfied. I'm glad to hear that. My demands for the kitchen are quite high. The meal continued at a leisurely pace, but the chairman's interrogation was far from over. I noticed you brought no one else. Is it just the two of you? Ryumin's expression darkened instantly. My brother is my only family. Our parents have passed away. The air in the room froze. I see. My apologies. Damn it. The chairman grit his teeth internally. Why did I ask such a stupid question? The harmonious atmosphere shattered in an instant. Seeing Woon's tearful expression, he cursed himself. Shit. I need to keep my mouth shut until the mood recovers. Soon the main course was cleared for dessert. Chairman Ma sipped his tea, seething with frustration. Someone needs to salvage this situation. He shot a desperate glare at the woman beside him. Miss Seo Aaron. Look at me. Seo Aaron. His telepathy failed. Losing patience, the chairman slammed his cup down and stood up. Miss Seo Aaron, a word. She blinked in confusion. Of course. They exited, moving far away from the dining room to ensure privacy. Once out of earshot, the chairman turned on her. Listen to me. She answered reflexively, terrified. Yes, Mr. Chairman. He took a breath to compose his venom. A question dripping with sarcasm followed. Is the food tasty? Seo Aaron smiled naively. It's delicious. Her cluelessness only fueled his dark aura. His face twisted, looking ready to strangle her. Do you think I brought you here just to stuff your face? He looked down at her with disdain. You are here to lighten the mood. How can you be so dense? Seo Aaron scrambled to apologize. I'm sorry. I thought I was just a guest, he sighed, the sound of pure disappointment. Why on earth would I invite you to a private dinner? He massaged his temples. Did your manager tell you nothing? Seo Aaron stammered out the only fact she knew. Isn't he a major shareholder? The chairman's eyes narrowed. He is a shareholder, yes. But more importantly, he is a prophet. The actress froze. A prophet. He emphasized every word. Precisely, a prophet. His class is unique, much like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. He can see the future. His fingers drummed rhythmically. Do you understand now we must please him? If we know the secrets of the next room beforehand, the benefits would be unimaginable. His next words sent shivers down her spine. Use that pretty face of yours. Agree with everything he says. Smile at him. He clenched his fist, ambition, dripping from his sinister smile. He exerted a suffocating pressure on her, by any means necessary. Capture that prophet's heart. Cold sweat trickled down Corin's neck. With all due respect, I don't think that's Hoff. He cut her off instantly. As chairman, I paved the road for your acting career. Isn't it time you paid your debt? She trembled at his demands. Don't hesitate. Use every trick in the book. All that matters is Ryumin's happiness. He raised an eyebrow, his voice dropping an octave. Why are you silent? The fragile girl finally broke. I understand. He smoothed his suit. I will be watching your performance closely. Now, let's go. Erin replied, her voice devoid of spirit. Yes, sir. Back inside, the silence was deafening, with only the bodyguard watching the brothers. Chairman Ma burst in wearing a fake mask of joy. Did we keep you waiting? Apologies. Business matters took longer than expected. He shot a sharp glance at her, the signal. It looks like everyone is finished. Shall we move to the next venue? Ryumin and Rune stood up, walking into the unknown trap set before them. Chairman Junlok's patience was fraying at the edges as he watched Arin hesitate. He had given her explicit instructions, yet she stood there wavering like a lost child. Thankfully, Ryu broke the ice first. Oh, look at this, he said, showing her his phone. Arin quickly recovered, replying softly, what is it? The young man's face turned a shade of crimson. I'm actually a huge fan of yours. You're even more beautiful than in your photos. Arin covered a polite smile, with her hand masking her true feelings. Thank you so much, that's sweet of you. But Ryu wasn't done expressing his admiration. If it's okay, could I please get a photo with you later? The tension in the air dissolved as they chatted happily, and she nodded. Of course, I'd love to. Meanwhile, Junlok's mind was racing with a new scheme. The younger brother is interested in her. A plan formed instantly. Suddenly, the phone in Erin's hand buzzed violently. She lifted the screen to check the notification. The chairman's command flashed before her eyes, cold and absolute change targets. Seduce the younger brother first. Erin's face stiffened with guilt. This boy was a genuine fan with a pure heart, yet she was being forced to manipulate him. Ahead of them, Ryumin glanced back, his sharp eyes catching her distress. Junlok was internally gloating over his brilliance. If we can pull the younger brother to our side, the older one will have no choice but to join our guild to protect him. With them under my control, the secrets of the next round will be mine for the taking. He gestured grandly toward a secluded area. Right this way. This is a private VIP lounge prepared exclusively for you. Unlimited food, drinks, and music await. The room was bathed in a sultry red glow. The furniture was minimalist, yet screamed of the high-end luxury reserved for only the most elite guests. Ryu hesitated, looking nervous. Drinks. If it's alcohol, I'm still a high school student. The chairman waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense, don't worry about that. He snapped his fingers at Secretary An Sang-keon standing nearby. Bring the VIP special and a non-alcoholic blend for our young student here. The secretary bowed instantly. At once, chairman. As the heavy door clicked shut, sealing them in silence, Ryumin finally let out a long sigh. Chairman, I don't drink alcohol either. Junlok raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is that so? A shame. Since you're of age, you should really use this chance to indulge a little. Ignoring the jab, Ryumin turned his gaze to the actress. Erin, could you take my brother outside for that photo now? The gentle girl nodded, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Ah, certainly. As the two left the room and the door latched, Ryumin's demeanor shifted instantly. He clenched his fist, the air around him growing heavy. Chairman Jun. The older man looked confused. What is it? Ryumin's calm mask shattered, replaced by a look of blazing fury. Do you think I'm an easy mark? Junlok blinked still, not grasping the situation. What do you mean? Ryumin crossed his arms, his presence filling the room. Did you forget my class's prophet? I can see the future. Did you honestly think I wouldn't know about your little scheme with actress Erin? The chairman froze his words, dying in his throat. How can we possibly do business like this? Ryumin's stare pierced through him like a blade. Mr. Chairman, don't ever try to hide things from me again. Junlok was thunderstruck. He knew about the conversation with Erin. How can his foresight really see into such specific details? They were alone in the private room, face to face. You ordered her to get close to me. The chairman scrambled to apologize, realizing his mistake. If that offended you, I deeply apologize. I only wanted her to become friends with you. But Ryumin wasn't angry about the manipulation directed at himself. But you tried to use my little brother as leverage. You crossed a line that should never be crossed. Junlok flinched, struck by the accusation. He even knew about that. Swallowing his massive pride, the chairman bowed his head in submission. I was a fool. I made a stupid decision. Mr. Prophet, I will correct everything that has upset you. Ryumin didn't push further, accepting the surrender. Since your apology is sincere, I'll let it slide this time. I'll pretend I never heard your orders to Rune. Junlok looked up, relief washing over him. Thank you for the second chance. Just then, Secretary On Song Cheon returned to the room. Chairman, I have returned. But Junlok, flustered, barked at him immediately. Get out. The secretary blinked. Sir, the chairman cleared his throat loudly to signal him. I have private matters to discuss with our VIP guest. Chief, and escort the others to the adjacent suite and keep them entertained. Understanding the cue, On Song Cheon bowed. Understood. He quietly closed the door, leaving the two powerhouses alone in the suffocating silence once more. Damn it, Junlok thought. I tried to use Aaron to smooth things over, but I only made it worse. Ryumin cut through his thoughts. You want the intel for the next round, don't you? Junlok jumped. Yes, you. You foresaw that too. Ryumin leaned back, his eyes cold. The only reason I accepted this invitation is to give you the round 5 briefing. He shrugged, his voice laced with warning. But if you treat me like a fool, again, cooperation will be impossible. In this system, Manhwa World Trust is the only currency that matters. Junlok switched to full persuasion mode. I am truly sorry. Please overlook my mistake just this once. With an ironclad tone, Ryumin laid down the law. Chairman, no more secrets. In the future, you will trust my judgment unconditionally. Seizing control of the conversation, he continued. And do not question how I run the company operations from now on. Also, you need to handle the other shareholders. The chairman had no choice but to agree. Done. I will do whatever it takes to control the board. Seeing the submission, Ryumin finally smiled. Good. Then I will do my best to ensure your company's growth. He then shifted to the topic Junlok craved. Now, I will tell you the secrets of round 5. But the opening sentence immediately brought the tension back. The difficulty of round 5 is the highest we have ever faced. It's a true awakening Manhwa nightmare. Seeing the fear in Junlok's eyes, he added, Don't worry. Someone of your level will survive. The chairman leaned in desperate. Then what is the mission, Ryumin? Held up 3 fingers. The objective is to slaughter 500 orcs. But it won't be as simple as hacking and slashing. He dropped the final bombshell. Also, the zones are going to merge. Junlok's eyes widened in horror. Merge. The different regions. Ryumin explained the grim reality. Because the player count has dropped drastically, the system is forcing the separated zones to combine into one. Junlok asked with a mix of fear and anticipation. Does that mean we might encounter players from other regions? Like the Ryumin shook his head, a dark glint in his eye. No, you won't be in the same zone as that monster. Ki-young decided not to dig deeper, but tossed out a curveball instead. Is that right? Then do you happen to know the true identity of Ryumin? Ryumin suppressed a smirk, responding with his usual calm. I can't reveal who he is just yet. But you'll meet him soon enough. In fact, destiny has already crossed our paths. Ryumin's gaze hardened, shifting the atmosphere instantly. To seal the chairman's trust, he dropped a piece of intel the man never saw coming. You're currently hunting someone, aren't you? A man named Huang Youngmin. Ki-young's jaw dropped. You know about that too. The prophet simply crossed his arms, radiating absolute confidence. I told you already. Attempting to hide secrets from me in this system, Manhwa reality is futile. The chairman was now completely sold on his abilities. Just as I expected. Your foresight is S-class. Truly beyond imagination. Ki-young praised him. Prophet, if you know who he is. But Ryumin cut him off with a cold command. Stop the investigation. Now. Ki-young blinked, intrigued. Is there a reason Ryumin turned away, his voice dripping with ominous implications? Touch that man, and your losses will be catastrophic. Can I ask for the specific reason? Ki-young pressed. But Ryumin shut him down smoothly. That is all the heavens allow me to reveal. Ki-young sank into silence, calculating his next move. Seeing the prophet work so hard, a dark amusement bubbled within him. I'll spare that target for now. This prophet is still far too useful to discard. Ki-young, ever the pragmatist, agreed immediately. Understood. We will cease the hunt for Huang Youngmin at once. With that settled, he excused himself from the conversation. Then, let's restart the party. No alcohol this time, though. Ryumin nodded. Agreed. I'll call everyone back to keep the harmony. But the moment Ki-young stepped out of the venue, his mask crumbled. His eyes turned colder than absolute zero. Phew. I need to go relieve some serious stress tonight. Outside, a storm was raging. In a dark, slick alleyway, a desperate figure burst from the shadows. His shirt was soaked in crimson, yet he kept running through the torrential rain. The man gasped like a dying fish, his lifeblood draining away. A closer look revealed his arm was completely severed, and he had just run into a dead end. Thunder crashed, turning the night sky white. Step, step. A rhythmic, heavy footfall echoed through the sound of the falling rain. The fugitive spun around in terror, mouth opening to scream. Slash, a cold blade flashed, carving 2 deep ravines into his legs before he could make a sound. Severed from his footing, the man collapsed, trembling in the mud. He tried to shriek, but a boot slammed down on his chest. Shut your mouth. Ki-young, drenched and radiating menace, loomed over him. Unless you want me to harvest your tongue next. The man crawled on the ground, paralyzed by fear. Why? Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? The chairman twirled his blade with terrifying elegance. A child predator like you playing the victim? You really don't know. The man wept, raising a shaking hand to shield himself. Wait, that happened years ago. Why attack me now? I served my time. I was released. I'm just a helpless old man now. Ki-young didn't care for excuses. Thwack. He drove the sword straight into the man's shoulder. His expression darkened into a demon's glare. If you don't want a slow, agonizing death, zip it. Keep talking, and I'll increase the body count right here. Pain and terror sealed the man's lips instantly. Suddenly, a terrifying dark aura erupted from Ki-young's body. That's better. You're old, but your ears still work. Scum like you breathing the same air as me. It's repulsive, isn't it? The black energy coiled around the sword like a viper, burrowing into the man's open flesh. It pulsed, gathering at the wound site. Tears of absolute horror streamed down the victim's face. What is this? The dark magic constricted his throat and face, silencing his final prayers. The vile energy began to devour him piece by piece. His remaining hand reached out for salvation that would never come. It felt like 1,000 poisonous snakes were gnawing on his very soul. Ki-young watched with a look of mild annoyance. If my dark mana didn't need replenishing, I would have ended a piece of trash like you in a heartbeat. He lowered the sword, letting the weapon drink its fill of the suffering. There's no other way. To use dark aura, I need dark mana. Ki-young raised the blade high again. And to get that mana, I need to harvest the lives of others. With a casual swing, the blade sliced through the mess on the ground. You have my permission to die now. The bloody arm slumped, life finally extinguished. Killing a human, tearing them apart like this, yields so much more dark mana than hunting mere dungeon monsters. Ki-young analyzed the efficiency with twisted delight. For a man who enjoyed hunting criminals, this was paradise. He slicked back his wet hair, laughing into the storm. The Dark Knight class. Isn't it just perfect? He pointed his blade at the corpse. Cleaning up the trash really is the best stress relief. He mentally triggered the absorption command, expecting the mana to flood in. He waited, but the magic just swirled aimlessly around the corpse. Disappointment washed over him. Just as I thought. It can't devour the dead. Dark aura only feasts on the living life force. Clatter. A noise from the trash cans behind him. Ki-young's eyes snapped open, and he spun around. A calico cat darted through the rain. Meow. Ki-young exhaled, tension leaving his shoulders. Just a stray. No witnesses. I lured him into this dark dead-end alley specifically to avoid prying eyes. Plus, it's the crack of dawn. No. Wait. A realization struck him like lightning. There is one person, Ryumin, the prophet. The rain continued to batter his suit, but Ki-young's mind was solely focused on that one variable. If he can see the future, he knows I'm a serial killer. Yet, he still approached me. A smirk curled on his lips. How interesting. Habit took over as he dialed his cleaner. Unit Chief, and get over here. I have some garbage for you to dispose of. 2 weeks flew by after the banquet. Ryumin Park lounged on his bed, scrolling through his phone. I don't have any quests right now, so I've just been home. Constantly calculating the future is exhausting. I need a break like this. The system interface flashed a warning. The world was about to shift again, but for now, the grace period had officially expired. His finger hovered over the crimson prompt before striking it. It was time to move. A sharp glint of determination surged through Ryumin's eyes. His target. One of the 5 legendary runes, hidden in reality, the Rune of Cloning. Meanwhile, the news headlines screamed of nothing but tragedy. In the system Manhwa, the stakes were apocalyptic. 1.8 billion souls dragged into the dimension. Only 90 million remained. Society was collapsing. While the world drowned in grief, a heavy-set man lounged in his chair, clicking his tongue in disgust. Only the 4th round, and they're dropping like flies. Pathetic trash. A twisted smirk curled his lips as he scrolled. The death toll wasn't just from monsters anymore. Player-on-player violence was skyrocketing. 45 minutes ago, the surveillance grid was obliterated. The city had descended into anarchy. Rogue players were gathering in the shadows. 2 hours prior, the suffocating weight of fear had already begun to strangle the populace. 3 hours ago, experts claimed humanity had snapped under the pressure. It was total chaos. Given the power, anyone would turn into a monster. He gripped the haft of his battle axe, muttering darkly, "What's wrong with living it up before the end, damn boomers? Always trying to cage us. Don't do this, don't do that." All their life, it was nothing but rules, restrictions, and laws. Dark Dragon Flame swung his axe, smashing it into the floor with a thunderous boom. "That's exactly why we're all blowing our tops now." His gaze drifted upward, eyes void of empathy. "None of it matters. No one can stop me." A grotesque grin stretched across his face. "I am an awakened. I am a god compared to them." Surrounded by a sea of corpses, he pondered his next move. Who should I slaughter next? Dark Dragon Flame stared at his blood-stained hands. He had just massacred innocent people in the real world, yet he felt absolutely nothing. Is my humanity gone after surviving the hell of the 4th round? He shrugged off the carnage. Only 1 point per kill. So stingy. Just because they're civilians. The thrill of the last round rushed back to him. Killing humans was far more intoxicating than hunting beasts. His status window glowed with a sinister ability, the Rune of Gluttony. It allowed him to stack stats with every life he extinguished. Fill the gauge, get a stat boost. Higher level prey meant more power. With a hunger for strength, he kicked open the classroom door. Civilians are trash. I need to hunt players. As he checked his phone, a specific notification caught his predatory eye. A hidden online community for Awakened. It seemed the anti-government factions had established a digital sanctuary. It was perfect. A wicked idea took root in his mind. If I infiltrate this forum, it'll be an all-you-can-eat buffet of high-level targets. The XP gain will be massive. He clicked the link and a series of screening questions popped up on the display. Join the First National Guild for the Awakened. Welcome to Players Change the World. The prompt blinked yes or no. Guideline mandatory interviews to filter out fakes. They only wanted the real deal. Another prompt. Yes or no. Answer honestly or face the consequences. Question 1. Full legal name, residential address, and contact number. Question 2. Current level class and alias. Question 3. Region. Question 4. Survival history. Question 5. Type I, agree to schedule an interview. Dark Dragon Flame scoffed. Seriously, you want my docs in a job interview? What a hassle. Still, his fingers flew across the screen. To hunt the sheep, the wolf had to wear a disguise. As he typed, his malice grew. Those idiots will never suspect a predator is walking right through their front door to slaughter them. Formalities complete, he arrived at a secluded building nestled in the greenery. This has to be the place. The invite was specific cafe, welcome Wabu District, South 1. Arrive before noon, casual attire permitted. Checking the signage, he confirmed the location, but a surge of irritation bubbled up inside Dark Dragon Flame. Damn it, they dragged me out to the sticks where even buses don't run. He shoved the door open. If this interviewer annoys me, I'm taking his head. The interior was unexpectedly pristine and upscale, throwing him off guard. It's swanky. And just those two sitting there. A man at the table noticed him immediately. He stood up with a polite demeanor. Excuse me, are you here for the scheduled interview? Dark Dragon Flame froze for a second. Yeah. The man approached with a disarming smile. May I ask for your username? Dark Dragon Flame. The man extended a hand. Pleasure. I'm the interviewer. You can call me 30. Dark Dragon Flame's jaw dropped. You're a player. His shock was exactly what 30 had anticipated. I know I don't look the part, but I'm already 30 years old. Right this way. He gestured to a figure in a pink coat. And this is little Coco. He's another applicant. Coco, meet Dark Dragon Flame. You two might be teammates, so say hello. He pulled out a chair, internal thoughts dripping with venom. This scrawny anchovy is a player. He looks like he'd snap in a breeze. Aloud, he grunted, hey. The other guy nodded politely. Hello. Once seated, he looked around suspiciously. Business must be tanking. No customers and not a single waiter in sight. 30 chuckled softly. It's far from the city center naturally. That's why we rented the entire venue for privacy. Dark Dragon Flame pressed on, clueless. Even if you rented it, shouldn't the owner be around? It's a ghost town. 30 smiled, his eyes hiding a deeper secret. The owner was busy cooking up a storm in the kitchen. While it was technically a cafe, the menu was hearty enough for a full meal. But the guest wasn't interested in food. His eyes were darting around the strange establishment with paranoid intensity. I see it now, he thought, his gaze locking onto a corner of the wall. A blind spot. Not even a single CCTV camera. Ryumin Dragonfire's eyes shifted cold and calculating toward the figure in the pink shirt sitting beside him. If I silence these two and vanish, no one would be the wiser. A dark, murderous impulse surged within him, but he forced himself to stay calm. No, I can't afford to waste this golden opportunity on a whim. Aren't we going to start the interview? The man named Age 30 chirped with a cheerful, professional demeanor. We're expecting one final guest. We'll get the ball rolling the moment he arrives. Ryumin Dragonfire's brow furrowed as he processed the information. He had to be sure. One more. You mean there are going to be 3 of us in total? Yes, Age 30 replied, glancing out the window before his eyes lit up. He's running a bit behind schedule, but… there he is now. The cafe door swung open, the welcome bell chiming like a signal of fate. Age 30 stood up, practically beaming with professional courtesy to welcome the latecomer. Are you here for the interview? The newcomer nodded simply. Yes. The interviewer prepared his notes. And your player name? The answer that followed was a bomb drop that made Age 30 gasp, his hand flying to cover his mouth in sheer disbelief. Ryumin. Let's turn back the clock a few days to a pivotal moment in this Manhwa recap. Welcome, Jumti. Good to see you, Popering. The chairman sat with fingers interlaced, a confident smile playing on his lips as the screens flickered to life. Everyone is present except for jam made of honey. Let's commence the meeting for the 3rd week of April. His gaze shifted. Lost Chi, give us your report. The subordinate responded instantly. Yes, sir. How are the forum metrics this week? The chairman asked. Lost Chi adjusted his posture. We have approximately 2,000 active users. The chairman nodded, satisfied. An increase from last week. Excellent. It was a strange phenomenon typical of a system Manhwa world. While the total player count was dropping month by month, the forum traffic was exploding every single week. I believe the recent article featuring us is driving the traffic, Lost Chi theorized. The chairman raised an eyebrow. And who commissioned that journalist? Jomti raised her hand with a smug grin. That would be me, chairman. The boss looked pleasantly surprised. I didn't know you had pull in the media sector. Jomti chuckled, clearly enjoying the praise. Let's just say, it's a newly acquired asset. The chairman's smile widened, radiating approval. Magnificent. I expected nothing less from one of our founding members. Now, Lost Chi, the chairman's tone turned businesslike. Out of those 2,000, how many possess real combat capability? Filtering out the classless, and those below, level 10. We're looking at 1,200. It was a substantial army. The chairman stroked his chin. And the elites. Who is actually useful to us? Lost Chi pushed up his glasses, the light reflecting off the lenses as he tapped his tablet. Here is the short list. He began to read. First is Ryumin Dragonfire from Sector SX455S, a standard level 10 warrior, yet he managed to secure 3rd place in his entire region. The chairman paused, calculating the odds like a pro in a leveling manhwa. 3rd place, he must possess a rune far above his level, unless he's falsifying his records. Lost Chi nodded, confident in his intel. Either way, his combat data makes him a prime candidate for an executive position. The report continued. Correct. Who is the next prospect? Lost Chi scrolled down. Next is L. Cleo from Sector S1227. Consistently ranks between 4th and 10th. He then dropped a massive stat. Beyond those two, we have identified 50 players who are currently in the top 100 of their respective zones. The chairman's eyes gleamed with greed. 50, that is a formidable harvest. It seems I'll be drowning in interviews. Suddenly, the chairman's voice cut through the virtual room like a whip. Isn't that right? Age 30. The man jolted awake, drool nearly escaping his lips. I apologize. The chairman's face went ice cold. Sleeping during a strategy meeting. What exactly were you doing last night that you can't keep your eyes open? Age 30 stammered. Well, it's just. The boss cut him off sharply. I don't want to hear your excuses. Your punishment is to handle all 50 interviews before our next session. Fail to complete this, and you will be replaced by a more competent executive. Terrified Age 30 bowed his head rapidly. I understand. Please leave it to me. The chairman shifted gears to the topic everyone cared about. Anyway, any word from Ryumin lost chi, checked his notifications. If he had reached out, I would have reported it instantly, sir. The chairman let out a heavy sigh of disappointment. I suppose that's true. I'm ready to hand him an executive seat on a silver platter the moment he joins. Such a waste of potential. He turned his attention back to the female executive. Jomti, can you pressure that journalist for another article? We need a stronger marketing strategy to bait Ryumin into our net. Jomti's eyes curved into crescents, her fingers making the universal sign for cash. Absolutely, Chairman. As long as the funding is sufficient, money is no object. Your dedication will be rewarded handsomely. Jomti beamed. Thank you, Chairman. He prepared to move on. Now on to the next agenda item. Suddenly, Lost Chai's voice cracked with urgency. Wait, hold on, Chairman. A massive player just submitted a request to join the forum. The chairman froze. Who is it? The subordinate's hands trembled as he whispered the name that ruled the rankings. It's Ryumin. The entire executive board went rigid. The server's number 1 had arrived. Back in the present, age 30 nervously extended a hand, sweat beading on his forehead. It is an honor to meet you. I hope finding this place wasn't too difficult. The newcomer brushed off the pleasantries with a cold shoulder. Actually, it was a pain. Age 30 laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Apologies. We chose this location to ensure absolute privacy. He ushered the guest toward the private booth. Still, you're quite the looker. I bet the ladies are lining up for you. He gestured politely. Right this way, please. The guest sank into the seat next to age 30. These 2 gentlemen are also here for the interview. Across the table, Ryumin Dragonfire's eyes widened in sheer terror. Hello, the shy one muttered. The stranger stared them down and dropped the bombshell introduction. I am Ryumin. But Ryumin, hiding his face under a hood, smirked in the shadows. He introduced himself internally. And I am Little Coco. His inner thoughts turned dark. This bastard. He's got some nerve. Ryumin Dragonfire was practically melting with anxiety. That guy is Ryumin, the maniac who hunted me down and killed me 5 times. I want to scream at him. Have we met in real life? Why does he enjoy torturing me? Age 30 nudged him. Ryumin Dragonfire, where are your manners? Introduce yourself. He bowed so low, his head nearly hit the table. Hello, I am Ryumin Dragonfire. The imposter simply nodded arrogantly. The lack of recognition made Ryumin Dragonfire grind his teeth in fear. What is he ignoring me? I thought he'd react when he heard my name. Does he not even remember the guy he slaughtered 5 times? Am I that insignificant to him? Ryumin sipped his water, his sharp gaze dissecting the scene like an awakening Manhwa detective. Is that how I usually act? Am I that arrogant? He held back a laugh. I might be using a fake name, but this guy, he's a straight-up fraud. Ryumin saw right through him. He knew exactly who sat before him. That player tag, Kukuru Bing Bong, a legendary con artist who'd pull any dirty trick for a quick buck. In the future timeline, this imposter awakens a terrifying power, the ability to create perfect clones. Right now, he's just small fry. But soon, he'll acquire the doppelganger rune and rise to infamy, unleashing a wave of atrocities that will shake the world. Ryumin ran the calculations cold. It was the bitter truth of this system Manhwa reality. Even the scum of the earth could inherit godlike powers from the beyond. Still, fate was playing into his hands. Meeting him here was part of the plan. He would use this scum as a stepping stone to seize the doppelganger rune for himself. The interviewer, a man in his 30s, cracked open his laptop. All right, introductions are over. Let's verify your stats. Little Coco, you're up first. Ryumin put on an Oscar-worthy performance of a shy rookie. I'm Kim Seonhyun, 20 years old. I just finished grad school, so I'm technically jobless. The recruiter typed furiously. Says here you're a level 13 assassin. Is that accurate? Ryumin nodded meekly. Yes, sir. And you're ranked 4th in your local sector, that's right. While his face showed nerves, Ryumin's inner voice was screaming. Right, my foot. It's all a total lie. Well, everything except the player name. He'd spotted some random guy with that handle in a crowd once and decided to identity theft the poor bastard. Little Coco was a real person. In other words, Ryumin was currently impersonating another player. But it was necessary a hidden condition to unlock the doppelganger rune. In the original timeline, Huang had gutted a girl to get it. The system's requirement was brutal. Kill a human at the rune's location while wearing someone else's face. The con artist sat there cool as a cucumber, unaware of the irony. In the past life, that bastard had murdered someone while pretending to be Ryumin to steal the prize. The recruiter shifted his gaze. Next, Ryumin Fire Dragon. The heavy-set boy answered instantly. Name's Sim Hyung Chael, 16 years old. Still in high school. The recruiter blinked in surprise, though his internal thoughts were less polite. He's the youngest. This massive tub of lard is a teenager. Good lord, the kid reeks. Ryumin watched the recruiter's disdain. He wouldn't be looking down on the kid if he knew the truth. Sim Hyung Chol had already slaughtered his own classmate. Hardly the behavior of a normal student. The recruiter cleared his throat. Says here you're a level 10 warrior ranked 3rd in your district. Correct. Ryumin Fire Dragon slammed his fist on the table. What? You think I'm lying? The man shrugged, unfazed. Just standard procedure, kid. Don't get your panties in a twist. Finally, the recruiter turned to the last candidate. Your turn, Ryumin. In-hong shot him a sharp glance before speaking. Kim In-hong, 28. Fund manager. I've never dropped from the #1 spot in my sector and I'm currently level 30. You already know my class is Reaper, right? Do you really need to verify anything else? The recruiter didn't dare push back, offering a stiff smile. No, that covers it. Thank you. Ryumin nibbled on the strawberries in his drink, unimpressed. Fund manager, my ass. He manages scams. Later, he'd use that Ryumin reputation to borrow money he'd never pay back. The man in his 30s closed his laptop, his demeanor hardening. That concludes the identity verification. Now the real interview begins. I want to know why you want to join the PCW clan. You first, little Coco. Ryumin twirled his straw, channeling pure social anxiety. Well, the world is really dangerous right now. It's terrifying to go out alone. I just thought, there's safety in numbers. The recruiter nodded and moved on. Okay. Ryumin Fire Dragon. Hyung-chol paused. He obviously couldn't say, I'm here to murder people. So he lazily recycled the previous answer. Same as little Coco. School's out forever, and I'm worried about surviving the next round. The recruiter turned to In-hong, looking slightly more interested. Is that so? And you? Ryumin raised an eyebrow. I just signed up because I saw the forum post. It piqued my interest. The recruiter gave a dry laugh. I see. Ryumin watched the exchange. He'll pass, no matter what he says. He's Ryumin, after all. The recruiter straightened up, a twisted smile forming. All right, your answers are acceptable. Now for the final test. The man's attitude shifted, his voice dripping with dark amusement. Murder. You must kill another human being to pass this interview. Ryumin feigned terror, stammering, kill someone, but why? The man remained chillingly calm. You don't get it, do you? Let me enlighten you. His eyes bulged with fanatic intensity. You've seen the news. The government is trying to leash us, turning the public against us. They fear us because we are evolution. We are stronger. He clenched his fist, fueled by ambition. Make no mistake, players will rule this world, and that new order arrives much faster if we unite. A manic grin stretched across his face. We cannot let their petty laws hold us back. We need to show the government that we are the law now. Ryumin covered his mouth, acting completely horrified. Is that why we have to kill? The recruiter nodded emphatically. Exactly. It is a demonstration of our will. Even the psychopath Hyung Chael looked stunned, while In-hong remained stoic. It proves we are no longer bound by their rules. The man's face snapped back to a gentle customer service smile. Do you understand now, little Coco? Ryumin whispered. Yes. The man raised a finger. One last thing. If you don't have the stomach for this, you can leave. But walk out that door, and don't expect any help from us in the future. Ryumin wiped whipped cream from his lip, his internal gaze cold. He means if we leave, we're blacklisted. Or worse. It's a trap. By forcing us to kill, they make us accomplices. No one can betray the clan if they have blood on their hands. The other two candidates remained silent, accepting the terms. The recruiter clapped his hands together, delighted. Silence means consent. Excellent. I'll take that as a yes from everyone. We begin the final phase immediately. Heo Yiso furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his voice. What do you mean? Begin? Are we supposed to start killing? There's nobody here but us. The examiner responded without hesitation. Rest assured, I've prepared everything. 30's lips curled into a cryptic smirk as he hinted at the horrors to come. Outside, the heavens wept as a torrential downpour began and dark clouds swallowed the sky, casting an ominous chill over the scene. With the interview portion concluded, 30 stood up, his presence commanding. Shall we depart? The others nodded in agreement. Lead the way. Just then, a petite young woman stepped out of the cafe door. Oh, are you gentlemen leaving already? You rented the whole place, so please feel free to stay as long as you like. 30 turned to her, masking his malice with a polite smile. No, we have urgent business elsewhere. But actually, could you point me toward the restroom? The innocent girl gestured helpfully. It's right over there in the corner. 30 thanked her while rummaging through his pocket for a specific item. Much appreciated. Actually, while I'm doing that, could I ask you for a small favor? Her eyes widened with curiosity. What do you need? He pulled out a set of car keys and held them out to her. Could you bring my car around from the parking lot? We are in quite a rush. Trusting and naive, the girl took the keys without a second thought. Of course, I'll get it right away. She grabbed her red umbrella and stepped out into the pouring rain. The atmosphere grew heavy as she approached the vehicle, the car door sliding open with an agonizingly slow mechanical whine. She collapsed her umbrella and leaned in to take the driver's seat. The roar of the rain masked the sound of danger until a rough, calloused hand shot out from the shadows. 10 fingers clamped around her slender neck, like a vice stifling her terrified scream. The man's grip tightened mercilessly, choking the life out of her as she struggled in vain against his overwhelming strength. Her small hands trembled violently before falling limp, her screams fading into silence. 30 held her unconscious body, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Pathetic. Too easy. Ryumin feigned shock, his voice rising in performed disbelief. Hey, what the hell did you just do? Hyo Yiso was equally horrified. Why her? Ignoring their reactions, 30 tossed the girl into the back like luggage. Stop staring and get in. We have work to do. He slammed the door shut, the girl's hand, still wet with rain, twitching one last time before the darkness swallowed her. As the vehicle rolled down the desolate tree-lined road, the passengers sat in heavy silence. Was this man actually the cafe owner? This twisted turn of events felt like the opening scene of a dark manhwa recap. After a tense drive, the tires crunched to a halt in front of a secluded location. 30 hoisted the unconscious shop owner over his shoulder and signaled for the others to follow. We have arrived. This is where the final interview takes place. He slid open the heavy doors of an abandoned warehouse. The interior was as dusty, dark, and foreboding as their intentions. He dumped the girl's body onto the cold concrete floor and issued his command. Let's begin. Which one of you is going to kill her? His gaze drifted toward Hong, the man claiming to be the Ryumin. Why don't you do the honors, Ryumin? The imposter didn't hesitate. With pleasure. 30 chuckled, clearly satisfied. Just as expected from a ruthless killer. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the tension. Hold on a second. 30 turned his attention to the young man in the pink hoodie. What is it? Ryumin acted hesitant, stammering slightly. Can I do it instead? The request took 30 by surprise, and he let out a scoff. You. Now, that is interesting. I didn't expect someone so timid to have the guts for murder. The result is the same either way, so I don't mind. 30 shrugged. Ryumin, are you okay with giving up your turn? Hong nodded silently. Ryumin began to walk slowly toward the center of the room. As Ryumin and Hong crossed paths, the imposter leaned in, whispering arrogantly. Make sure you do it clean. I just did you a favor, kid. Ryumin's eyes turned icy cold as he glanced sideways. Thanks. I'll make sure to put the rune of replication to good use. Hong froze his head, snapping back in confusion. Rune, what are you talking about? Before he could finish, 2 hands blurred into motion. Ryumin struck with the speed of lightning, twisting the imposter's neck with a sickening crunch that echoed through the warehouse. Hong's head was twisted 180 degrees, an instant kill. 30 stared at the gruesome sight, his eyes bulging in sheer terror as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. What panic seized him and he screamed. What did you just do? You just killed the Ryumin. Are you insane? Ryumin turned around, looking annoyed. Hey, keep that down. You're too loud, old man. 30's mouth snapped shut, fear paralyzing his vocal cords. What the hell is this? The look in the kid's eyes had changed completely. He was looking at 30, like a predator, eyeing its prey. What just happened? Suddenly, a holographic window appeared in Ryumin's vision. System notification. You have killed a target while impersonating another. Hidden condition met. You have unlocked the rune of replication. This was a classic moment for a system manhwa protagonist. The secret rune located at a predestined coordinate automatically engraved itself onto the player's body. A brilliant golden aura swirled around him, signaling the awakening of a new power. Ryumin smirked, satisfied with the notification. Not bad. Finally, a reward for playing the role of Tiny Clam. 30 stammered his mind, unable to process the situation. You, Clam. Say something? Why did you kill Ryumin? Ryumin slowly reached into his inventory and pulled out a familiar mask. Why? Because that bastard was a low-life fraud, pretending to be me. 30's brain short-circuited. Pretending, wait. Why would he pretend to be you? Ryumin pointed calmly at the unconscious girl. 30 shouted back, confused. You were supposed to kill the girl, so why did you kill him? Answer me. Ryumin ignored him, coolly picking up a black bag next to the victim. Because he was trash. And you are trash too. He placed the bag over the shop owner's head to shield her. The insult finally snapped 30 out of his stupor. Huh, say that again? He drew his weapon, his face twisted in rage. What did you just call me? Ryumin didn't answer with words. Instead, he summoned his signature weapon. A terrifying crimson aura exploded from his body, coalescing into a massive scythe that left 30 stunned. Resting the colossal blade on his shoulder, Ryumin spoke with chilling authority. I said you are trash. Did I stutter? 30 stood frozen, his limbs, refusing to move. That scythe. Is that tiny clam's main weapon? Staring at the demonic blade, 30 frantically searched his memory. I've never seen a player with a weapon that size. No, wait. A realization hit him like a truck, his jaw dropping low enough to fit an egg. A player who uses a giant black scythe. The boy's earlier words echoed in his mind. Because that bastard was a low-life fraud pretending to be me. Pretending? Wait a minute. Ryumin saw the gears turning and spoke up. Do you finally understand who the real Ryumin is? 30 stammered, his face, draining of color. You are the Ryumin. Ryumin stared at him with dead eyes. Sorry for the deception. 30's hands shook violently. It's true. This guy isn't Tiny Clam. He is the real legend. He dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead to the dirty floor. Ryumin, I'm so sorry I didn't recognize you. Because your acting was too perfect. Please spare my life. A single flash of steel cut the air. Before 30 could even finish begging, his head was severed from his shoulders, rolling across the floor until it bumped against Heo Yiseo's foot. His eyes remained wide open, frozen in eternal shock. Heo Yiseo, despite being a killer himself, felt a shiver of primal fear crawl down his spine. He looked at Ryumin and realized with horror that this was the true power of an awakening manhwa protagonist. He is on a completely different dimension. Cold sweat drenched Heo Yiseo's body. I couldn't even see him swing the scythe. Suddenly, the blood-soaked blade pointed directly at his face. Now, only the two of us remain in this desolate space. What do you think happens next? If you have any last words, speak them now. Hyung-suk trembled violently, his voice shaking from either habit or sheer terror. I won't waste my breath, begging for mercy. But there is one question I've always wanted to ask if we ever met. Ryumin already knew what was coming. You're wondering why I killed you 5 times back in the 4th round, aren't you? The man flinched, then stammered out yes. Exactly. Ryumin didn't mince words, his expression cold and detached. The reason is simple. I needed to keep you under my absolute control. Hyung-suk looked confused. Under control, but why me? Ryumin replied nonchalantly, because out of everyone I encountered back in that timeline, you had the most potential skills. I had to eliminate any future competition. Seeing the man fall silent, Ryumin pressed on. Is that all? If you have nothing left to say, then close your eyes and accept your fate. After a long, agonizing pause, Hyung-suk spoke up again. Can I ask one final thing? He stuttered, desperately trying to buy a few more seconds of life. Why? Why do you want to kill me right now? Ryumin didn't hesitate. Because you are trash. Don't act innocent. Didn't you come here specifically to murder this woman? Hyung-suk tried to deny it, sweat pouring down his face. But I haven't done anything yet. Ryumin cut him off. Exactly. You stood there and watched the whole time. That is your crime. The air grew heavy with Ryumin's cold disdain. Finally, he spoke. Fine. Unlike those other scumbags, your only sin was apathy. I will grant you a chance to live. The man's face lit up with disbelief. Really? You mean it? Ryumin tapped his scythe against the floor, the sharp blade ringing out a harsh metallic warning. He laid out the ultimate condition for survival. In exchange for your life, you must hand over everything you currently possess. Despite his earlier arrogance, the threat of death made him empty his inventory instantly. Ryumin assessed the pile. He actually has some useful gear. A plan to make gold formed in his mind. If I sell all these shop items, I should pocket about 2,000 gold. Hyung-suk scratched his head nervously. I'll even give you my battle axe and the armor I'm wearing. This is truly everything I own. I have nothing left. Ryumin picked up 2 amber gemstones, his expression unreadable. I didn't ask for the clothes off your back. Seeing Ryumin stop taking items, Hyung-suk asked timidly, You don't want anything else. I don't need your trash gear. Keep it. The man nodded furiously. Yes, sir. As Hyung-suk scrambled to pack his things, Ryumin thought to himself, I couldn't sell those bounded items back to the system shop anyway. After shoving his items into a spatial bag, Hyung-suk looked back, So, you'll spare me as promised, right? Ryumin nodded. Of course. A man of his word never goes back on a deal. Hyung-suk bowed deeply, his face filled with relief. Thank you so much. Ryumin waved him off. Stop it. You're making me cringe. He kicked the corpses of the other two attackers. Live a better life from now on. You can clean up this mess if you want. Ryumin then bent down to the unconscious shopkeeper. I'm taking her with me. Hyung-suk stepped forward. Let me help you. Ryumin shot him a glare. No need. How could I possibly trust you? Get lost. Hyung-suk stood there, watching as the Reaper carried the woman away. He let out a long sigh. I survived. I thought I was dead meat, but he actually let me go. I lost some valuable items, but nothing is worth more than my life. He wiped the cold sweat from his chin, but a strange hollowness began to grow in his chest. He stood there fuming. What did I actually do wrong? That bastard robbed me just because I stood by and watched. Hyung-suk gritted his teeth, his victim mentality taking over. It's not fair. Glaring at Ryumin's retreating back, a dark, murderous intent suddenly flared up within him. His guard is completely down right now. Even Ryumin took a direct hit earlier and lived. The flames of greed began to burn, whispering to him. What should I do? If I kill a high ranker like Ryumin in this awakening manhwa world, my stats will skyrocket. His pupils contracted blood vessels bursting with adrenaline. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. A chance that will never come again. Hyung-suk gripped his axe tightly. If I don't strike now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. He crept forward his steps, silent as a ghost, chanting a desperate prayer in his mind. Don't turn around. Please don't notice me. The distance closed. Hyung-suk raised his battle axe, seizing the perfect moment. With every ounce of strength in his body, he brought the weapon down in a vicious arc. Die, you son of a bitch. The blade struck true. Thick red blood splattered from the wound as Ryumin collapsed, the shopkeeper falling beside him. Hyung-suk panted heavily. I did it. I actually killed Ryumin. He burst into manic laughter. Can you believe it? An F-rank like me took down the legend. He stomped on Ryumin's lifeless body, venting his rage. You bastard. You never should have turned your back on me. Who cares about your high rank now? Stupid idiot. He clenched his fists in ecstasy. Thanks for the stats, but as the seconds ticked by, nothing happened. No system ping. No golden light. Hyung-suk froze, confusion washing over him. Huh. Where is the level up notification? It usually appears the second the target dies. A chill ran down his spine as he realized he had missed something crucial. What is going on? Suddenly, a familiar, gloomy voice spoke from right behind him. What do you think is happening? Hyung-suk spun around in terror. There stood Ryumin, wearing a ridiculous pink hoodie, mocking him. Why do you look so scared? Seen a ghost? Hyung-suk's face went pale as a sheet. But I definitely just killed you. Do you have a resurrection skill? Ryumin stepped forward calmly. Hyung-suk looked back at the corpse. The shopkeeper was just a dummy with a plastic bag on its head, and Ryumin's body was dissolving into green mist, not blood. Ryumin smirked. What you killed was just a clone. Hyung-suk gasped. A clone. The real Ryumin had been watching his betrayal from the shadows the entire time. The rune of cloning creates a duplicate that looks exactly like me. He sneered at the trembling traitor. The only catch is that it can't fight back. In this brutal manhwa recap, intelligence is just as important as strength. The system creates a copy that turns into a spirit after 10 seconds, if not destroyed. The clone has no access to skills or inventory, and the cooldown is 10 minutes. But it seems it was enough to completely fool you. Even a pacifist clone has its uses. That was a successful experiment. Hyung-suk gripped his axe, veins popping. You tricked me. Ryumin tapped his temple, mocking the man's stupidity. Why are you acting like the victim? I'm the real victim here. You actually tried to chop my head off. Hyung-suk backed into a corner, prepared for a final desperate clash. You claim to be the victim. You're the one who bared your fangs first. A crimson scythe materialized in his grip, radiating pure killing intent. Now die. The thug froze, paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure of a high-level player. I can't move. Before he could blink, the Reaper's blade claimed him. Pathetic, Ryumin scoffed. A total waste of my time. Azure energy surged instantly. A specialized cleaning skill, devouring the corpse and erasing every trace of the gruesome execution from the room. Hands casually in his pockets, he dispelled his weapon. The perfect crime save for a single trembling witness. No one will ever know this happened. Except you. He loomed over the terrified woman. Hey. His voice was ice cold. You can drop the act. A fellow player can't hide their spiritual fluctuation from me. I can hear every thought racing through your mind. The shopkeeper shivered, too terrified to remove the plastic bag over her head. I'm sorry, she stammered. See, can I look now? She asked weakly. No, he commanded, his authority absolute. Keep that on until I'm gone. Do not move. Why? Yes, sir. Sunlight filtered through the window, contrasting the dark atmosphere. I have questions. You will answer them, won't you? Yes, yes. He began the interrogation. How many people saw us? Can you recall their faces? Trembling on her knees, she cried out. 4. There were 4 people. One was a man in his 40s. I remember him clearly because we spoke. His gaze pierced through her, analyzing her pulse and aura. She's telling the truth. The system confirmed her honesty. Good. That is all I needed. So, I'm safe now. Is the nightmare over? Hope returned to her voice. But before vanishing, the Reaper left a final chilling warning. Go home. Forget this ever happened. Involving the police will only shorten your life. Understand, count to 60, then you may remove the bag. Yes, I understand. Terrified breaths punctuated her counting. 1, 2. When she finally reached the final numbers, she ripped the bag off, gasping for air. 58, 59, 60. What? What just happened? The shop was empty, as if he were a ghost. Was it a dream? Outside, the high-rise apartments gleamed under the setting sun, indifferent to her terror. Back at the apartment, he called out, Ryugan, I'm home. His younger brother rushed to greet him. Welcome back. But Ryugan paused, confusion clouding his face. Wait, isn't that my coat you're wearing? Where have you been? Ryumin stiffened, dodging the question. Just out. I'm exhausted, truly wiped out. Ryugan trailed behind him like a loyal puppy. Where did you go? Did you eat yet? Ryumin peeled off the jacket. Not yet. Ryugan's eyes lit up. Then, let's order delivery. Ryumin nodded. Sure, get whatever you want. As he looked at the jacket in his hands, the memory of blood and slaughter flashed before his eyes. It looks clean, but the stench of death lingers. I can't give this back to him. He tossed it into the trash. Huang, what are you doing? Why throw it away? Ryugan cried out in shock. Ryumin replied calmly, it was old trash. I'll get you a brand new one. You've worn that rag long enough. Ryugan looked devastated, tears welling up. I said, I'll buy a better one, okay? Ryugan turned away, sighing deeply. I don't need it. School is closed anyway. It's not like I have anywhere to go. Ryumin's heart sank, watching his brother. He's been trapped inside like a prisoner because of that bully Hyung-sok. Hey, he softened his voice. Want to go out tomorrow, just us. Ryugan's gloom vanished instantly. He bounced up, eyes shining with excitement, unable to believe his ears. Really? You mean it? He's still such a kid, so easy to please. Ryumin smiled. Let's eat fast and sleep. The next morning, the world seemed brighter through Ryugan's wondering eyes. It's been forever since we came here. Watching his brother's pure joy, Ryumin felt a pang of guilt. Life has been so brutal lately, I forgot to be a brother. They stood out in the thinning crowd. Surprised this place is still running, Ryumin noted. Most businesses collapsed after the awakening began. But in times like these, hope is the only thing keeping people alive. Ryugan watched a happy family nearby, a silent longing in his gaze. Suddenly, Ryugan grabbed his arm. Brother, look, the panda zone. He dragged Ryumin toward the display like a heavy sack of potatoes. Hurry up. Ryumin awkwardly donned a panda headband. Well, how do I look? Ryugan beamed, grabbing more gear. You look awesome, so cute. We have to get that. So many cool things. Ryugan marveled. Ryumin flashed his Ryumin card like a CEO. Get whatever you want. Today, the sky's the limit. Ryugan. What's next? Everything. They went on a rampage of fun, from screaming on roller coasters to splashing in the bumper boats. Ryugan snapped photos non-stop at the zoo. Look at the twin pandas. This is the best day ever. He couldn't stop praising them. Ryumin smiled, proud of his decision. He was so depressed yesterday. Bringing him here was the right choice. But suddenly Ryugan turned his face serious. But brother, tomorrow is May 1st. The next round begins. Is it really okay for us to be playing around? I'm happy, but relax. Ryumin interrupted firmly. The next round is 10 hours. I'll just be sleeping for a bit. You have nothing to fear. 10 hours. That sounds dangerous. You have to come back safe, okay? Ryumin laughed, spreading his arms. You worry too much. He ruffled the boy's hair. I promised I'd never leave you alone. I never break a promise. He patted Ryugan's shoulder. Enough worrying. Let's hit the zoo. Later that night, in a high-rise apartment. April 30th, 11:50 p.m. Lying in the darkness, Ryumin jolted as his phone lit up. A notification. He picked it up, surprised to see the name Minji, and a string of messages. Min, it's almost midnight. I believe you'll survive this time too. Give it your all. Fighting, see you on the other side. She must be nervous. A faint smile touched his lips as he looked at the screen. Don't worry, Minji. I'll be the one to protect you. He set the phone down as the clock struck 12. It begins. In a flash of light, he stood in the void, surrounded by confused faces. Huh, where are we? Is this everyone? Impossible. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. There should be at least 500 survivors from the last round. The emptiness was palpable. Ryumin scanned the area. It feels desolate compared to the 10,000 we started with. Typical for a brutal leveling manhwa world. Oh, don't look so glum. A high-pitched voice pierced the air. Oliver the fairy materialized, sneering. Your despair is so boring. Hovering above them, the entity calculated. 442 survivors. We expected 521. Oliver grinned maliciously. Looks like you humans have been busy slaughtering each other in the real world. The survivors felt a chill run down their spines. Their numbers were dwindling again, just like always. But the angel didn't give a damn. Their past lives and struggles were meaningless dust to her. Oliver raised a finger, a twisted grin spreading across her face. However, we can't play properly with such pathetic numbers, she sneered. So, I've prepared a little surprise for you all. She laughed maniacally. As the system announcement rang out, zone merge initiated, a brave soul raised a hand trembling. Can you explain what that means? Her expression darkened instantly. Are you deaf or just stupid? It's exactly what it sounds like. We're smashing the zones together. Do I have to spell everything out? Masking her impatience with sadistic glee, she continued. In case your tiny brains haven't noticed, this country alone holds hundreds of zones just like this one. 875 to be exact. The crowd gasped, the sheer scale of this system manhwa nightmare finally hitting them. That many, just in our country. Oliver cackled. Why the shock? Compared to other nations, that's barely a warm-up. The players fell silent, their minds racing with the implications. It made sense. If each zone was allocated 10,000 souls, then the more populous nations would be a labyrinth of death games. But then, a terrifying thought rippled through the crowd. Wait. If every zone has an admin, does that mean there are tens of thousands of angels descending on Earth? Took you long enough, Oliver scoffed. Every zone has a ruler. Did you really think I was the only one managing this mess? Pathetic. But one player sharp as a tack caught the slip. Angel. If there are so many of you, then you didn't create this survival game, did you? The air turned ice cold. Oliver froze. What gave you that idea? She asked, her voice dropping an octave. The player pressed on, thousands of divine beings working together. That sounds impossible. In a blink, Oliver was in his face, killing intent, flooding the area. She pointed a finger right between his eyes. And if we did, what are you going to do about it? Were you planning to give us a medal? Stop asking useless questions before I pop up your head like a grape. The player turned pale, trembling under her overwhelming pressure. My apologies, Oliver huffed, filthy humans. But in the back, Ryumin watched with cold, calculating eyes. She dodged the question, he thought. He hit the bullseye. The system prevents them from revealing the true creator. It wasn't just him. The crowd realized the truth. A being that can be killed by a player couldn't possibly be the god of this world. Furious, Oliver shot into the sky, looking down on them like ants. That's it. No more questions from you insects. Just shut up and die like good little bugs. The crowd cowered in fear as she continued her tantrum. You've wasted enough of my time. Now witness the beginning of the Great Merge. We're culling the weak because you're dying too fast. Don't overthink it. Suddenly, the earth groaned, and the ground began to quake violently. What the hell? Is it an earthquake? The floor fractured into perfect glowing grids. Magma erupted from the cracks, and a pillar of blinding light pierced the heavens, signaling that true hell was about to begin. Their safe zone transformed into a death trap. Surrounded by a sea of infernal flames, there was nowhere left to run. Space itself seemed to fold. New grids interlocked with theirs, subdividing into smaller squares. As the light faded, thousands of confused figures materialized from the void. As the blinding energy dissipated, a hush fell over the crowd. Is it over? They looked around in awe. Strangers in different gear now packed the arena. Oliver's voice boomed, zone merge complete. Seeing their confusion, she teased. Why the long faces? You're all humans, aren't you? Go on, say hello to your new roommates. Another angel with amethyst hair descended, radiating arrogance. Are you going to stand there like statues all day? The players gasped. Another one. 10 angels hovered above, looking down like gods viewing ants. Their voices dripped with the same sickening disdain. Welcome to hell, mortals. You've heard of zone admins, haven't you? Since you kept dying like flies, we had to combine your cages. 10 zones are now 1. Total population, 484. The survivors panicked. Wait, 10 zones combined and only 500 survive. Where are the other 5,000? The culling was effective, Oliver smirked. Other zones are merging as we speak, and naturally, your little playground needs a new name. Welcome to Zone CS007, exclusively for players from Korea. A wave of relief washed over them. At least there was no language barrier yet. But Ryumin analyzed the situation with the cold logic of a leveling manhwa protagonist. This isn't the end, he realized. Every time the population drops below 500, the system forces another merge. His memories from the previous timeline were crystal clear. Once the Korean server bleeds out, they'll be thrown into the grinder against international players. But that's a nightmare for round 11. Right now, I need to focus on the immediate threat. He knew the script. The angels weren't done entertainment-wise. A subquest was imminent. Right on cue, Oliver clapped her hands. Before the main course, let's play a little party game to celebrate your reunion. The angels smirked at each other. But what about leadership? 10 zones means 10 leaders. Too many cooks in the kitchen, the purple-haired angel mused. We need a new representative. Oliver pointed a slender finger at the crowd. It's simple, really. Her smile turned demonic. The 10 representatives from the old zones will enter the ring and fight until only one heart is left beating. The last one standing claims the throne of this merged zone. Chaos erupted. A death match among leaders. Some were horrified, but the twisted onlookers grinned. Damn, I wish I had popcorn for this show. One representative cursed. You've got to be kidding me. While a female leader clenched her fist, terror washing over her. They had to kill their own kind to survive. Regret consumed another man as he stared at his own trembling hands. Why did I ever agree to lead this sector? I was a fool. They stood at the precipice of life and death. The question haunted them all. Is resurrection truly guaranteed this time? Despite their differences, one thought united every awakening manhwa character in that circle. Is it too late to forfeit my title? Can I just walk away? Yet, Ryumin analyzed the chaos with ice-cold precision. In the past, being a representative was a thankless curse. But the rules of this leveling manhwa had changed. I must emerge victorious, he vowed. Absolute power awaits the survivor. Oliver's voice cut through the tension. Oh, stop trembling, little humans. This is a deathmatch, yes. But your pathetic lives aren't truly ending today. Once the game concludes, even the fallen representatives shall be breathed back to life. Relief washed over the crowd. One arrogant fool grinned, so I get a free extra life. Perfect. However, the vague rules of this new round hung over them like a dark cloud. Oliver crossed his arms, amused by their confusion. Judging by those sour faces, you still think leading is a waste of time, don't you? Wait. Does the representative gain the power of dominance? Oliver continued, enjoying their shock. Precisely. You will hold the authority to command players lower than your level. Whether they consent or not is irrelevant. You will control them like puppets. Consider it. An upgraded commander's right. Of course, you are limited to 10 uses. And should the representative fall in battle, the crown and its power passes to the next in line. Oliver sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Doesn't that sound delicious? The power to rule over others. The players below were still processing the revelation. Really, I can control anyone I want. Their free will doesn't matter. Oliver clapped his hands. I see the greed in your eyes. You finally have some motivation, don't you? Prepare yourselves. The side game is about to commence. Meanwhile, amongst the clouds, another angel mused aloud. Since the human sectors have merged, we must also decide which angel will take the throne as their representative. Silence fell over the divine beings. Any volunteers? Raise your hand if you crave the burden. The asking angel sighed, shaking his head. I knew it. Asking was a waste of breath. Only a masochist would volunteer for such a role. The angel beside him spoke calmly. It is confirmed then. No one desires the position. How shall we resolve this deadlock? The boredom in the air was palpable. Roll the dice, leave it to Lady Luck. Effective perhaps, but terribly boring. The chatter grew louder. Should we set an order? Take turns? No, that reeks of unfairness. The ones at the back of the line might never get a turn. The sectors will merge again before then. Oliver looked bored out of his mind. Is there no method that is both fair and entertaining? Suddenly, Priscilla stepped forward with a gleam in her eye. I have a proposal. We are about to watch the humans tear each other apart, are we not? She locked eyes with Oliver. The angel in charge of the first human to die shall be punished with the role of representative. The surrounding deities nodded. Ooh, spicy. I like that. Priscilla has a point. Do the rest of you agree? Hands shot up in unison. Agreed. Count me in. I accept the wager. But a dissenting voice cut in. Hold on. Why punish the loser? Oliver stepped in, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Instead of the first to die, let's focus on the angel of the soul survivor. Oliver's expression turned sinister. They shall become the king. He folded his arms, explaining his twist. The angel, whose human survives until the very end, shall ascend as the representative angel. The angel beside him gasped. Representative, as in the one who holds absolute command over all other angels. If we designate a leader, their word becomes king's law. We would be forced to obey. Priscilla stroked her chin, intrigued. So if my human wins the death match, I win the throne. I would wield the same dominance over you that the human winner wields over their peers. Excitement buzzed through the divine ranks. Now that is interesting. High stakes indeed. A gamble worthy of us. The red-haired angel Oliver looked deep in thought. You dare suggest the winner takes all? You must be confident in your little human. Oliver turned to Priscilla. Of course. Aren't you? She smiled, radiating absolute certainty. Whatever shall I do? My sector's representative is a monster. Since the tutorial began, he hasn't let go of the #1 ranking for a single second. Oliver burst into mocking laughter. Is that so, you foolish bird? First place in a single sector. And you think that's enough to challenge me? Priscilla thought of Ryumin and her chest swelled with pride. If they knew who my representative really was, their jaws would hit the floor. But to Oliver, she simply offered a coy shrug. So is it decided? I have no reason to back down. The other angels cheered, caught up in the hype. I vote yes. This makes the bloodshed much more entertaining. Me too. My human is no slouch either. An angel turned to Oliver. It's settled then. Shall we begin? Oliver make the announcement. Understood. They looked down at the massive players like ants in a jar. Attention, vermin. We will now commence a special bonus round to select the unified representative. All current area representatives, step forward and obey. The command hung heavy in the air. Cold sweat broke out on the faces of the chosen few. Fists clenched in fear. Others looked up at the sky with eyes full of suspicion. Ryumin alone remained impassive, a statue of cold determination. Moments later, 10 figures were isolated from the herd. Ryumin stood among them. Oliver smiled benevolently and waved his hand. Boom! The earth beneath them groaned in agony. Violent tremors shook the ground as flames erupted from the void. A massive stone platform began to materialize. Giant pillars shot up from the earth, imprisoning the players within a circle of stone. In seconds, a gladiatorial arena had formed in the center of the wasteland. The 10 chosen ones looked around in panic and awe. Oliver's voice boomed from the heavens. From this moment on, this arena is a slaughterhouse. You will fight until only one of you remains breathing. Be warned, if you die outside this ring, your soul will shatter forever. Do not leave the circle. The gravity of the situation crushed down on them. Huh. The signal to start echoed like a gunshot. Let the massacre begin. The 10 representatives scrambled back, creating distance. No one dared to strike first. The air crackled with tension as they analyzed their prey. One representative scanned the arena, his eyes narrowing. I just have to kill 9 people to become the king of this zone. Simple. The air was thick with tension as he watched the blonde man and 2 women locked in a silent standoff. No one dared to make the first move. They were all predators waiting for a moment of weakness. It made sense. Anyone who claimed the title of regional representative was a warrior of frightening caliber. But a smirk curled on his lips, a smile of pure arrogance. None of them can compare to me. He recalled his perfect victory streak with a sense of superiority. It wasn't just skill. His ancient rune was a literal cheat code in the system Manhwa reality. The moment his blade made contact, the rune would trigger instantly, dissecting his opponent. It allowed him to strike from the shadows like a phantom, the sword moving with a terrifying will of its own. Thanks to that power, he had slaughtered 312 players in round 4 alone. High above, the angels watched the stalemate with growing boredom. What are you doing? Why aren't you fighting? The celestial voices dripped with disdain. Kill each other already, you foolish humans. He sensed their impatience and narrowed his eyes. What's the holdup? Are they waiting for betting pools to close? Is that why they're so agitated? Fine, he thought, stepping forward with swaggering confidence. I'll start the show myself. I am the apex predator here. If I crush one of them instantly, the rest will be too paralyzed by fear to even lift a finger. He halted, spun around, and unsheathed his blade in a single fluid motion. The steel sang as he pointed it at the group, isolating himself against the world. He dropped into a combat stance, eyes burning with bloodlust. I need a sacrifice. A victim to kick off my highlight reel. The regional representative tightened his grip, his grin widening into a cruel sneer. Whoever steps up first, dies first. As if answering a death wish, Ryumin casually walked out from the crowd. In his hands rested a massive, chilling scythe. The arrogant representative chuckled, internally deceived by appearances. Finally, a lamb walking straight to the slaughter has appeared. He eyed Ryumin with heavy skepticism. A giant scythe, clunky, impractical. Who uses that trash? He was about to mock the weapon choice, when his body suddenly locked up. He had seen scythes and user handles before, but a player actually wielding one. Then his eyes locked onto the golden text, hovering above Ryumin's head. Ryumin. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back like a waterfall. His jaw hit the floor. Wait, that name. Ryumin. Is he actually the Ryumin? His mind raced, desperate for an escape route. Is it a duplicate name? No. The system doesn't allow duplicate IDs. It's impossible. The tip of his sword began to tremble and dip. Then, that means. He watched Ryumin approach and a silent scream tore through his soul. It's really him, the #1 ranker across all regions. Level 30. Above the angels frowned, confused by the sudden shift in atmosphere. What is wrong with that human? He was ready to kill a second ago, now he looks like a statue. Oliver glanced at the red-haired angel, who was anxiously biting her nails. Priscilla, isn't that your champion down there? She didn't answer, but panic was written all over her face. What are you doing? She screamed internally, her composure shattering. You idiot. Why did you freeze up? Suddenly, a mocking laugh cut through the air, shattering her train of thought. The red-haired angel whipped around, her eyes blazing with fury. Oliver, do you find this situation amusing? Oliver smirked, clearly enjoying the drama. Sorry, but it's hilarious. He pointed downward. Look at him trembling like a leaf before my representative. That coward is your champion. Priscilla finally focused her gaze on Ryumin. That colossal scythe radiated an undeniable suffocating pressure. The weapon is intimidating, sure, but is it enough to paralyze a veteran fighter just by looking at it? She turned back to Oliver, demanding answers. Are you implying my representative is terrified of yours? Oliver shrugged effortlessly. The evidence is right there, isn't it? The red-haired angel snapped, unable to accept the insult. Don't speak nonsense, Oliver. My candidate has been rank 1 since the tutorial. He's never lost a match. Oliver rubbed his chin, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Is that so? Well, maintaining the top spot across the entire global server is a different beast entirely. My representative hasn't just won his region. He's topped the global leaderboard every single time. The other angels gasped in unison. What? You think I'm lying? You all watch the rankings. Just look at his title. One angel shouted out in sudden realization. Wait, Ryumin. I've seen that name. He's the one who dominates the summary screen after every round. Priscilla began to tremble uncontrollably. That Ryumin belongs to Oliver. If that's true, my champion doesn't stand a chance. It's over. Suddenly, a sharp gasp from another angel made her jump, pulling her attention back to the arena. Down below, a single flash of steel had already severed the arrogant man's neck. His head hit the ground before his body realized it was dead. A classic brutal moment for a Manhwa recap. Well, Oliver chuckled, looks like Priscilla is out. The blonde player witnessed the execution and turned pale as a ghost. What Ryumin? Why is a monster like him here? He scanned the arena. Everyone had lost the will to fight. Even if we all attacked at once, we'd be slaughtered. I'm only level 13. Against level 30. This is a hopeless matchup. It's over. As Ryumin turned toward him, the blonde man stumbled backward, plastering a pathetic, terrified smile on his face to hide his fear. Oh, Mr. Ryumin, it is an absolute honor to be in the same zone as a legend like you. He was practically crying, his voice cracking with desperation. Ryumin kept walking closer and the man's panic spiked. Wait, please, let's talk this out. Nearby, the archer girl threw her bow to the ground, showing total submission. Look, I'm unarmed. I have absolutely no intention of fighting the Ryumin. The blonde man dropped his sword and looked up at the sky, pleading. Angels, I forfeit, I surrender. Please just let me out of here. An angel sighed, looking down with utter disdain. How pathetic. You think you can just quit? Another voice boomed from the heavens, dripping with malice. You insects are ruining the entertainment I worked so hard to create. The angels' faces twisted into masks of fury. Consider this your only warning. The next person who mentions surrender will have their head exploded on the spot. The color drained from the players' faces. And if your head explodes, don't expect a resurrection. Trembling, the archer girl slowly reached down and picked her weapon back up. There was no escape. The others froze eyes, locking onto Ryumin with pure dread. One fool tried to rally them. There are 8 of us, maybe we can take him. Ryumin caught their fear and sighed with disappointment. Do you really think those angels are more terrifying than I am? They prepared to rush him all at once. A cold smirk played on his lips. No matter how many ants gather, they're still just insects to be crushed. Their pride shattered instantly. Is that bastard mocking us? Does he think his high level makes him a god? We're legends in this zone too. Adrenaline spiked and they charged without fear of death. Ryumin didn't wait, he lunged. His eyes burned with bloodlust as the scythe sang through the air. Boom. A single strike sent them flying like ragdolls, leaving the crowd in shock. It was a slaughter. Ryumin moved like a phantom, painting the battlefield red with every swing of his blade. Even the angels watched in stunned silence. That's it. The battle ended so lamely. The death scythe wiped them out already. Priscilla's eyes narrowed as she realized something. So, Oliver, since your champion won, you get to live like a king for a while, huh? She shrieked Oliver. Her voice dripped with venom. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Oliver just shrugged, cool as ice. Obviously. That smug answer made her snap. She turned to the other angels, pointing an accusing finger. Listen up. This snake played us all. He only made the bet because he knew he would win. The other angels rolled their eyes at her tantrum. Why state the obvious? Are you stupid? Oliver didn't even blink. Why would I bet if the game didn't benefit me? That's just common sense. He looked down at her like she was trash. Did I force you to bet? No. You all agreed because you thought it would be entertaining. Don't cry to me now just because you lost. Her aura flared menacingly. You want to fight? Let's go right now, Oliver laughed dryly. Brawling in front of the mortals. How undignified. If the Archangel finds out, you'll be thrown into the insect prison before you can blink. Priscilla shuddered instantly. The insect prison was a living hell. She gritted her teeth. You're just scared to fight me. Think what you want. I won the bet, so I'm the king. Priscilla handled the zone unification for me. Wait for how long? Oliver smirked. Until I'm in a better mood. Get to it. She stormed off, cursing her own gambling addiction. She descended toward the humans, masking her rage. Listen up, insects. Your new zone representative has been decided. System Alert player Death Scythe is now the representative of Area C007. Unlocking Authority Skill Dominion. This is exactly why I love a good system Manhwa. Effect: absolute obedience. Players cannot defy the representative's command under any circumstances. Usage limit 10 out of 10 times. Restrictions: 1 command per player. Ineffective against players of higher level. Whispers spread like wildfire. Of course, the Death Scythe took over. He's level 30. He can control us all. Whatever you do, don't provoke him. Priscilla looked down from the sky. Since the duel is settled, I'll be generous. She spread her wings and glowing feathers rained down. The souls of the fallen ignited with golden light. The man Ryumin just butchered gasped, sucking in air as if waking from a nightmare. The revived players checked their bodies in disbelief. What the hell? I swear my body was just sliced in half. Stop gawking, Priscilla snapped. The Death Scythe killed you and now he owns you. He's the new representative. The reality finally sank in. Ah, so that's how it is. Priscilla continued. Since we have a unified leader, your previous representative titles are hereby revoked. Their faces fell with disappointment. Don't look so pathetic. You might get another shot at power, eventually. She snapped her fingers. Side game is over. Time for the real hell. A holographic status screen materialized before every player. Round 5 start. Main quest. Slaughter 300 orcs. Time limit 10 hours. Side quest. Collect 4 balance stones. Reward zone-wide buff. The global stats were terrifying. Participants 77 million. Survivors less than 19 million. Area C007 stats 1,211 survivors out of 4,884. Someone scoffed. Only 300 orcs, and so few survived. That sounds wrong. Only a quarter survived. Priscilla glared at the complainer. You got a problem with the difficulty. I can lower the survival rate right now, if you want. The crowd went silent. I've been going easy on you maggots, she sneered. Consider the previous rounds a warm-up. Now the real game begins. But don't give up yet. The players relaxed a bit. It's just orcs, right? Basic mobs. We can handle this. Orcs are just cannon fodder in every RPG. Priscilla rubbed her temples, tired of their ignorance. Go ahead. Find out the hard way. I'm done explaining. A player raised a hand. Hey Angel, what about the side quest? Why is the reward shown as a question mark? This round is special, she sighed. The side quest is open to everyone, but the prize. That remains a secret. Always with the secrets, someone grumbled. But Ryumin's eyes lit up. I know what that is. The Rune of Balance. One of the 18 essential runes. It's a unique item. Only one player in this entire zone can claim it. Technically, anyone can try. But the difficulty makes the main quest look like a walk in the park. Ryumin's expression darkened. Even if they survive the orcs, who else has the stats to wield it? Priscilla broke the silence. To clarify, collect 4 balance stones to unlock the hidden reward instantly. But remember, there is only one winner. Despair washed over the crowd, as the grim reality set in only 4 balance stones existed in this entire zone. Someone's voice trembled. Wait, what happens if we don't find all 4? Then consider the side quest failed. Priscilla's lips curled into a wicked, sadistic smile. But don't worry, you can always slaughter other players and steal theirs. The crowd gasped in horror. Kill to steal, like the fight for the representative seat. She turned her back, tossing a chilling reminder over her shoulder. Exactly. You can't loot other items, but the stones are fair game. And unlike the last round, no respawns. In this game, death is absolute. Priscilla dropped her final ultimatum before the chaos began. I've said my piece. Struggle hard if you want to live. You have until the end of round 9, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Ryumin watched her vanish, disgust burning in his eyes. She always leaves behind a stench of trouble. He immediately engaged his tactical mind, typical of a leveling manhwa protagonist. First objective speedrun 300 orc kills. Time to set a new record. With that, he vanished into the brush. Ryumin ignored the murmurs erupting around him, though every head turned to watch his retreating figure. Did you see that speed? He's a ghost. Damn, he nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought my heart stopped. One player whispered a dangerous idea. Where is he going? Should we tail him? The hooded man scoffed instantly. Are you insane? You want to stalk the Ryumin. You want to end up as his slave for life. The black-haired man broke it down logically, analyzing the risk. But isn't that better than sitting here like ducks? Whatever happens, the Reaper moves faster than us. There's a reason he's #1 on the leaderboards. The group hesitated, fear warring with greed. One voiced their doubt. And if we get caught shadowing him, what then? But a spark of opportunism took hold. We just track him from maximum range. Some still wavered, but the black-haired man had made his choice. Stay if you want to rot. I'm moving out alone. As he turned to leave, the peer pressure cracked their resolve. One by one, the herd mentality kicked in, and they scrambled to follow. Hey, let's go. Yeah, the Ryumin surely knows where the loot is. Meanwhile, at a small orc outpost, a sentry stared in shock as Ryumin emerged from the shadows. The stalkers crouching in the bushes whispered excitedly. Look, a village over there. The Reaper is going straight in. Seeing the intruder, the orc roared in fury, but Ryumin's face remained an icy mask. He surged forward. In a blink, the Reaper's scythe kissed the monster's neck. A clean, fatal strike. The beast couldn't even block. It crumbled to its knees dead before it hit the ground. With the first kill secured, Ryumin didn't pause. He breached the village perimeter. Ryumin scanned the camp, analyzing the orcs' patterns. They spotted him instantly, their bloodlust spiking at the sight of an invader. The monsters charged en masse. He calmly swept his scythe, a horizontal slash of pure destruction. An orc swung a massive hammer, but Ryumin danced out of range, charging his weapon with spiritual energy. Power peaked, and Ryumin unleashed hell. He glided through the carnage, stepping over red-stained corpses as if performing a waltz. He headed straight for the main tent. Agonized screams echoed from inside the tent, and silence soon followed. Ryumin had wiped them out in seconds. The spectators in the bushes felt a surge of unearned confidence. Wow, that was nothing. Just orcs, right? Probably the same level as those goblins we farmed. Maybe it just looked easy because the Reaper did it. One voice tried to be the voice of reason. Don't get cocky. Yeah, caution is key. Well, instead of standing here, let's go wipe out a village ourselves. Sounds like a plan. The hooded figure calculated silently, eyes narrowing. I'll stick with this meat shield squad for now. Safety in numbers. Move out. He watched the group advance. They might be useful. I'll hang back, observe, and bail if things go south. The more bait I have, the better. Someone pointed ahead, shouting, "Target spotted, another orc village dead ahead." The group gasped, realizing the scale. Whoa, that's huge. At least 3 times the size of the last one. Suddenly, a massive orc on a watchtower blew a piercing whistle. The shrill sound ripped through the air. Instantly, the ground shook as a horde poured out. The players' excitement evaporated, replaced by cold dread. What the? A horn. Did that thing just call for backup? A massive force mobilized to greet them. These weren't normal grunts. These orcs were towering mountains of muscle thundering toward them. Overwhelming numbers surrounded the players in seconds. They froze paralyzed as dozens of bloodthirsty eyes locked onto them like they were the main course. Panic set in. Damn it, I thought it was just a bit bigger. There must be over 50 of them. The black-haired leader stammered, his bravado gone. Hey, what do we do? A teammate snapped back, terrified. What do you think? Fight or die? The orcs roared, initiating the slaughter. The players tried to comfort themselves with lies. They just have numbers. These green bastards are weak. Kill them. Steel clashed against crude iron. An orc swung a heavy axe, the impact shuddering through the players' arms. Sweat poured down their faces as they struggled to hold the line. What is this? Their technique is trash and they're slow. The brown-haired swordsman felt a surge of false hope. Arrogance swelled in his chest. Okay, we can do this. They're nothing special, but his victory lap was cut short. He thrust his sword into a chest, only to realize with horror it wouldn't pull out. Before he could react, a massive fist crushed him. The brown-haired man collapsed while his party screamed, fighting a losing battle. Damn it, move, get off me. The formation broke. The orcs tore through them like paper. The leader found himself staring up at a blade, wondering how a simple awakening Manhwa quest went so wrong. Thud. The final blow landed. The black-haired man screamed, "Help me!" In the distance, Ryumin glanced back, noticing the silence where his stalkers used to be. He sensed something was off, but shrugged it off. 20 people moving together. Stealth was never an option for them. Well, 20 amateurs isn't my problem, as long as they didn't poke a large settlement. You never ever attack a village with a sentry tower. He knew the mechanics of this system Manhwa world too well. A sentry's horn would summon over 50 warriors, instantly rallying the 200 inhabitants inside. It was a death sentence. A massive horde packed into a small area. Ryumin recalled the toughness of the orc he just killed. He shook his head. Orc muscle density is insane. Swords get stuck in their flesh, and they don't feel pain. Ryumin accelerated his mind sharp. You have to aim for the neck. He spotted the orc's fatal weakness instantly. With a single surgical strike, he severed its life force. Blood sprayed like a macabre fountain, yet his expression remained as cold as ice. While he dashed past the falling behemoth, Ryumin scoffed internally. That might be a challenge for a normal player, but not for me. He didn't just walk. He ghosted through the battlefield, blinking behind the next orc to deliver a swift, silent death. As he sheathed his weapon, a spray of foul blood painted the air. Status window. The holographic interface flickered to life, a staple scene in any top-tier system Manhwa. Time remaining until the end of round 8 appeared. 59 minutes and 22 seconds remained on the clock. Main quest progress: orcs hunted 300 out of 300. Total participants in the zone 77,310,228. Completion rate 1 out of 19,327,557. Zone CS 007 participants 4,844. Completion rate 1 out of 1,211. His mind raced, calculating the next move like a grandmaster. Completing the main quest took roughly 1 hour. He analyzed, his eyes scanning the data. I've already secured the first place ranking. Now, it's time to locate Minju-ri. Ryumin recalled her character design from his memories, marking her as his next objective. Meanwhile, in a different corner of the battlefield, the dust was just settling. Manji rushed over, panic in his voice. Bro, are you okay? Yang-ho gasped for air, his chest heaving painfully. I really thought I was a goner this time. These struggling survivors were Choi Manji, a member of the Young Mountain Climbing Guild, and his leader, Yang-ho. Having survived a brush with death, they finally collapsed, allowing themselves a moment of respite. What the hell is with these orcs? They're monsters, seriously. They look like walking pigs, but their strength is absolutely devastating. The surviving members of the Young Mountain Climbing Guild gathered around. Yang-ho turned his gaze to Manji. How many did we manage to take down just now? The question hung heavy in the air. Maybe. Around 50, Manji replied, his voice uncertain. Yang-ho's face darkened with dread. 5 of us fighting for an hour and only 50 kills? This is a disaster. At this pace, forget 300 kills in 10 hours. We're going to get eliminated. A guild member raised a trembling hand, trying to deny the horror. Eliminated? No. Surely not. In this twisted game, elimination means execution. We'll be wiped from existence. Yang-ho's patience snapped, desperation taking over. Listen up. We have no choice. We need to raid a larger village. Manji's eyes widened in shock. Bro, are you insane? That's suicide. He's right. We barely survived 3 of them just now. And you want to walk into a nest of them? Another member chimed in, voice shaking. I think we should stick to the small settlements. Play it safe. Yang Ho sighed, the burden of leadership weighing on him. You're right. I can't argue with that logic, and I won't force anyone to follow me into hell. But listen to me. If we stay safe, we fail the quota. If we fail, we die. Every path leads to danger, but only one leads to survival. Yang Ho paused. Then his eyes burned with resolve. Understand this. There is no future for anyone who stays on a sinking ship. Footsteps echoed ominously as they moved. The forest itself seemed soaked in the metallic scent of blood. Manji pointed ahead, breaking the silence. There. That's the village we scouted earlier. He hesitated, scanning the perimeter. Hold up. There's a guard post at the main gate. Let's flank them. Moving like shadows, the group slipped into the blind spot while the orc sentries were distracted. A sharp-eyed member whispered, pointing to a gap. Look, the fence is broken there. Manji took point, creeping forward to recon. It's quiet. Too quiet. There's nobody patrolling. The place feels completely abandoned. Sensing an opportunity, the group infiltrated the perimeter. They began searching for any signs of the enemy tension, radiating off them in waves. Yang Ho frowned, suspicion gnawing at him. Are they all hiding inside the huts? With buildings that size, there could be 5 of them packed in there. He gritted his teeth. Damn. That's more than I calculated. He looked down, cursing their luck. We have no other option. We have to clear them house by house. Ambush tactics only. The desperation in Yang Ho's voice was palpable. All right. If we're doing this, we do it now. He nodded, trying to convince himself. 5 targets. If we use the element of surprise, we can wipe them out instantly. He whispered the final command. We start with this hut. On my signal, we breach and clear. The guild members tightened their grip on their weapons, terror and adrenaline warring on their faces. They moved with grim determination. Reaching the door, Yang Ho pressed his ear against the wood, listening for movement. Then, with a roar, they kicked the door down and stormed in. But their battle cries turned to screams of horror. The room wasn't holding 5 enemies. It was packed. 10 massive orcs turned their heads, snorting in rage at the intruders' weapons already in hand. Someone shrieked, paralyzed by fear. There's too many. What do we do? Yang Ho shouted over the chaos. Focus fire. Kill them one at a time. Everyone target the left flank first. Yes, sir. The young mountain climbing guild moved as one, desperate to survive. They carved a bloody path, allowing Yang Ho to charge the front line. A massive orc roared, only to crumble as their combined attacks brought it to its knees. While the beast was distracted, Manji lunged from the shadows. He drove his blade home, executing the monster on the spot. But the death of their kin only sent the remaining orcs into a berserk frenzy. One of the beasts launched itself like a cannonball. It locked eyes with Manji, moving with terrifying speed. Before he could react, razor-sharp claws tore through his shoulder, spraying crimson into the air. Yang Ho watched his friend collapse, screaming his name. Manji rage exploded within him. He charged, blade flashing. You filthy pig, die! His sword pierced straight through the monster's throat. The behemoth crashed to the ground, silenced forever. But there was no time to celebrate. The remaining orcs, seeing their brethren fall, went absolutely feral. The team circled around the wounded Manji, forming a desperate defensive line. The orcs glared at them, bloodlust dripping from their jaws. Yang Ho's mind raced. 8 left. But look at us. We're battered. Can we actually win this? A guild member shouted, backing away. Leader, this is suicide. We need to retreat. Yang Ho didn't hesitate. I was thinking the exact same thing. Run. The group turned and sprinted for their lives. The berserk orcs roared, chasing them down like prey. The wooden door shattered as they burst back outside. But the moment they stepped into the light, their hearts stopped. The noise of the battle had echoed. It wasn't just the orcs inside. The entire village had woken up. Every single monster in the vicinity stepped out, surrounding the small guild. What is this? Staring at the wall of green muscle and steel, the members froze. How many are there? 20. No, at least 30. The crushing weight of this leveling Manhwa reality sank in. It's over. We're done for. Is this really how it ends? But Yang Ho refused to accept his fate. His voice cut through the despair. Raise your weapons. The members looked at him, faces pale as ghosts. Leader, it's hopeless. But hey, it was an honor climbing with you guys. Yang Ho stared them down, his expression hardening into steel. Do you idiots see why they haven't killed us yet? He pointed his sword at the monsters. Look at their faces. Look at them. The orcs were cackling, snorting, nudging each other. It was a chilling sight. They are laughing at us. They see us shaking like rats, and they think it's hilarious. Yang Ho screamed, his pride igniting a fire in his soul. Doesn't that piss you off, being looked down on by these pigs? Being treated like a joke? Like monkeys in a zoo? He rallied their broken spirits one last time. Don't you dare give up? Not while you're still breathing. Pick up your swords. If we're going to die, we take at least one of them with us. Let's die without shame. The fear in their eyes was replaced by a warrior's resolve. Understood, leader. In the face of certain death, they readied their weapons for one final legendary clash. Forgive me, boss. I showed you my pathetic side. Even if it kills me, I will stand by your side. Seeing their resolve, the orcs wiped the smirks off their faces and prepared for slaughter. Yang Ho whispered a tactical command to his brothers. When I give the signal, we focus fire and gang up on them one by one. Understood. They grit their teeth and responded, yes, boss. With a battle cry, the humans charged, catching the monsters off guard. Let's tear them apart. But suddenly the orcs froze, and a terrifying laughter erupted from their throats, as if they had seen a ghost. Then the impossible happened. The monsters turned tail and ran. The mercenaries looked back, confused, only to find the orcs had vanished into thin air. One of them gasped. What the hell just happened? Why would bloodthirsty orcs run away? The squad turned their heads at the sound of a shout. Everyone there stood Yang Ho, holding the line alone, at the very tent the group had just raided. The monsters stared him down, but his confidence didn't waver. 8 targets remaining. Let's finish this. Hearing the command, his team surged forward. On it, boss. After a brutal clash, steel met flesh and the victory cry finally rang out. We actually did it. We took down all 8. Adrenaline pumping, everyone turned to shower Yang Ho with praise. Boss, you were incredible. We survived because of you. It was all the boss's doing. If you hadn't held the line, we would have given up and become orc chow long ago. He shook his head, humbled to the core. Don't say that. It was your sheer will to fight that saved us. Without you guys, I'd be a cold corpse right now. Yang Ho then turned his attention to his injured squad member. Hey man, how's that wound holding up? The member forced a smile through the pain. It stings like fire, but I can handle it. Don't push it. Yang Ho supported him gently. Rest, now. That's an order. Do not move a muscle. Everyone else stay hidden here. I'm going to scout the perimeter for an escape route. A wave of anxiety hit the team. Is it safe to go alone, boss? Don't worry about me. Just stay quiet and wait. As Yang Ho vanished into the shadows, they whispered a prayer. Please be careful, boss. But as he surveyed the area, a chill ran down his spine. This is strange. Why is it so dead silent? He hadn't seen a single soul since the fight ended. Yang Ho scanned for tracks, but his eyes suddenly locked onto a scene that stopped his heart. What? What is that? Yang Ho couldn't believe his own eyes. He stood frozen, paralyzed, before a landscape littered with thousands of corpses. He stepped forward, his mind racing. This level of destruction is just who? He couldn't fathom the identity of the monster, capable of such a massacre. Who could have possibly done this? Then he saw him. Wait, that person is. The realization hit him like a truck. The Ryumin turned his head, his cold gaze piercing through the distance. Someone arrived at the village before me. Ryumin's eyes glowed as the system interface pulled up the man's data. Player name Du Yang Ho. Ryumin's memory sparked. Wait, isn't this Du Yang Ho, the future mercenary king? He pondered deeply. In the lore of this system Manhwa universe, the mercenary class was akin to a guardian angel for melee fighters. They could master a vast arsenal of weapons and skills, but their true potential lay in a unique mechanic. They grew exponentially stronger when they signed a contract with a leader. For this reason, almost every mercenary player sought to team up with acquaintances, or better yet, sign a contract with the mercenary king. And Yang Ho was the very man Ryumin was thinking of. The mercenary king was the only class capable of commanding mercenaries through binding soul contracts. Once signed, the mercenaries would receive massive stat buffs and synergy effects. There was literally no downside. For a mercenary, refusing a contract was foolish. Ryumin gripped his scythe, his mind working fast. The man standing before him, Du Yang Ho, held that unique legendary class, the mercenary king. Watching Yang Ho panic slightly, Ryumin analyzed the situation. I never expected to run into the mercenary king in a dump like this. Noticing the stare, Yang Ho stammered. Ah, hello there. Ryumin, known as the Ryumin, feigned surprise. You know who I am? Yang Ho immediately responded, awe in his voice. Of course, who doesn't know Ryumin, the perennial rank 1 player? Inside, he was fanboying hard, like he was meeting a celebrity. I can't believe I'm meeting the #1 ranker in the entire region. If I suddenly ask to shake his hand, will he think I'm weird? Meanwhile, Ryumin was carefully assessing Yang Ho's character. He doesn't look like the type to stab someone in the back. Ryumin got lost in thought. Perhaps that integrity is exactly why he unlocked the mercenary king class. To become the king, One needs a heart of gold and the mindset of a true leader. Young-ho stood there muttering to himself. Okay, let's just talk. Seeing Ryumin staring like a statue, he asked awkwardly. Did you kill all the orcs here by yourself? The answer came swift and calm. That's right. Even though he suspected it, hearing the confirmation made Young-ho stutter in shock. THTN. That is absolutely insane. Truly worthy of the rank 1 player. He suddenly bowed 90 degrees, showing total respect. Thank you. Because you drew the orcs' attention, my team and I survived. Ryumin replied coolly. I didn't even know you were there. But Young-ho pressed on his gratitude genuine. I know it wasn't intentional, but the fact remains, we received your help, didn't we? Seeing the man's stubborn honesty, Ryumin sighed and closed his eyes. Fine. If you're done talking, grab your team and get out of here. Fast. I've wiped out the village, so the path is clear. Young-ho tilted his head confused. Really? But how did you know I had teammates? Ryumin simply jerked his chin toward the chaotic background. Young-ho spun around to follow Ryumin's gaze. Oh, for crying out loud. His teammates had emerged from hiding. That explained how Ryumin knew. Young-ho looked exasperated. Why did you guys come out? I told you to wait. A swordsman grinned sheepishly. We were scared you'd leave us behind and hog all the glory, boss. Young-ho pouted, genuinely offended. Are you kidding? When have I ever abandoned you? Ryumin watched the interaction, his analytical mind buzzing. At a glance, those 4 are mercenaries, and they're already in a contract relationship with Young-ho. He looked back at Young-ho. They followed him out of pure worry. To have such loyal comrades this early in the game? He truly is the mercenary king. After the banter settled, one of the squad members gasped finally, noticing the dark figure. Huh? Is that Ryumin? The guy next to him froze. What? Why is Ryumin here? Ryumin's scythe resting casually on his shoulder replied calmly. Nothing special, just here for a light hunting trip. The merc laughed nervously. I see. Another member went pale, cold sweat dripping down his neck. Light hunting. He slaughtered hundreds of orcs and calls it a warm-up. Ryumin cut the chatter short. If you're done gawking, leave. He calculated the timing in his head. Since I wiped the map, the field boss will spawn any second. If these guys get caught in the radius, they're dead. His words carried the weight of an absolute order. Ah, understood. See you next time, Ryumin. An honor meeting you. As they scrambled to leave, the orc corpses began to dissolve into data. The group hurried to pack up, but suddenly one of them paused. Huh, did you guys hear that? His teammate frowned. Hear what? Listen closely. The ground began to vibrate. Young-ho felt the tremor and asked, what is that sound? When the terrified question came, Ryumin's answer was ice cold. It's a mid-boss. Run. Now, as the tremors shook the earth beneath them, Young-ho, sweating profusely, could barely stammer out a response. Say what? A mid-boss. As if summoned by those very words, the monster's silhouette emerged under the crimson moonlight, a nightmare made flesh. The swordsman's voice trembled violently. What in the hell is that? His teammate answered, paralyzed by fear. An orc. The massive beast threw its head back and unleashed a roar that shattered the silence. Every step the monster took sent out shockwaves, pulverizing boulders into dust and filling the air with debris. Yet amidst the chaos, Ryumin remained dangerously calm. Finally, he thought, it's here. The orc warrior. A specific image flashed in Ryumin's mind. He had slaughtered every other beast in this village, but he hadn't left yet for one specific reason. This guy right here. To acquire the balance stone for the hidden quest, this monster had to die. A faint smile played on Ryumin's lips. Defeating this chieftain, and the bosses of the other 3 villages, would complete his system Manhwa objective. Locking onto its prey, the boss charged with terrifying speed. One of Young-ho's party members screamed, Leader, that thing looks absolutely furious, doesn't it? Young-ho's face went completely pale, drained of all blood. Yeah, I think so. He choked out the only words his brain could process. Run, everybody run. But the predator had already selected its meal. The massive blade swung up, locking onto Young-ho. The poor guy was frozen in place, his legs turned to jelly by the overwhelming killing intent. Death wasn't just knocking. It was kicking down the door. The executioner's blade began its descent straight toward his skull. Leader, his teammates screamed in horror. They expected a gruesome end, but when the dust settled, Young-ho was miraculously alive, sitting just inches away from the impact zone. Having just stared death in the face, Young-ho looked like a ghost, trembling uncontrollably. If he stayed there 1 second longer, he would definitely be split in two. It was Ryumin. He had flashed in and used his scythe to knock Young-ho out of the way. It was hard to tell if it was a rescue or an attack as Young-ho hit the ground hard. Ryumin stared down coldly. "What are you doing just spacing out?" Snapping back to reality, Young-ho looked up with tears in his eyes. Thank you." Ryumin frowned, his aura intensifying. "Step back if you want to keep breathing." Young-ho didn't need to be told twice. He scrambled away on all fours as the boss prepared to turn them both into mincemeat. The beast growled, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, dripping with fresh blood. It was a grotesque sight. Ryumin gripped his weapon, eyes narrowing. "This is going to be messy." Boom! Ryumin landed a heavy blow on the monster's leg. Dark energy surged from the scythe, tearing into the boss's flesh. The orc howled a sound of pure agony, echoing through the dungeon. That strike pushed the boss into a frenzy state. It swung its massive blade again, this time with double the power. The ground exploded upon impact, sending debris flying everywhere. But hitting nothing but air, Ryumin had already backflipped to safety. He landed gracefully, not a single scratch on his armor. Blinded by rage, the monster unleashed another devastating combo, but the result was the same. Ryumin was gone, using a movement skill to vanish from sight. He appeared directly behind the beast, his voice dripping with disdain. "All that power means nothing if you can't hit your target." The orc spun around, growling in frustration. Ryumin stopped his footwork, channeled his strength, and launched himself forward like a cannonball. In a heartbeat, he was face to face with the towering monstrosity. With a roar, he swung the scythe. The collision created a massive shockwave, and the boss screamed as the blade bit deep into its armor. But Ryumin knew this tanky mob wouldn't go down that easily. He twisted in midair, closing the distance instantly for a follow-up attack. The Reaper's scythe flashed ominously. This time, he aimed straight for the jugular. The orc, maddened by the stinging pain, raised its massive weapon for a desperate counterattack. It put its entire massive weight behind the strike, but it was like watching a video in slow motion. Ryumin sidestepped the attack with casual ease. Even amidst the chaos, Ryumin analyzed the situation coldly. Its hide is too thick. 2 slashes weren't enough to sever the head. He bent his knees, launching himself upward for the finale. The scythe descended again, but this wasn't a slash. The curved blade hooked perfectly onto the back of the orc's skull. Using the monster's own arm as a launch pad, Ryumin vaulted into the air. The momentum drove the scythe's blade deeper, grinding through muscle and bone. With a magnificent mid-air spin, he wrenched the weapon back. A sickening tear echoed, and the orc's massive head was severed cleanly from its shoulders. The boss collapsed, defeated. Ryumin landed atop the fallen colossus like a king claiming his throne. The sweet sound of the system notification chimed. Orc warrior defeated. Experience increased by 37.73%. Acquired 4,000 gold. Bonus reward 2,000 gold. In the distance, Young-ho and his party watched the Manhwa recap-worthy scene with their jaws on the floor. The blonde teammate stammered, Is it over?" Young-ho was too stunned to speak properly. "That guy, Ryumin. He actually did it." Ryumin hopped down from the corpse. Standing next to the fallen boss, he looked every bit the legendary hero. The system window popped up to tally the spoils of war. Analysis complete. Target orc warrior eliminated. Experience gained 37.73%. Gold acquired 4,000 plus 2,000 bonus. Obtained ring pommel greatsword. Obtained orc's heart. Obtained low-grade dark magic stone. Obtained balance stone. The side quest progress bar ticked up. 1 out of 4 complete. Ryumin surveyed his haul with satisfaction. Just as I thought. Grinding small fry can't compare to taking down a boss. The drop rate is on a whole different level. He inspected the new weapon. Ring pommel greatsword. Type weapon. Rank epic. Attack power 100. Passive effect. Activates on impact. Passive effect attack speed increases by 5% per hit, stacking up to 10 times. Durability 100. Requirement normal rank or higher. It was a beast of a blade characterized by the ring on its pommel. Ryumin grinned at the stats. In terms of raw damage, this beats my scythe. But it's not my style. This will fetch a high price on the market. Then, his eyes shifted to the next item. The orc's heart. Most people would vomit at the sight of it and toss it away, but Ryumin knew better as he pulled up the description. Class material. A hard crimson stone. It resembles a biological heart, but it is a crystallized power source. Safe for player consumption or use. He thought about his scythe. Throwing this away would be a crime. This is a core material for crafting unique tier gear. Seeing the battle was over, Young-ho and the others rushed over. "Ryumin, thank you," Young-ho gasped out of breath. "If you hadn't stepped in, we would have been wiped out for sure." "But..." Young-ho hesitated. "It seemed like you knew exactly when and where that giant orc would spawn." Ryumin found the questions tedious. Better to just give a vague answer, he thought. He turned to face them. The slaughter was finally over, but the nightmare wasn't. A mid-tier orc boss emerged from the bloodbath. Yang-ho grit his teeth, realizing the danger. Pull back, we need to move now. His concern for the team was moving, bringing tears to their eyes. But for Ryumin, this was just another Tuesday in a leveling manhwa. I'm done here. He turned his back cool as ice. Yang-ho's squad bowed with deep respect. Thank you for saving our lives, Mr. Ryumin. Safe travels. Yang-ho rallied his spirit. All right, team, let's get back to the grind. But suddenly, a pained groan cut through the air. A member crumpled to the ground, his limit reached. Yang-ho panicked. Manji, stay with me, Manji gasped, his voice barely a whisper. Hyung, I can't go on. My stamina. It's empty. What? You said you were fine a minute ago. Manji's face was deathly pale. I didn't want to worry you, but I've hit my limit. Terror seized Yang-ho. No, you have to hold on. We just need to survive until the timer runs out. But the reality of their situation was cruel. You know the rules, Hyung. Without 300 kills, we're all dead weight. Leave me here. I won't drag the team down. As the leader, Yang-ho refused to accept this. There has to be a way. No, we'll weaken the orcs, and you take the last hit. We can do this. Manji clutched his mangled arm, despair in his eyes. It's useless. I can't even lift a weapon. Even if we hit the quota, I won't last until the end. Pain racked his body as he gasped for air. Yang-ho felt helpless, screaming his name, praying for a miracle to descend. Manji. The desperation caught Ryumin's ear. He paused, analyzing the man who would one day become the legendary mercenary king. To think the future ruler of armies is crying over a single subordinate. Ryumin watched their struggle, his mind working fast. Well, if they share a bond like brothers, I guess it makes sense. The image of his own little brother flashed in Ryumin's mind. It sparked a flicker of humanity in him. He stopped walking away. After a brief calculation, he spun around. I have a brother too. Let's call this an investment. He walked back toward the despairing group. You guys look like you're in a pinch. Mind if I take a look? Yang-ho looked at him like a god descending from heaven. Can you save him? Maybe. Ryumin examined the damage calmly. It's critical, but not irreversible. He extended a hand. Emerald energy, pure and vibrant, surged from his palm toward Manji's shoulder. The magic wove into the flesh, constructing a core of vitality. In seconds, the mangled shoulder was pristine as if the injury never existed. Yang-ho's jaw hit the floor. The wound. The teammate beside him stuttered. It's gone, completely gone. The squad looked at Ryumin with awe. Ryumin, how did you do that? Just a basic emergency first aid skill from the shop, Ryumin lied smoothly. Oh, I remember seeing that one, the brown-haired member realized. Right, I saw it too. I think it cost 20,000 gold. Who knew it was this powerful? Hearing their chatter, Ryumin smirked internally. You've got it all wrong. Basic first aid is trash. He analyzed the spell he just cast. Normally, it only stops bleeding and fixes scratches. Healing a crushed bone like this? Impossible. A true healing skill crossed his mind, but this was different. First aid is a holy attribute skill. Its efficiency scales with intelligence. Ryumin checked his stats. My intelligence is currently boosted to 123. The system interface glowed, highlighting a brilliant rune that increased holy skill efficiency by 1% per level. Thanks to the rune amplifying the effect, a garbage skill performed like a divine miracle. He spoke calmly to Manji. Try moving your shoulder. It'll leave a scar, but mobility should be restored. Manji rotated his arm, eyes widening in shock. I can move it perfectly. Ryumin's expression remained cold. Don't get cocky. It's a quick fix. Push too hard, and it snaps again. He looked at the dumbfounded boy. But for slaughtering orcs, it'll suffice. Manji scrambled up, bowing low. Thank you, Ryumin. You saved my life. The rest of the team bowed in unison, overwhelmed with gratitude. Yang-ho stepped forward. Thank you for giving him a second chance. Thank you for saving our teammate. Ryumin, Yang-ho held out an item, his voice trembling with emotion. I don't know if this is useful to someone of your level, but please accept this as our tribute. The team stared at the item, eyes popping. That looks expensive. One by one, they began emptying their inventories to repay the debt. Ryumin, take mine too. And this. Please accept this. It sells for a lot of gold in the shop. Within a minute, Ryumin was surrounded by a pile of loot. I should probably decline to be polite, he thought. You really don't have to do this. The mace wielder insisted. No, it's our sincerity. Please accept it. Yes, take it all. Ryumin stood there holding 5 people's worth of gear. Well, it adds up to a decent sum, but his sharp eyes narrowed. There is a prize here greater than gold. Yang Ho patted his teammate's shoulder looking at Ryumin. Thanks to you, Manji has hope again. Manji beamed. Beyond these items, I owe you a life debt. I will repay this someday. Ryumin calculated rapidly. Securing a favor from the future mercenary king with a cheap heal, that is a high return investment. He stored the loot in his spatial inventory and turned away. I'm off. Try not to die. Safe travels, they shouted as he vanished. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a darker part of the forest. A girl huddled under a tree, staring at her system interface in terror. Is this really okay? An hour had passed. The screen mocked her. Time remaining 8 hours 55 minutes. Mission progress 0 kills. Min Ju-ri trembled panic, clawing at her throat. At this rate, I won't just fail. I'm going to be erased from existence. She cursed her own cowardice. It's all my fault. I was too scared to ask Ryumin for help. The memory of the gathering flashed back, haunting her. Since the start of round 5, finding him wouldn't have been hard. He was one of the 10 representatives. But Min Ju-ri's face twisted in regret. In this cruel awakening, Manhwa hesitation meant death. She recalled the massacre vividly, a player decapitated by the scythe before they could even register the flash of steel. It was a cold, efficient harvest. Ryumin moved through the battlefield like a phantom, and with every step, another soul was extinguished without a chance to fight back. His eyes were voids of absolute zero, terrifying, sharp, and devoid of mercy. When her gaze met his, the sheer pressure locked her in place, frozen by the intensity of his killing intent. Yet, facing Ryumin's cold indifference, a desperate thought sparked in her mind. The side match was over. She knew she had to approach him to make a connection. But her legs betrayed her, heavy as lead and refusing to move. Min Ju-ri squeezed her eyes shut, trying to force down the rising panic. Don't be afraid, she told herself. He's a player, not a monster. She cracked one eye open, hoping he wouldn't greet her by swinging that Reaper's scythe. But when she finally looked, she found herself scanning empty air. Where did he go? Disappointment crashed into her anxiety. She had hesitated for a split second, and now her golden opportunity had vanished. What was she supposed to do now? Reality came crashing back. She remembered his warning from the real world. The quest was to hunt 300 orcs, a task that was suicide for a solo player. In this brutal leveling Manhwa world, orcs were tanky and hunted in packs. Ryumin had been explicit, never engage them alone. His instructions were clear: find Ryumin at the designated meeting point immediately after the zone integration. Do not under any circumstances try to fight the orcs. Min Ju-ri weighed her options, her mind racing. Even though she couldn't contact, Ryumin logic dictated she should wait at least an hour before moving. He had emphasized it so many times. So she stood there waiting, while a dark tide of anxiety and insecurity slowly rose within her. But doubt began to creep in. Who could guarantee Ryumin would actually return to the starting point? If she just stood here until the round ended, she might miss her only chance to ever cross paths with him again. After a moment of intense internal conflict, Min Ju-ri steeled herself. She stood up, determination burning in her eyes. She had to find him. She began to navigate the forest, moving with caution, scanning for tracks. It looks like he went this way, she whispered. Suddenly, something caught her eye in the distance. A cluster of small, crude structures packed closely together. Min Ju-ri's heart skipped a beat. Was that a village? She observed from the shadows, questions flooding her mind. Was this where the orcs lived? If so, surely Ryumin would be hunting there. But then a terrifying realization hit her, and she shook her head violently. No, that was insane. Approaching an orc stronghold was a death sentence. She needed to back away. But she had been careless. Behind her, a hulking orc had been watching, and it had already locked onto its prey. A chill ran down her spine. Sensing something was wrong, she whipped her head around. The sight made her scream in pure terror. The orc roared back, a sound of primal aggression. Realizing there was no escape, Min Ju-ri drew her sword, ready to fight for her life. Damn it, I really didn't want to fight an orc, she thought. Panic surged, but her instincts took over. She instantly cast Blessing, a high-tier support skill designed to bridge the gap in power stats. Min Ju-ri forced herself to analyze the battlefield. Despite the fear, she identified 2 advantages. First, it was a 1v1 duel. She wasn't being swarmed. She stared down the rampaging beast, her mind entering a tactical trance. Second, she knew this monster's weakness. Min Ju-ri's brain calculated the variables rapidly. Its muscles were like iron armor, useless to strike there. She had to aim for the neck. The problem was execution. Could she land the hit? A wave of apprehension washed over her. If she missed the vital point and hit a muscle, the blade would bounce off and the counterattack would end her. But there was no time for doubt. She swung her sword, a fast, decisive thrust, aimed straight at the monster's jugular. The orc was faster than it looked. It shifted its weight, causing her blade to miss the fatal spot and graze its forearm. The damage was negligible, nowhere near enough to put it down. Min Ju-ri's face went pale. Damn it, it dodged. She yanked her sword back and scrambled backward, creating distance. Looking at her blade, she felt a shiver of relief. Thank the gods. Because she missed the bone, the blade didn't get stuck in that dense muscle. The orc, enraged by the scratch, went berserk, swinging its massive axe. It launched a violent barrage, but Min Ju-ri danced through the attacks, dodging by a hair's breadth. Seeing the pattern in its rage, her eyes sharpened. This was it. She gripped her sword, her resolve hardening like steel. She finally saw the opening she needed. Now, she lunged forward, thrusting her blade deep into its exposed neck. The critical hit landed, pain exploded through the beast, and the orc let out a guttural shriek of agony. Min Ju-ri watched a spark of victory igniting in her chest. It worked. The skill damage was effective. Assessing the orc's crumbling state, Min Ju-ri made a split-second decision. Just a little more, she unleashed a flurry of strikes, turning the monster into a pincushion. After a relentless assault, the orc's neck was riddled with holes. Its massive frame shuddered, and finally, it collapsed to the ground, silenced forever. Min Ju-ri stood there, sword still trembling in her hand. I did it. A wave of euphoria washed over her. She had soloed an orc. But her celebration was cut short by the sound of calm, rhythmic footsteps approaching. It was Ryumin. He walked with the casual confidence of an apex predator, holding his scythe like it was a mere toy, completely unbothered by the hellish environment. She rubbed her eyes, thinking her mind was playing tricks on her. Am I hallucinating? Min Ju-ri stared at him, a storm of emotion swirling inside her. Was the man standing right there really Ryumin? The legend she had been desperately trying to track down had just wandered right to her. But Ryumin walked past her as if she were an NPC. No, he was just passing through. Focus, Min Ju-ri, she scolded herself. Damn it, this isn't the time to freeze up. She spun around, her voice shaking slightly. Excuse me. Hearing the call, he paused and glanced back, his expression unreadable. What? Min Ju-ri stammered, throwing out her proposal. Mr. Ryumin, please team up with me. Ryumin looked at the girl, a frown of confusion on his face. What did you say? Flustered, she tried to clarify. I mean, form a party. He shot back with a cold, pragmatic question. Why should I party up with you? Min Ju-ri was struck speechless. She stuttered, searching for a logical argument, but then decided actions spoke louder than words. I'll show you. She raised her hand and cast the same buff magic she used earlier. Ryumin's eyes narrowed, a spark of interest flickering in his gaze. This is... Min Ju-ri smiled, seeing her chance. It's my enhancement skill. The blessing lasts for 3 hours. It should have increased all your attributes by 50%. Ryumin checked his status window, confirming the massive stat boost. He looked back at her. I verified the numbers. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Min Ju-ri pressed on. Does that answer your question? My buffs will significantly increase your grinding speed. Ryumin analyzed the offer. So if I want this buff, I have to party with you, she nodded eagerly. Yes. To be more precise, I want you to help me hunt. He seemed to weigh the pros and cons. I don't know. But then his demeanor shifted to that of a commander. Fine. But I have the right of command. I will use you purely as a support unit. Min Ju-ri was stunned by his bluntness, her mind going blank. Ryumin continued his conditions. Can you promise not to betray me? She snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously. Oh, of course. Ryumin extended his hand, sealing the contract. All right then. I'll trust you. He introduced himself efficiently. Ryumin, level 32, melee damage dealer. Min Ju-ri beamed. I know I'm level 13. My class is support. That made him pause. Wait, didn't you say you needed help hunting? You seem to handle that orc back there just fine. She smiled awkwardly, scratching her cheek. Actually, that was the first one I've ever killed. Her confession caught Ryumin off guard. That was your first kill in the last 90 minutes. Min Ju-ri could only offer a sheepish smile. Ah, yes. That's correct. His voice dropped, becoming serious. Then, you're running out of time. Don't worry, I'll help you wipe them out. It was the kind of overpowered promise you'd expect in a manhwa recap. Min Ju-ri knew he was strong, but his confidence was staggering. By what means? The two of them began to move through the forest. Ryumin took point with Min Ju-ri following cautiously behind. Noticing the gap, he called out without looking back. Close the distance. Stick to my shadow. If you vanish from my sight, I cannot guarantee your survival. Min-ju-ri nodded, obedient. Understood. A warmth bloomed in her chest. Perhaps this manhwa recap protagonist wasn't as cold-hearted as he appeared. She was relieved to follow his lead. But peace was fleeting. Enemy presence detected. 3 hulking orcs barred their path, radiating bloodlust. Terror gripped Min-ju-ri as she stumbled back. 3 at once, Ryumin gripped his scythe, his voice steady. Stay put. Mana surged into his legs, priming him for the slaughter. Boom, Ryumin launched himself like a cannonball. His scythe became a blur of death. First target their legs. He shattered their mobility instantly, no escape allowed. Agonized roars echoed through the forest. But before the beast could even process the pain, the Reaper was already upon them. Ryumin descended like the god of death. Slash. The scythe sang a song of blood, cleaving a massive arm clean off its body. Another flash of steel, and the second arm went flying. Min-ju-ri trembled at the brutal efficiency. In seconds, the massacre was over, and he stood victorious amidst the carnage. His voice cut through the air cold as steel. Finish them. Seeing her frozen, he pressed. Why the hesitation? Min-ju-ri jolted back to reality. Sorry. Stealing her nerves, Min-ju-ri drew her blade. Precision is key. She thrust forward. The steel pierced the orc's throat, sending the monster straight to hell. Ding. The system interface flashed orc defeated. Experience plus 2.35%. Gold plus 40. Min-ju-ri blinked in shock. That was impossibly easy. I expected a life or death struggle. Cold sweat trickled down her neck as she gazed at Ryumin. With him, killing monsters is like a walk in the park. Staring at his stoic profile, awe washed over her. The Ryumin is a monster. Catching her stare, he turned. If the job is done, we move. Flustered, she stammered, right, 2 more to go. After dealing the final blows, she hurried to his side. Teaming up with the Ryumin is the greatest stroke of luck in my life. Moments later, another orc was reduced to mincemeat. Min-ju-ri couldn't contain her praise. Your skills are god tier. I never knew an awakening manhwa grind could be this smooth. Ryumin ignored the flattery. Kill count. Min-ju-ri beamed, reporting the stats. 52 kills in 30 minutes. That's record-breaking speed, isn't it? Ryumin mused silently while walking. For a normal player, yes. But for my goals, it's pitifully slow. Roaming the forest wastes precious seconds. His tactical mind raced. Raiding the main camp is an option, but Min-ju-ri would be instant deadweight in a swarm. Even with my power, defending her against 50 elites simultaneously is a gamble I can't take. A plan crystallized. The shaman is the key. Min-ju-ri chirped. At this rate, we'll hit 300 kills in 3 hours. Ryumin cut her off cold. 3 hours is unacceptable. We finish in 1. Min-ju-ri's jaw dropped. Huh. 1 single hour. Is that even physically possible? How? Ryumin replied casually. We exploit the orc shaman. Min-ju-ri tilted her head. Orc shaman? What kind of monster is that? He raised an eyebrow. You're unaware. Ryumin began his lecture. The orc shaman is a summoner-type boss. As he spoke, the terrifying image of a summoning circle flooding with beasts filled her mind. If we force him to spam his summons, the prey comes to us. Realization dawned on her. So, we keep the boss alive and farm his minions endlessly. Ryumin nodded, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Exactly. We milk him dry until the 300 kill count is met. Min-ju-ri pressed on suspicious. But how do you know his mechanics? Isn't this your first raid here? He offered a practiced lie. I clashed with him briefly, before our paths crossed. I marked his location. Her suspicion faded. Ah, that makes sense. Rest easy, Ryumin assured her. I'll handle the heavy lifting. Min-ju-ri watched his broad back as he marched forward, a soft smile touching her lips. He's surprisingly considerate. Truly, you can never judge a book by its cover or a hunter by his cold stare. Transition. Deep in the forest, they arrived at the target zone. Min-ju-ri frowned at the modest settlement. A boss monster lives in this tiny village. Precisely. Ryumin's gaze hardened. It looks vulnerable, but that's the bait. Rush in and the shaman's army will swarm you instantly. His eyes narrowed, analyzing the death trap. It is exactly like the previous timeline. He knew the brutal mechanics of this system manhwa better than anyone. In his memories, mountains of player corpses rotted behind these huts. That shaman isn't just a monster, he's a cunning tactician. He's a coward at heart. Ryumin scoffed internally. He fears direct confrontation, so he hides behind cheap tricks and meat shields. Follow me. As they crept closer, Min-ju-ri whispered, Where are the guards? Ryumin unveiled the truth. The village is a facade. These huts are empty shells designed to lower a player's guard. Only the shaman resides here. Ryumin readied his weapon, pointing toward the central structure. The boss is in the main hall, waiting for a fool to trigger his trap. Trap, Minju-ri echoed. Simple, he explained. Unsuspecting players enter the building. The moment they cross the threshold, the shaman summons a squad of 10 to 20 elites. In that confined space, it's a massacre. Minju-ri paled. Then we're stuck. If he floods the room, how can we farm them efficiently without getting overrun? There's a method to the madness. Ryumin stepped into her personal space, whispering a secret strategy that made her eyes widen. Is it really that exploitable? She gasped. Ryumin smirked. Trust me, I've verified the glitch. Minju-ri placed a hand over her heart, determination burning in her eyes. Leave it to me. He paused. You're going solo, yes, she asserted. 2 of us would trigger the wrong aggro. I can't just be a burden waiting to be fed XP. I can handle this much. Ryumin studied her resolve, then nodded. Very well. I'll hold position here. According to the plan, Minju-ri marched toward the ominous structure, Ryumin's gaze fixed on her back. Her heart pounded as she pushed the heavy doors open. Creak. Darkness swallowed her whole. A long, abyssal hallway stretched out, marking the start of a legendary leveling manhwa scene. Tightly gripping her blade, she stepped into the abyss, her senses on high alert. Suddenly, her gaze locked onto something. A massive chamber lay ahead, lined with a blood-red carpet. Her eyes hardened with resolve as she clenched her fist. This was the kill zone Ryumin had warned her about. The real test started now. Minju-ri recalled. Ryumin's grim warning, a scenario straight out of a system manhwa. Hiding within was the dungeon boss, the orc shaman. The mechanics were deadly simple. Step on that red carpet, and the trap springs. An army of orcs would be instantly summoned to cut off any hope of escape. But they had a perfect counter strategy. Approach the carpet, trigger the presence detection, and immediately retreat. The orc shaman, thinking his prey escaped, would dispatch his scouts to give chase. And our job? Slaughter every single scout that comes out. The flashback ended, and Minju-ri's resolve solidified like steel. Simple enough, she thought. She inched her foot toward the red carpet, leaking just enough aura to prove she was there, then instantly pulled back. Instantly, she caught a glimpse of the horror within the orc shaman atop his throne, radiating a terrifying gray mana. He was waiting for the trap to snap shut, but Minju-ri was already sprinting away according to the plan. Summoning every ounce of strength, she scrambled toward the exit. The heavy doors slammed shut behind her. Minju-ri collapsed outside, gasping for air. It was just a lure. So why is my heart pounding like a drum? Ryumin asked calmly. You okay? She flashed a bright smile. Never better. I followed the plan perfectly, touched the zone, and ran. Ryumin nodded, satisfied. That works. But a seed of doubt remained in Minju-ri's mind. Will the shaman really send scouts after us? He smirked confidently. Just watch. As if on cue, the door creaked open again. Just as Ryumin predicted, a horde of orc monsters poured out. The scouting party had arrived. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind a blonde orc. Looking for something, it was Ryumin. He raised his death scythe with chilling grace. I'm right here. Steel flashed, and the orcs couldn't even react before they hit the ground lifeless. With the area cleared, Ryumin called out. Come on out. Minju-ri peeked her head out from her hiding spot. Yes, sir. Time passed, and the cycle repeated, the flickering torchlight pushing back the dungeon's oppressive darkness. Minju-ri exhaled. Done. But Ryumin was a machine. He showed no signs of fatigue. Let's lure them again. Minju-ri couldn't help but ask. Will they really keep falling for the same trick? The answer was brutal, but simple. They have some intelligence, but it's on the level of a goldfish. They'll forget the danger in no time. The coldness vanished from Ryumin's face, replaced by a strange gentleness. Don't worry. Minju-ri beamed back at him. Okay, around them, the ground was littered with the corpses of their enemies. Minju-ri's face lit up. Brother Ryumin, I've taken down 300 of them. He checked the time. Exactly 1 hour has passed. She tilted her head, smiling. It's all thanks to you. This hunt was fast and easy. I'm truly grateful. Seeing her joy, he cut to the chase. What level are you now? Excitement bubbled in her voice like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. I just hit level 19. Ryumin nodded. Just one more level and your class rank will upgrade. He analyzed her progress. When her rank increases, she'll unlock new skills. Her current buffs will amplify, and that benefits me directly. If I want to set a clear time record on the boss, I need her upgraded buffs. He looked at her with calculation. I'll power level you to 20. Dealing with the orcs will be a breeze after that. His words made her cheeks burn. Is he doing all this? Just for me, flustered she stammered. Well, if it's not too much trouble, please help me. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Both turned sharply. Huh, look over there. A group of hunters approached. One recognized him immediately. Wait, isn't that the Ryumin? Then came the confusion. Who's the girl standing next to him? And what the hell is with this mountain of orc corpses? A young man stepped forward. Yo. Ryumin's reply was, ice cold. What do you want? The man stuttered. We just came to hunt orcs. Didn't expect anyone else to be here first. Despite his words, his eyes betrayed his shock. Impossible. He stared at the carnage. Did just 2 people slaughter this entire army? Another hunter thought, how does a small dungeon have this many orcs? It's bizarre. Meanwhile, the guy next to him was busy leering at Min-ju-ri. Who was that chick? A teammate. It didn't make sense to them. The Ryumin, working in a party. That's unheard of. Another punk smirked disgustingly. Is she his plaything? She's actually pretty cute. Seeing them loiter, Ryumin's patience snapped. He slammed his scythe into the ground, cracking the stone. Ryumin's voice was low and dangerous. Don't disturb us. Get lost. They flinched. His eyes grew unimaginably cold. Think whatever filth you want, but you've crossed the line. If you have no business here, vanish. That triggered them. They stepped up yelling, Hey, who do you think you are, talking down to us like that? It's our first meeting, and you're treating us like trash. Where are your manners? Min-ju-ri panicked internally. Are they insane? Do they know they're yelling at the Ryumin? The guy who eyed Min-ju-ri stepped up, masking his fear with bravado. I don't care if you're ranked first. You have no right to look down on us. Before he could finish, Ryumin's scythe moved like a phantom breeze across his forehead. A thin red line appeared. The man gritted his teeth, silenced by terror. Ryumin's voice dropped to a growl. If you value your lives. Scram. That was enough. They turned and ran for the hills. Let's get out of here. Sorry for the intrusion. Sorry. Even as they fled, curiosity burned within them. Damn it. You think we'll just leave it at that? We have to watch him. See what the hell he's up to. But Ryumin wasn't a fool. He sensed their lingering intent immediately. Those rats. They plan to spy on me. A few buzzing flies won't stop my hunt, but if one of those idiots tries to steal the boss kill, I might have to handle them personally and take the reward. He glanced at Min-ju-ri. First things first. Let's get her to level 20. The bugs are gone, he said. Let's get back to the grind. She nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the group of hunters who had just wet themselves in fear. They had put some distance between them and the monster. We should be out of range here, right? One whispered. What's the plan? The guy with the fresh cut on his forehead seethed. Aren't you curious how that Ryumin hunts? Another agreed. Yeah. Where is he spawning all those orcs from? The discussion heated up. So we stalk him from the shadows, the leader sneered. We won't be spotted from this distance. If you're scared, go die in a ditch. Scared bolst. Let's go. And so, like moths to a flame, they turned back. Hiding behind the brush, they prepared to watch the show. The horde grew larger by the second. Seeing him standing motionless, the orcs charged like a raging typhoon. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a single devastating punch. The impact didn't just break bone. It sent the beast flying like a cannonball, crushing the ranks behind it. In a blur of motion, his scythe danced, carving the remaining monsters into 100 bloody fragments. The survivors froze in sheer terror. The onlookers could only stare, their jaws hitting the floor at this display of raw power. That's the power of the #1 ranker. It takes us forever to kill just one. But then, a realization struck one of the observers. Wait, something's off. He's not wiping them out instantly. Is he waiting for something? He gestured toward the girl approaching the stunned monsters. Look, the orcs are paralyzed. Realization dawned on them. No way. Is he power leveling her? Letting her take the last hit on those beasts? They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Why would Ryumin go this far? Who is that girl to deserve such royal treatment? Jealousy began to rot their insides. Damn it. Look at her grinding EXP like it's a game on easy mode. Meanwhile, we're bleeding out just to take down a single orc. Their envy boiled over as she disappeared into the hut while he sat there, absorbing the shared experience. Even when she returned, their blood pressure was spiking. However, a sharp-eyed scout noticed a pattern. Hold on. Something isn't right here. Look at the monster count. Every time she enters that shack, a fresh wave of orcs pours out. Watching this leveling manhwa spectacle, they finally connected the dots. How can so many fit in that tiny hut? Wait, are you saying that hut is a dungeon spawn point? It was the only logical explanation. The truth hit them like a brick. Son of a literal goldmine of EXP right here. They've been hogging this infinite grind spot the whole time. That's why they told us to get lost. Greed took over instantly. Let's be smart. We wait until they leave. Once they're gone, that spawn point belongs to us. Brilliant plan. I'd love to take it by force, but we'd get slaughtered. Meanwhile, unaware of the rats plotting nearby, July checked her system Manhwa window, her eyes sparkling with triumph. Mr. Ryumin, I hit level 20. I even unlocked a new skill. He nodded coolly. Congratulations, she beamed. My blessing buff jumped from 50 to 60%. His voice remained calm. Can you cast it right now? She nodded eagerly. Absolutely. She raised her hand. An emerald light erupted from her palm, condensing into a swirling vortex of mana. The beautiful energy wrapped around them like a warm embrace. This is the blessing of high spirits. All attributes increased by 60%. The timer ticked 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Her blue eyes blazed with confidence. A green magical rune materialized the mark of enhanced blessing. But wait, she said, this next one is the new buff I just learned. A wind-like aura wrapped around the Grim Reaper's scythe, then swirled down to his feet. The system chimed with a new notification. Attack speed and movement speed increased by 60% via haste. Duration 29 minutes and 59 seconds. He read the log, his expression as stoic as stone. 60% speed boost. Not bad at all, she grinned. Right, I can cast it on you every half hour. A rare smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. I appreciate the hustle. She pouted playfully. I'm serious. He turned his back, cape swishing. Enough. Time to hunt the orc sorcerer. She hesitated. Need my help? Just stay back and stay safe. His eyes darted toward the hidden spectators. I bet those vultures are having a great time badmouthing us right about now. She smiled, oblivious to the malice. Oh, don't worry about them. Under his mask, his expression turned cold. Let's see if they take the bait. Back at the shack, July took cover. The greedy mob watched intently. What now? Ryumin is going back in. Suddenly, the wooden door exploded. He burst out, followed by a horde of orcs, foaming at the mouth like starving beasts. But the predator's eyes behind the mask were even sharper. July felt a chill run down her spine. Something's wrong. Seeing him retreat with weapon in hand, confusion filled her mind. Why is Ryumin running away? The spectators whispered in shock. Look, he's being chased down by the mob. Is the #1 ranker actually fleeing? Then heavy footsteps shook the ground. Thud, thud. A massive staff slammed into the earth. It was the orc warlord. The beast raised its staff, unleashing a wave of terrifying dark mana that coiled through the air, locking onto Ryumin. A beam of frost energy blasted down Ryumin, sidestepped it with godlike reflexes. But the spell struck the earth and undead orcs began to claw their way out of the dirt. He was trapped in a pincer attack, undead in front, the horde behind. One of the scouts pointed at the massive figure. Who the hell is that giant behind the mask? It's huge compared to the others. They analyzed the threat level. If it's that big, it has to be the dungeon boss. A realization struck the smart one. Wait, they aren't respawning naturally. That thing is summoning them. July trembled in her hiding spot. He's completely surrounded. Should I help? Panic rose, but then she caught a glimpse of his posture. She focused on Ryumin. His eyes held zero fear. Seeing his prey still standing, the boss roared and raised its staff to summon yet another wave. The spectator gasped. Another 10 orcs just appeared. Ryumin was drowning in enemies, yet he danced through their attacks, leaping over a crushing mace strike. Holy crap, he dodged that. The guy is a literal monster. The group began to whisper frantically. Hey, wake up, this isn't the time to watch. A greedy glint appeared in the leader's eye. That boss monster. It's completely unguarded right now, isn't it? You're right. A sinister grin spread across his face. Should we steal the kill? Some hesitated. I don't know. If Ryumin catches us stealing his prey, he's too busy fighting for his life. Even the top ranker can't watch his back while surrounded by 50 monsters. The guy in the white shirt nodded. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Exactly. If he complains later, we just say we saw him in danger and rushed in to help. The logic was flawed, but their greed made it sound perfect. As Ryumin continued his dance of death, the decision was made. So, who wants a piece of this glory? Unanimously, they drew their weapons. I'm in. Count me in. Talk is cheap, but the price of ignorance is death. The fools rushed toward the safe house, blind to the Reaper, waiting for them. From the shadows, Min-ju-ri watched the disaster unfold. She stared at the morons, her mind racing. What in the world are they doing? Then a cold realization struck her. Don't tell me. while Ryumin Hook holds the aggro they plan to steal the orc shaman kill. The scene shifted to a moment frozen in the past. Minjuri's voice had trembled slightly. Hey Ryumin Hook. I appreciate the save, but am I just dead weight on your mission? Ryumin, the man known as Ryumin Hook, answered with terrifying calm. Don't worry about that. I've already crushed the main quest. His words shattered her expectations. What? Ryumin turned his gaze piercing. My true target isn't the main quest. It's the hidden side quest. I've already secured a balance stone. Her voice spiked with shock. You already found one. Dropped it from the orc warrior boss. Ryumin continued ignoring her stunned expression. The other stones should drop from the remaining bosses. I just need to slaughter the bosses, so don't feel guilty. She nodded, the logic sinking in. Understood. Back in the present, her eyes hardened. No. That shaman belongs to Ryumin Hook. If I don't act, some random trash will steal the glory. Minjuri drew her blade, determination flaring. I have to stop them. The suicidal fools charged the orc shaman, weapons raised. But in this unforgiving world, nothing comes that easy. The orc unleashed midnight, casting a veil of terror. The battlefield plunged into darkness. The kill stealers stood frozen, swallowed by the suffocating gloom. The swordsman gasped, what the hell is the... Before he could finish, a hand clamped over his mouth in sheer terror. Trembling like leaves, they slowly looked up. A mistake. Some nightmares are better left unseen. The shaman turned, eyes burning with demonic malice. Murderous intent flooded the air as it let out an ear-splitting shriek. Panic exploded. Damn it, we're spotted. Run. Everyone run. But the predator doesn't let prey escape. The staff swung, and a horde of minions materialized, encircling the frogs in the well. True despair set in. It's over. We're dead meat. The slaughter began. First on the chopping block, the black-haired fool. Lifted into the air like a rag doll, he screamed like a banshee. Where was his arrogance now? Dragged across the dirt, he begged. Please, save me. Suddenly legs appeared before him. Hope? No. Just another executioner ready to send him to the afterlife. The massive foot descended like a falling mountain, a sickening crunch, and the black-haired player was deleted from existence. Meanwhile, on the other side of hell, Ryumin danced with death, his scythe reaping souls with surgical precision. He exhaled, the fatigue of battle settling in. But his eyes shifted. He watched the other group being massacred. Calculations ran through his mind. I lured the shaman out to test them. Would they try to stab me in the back the moment I was vulnerable? The would-be backstabbers paid the ultimate price. Ryumin watched their bodies drop with cold contempt. So that's your choice. He stepped toward the growling boss. They wasted their lives and failed the mission. Useless. Sensing the alpha, the orcs turned their gaze to the real threat. They roared, rushing to turn Ryumin into mincemeat. But before a single claw could touch him, crimson threads of death appeared on their bodies. Ryumin's scythe had already sung its song. The strikes were so fast, reality hadn't even caught up yet. He smirked mid-combat. My attack speed is insane with the agility buff, plus the 50% night bonus. I'm unstoppable. The stats of the Reaper's scythe flashed in his mind. Damage doubled. Night attack speed boosted by 50%. And standing still at night makes me practically invisible. No more time to waste. Ryumin vanished, reappearing instantly for close quarters combat. The shaman aimed its staff, but struck only air. Ryumin was already behind it. Just like before, cold steel kissed the monster's neck. With a violent yank, he delivered the final verdict. Goodbye. The head separated from the shoulders. Without a brain to command it, the massive carcass collapsed into the dirt. The moment the beast hit the ground, the glorious system notifications flooded in. Orc shaman defeated. Experience skyrocketing. Gold acquired, level up. But the rewards didn't stop there. The system inventory pinged with a new treasure. You have obtained the Orb of Eternal Rest. Loot rained down like a jackpot. Mysterious wood statue obtained. Low-grade blue mana crystal acquired. Balance stone acquired. Side quest progress, 2 out of 4. Ryumin suppressed a grin. This was the dopamine hit of a true leveling manhwa. Level 33 reached. And this item, it's broken. The system window expanded, revealing the terrifying potential of the orb. Orb of Eternal Rest. Type necklace. Grade epic. Effect. Every kill grants 1 stack but consumes 1 durability. Here's the kicker. Every 100 stacks converts into a permanent attribute point. Durability, 1000. Requirement. Normal grade or higher. Description. A necklace holding the gray souls of the slain. Ryumin stared at the panel, his mind racing through the possibilities. Infinite stats. Converting kills to stats. It was eerily similar to the Devour rune that the legendary Ryumin flame dragon used. But Ryumin wasn't a rookie blinded by greed. He immediately spotted the fatal flaw. The durability is fixed at 1000. More stacks mean the item destroys itself. It was a consumable god-tier item. An image of a golden spirit stone flashed in his mind. However, if I combine it with the durability rune from round 8 and get a Ryumin smith to maintain it, I can cheat the system. The strategy was set. This means my power can grow without limits. Suddenly, a noise shattered his train of thought. Where am I? A voice echoed. Ryumin turned slowly. Ah, right. The Reaper's seal was still active, masking his presence like a ghost. Ryumin glanced at Minju-ri, who was scanning the area behind them, then shifted his cold gaze to the corpses littered on the ground. A plan formed in his mind. Before dispelling the midnight shadow, he had to follow the flow of his seal. The bodies of the fallen men began to disintegrate into nothingness. Ryumin whispered, "Trace erasure," and invoked the command to release the darkness. The seal faded into the ether. However, the after effects of the Reaper's mark caused the lighting to flicker violently, making Minju-ri blink in confusion at the sudden shift between light and shadow. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto a figure emerging from the gloom. It was Ryumin. Her face lit up with relief as she hurried over to greet him. "There you are. I've been looking everywhere," she exclaimed. The Ryumin glanced indifferently at the monster he had just slaughtered and replied coldly, "As you can see, I have been a bit occupied." Processing the situation, Minju-ri pressed on. "So, you finally secured the item. But, did you see anyone else? Some scavengers tried to steal the orc shaman kill?" Ryumin rested his massive scythe casually on his shoulder, his expression unreadable. "No, I did not see a soul." Minju-ri nodded, accepting his answer, though a seed of doubt lingered in her mind. "That is strange," she murmured, furrowing her brow. "I could have sworn I heard agonizing screams echoing from this direction." Seeing her innocent expression as she pondered the mystery sparked a flicker of guilt within the Ryumin. But leaving corpses behind would yield no benefits. Breaking the tension, he turned away and commanded, "Let's move. We have another boss to slaughter." "Right, Minju-ri," replied, falling into step behind him. They ventured into a desolate village, cutting a path of destruction through every monster foolish enough to dwell there. The corpses of beasts piled up where they stood, a testament to the brutal efficiency of this leveling manhwa protagonist. Nearby, a group of orcs froze, witnessing the calamity Ryumin was unleashing. Standing apart from the fodder was an orc leader radiating menace. It charged Ryumin, but against the skills of a veteran hunter, the creature posed no more threat than a bug. Faster than the eye could follow, the Reaper's scythe flashed toward the orc's lower guard. In a split second, the chieftain's arm was severed from its body, before the beast could even register the pain. Not wasting a heartbeat, his next strike targeted the torso. The blade sheared through flesh and bone, bisecting the massive body and sending a fountain of crimson spraying into the air. The Reaper's scythe claimed another soul, ending the monster's miserable existence. As the chieftain collapsed, the familiar glow of the system manhwa interface materialized to tally the rewards. You have defeated the orc archer. Experience plus 37.73%. Gold plus 4,000. You received swift archer's boots. You received rusty arrowhead. You received low-grade green mana stone. You received balance stone. Subquest progress balance stone, 3 out of 4. Satisfied, Ryumin slung his scythe behind his back. He pulled up the interface, his eyes scanning the loot. Let's assess the haul. The holographic window displayed the details of the swift archer's boots. Item grade epic. Defense 60. Agility effect plus 10. Durability 1000 out of 1000. Requirement, normal grade or higher. Description: boots favored by agile archers to enhance speed. Staring at the stats glowing on the screen, Ryumin glanced down at his current footwear, his mind instantly calculating the stat difference. It was a massive upgrade. His current high-top agility boots were merely common grade, with 15 defense and plus 4 agility. Even with the 5% movement speed buff, there was no reason to hesitate. He navigated to the modification tab, placing the new boots into the slot. He then selected the forge option, adding a mana stone to the mix. Ryumin's eyes narrowed in concentration. If I combine this with the green mana stone I just looted, the potential stats will skyrocket. With the materials set, the Ryumin pressed the combine button, locking in his decision. A mechanical chime rang out, announcing a successful fusion. As he equipped the gear, the system flashed a new notification regarding the enhancement. Option agility plus 4 has been added to the swift archer's boots. Ryumin nodded, a rare look of satisfaction crossing his face. Perfect. That takes care of all the sub-bosses. But there was no time to rest. The image of the final orc boss loomed in his mind. Target locked. The high orc boss. Unlike the fodder he had just cleared, this high orc possessed a unique time attack mechanism that demanded perfection. The timer had reset to 0. The Ryumin steeled himself. He needed to slaughter this beast in record-breaking time. Speed was everything. The faster the kill, the more legendary the rewards. His previous best was 43 seconds. He signaled Min-ju-ri, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. All right, let's go. Yes, she chirped, beaming at him. Ryumin ignored her cheerful demeanor, his focus entirely on the upcoming raid. Min-ju-ri's buffs are active. This time, I will shatter that record. They left the carnage behind, moving swiftly. The Ryumin's mind was a whirlwind of calculations. He needed to shave off every possible second. First, I hit the level cap. Then, I utilized the Orb of Eternal Rest to amplify my stats. Behind them, the remnants of the orc army were dissolving into data. The system clock ticked down relentlessly. Time remaining until round conclusion, 30 minutes and 41 seconds. As the monsters faded into the void, they transformed into loot drops before the Reaper's eyes. Ryumin sheathed his weapon, his anticipation building. It's time. Just one more level to hit 40. But time is running out. Suddenly, the artifact around his neck pulsed with light, validating the risky decisions Ryumin had made. Up to this point, no regrets, he thought. I have achieved exactly what I set out to do. As he collected the essence from the fallen orcs, the system pinged again. Stats +9. Durability 1 out of 1,000. Min-ju-ri approached him from behind, hesitating. Mr. Ryumin, are you not going to keep hunting? Ryumin turned his expression stoic. I think this is sufficient. Confused, she pressed on. So are you heading straight for the final boss now? He raised a hand in a dismissive farewell. We part ways here. Thank you for your assistance. Min-ju-ri stood there awkward and unsure, simply waving back. Is it really over, she thought? A wave of disappointment washed over her. Just as they were getting somewhere, the partnership was dissolving, leaving her with a hollow feeling. She wanted to ask if she could witness the final battle to stay by his side until the end. But she quickly crushed that foolish hope. No, she told herself. I would only be a burden to someone of his level. It is better this way. Her dejected expression was so palpable that even the cold-hearted hunter paused for a moment. She seems attached after such a short time, Ryumin mused. But the high orc is a nightmare difficulty monster. I cannot afford the distraction. Min-ju-ri raised her hands, glowing with radiant energy, a parting gift. Mr. Ryumin, allow me to buff you one last time, she called out, casting the spell as a final goodbye. Thank you again for helping me level up, she shouted. I never would have survived alone. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek as she opened her system interface to accept her fate. It wasn't much, but it was hers to give. Min-ju-ri pulled a shimmering deep azure artifact from her inventory, its glow reflecting in her eyes. She explained softly, I earned this thanks to your guidance. You might not need it, but please, accept it. Ryumin, however, wasn't one to exploit a novice. He declined without hesitation. Keep it. But Min-ju-ri shook her head, her politeness masking a stubborn resolve. No, he countered firmly. The experience points were payment enough for me. She hesitated, searching for an excuse. Actually, I have a duplicate. You really should take one. Ryumin's gaze softened. He saw right through her clumsy lie. She was worried about him, completely unaware he was the legendary figure she idolized. She felt indebted to the Ryumin, and finally, the Reaper had to concede defeat. Taking the item, he nodded. Fair enough. Since I received help too, let's call it even. He turned, walking away with a casual wave. See you around. I'll accept it then. If fate allows, we will meet again. Hand over her heart. Min-ju-ri watched the Ryumin disappear into the distance, a lingering worry clouding her face. Elsewhere, Ryumin activated his movement arts, blurring through the landscape. A magic arrow streaked upward, and the Ryumin followed its spectral trail. The system interface flashed as it locked onto the coordinates. Target confirmed. The high orc boss was near. This was a classic setup for a leveling manhwa climax. Distance to target, 1,121 meters. Ryumin's eyes were glued to the guide arrow. It's still active, meaning the beast is still breathing. In previous timelines, no one cleared the high orc at this stage. The memory of the 3 orcs he just slaughtered flashed by, instantly overshadowed by the looming, terrifying silhouette of the final boss. Ryumin knew the truth. Among the 4 bosses of round 5, the high orc was a calamity. The other 3 mere side dishes. He visualized a monster capable of slaughtering entire armies single-handedly. He calculated the odds. It would take a suicide squad of 100 level 20 players to even scratch it. For normal players, it was an impossible death sentence. Ryumin breached the Emerald Forest canopy. He critiqued the beast in his mind. Even I died 4 times before I finally figured out how to kill it. That's how I set the current record 43 seconds. The system chimed in rhythm with his rapid steps. Target distance 321 meters. Ryumin vaulted off a tree branch, using the momentum to rocket forward like a projectile. His internal monologue burned with determination. This time, I shatter that record. Leaves rustled as he blurred past, touching down and vanishing again in a heartbeat. Finally, the monstrous shadow came into view. System alert, 160 meters to target. But Ryumin skid to a halt, stunned by the gruesome tableau before him. A warrior, being crushed like a dry twig. The high orc was draining the life from him. The apex predator stood alone, facing a squad of terrifyingly average warriors right before Ryumin's eyes. The towering behemoth stood over a broken corpse. Junsok collapsed to the ground, legs turning to jelly absolute terror, seizing his heart. What is happening? How did it go so wrong? Just hours ago, everything was perfect. Flashback to a simpler time, Junsok chatting with strangers full of hope. Orcs hunt in packs, why shouldn't we? Join us. He had rested his great sword on his shoulder, radiating rookie confidence and naive charm. I'll start. Junsok, level 12 warrior. The blonde youth beside him grinned, eager to prove himself. Level 12 too. Nice to meet ya. Brady Pitt. Hunter class. The cloaked man muttered shyly, adjusting his gear. Level 13 warrior. Name's WHWH. My keyboard was broken when I registered. The makeshift party formed up setting out to slaughter orcs. It was the start of what they thought was their legendary journey. It began as a marriage of convenience, but synergy grew with every kill. Brady shouted over the din of battle, lure them over Junsok. Got it. Hey, ugly eyes on me, Junsok, taunted a chain-wielding orc. With their combined strength, they cleared a small village effortlessly. The trident wielder pinned a beast to the dirt. Brady finish it. The short-haired girl spotted an ambush. WHWH, behind you. 6 o'clock. Dust settled on the battlefield. Victory. I got my 300 essence. Me too. Congrats everyone. We actually did it. Junsok beamed with pride. The main quest was complete. Success had never tasted so sweet. But greed is a slow poison. Playing solo felt lonely now. Sad to split up right. Wanna hunt a bit more. I'm itching to hit level 20. Bows twanged, sword slashed. They rinsed and repeated. The grind was real, and their levels soared with every fallen foe. Ding, level up. You reached level 20. Class advancement apprentice to regular. Fusion unlocked. The skills started rolling in like a tidal wave. They hit the level cap and unlocked new powers. Standing over a fallen foe, hubris began to take root in their hearts. These orcs are a joke now. Can't believe we struggled before. Loaded with skills, they felt invincible, a fatal mistake in any manhwa recap story. WHWH suggested moving on, but something caught Junsok's eye. Wait, what about that bigger village? Hold on. What is that? A titanic two-headed monstrosity stomped past, tongue lolling. Junsok and Brady froze. Looks like an orc. But I've never seen that skin before. Is that a boss? A boss. The trident girl chimed in, sealing their fate with a single question. Should we try to raid it? 5 of us, I think we can take it. Imagine the loot. Junsok looked at Brady. The hunter nodded. A pact of death was signed. We split the drop evenly then. Deal. But the high orc stopped. It spun around, unleashing a primal roar that shook the earth. Reality hit them like a freight train. They thought they were hunters. They were dead wrong. The high orc's roar shattered their eardrums. Gravity seemed to warp around it. Then it launched itself into the stratosphere, blotting out the sun. Boom. The landing created a shockwave. It raised a razor-sharp claw. The black-haired girl was the first target of its wrath. 1 down. Instant death. It spun, locking onto the orange-haired girl. Terror paralyzed her. She just sank to her knees, accepting her fate. Crunch. 1 blow, and blood sprayed like a fountain. The monster turned its gaze to Brady. This wasn't a fight. It was a feeding frenzy. The high orc snatched him up like a rag doll. With a sickening crunch, Brad's body was pulverized in the monster's grip, and the rest of the party crumbled instantly under the overwhelming pressure. Junie's face went pale as death itself. He knew this was the end. WH stepped in to tank the damage, but the beast's tail whipped around, ensnaring him and hoisting him helpless into the air. With a brutal slam, the high orc crushed his skull against the earth, leaving only a faint whimper of "save me" behind. Having massacred the others, the monster turned its gaze toward Jun-suk. Terror seized his heart as he stared into the abyss. His mind spiraled into a broken loop. I'm dead. I'm dead. There is no way out of this leveling Manhwa nightmare. Stay back, Jun-suk screamed, his face drained of all color. Just as the beast raised its hand to deliver the final blow, a shadow materialized behind it. Ryumin's scythe flashed through the air. With a single devastating swing, one of the High Orc's heads was severed clean from its neck. As the second head turned in confusion, the blade sang again, slicing through its throat. The massive beast collapsed, slain instantly by the Ryumin. Jun-suk looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. Standing before him was Ryumin, descending like a dark god. Ryumin glanced at the High Orc's corpse, intrigued. He hadn't expected the creature to perish in a single hit. A cascade of system windows flooded his vision. You have defeated the High Orc. Level up. You have reached level 40. You have advanced from regular to expert rank. Bonus features unlocked. Resting his scythe on his shoulder, he reviewed the upgrades. The damage for Death's Seal had surged from 120% to 140%. The range for Night of Death expanded from 500 meters to a staggering 1,000 meters. You have learned Destruction Moonlight, a special skill exclusive to the Reaper class. The next skill would unlock at level 60. A satisfied smirk tugged at Ryumin's lips. Finally, the power he had been waiting for was in his hands. Destruction Moonlight, the ultimate offensive technique of the Reaper. A screen appeared, detailing the absolute power of this awakening Manhwa ability. Exclusive skill Destruction Moonlight. Effect charge energy for 1 second to unleash a devastating attack with 1,200% damage. Damage increases by 1.5 times at night. Cooldown 10 minutes. Weapon requirement, Scythe. Previously, a single swing could cleave through multiple orcs, but relying on basic attacks carried the risk of missing. However, Destruction Moonlight was a wide-area nuke. Missing was nearly impossible. Ryumin's blade didn't just cut flesh, it severed the spirit. This skill became even more lethal when combining magic and physical attacks. This meant it could shred through enemies with physical resistance. He rejoiced internally. Obtaining such a broken skill was a game-changer. Mob farming was now a breeze, but true threats lay ahead. This skill was essential for the boss monsters of this system, Manhwa. Now time to check the next reward. Notifications continued to ping as Ryumin accepted the items. You obtained Orc Gauntlets. You obtained High Orc High-Grade Teeth. You obtained a low-grade Purple Magic Stone. You obtained the Stone of Balance. Side quest update. Stone of Balance 4 out of 4 collected. In his hand, a gem pulsed with azure light. Side quest completed. You obtained the Stone of Balance. This was the prize he had been hunting for. Ryumin squeezed the stone, causing a burst of raw energy to ripple through the air. The rune was automatically engraved into his body. The system displayed the stone's terrifying potential. Effect of the Balance Stone. All stats will double if the difference between the highest and lowest stat is no greater than 10. Ryumin studied the screen. This rune only worked for those who balanced their growth perfectly. He mentally calculated his build. Knowing he would obtain this rune, he had meticulously leveled his stats without letting any single attribute spike too high. He tapped the status window. The rune was now part of his very being. It was time to witness the fruits of his labor. Even he was taken aback by the sheer scale of the boost. Every single attribute had skyrocketed past 300. The surge of power was intoxicating. Strength, 374. Intelligence, 614. Agility, 518. Luck, 374. Unassigned points 0. To think everything was over 300, he was speechless. Even with the round buffs and blessings, these numbers defied logic. Standing atop the High Orc's corpse, he realized the Rune of Balance was truly the fastest path to becoming a god. Now for the grand finale, the Time Attack Challenge reward. Another string of golden notifications flashed before his eyes. You defeated the round 52 boss orc in exactly 1 second. Time attack rules applied. Since the target was eliminated in under 10 seconds, the reward was maximized. You received the maximum reward, 100,000 gold. Congratulations. A greedy grin spread across his face. That was a serious payday. Last time, it took 43 seconds, and he only got 23,255 gold. Perfect. With this fortune, he could buy every general skill book he had been missing. Because Ryumin had set an unprecedented record, the system sought to immortalize his achievement. You have set a record never before seen in the history of the Time Attack. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic Records. Ryumin paused, surprised. The reward was a unique item selection ticket. Wait, seriously. A ticket materialized glowing with divine light. A special reward for a legendary record. Ryumin stared at the screen, calculating the possibilities. To think he could choose a unique item. Could he really pick anything he wanted? He pressed the glowing card on the interface and a categorized menu instantly unfolded. Please select a category. 1 weapon, 2 shield, 3 helmet, 4 armor, 5 shoes, 6 gauntlets, 7 necklace, 8 ring. He scrutinized the weapon list carefully. Was the system really this generous? He already had plans to craft a unique weapon upon returning, so that was unnecessary. After a moment of strategic deliberation, Ryumin selected option 3. This seemed like the optimal play. 3 helmet. Meanwhile, Jun-suk shakily got to his feet, staring up at the man standing on the monster's back. He wiped snot from his nose, trembling. It was impossible. That monster died in one hit. Jun-suk looked down at the broken bodies of his teammates scattered across the ground. Was Ryumin always this terrifyingly powerful? How did he solo a beast that a full party of level 20s couldn't even scratch? Pushing aside his grief, he realized he needed to speak up. No, now wasn't the time for questions. He had to thank him. But before he could utter a word, Ryumin turned his cold gaze away and walked off, leaving Jun-suk completely bewildered. Jun-suk stood frozen, the words dying in his throat. Suddenly, the sky turned blood red as Priscilla descended bathed in an ominous aura. How is everyone? Did you complete your missions? She peered down at the few surviving players with a twisted sneer. Only 10 hours in, and look how many of you have already perished. Priscilla sneered at the trembling players below. Did you really almost die to those weakling orcs? Or were you just bickering over kill steals? She raised her hand. Let's snap my fingers and see who actually deserves to live. The system interface flashed the rankings for round 5 in blazing letters. First place, Ryumin level 40 class Reaper. Second, the Fool level 25 Mage. Third, Heavenly Demon level 24 Dark Knight. For Sector CS007, specifically number 1, still Ryumin level 40. Number 2, Democracy level 21 Support. Number 3, No Life Nay, level 23 Dark Mage. The crowd gasped as the numbers sank in. Level 40, that's insane. The record was unheard of. All eyes locked onto the mysterious figure in the corner, whispers spreading like wildfire. He wiped out 3 orcs in just an hour. How is that even possible? Ryumin just stood there, arms crossed, bored by the attention. Just give me my reward so I can get out of here. A cascade of notifications flooded his vision as the results were finalized. Congratulations. You have cleared the quest as the undisputed ruler of this zone. Rank 1 reward for the local sector, a rare grade necklace selection chest. Rank 1 reward for the entire region, special reward selection box. Ryumin smirked at the screen. Everything was proceeding exactly according to his script. He was the first player to dominate the global rankings for 5 consecutive rounds. Impossible achievement unlocked. You have earned the unique title, the Frontrunner. Done. Just as I planned. With the title secured, his mind was already racing to the next phase of his strategy. Title, the Frontrunner. Condition: achieve first place in the entire region for the first 5 rounds. Effect: a massive 1.5 times experience boost. This was the holy grail of growth he couldn't afford to miss in this leveling manhwa. Ryumin tapped the golden chest icon on his screen. Now that he had the experience multiplier, it was time to gear up. The interface shimmered, displaying a lineup of glowing accessories. Select one of the following rare necklaces. Necklace of the Skull Knight. Necklace of Java. Necklace of Resilience. Most players would be sweating bullets over this choice, terrified of picking the wrong trash. Ordinary players would just guess, like it was a multiple-choice test. But Ryumin had lived through this hell enough times to know the meta. He didn't hesitate. I need the Necklace of Java. As he selected it, the stats popped up. Rare grade. All stats +3. Status effect resistance +35%. Durability, 1000. Requirement: normal rank or higher. A necklace infused with the mana of the alien Java tribe. He analyzed the item coolly. Right now, raw power wasn't his priority. He needed status resistance to survive the freezing blizzards that turned entire parties into ice sculptures later on. A ring and necklace materialized, their gems sparkling with potential. Plus, high-resistance gear was incredibly scarce in this system manhwa, meaning he could sell it for a fortune later if he needed to. The system brought up the second reward window. Please select one special reward. Option 1, a triple experience buff for round 6. Option 2, 6,000 gold. Option 3, intel on round 6. This time, there was no pause. I take the experience buff. Suddenly, a sharp clap echoed through the hall, silencing the murmurs. Priscilla beamed at the players. So, has everyone checked their little report cards? Her eyes gleamed with sadistic delight. By the way, total survivors completing the main quest, 1,588. The smile dropped from her face instantly. Everyone ranked below 1,211. You're simply taking up space. Goodbye. Flames erupted from the ground. No, wait, Angel, please. Screams of agony filled the air as the holy fire consumed the lower-ranked players. Mercy, please, I don't want to die. Priscilla covered her mouth, feigning panic shock, but her eyes were laughing. Look at them begging. Humans really are nothing more than pathetic insects. Ryumin watched the slaughter with cold indifference. You think you're gods? Just wait. Priscilla's gaze landed on him, expecting him to be among the failures. Oh, the round 5 subquest. She blinked genuine surprise, cracking her mask. You actually cleared it. With a flash of light, she waved a mocking goodbye and vanished. Rest up, humans. See you in the next round. As the angel faded, the system voice took over for the traumatized survivors. Round 5 concluded. Global survivors, 19 million. Sector CS007 survivors, 1,200. Returning souls to their original dimension. Round 6 begins at midnight June 1st, 2023. Good luck. Congratulations on your survival. Back in the safety of his apartment, Ryumin collapsed onto his chair, his muscles screaming for relief. After refueling with some food, it was time to work. He opened the crafting interface. Base material, the Reaper's Scythe. Submaterials, Heart of the Orc Mystic Wooden Statue. He tossed in the rusty arrowhead and the orc fangs he'd been saving. His finger hovered over the combine button. Regular fusion would just make a rare item. That wasn't good enough for a manhwa recap protagonist. Wait. He remembered the loot from Ymir's cave. I have the Ryumin diamond. He added the dark gem to the mix. This changed everything. With the Ryumin diamond, this wouldn't be rare. It would be unique. Combine. Dark energy exploded from the interface, swirling around the weapon. Success. You have created the Death Scythe. Death Scythe. Rank unique. Item level 300. All stats plus 10. Skill damage plus 10%. Durability. 3000. Requirement expert class. Description. A weapon beloved by the Ryumin himself, forever shadowed by darkness. Ryumin laughed, a sound of pure satisfaction. Finally, I'm the one holding the scythe, not running from it. He spent his last remaining coins to fill the gaps in his arsenal. It was time to buy the essential general skills. He opened the shop. Equipment, materials, consumables. There. General skills. Scout. Cost 20,000. Scout acted like a mini-map, revealing the terrain. Clairvoyance pushed his vision far beyond human limits, letting him see threats before they saw him. He grabbed shield for defense and precision to ensure his attacks never missed. Passive bonuses unlocked. Resistance up 15%. Accuracy up 20%. With all the essential skills finally mastered, his preparations were complete. Yet his pockets were still heavy. 140,000 gold remained untouched. The rare items wouldn't unlock for a few days, leaving the shop empty of anything worthy. Ryumin sat up, deciding to call it a day. That's enough for now. It was time to review his progress in this system manhwa. He commanded the interface, status window. Name Ryumin. Level 40 expert rank. Class Ryumin. Alias Ryumin. Hidden titles: The Last Time Walker, The First Angel Slayer, and The One Who Defies Heavenly Punishment. Hidden title: The Pioneer. His stats were monstrous: Strength 106, Intelligence 150, Agility 106, and Luck 136. Unspent points 0. General skills: Tracking Presence, Detection, Erasure, First Aid, and Reconnaissance. Enhanced Vision, Basic Resistance, and Dexterity. Now for the real power. Special skills: Death Mark, Knight of the Reaper, Moonlight Slash, the Rune, Slaughter, Radiance, Doppelganger, Death, Inner Mind, and Balance. Additional features: Shop Synthesis and Trading. However, the trade function remained locked until level 60 and 99. Ryumin gazed at the glowing blue screen, a satisfied smirk curling his lips. This was perfection. Just the Balance rune alone is overpowered, but if I combine it with the Slaughter rune, his power would double instantly. As he strategized, the system interface dissolved into thin air. I'm maxed out for now. It was time to conduct business with the demons. And after that, I'll exploit Huang Yongmin. A thought suddenly struck him. Come to think of it, how is that pawn doing? Did he survive the plan? He activated his skill without hesitation. Trace Huang Yongmin. A ping echoed in his mind, and Ryumin's face lit up with twisted delight. The signal was active. He was alive. Excellent, Ryumin thought. The game isn't over yet. You still have your uses. His eyes turned practically glacial, filled with contempt. He would ensure Huang Youngmin's ultimate downfall. But this is the finale. Once I use him in the real world, this time I'll toss him aside like trash. The scene shifted to the heart of the city, inside a high-end cafe. Min-ju-ri sat alone at a table, the picture of elegance. She gazed out the window, puzzled. Why did Ryumin ask to meet again? Her imagination began to run wild, picturing a romantic scenario straight out of a drama. In her mind, he whispered, Min-ju-ri, I missed you. Heat rushed to her cheeks. She shook her head violently. Get a grip. That's such a stupid fantasy. Calm down, Min-ju-ri. Don't let it show on your face. While she battled her internal chaos, the cafe door swung open. Ryumin walked in, radiating the casual charisma of a main character. He scanned the room, spotted her in the corner, and flashed a warm smile. You made it. Have you been waiting long? She shot up from her seat. No, I just got here too. Feeling the awkward tension, she quickly added, I'll go order. What would you like? It's my treat today. Order whatever you want. Ryumin looked genuinely pleased. Really? Then I'll take an iced Americano with an extra shot. Got it, be right back. She returned shortly after. Ryumin's expression was disarmingly friendly as he sat down. Thanks for the coffee, Min-ju-ri. Min-ju-ri sensed a shift. Why does the air feel so heavy? She dismissed it, blaming her own wild imagination from earlier. Her heart was still racing from her daydreams. Ryumin broke the silence gently. So how did the fifth round go? He leaned in, feigning curiosity. Did you manage to meet Ryumin? She nodded enthusiastically. Yes, just like you predicted, I met him and we joined parties. Her face lit up with excitement. Honestly, I was shocked. The rank 1 player partying with me, but the moment I showed him my buffs, he accepted immediately. Ryumin suppressed a smirk. It was all part of his calculation. Even Nutty Ryumin needed support buffs. The hunt was a breeze, thanks to him, she gushed. For the first time ever, I ranked second in the entire region. Ryumin widened his eyes in mock surprise. Second place, that's incredible. What was the reward? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Do you want to see it? Min-ju-ri materialized a necklace in her hand. It shimmered with a soft light, an intermediate rare item that boosted agility. What do you think? Pretty cool, right? Ryumin feigned awe at the artifact. Wow, that's beautiful. Before he could react, she pushed it towards him. Here, it's yours. He blinked, genuinely caught off guard. Huh, why are you giving this to me? Min-ju-ri insisted. Please take it. I only got it because your prediction was spot on. Ryumin hesitated, playing the part of the humble friend. No way. You earned this. But Min-ju-ri was adamant. Not at all. Ryumin did all the heavy lifting. I just stood there. Ryumin laughed awkwardly. Then maybe you should give it to him, she sighed, shaking her head. A top ranker wouldn't need a low-tier item like this. She's right, I don't need that trash, he thought. Out loud, he waved his hands defensively. I appreciate it, really. But I can't use it. I haven't even reached a regular class yet. Min-ju-ri tilted her head confused. You still haven't got your class. What level are you? Ryumin lowered his head, acting depressed. Level 19, he mumbled. It took me 10 hours just to kill 300 orcs. Min-ju-ri's expression softened with pity as she withdrew the necklace. I guess the prophet class really isn't built for combat. Curiosity overtook her. By the way, how does a prophet fight? Ryumin scratched the back of his head, chuckling nervously. I have a few magic skills, but it's embarrassing to show them off. Min-ju-ri pondered this. If you use magic then, agility isn't useful to you. You need intelligence, right? He nodded. Exactly. A light bulb went off in her head. She opened her inventory again, and a different item materialized. Then take this instead of the necklace. She smiled warmly, pushing a new item across the table. I found it during a hunt. I don't know if it's good, but please accept it as a thank you. Seeing her genuine kindness, Ryumin felt a rare pang of emotion. He reached out and took the object from her hand. Thank you, Min-ju-ri. I can't believe you thought of me. Their fingers brushed, sending a jolt through her. It's not like that, she stammered, turning red. You always give me info, so I felt bad just taking it. Ryumin pondered for a moment before speaking up. In that case, I want to give you something in return. Min-ju-ri blinked, surprised. Me, you want to give me a gift? What is it? Ryumin leaned in, dropping the bomb. What else? Information on round 6. Min-ju-ri froze in her seat. She managed a stiff smile. I would be incredibly grateful if you told me. Ryumin didn't hesitate. This was just another move on the chessboard. Alright, listen closely. The mission for round 6 is simple. 2 people must engage in a lively conversation for a set period. Realization dawned on Minjuri's face. Wait, does that mean I need to chat with Ryumin? Ryumin reassured her with confident charisma. I'm sure he wouldn't refuse you. You proved your worth back in round 5 after all. Minjuri fell into deep thought. Team up with him again. Seeing her hesitation, anxiety spiked in his chest. You'd be happy about that, right? Minjuri chuckled, voicing her inner feelings. Of course, Ryumin treats me incredibly well. Ryumin looked genuinely baffled by her answer. Well? She focused, retelling the story with sparkling eyes. He was more thoughtful than I expected. Not scary. Maybe just a little arrogant. But hey, rank 1 is allowed to be arrogant. Her words struck Ryumin like a dagger to the skull. He was speechless. Is that so? After a moment of contemplation, she added another detail. Plus, it feels like he has some kind of special vision. Ryumin felt a cold sweat. Vision. She struggled to explain her intuition. It's hard to describe, but it's like he can read people's minds. Ryumin calmed himself instantly. That's just the power of the soul seal, but internally, his mind was racing. I am far from perfect. I have 99 failures etched into my soul. He panicked slightly. Wait, did I mess up? The final round requires 5 people to enter the boss room. Damn it. He recalled the ruthless notifications of this leveling Manhwa system from that day. Boss room entry requirement. Minimum of 5 players. With that thought, Ryumin stared ahead with steely determination, resolving not to slip up. I have no more extra lives. I must reach the final round at any cost. Ryumin Minjuri, and that American priest makes 3. Seeing him lost in thought, Minjuri tilted her head, confused. Min, what's on your mind? He quickly shook his head. Nothing, don't worry about it. She looked curious. Are you worried about the next round? Ryumin nodded, playing along. Yeah, I'm not exactly strong, am I? She sighed, sympathetic. If only the zones were merged, I could protect you. He feigned surprise. You'd help me for free, she nodded firmly. Of course I would. She sighed, her expression softening. I always feel guilty, just receiving help. I haven't done anything for you. Seeing her guilt, Ryumin's inner thoughts turned calculating yet calm. You helped plenty. Minjuri, thanks to you, I insta-killed that high orc in a single second. He offered gentle comfort. Don't pressure yourself. We'll meet again in the other world soon enough. That lifted Minjuri's spirits immediately. Really? She flashed a pure, encouraging smile. Then let's do our best. He simply raised a hand and nodded, though his mind was already weaving complex schemes. The real problem is if she finds out I'm actually Ryumin. I don't even want to imagine her reaction. Time flew by, shifting to evening at the Chianma Group headquarters. Ryumin strode into the interior with purpose. Secretary Wu bowed respectfully. Sir Major Shareholder Ryumin has arrived. Seeing his arrival, Ma Kyung-rok stood up with enthusiastic energy. Welcome, esteemed shareholder. He quickly gestured to a seat and signaled his secretary. Please sit right here. Manager Anne, bring us 2 cups of chrysanthemum tea. The secretary nodded, understanding the cue perfectly. Yes, sir. Once seated, Ma Kyung-rok cut straight to the chase. Major shareholder. No profit. Was your journey comfortable? Ryumin replied smoothly. Very good. The driver you sent was quite courteous. The CEO let out a sigh of relief. That is excellent news. If anyone offends you, tell me immediately. I will handle it with appropriate action. Ryumin analyzed the threat instantly. Ma Kyung-rok, a psychopath who kills a criminal every week, talking about appropriate action. He spoke up suddenly. Ah, right. A plan formed in his mind. Silence was dangerous here. Ma Kyung-rok glanced outside and made an offer. Have you eaten? If not, we could dine together. Ryumin chuckled softly at the suggestion. There is something far more important than food. This made the CEO leap to his feet in excitement. Could it be? His face was filled with desperate anticipation. You're here to provide information on the next round. Seeing the desperation on the man's face, Ryumin felt a wave of satisfaction. He is desperate. Ryumin made his proposal. Of course. I will share the intel on round 6. The CEO beamed with joy. Truly, I am eternally grateful. But before he could celebrate, Ryumin cut him off cold. In exchange, I want you to convene an emergency shareholders meeting. He stated his demand calmly. It's time to talk business. We are going to change the industry sector and the company name. Ma Kyung-rok's expression shifted instantly. What exactly do you want me to do? Ryumin didn't back down. diving into the core of his strategy. At the meeting, I want you to back the project I am about to propose. His voice commanded the silence of the office. As I said before, do not offer pointless opposition. That means you must convince the other shareholders. Ma Kyung-rok remained silent, absorbing the weight of the command. From what I see in the future, they will not be happy about this. Sensing something off, the CEO panicked slightly. Just what kind of business is this? Ryumin observed every micro-reaction. He had already calculated this outcome. Look at his face. He's dying to know. And rightly so. Listen closely. I'm talking about shifting industries and still guaranteeing success. This time, he spoke slowly, a smug confidence painting his face. Ryumin smiled, dropping the bombshell. We are going to create an exclusive social network platform specifically for players. This confused Ma Kyung-rok. You mean a website? Ryumin nodded confirmation. Precisely. The difference is this platform is only for players, and it will be used to trade items rather than daily goods. Ma Kyung-rok looked skeptical. Trading items. For cash. Sensing his hesitation, Ryumin explained patiently. We let the sellers decide if they want to trade or receive compensation for their items while they are listed on the site. The concept still baffled the CEO. I understand the trading part, but do players even need cash? Ryumin calmly projected his analysis. Some will need it. He continued to outline the master plan. For now, there was no other way. Ma Kyung-rok was incredulous. Currently, does that mean it changes later? Observing Ma Kyung-rok's sharp intuition, Ryumin was impressed. He's actually quite smart. However, this was all within his predictions. He revealed the future knowledge he had been hoarding. Correct. I have looked into the future and seen players above level 40 trading in gold instead of cash. It was the first time the CEO had heard such a thing. Ryumin laid out the blueprint. Once you hit level 40, you unlock the negotiation feature. Using that feature, you can transfer gold between players. We just need to build a system on the site to trade gold safely when the time comes. A smirk of triumph appeared on Ryumin's face. And naturally, we will collect transaction fees in both cash and gold. Ma Kyung-rok sat in stunned silence, visualizing the empire. A social market for players. That is a brilliant concept, especially since the market is completely untouched. If this succeeds, we will secure a total monopoly. He looked up, his eyes sharp with curiosity. But tell me, who exactly is the target audience? Ryumin replied with the casual confidence of a protagonist in a leveling manhwa, ignoring the skepticism. Players have been hoarding items for 5 rounds now. Their inventories are bursting at the seams. As you are aware, the system store refuses to purchase monster drops. I am certain they are desperate for any method to offload this trash. His voice echoed with authority inside the conference room. Furthermore, now that the average player is above level 20, they are frantically experimenting with new item combinations. Kyung-rok listened in stunned silence. Imagine a website that allows them to trade freely. The realization struck Kyung-rok, shifting his entire perspective on the venture. The user base would be astronomical. Ryumin nodded. This is our golden ticket to launch the platform. Kyung-rok needed a moment. He sat back, his mind racing through the strategic possibilities. It was exactly as Ryumin said. Success was all but guaranteed. We can flood the channels with aggressive marketing campaigns immediately. Ideas flashed through Kyung-rok's mind. We should develop an app for accessibility. Perhaps even an auction system if we waive the initial fees. While he deliberated, a subtle, triumphant smile played on Ryumin's lips. It seemed he was hooked. And why not? To him, Ryumin was a prophet who saw the future. But beneath the surface, Ryumin had his own calculated agenda for this empire. This benefits me perfectly, Ryumin thought. If I monopolize fusion materials before others discover their true value, I can craft unique, legendary, and even god-tier artifacts. While Ryumin was lost in his ambitious schemes, Kyung-rok slammed his hand on the table, his mind made up. Let's do it. I'm in. What about the company name? Ryumin glanced at him. Do you have a preference? Kyung-rok's face showed total reliance on his partner. No, I trust your judgment completely. You decide. You are the majority shareholder after all. Ryumin's expression turned serious. How about player P.L.? To emphasize that we exist solely for the players. Kyung-rok nodded internally. Not bad. It abbreviates easily to P. He let out a long breath, the tension finally leaving his shoulders as the path forward cleared. Good. How long for development? Ryumin calculated the variables with machine-like precision before announcing. At least 1 month. Kyung-rok nodded grimly. That means it launches after round 6. Suddenly, remembering a critical detail, Ryumin declared, "By the way, let me brief you on round 6. The statement shocked both Ji Rok and Secretary On, freezing them in place. After a lengthy strategic briefing, Ji Rok sat in deep contemplation. So teamwork will be the deciding factor in the upcoming round. He stood up and bowed gratefully. Thank you for everything. Ryumin shook his head casually, as if he hadn't just revealed the secrets of the universe. Think nothing of it. Ji Rok felt a surge of optimism for the future. Keeping him on my side was the smartest move of my life, Ji Rok thought. Thanks to him, we are dominating both reality and the other world. He looked up with a satisfied smile. We will execute the business plan exactly as described. I will convene an emergency shareholder meeting immediately to ratify this. His face glowed with ambition. Will you present your ideas personally? Ryumin nodded without hesitation. Of course. Ji Rok placed his absolute faith in the young man before him. Excellent. I will contact you once the date is set. Feeling the momentum, Ji Rok commanded Manager On, please escort him home and fill him in on the details during the ride. Secretary On bowed respectfully. Understood, sir. As she left to prepare, Ji Rok turned his gaze toward the exit, his mind already on the next move. Goodbye for now. Time flowed like water, and several days passed. Ryumin woke up and immediately grabbed his phone. Today was the day the epic grade item would appear. He opened the interface, a staple feature of any system Manhwa. Shop. Today's items. His fingers danced across the screen. Seeing the cloak appear, a rare spark of joy lit up Ryumin's eyes. There it is, he whispered. The beggar's tattered robes. The item of the day. The system interface projected the item's details into his vision. Item: beggar's tattered robes. Type: armor. Rank: epic. Defense 1. Durability: 1000 out of 1000. Restriction: official players only. Description: a set of filthy torn clothing. However, it carried a steep price tag, 20,000 gold. Time remaining 23 hours 59 minutes. Ryumin winced. The defense is garbage, but the buffs to movement and attack speed are god tier. Despite the cost, his finger hovered over the confirm button. An epic item for 20,000 gold. In the grand scheme, it was a rare steal. As the purchase success message flashed, Ryumin sank into thought. Soon, I won't have to rely on this system shop. I'll be able to acquire everything I need through the player trading network. A scroll materialized in thin air before him, the item he had just bought. When that time comes, crafting blueprints will skyrocket in value. If one possesses a blueprint guide for a specific item, Ryumin stared at the scroll, analyzing the possibilities. They no longer need to gamble with blind combinations. A perfect plan for domination was already etched into his mind. Players can even resell the blueprints, making them a high-velocity commodity. If I exploit this correctly, the market will explode in size. Exhausted by his schemes, he collapsed onto his bed. But there was no time to rest. The scene shifted to the next day, at the Heavenly Demon consulting firm. As shareholders filed in, Secretary On handed them the dossiers. Here are the briefing materials. Please take a seat. The atmosphere was tense, but the winds of fortune were beginning to shift. The shareholder meeting proceeded smoothly. Ryumin stood at the podium commanding the room as he presented his revolutionary vision to the board. However, reality is rarely so kind. As predicted, sharks circled in the water voicing their opposition. There are concerns one challenged. But Ryumin parried every question with surgical precision, silencing their doubts, one by one. He showed zero fear, laying out the plan with absolute authority. Watching from the side, Ji Rok couldn't help but marvel at the young man's composure. By the end, the vote was unanimous. As the room cleared, Ji Rok approached, beaming with pride. You were magnificent. You didn't look nervous for a second. Ryumin replied calmly, I rehearsed at home. The simplicity of the answer surprised Ji Rok. Is that so? Ji Rok placed a hand over his heart, revealing his true feelings. I will handle the corporate side from here. You just focus on surviving the next round. Hearing this, a strange, unreadable smile curled the corners of Ryumin's lips. He must be worried I'll get myself killed. Sensing the mood lightening, Ji Rok suggested, you must be starving. Shall we grab lunch? Ryumin nodded. Sounds good. Inside, Ryumin finally relaxed. The business foundation was laid. Now, on to the next phase, he thought. It is time to make use of Huang Min. A short while later, a face appeared on a screen. Greetings. This was the P.C.W., the regular Sunday strategy meeting. Popering's expression was grim. Hello, Jamti. She immediately sensed the thick tension in the air. Why does everyone look like someone just died? Is something wrong? Poring asked. her voice laced with grave concern. Have you not heard the news? She played the part of the oblivious bystander, perfectly acting, as if she had no clue what tragedy had struck. What news? But the words that followed. They would freeze her right where she stood. We still have zero contact from age 30 or Honey Jam. Considering the radio silence since the brutal 5th round, I don't believe they survived the purge. The gravity of the situation finally settled on her features. She scanned the virtual room, noticing the heavy atmosphere. Ah, so that is why everyone has their heads bowed in mourning. But wait, are they actually grieving over this? We've only ever met through these digital screens. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a sudden realization struck Jamti like a bolt of lightning. It's all an act, a performance to maintain their image. Her mind drifted to the chairman's face, weighing the internal politics. The founder of PCW. He was the absolute ruler of this domain. Of course, they have to feign intimacy to curry favor with him. That man always puts on a mask of sorrow whenever a player falls. With that epiphany, Jamti steeled her resolve. Fine, I'll play your game. Instantly, she engaged her acting mode, letting out a wail of theatrical despair. No, not those two, anyone but them. Seeing her pitiful display, the others joined the chorus of fake tears. Please don't cry. If you cry, I can't hold it back either. It was a symphony of crocodile tears. Watching the domino effect she caused, Jamti smirked internally. Look at them. Sheep following the herd. Humans were truly predictable creatures. Suddenly, a window from this system Manhwa interface flashed. The chairman has entered the PCW conference. The chairman stared at the weeping faces, genuine confusion clouding his features. What is going on here? Why is everyone in tears? Lastia let out a heavy sigh, recounting the tragic news to their leader. The chairman listened in silence, falling into a strange contemplation. I see. While their loss is tragic, I am relieved that the rest of you survived. He closed his eyes tight, voicing his grim thoughts. Not a single round passes without bloodshed, and now, only 6 of us remain. One of the members raised a trembling hand. Chairman, can't we appoint new executives? The chairman paused before replying. I wish we could, but there is no one with the necessary caliber. The candidates from the last recruitment drive have gone dark. He fixed his gaze on the man opposite him. Lastia. What is the status of those 3 specific targets? Lastia shook his head. I've reached out countless times, but silence. The disappointment was palpable in the room. Then they likely perished in the 5th round as well. However, Lastia's expression hardened. I cannot confirm the others, but I know one thing for certain, Ryumin is still alive. The chairman leaned in, his interest piqued. Did you see the massacre of the 5th round? A monster of that caliber would be untouchable both inside the game and out here in the real world. Recalling the ranking board where that name sat at the very apex, the chairman frowned. But why Ryumin? Why would a top ranker hide in the shadows until this very moment, even though he submitted an application? Lastia and the others exchanged doubtful glances. It doesn't add up. We have to consider. The possibility is he trying to deceive us. Poring's eyes widened, a sudden thought surfacing. What if the person we were tracking wasn't Ryumin to begin with? The reason we can't reach him is simple. The real one died in the 5th round. The chairman nodded slowly. That makes sense. We are dealing with an imposter. Poison Food, looking bored and lethargic, suddenly chimed in. Yeah, I mean, there's no way a powerhouse like Ryumin would want to join a cheap little cafe like this, right? The moment the words left his mouth, Poison Food froze. But it was too late. The temperature in the virtual room dropped to absolute 0 as the chairman's expression turned icy. Lastia and Jamti held their breath, sensing the impending doom. The chairman's voice cut through the silence. Poison Food, did you just refer to our organization as this kind of cafe? Is there something wrong with my establishment? Poison Food stammered. Well. The weight of the chairman's killing intent crushed the air out of the conversation. This cafe is the pioneer of the new era. We unite players through absolute cooperation. Yet, it seems you hold some dissatisfaction with our vision. Realizing he had stepped on a landmine, Poison Food jumped up, waving his hands frantically. I apologize, Chairman. That wasn't my intention at all. Mistakes have consequences. The chairman delivered his verdict like a god from on high. Effective immediately. Poison Food, you are stripped of your executive status. No, you are permanently banished from the cafe. Huh, Poison Food gasped. The chairman ignored him, continuing his sermon. We cooperate to survive in a hell where even our combined strength is barely enough. We cannot harbor a parasite who belittles our sanctuary. Poison Food tried to beg, but his fate was already sealed. From this moment on, you are on the blacklist. Consider it a lesson in adapting to the ruthless nature of this new world. Zap. Poison Food's screen went black. A merciless system notification popped up in the group chat. Admin Poison Food has been removed from the chat. Without missing a beat, the chairman returned to his cheerful persona, smiling at the survivors. Now that the trash has been taken out, shall we resume our meeting? A chill ran down the spines of the remaining executives. They were reminded once again in this kingdom, the chairman's word is absolute law. Ah, Lostia suddenly let out a confused sound. Chairman, what is it, Lostia? The intel officer stared intently at a new data stream. Well, a new player just submitted an application. But the strange thing is, his nickname is Ryumin Hook. The room erupted in silent shock. The name is active again. The chairman's eyes narrowed. Yes, sir. However, the real name attached to the ID is different from the previous Ryumin Hook. The applicant's name is Huang Yongmin. After a moment of calculation, the chairman made his move. Prepare the team. We're going to pay him a visit. We can't confirm his identity from here. The only way to know if he's the real deal is to stand face to face. A dark undertone entered his voice. But what if he isn't? What shall we do then, Chairman? The leader smiled, a predator baring its teeth. Then he will pay the ultimate price for daring to mock us. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit internet cafe, the gears of fate were turning. A lone figure sat in the shadows. Ryumin. Someone is impersonating the legendary Ryumin Hook. And the Vipers at PCW won't ignore that. His master plan, use Huang Yongmin as the perfect bait to lure the PCW executives out of their hole. They'll use the interview as a pretext to raid his home. A cold smile played on his lips. I've already made sure Huang Yongmin has the detailed address. Ryumin stood up, his aura darkening. Recruiting members by forcing them to murder, enslaving civilians. Their sins are piling up. Such evil only divides humanity in this awakening Manhwa world, where unity is our only shield. It leads to nothing but ruin. And that is exactly why I will be the one to end them. The most efficient path is to sever the head of the snake, eliminate the executives, and seize the organization for myself. One day, Flaba will evolve into a titan controlling over 30% of the nation's players. Destroying it is a waste, when I can enslave it to control the awakened population. That is exactly why I infiltrated Flaba. Once I use Huang Min as a pawn to crush the leadership, that chairman's throne will be mine. He stepped out into the open air. The scene shifts to a new location where the chime of a door announced a visitor. A figure carrying a bulky black bag approached the counter. The owner, buried in his newspaper, finally noticed the heavy footsteps closing in. Welcome. Bam! The heavy bag slammed onto the counter. Standing there was a bank robber, a masked stranger, moving with terrifying speed. His voice was cold as ice. Empty the register into the bag. Unless you want your life to end right here. The owner hesitated. Panic flickered in the owner's eyes. Seeing the lack of movement, the robber's eyes narrowed in dangerous irritation. Bang! His fist smashed into the counter. It looked like a casual tap, but it sounded like a sledgehammer strike. Damn it. What are you waiting for? Do I look like I'm playing a game? The reality of violence finally hit him. Trembling, the owner grabbed the bag and scrambled toward the register. The robber barked. Faster. Do you want your skull crushed? I'm doing it. The owner frantically shoveled cash into the bag, terror flooding his gaze. Here, the bag was handed over swollen with cash. But the robber's aura darkened. He wasn't satisfied. Is this really everything you have? The owner stammered, desperate. Business has been terrible lately. Ticket sales are suspended. Look, I'm just a convenience store owner. The robber leaned in his presence, suffocating. I didn't ask for your life story. I know you have a safe in the back. He raised a fist that promised destruction. Bring it out. Now, facing imminent death, the owner broke and ran to the safe. Right away, moments later, the bag was stuffed to the brim with fresh bound stacks of bills. The robber zipped the bag, calculating the haul. 10 million won. This should be enough. Satisfied, he turned to leave but stopped dead in his tracks. If you report this, I will break out of prison and end you myself. The owner stood frozen in silence. The villain disappeared into the darkness of the night. He sprinted through the shadows, weaving through the alleyways to shake off any pursuit. Finding a blind spot, he finally reached up to remove his disguise. The face revealed was none other than Huang Yongmin. He checked the loot, a greedy grin spreading across his face. Not a bad haul for one day. This keeps me fed for a month. but his smile vanished as a darker thought took hold. I can handle the real world. But what about the system? Can I even survive the next round of this brutal leveling Manhwa reality? His fist clenched in frustration. It's all because of that Ryumin bastard. Because of him, I lost a teammate, and my stats plummeted. He screamed into the alley, venting his impotent rage. It is all his fault. Suddenly, a cat jumped behind him. He flinched, paranoia eating at his nerves before storming forward again. That Reaper scum. If I ever see him in the real world, I'll slice him in half right where he stands. Arriving at a rundown building, Ryumin rushed up the stairs, gasping for air. But he froze. Someone was standing casually in front of his door, playing on a phone. Huang was stunned. He approached cautiously. Who are you? The stranger looked up. It was Lostia. Lostia scanned him calmly. Are you Huang? Young Min Huang stared back with guarded eyes, staying silent. Lostia pocketed his phone. I'll take your silence as a yes. Huang hid the bag of money behind his back, defensive. Who are you? The police. Lostia looked confused. Police? He laughed, a friendly sound that felt out of place. Haha. Why did you commit a crime or something? He immediately introduced himself. I'm Lostia, an interviewer from Flaba. You applied for membership this morning, didn't you? Huang's face twisted in confusion. Is this guy trying to sell me something? What kind of nonsense is this? Lostia paused, catching something. Wait, aren't you the Ryumin? Hearing that name, Huang's temper flared. Me, the Ryumin? Are you kidding me? And what the hell is Flaba? Lostia blinked. Ah. He sighed, realizing his mistake. I apologize for the confusion. I'll leave immediately. But Huang shouted after him. What the hell? At least explain what's going on. Lostia stopped and turned back. It seems someone used your personal information. I came here because the name and address matched perfectly. Huang was blindsided. What? Who the hell would do that? A voice answered from the shadows. I did. Both men whipped their heads around. In the hallway, a man wearing a white mask stood like a ghost, fully geared for battle. I used your name, Huang Young-min. The air turned freezing cold. Huang glared at the intruder, confusion mixing with aggression. Hey, what is this? Who is this crazy bastard? Do you know who I am? The masked man's eyes were dead calm. Ryumin. I know. Huang snapped back. Who the hell are you? Instead of speaking, Ryumin reached into his inventory and pulled out a massive scythe. You ask who I am? Ah. Witnessing the colossal weapon, both Lostia and Huang were struck speechless. Ryumin slammed the blade down. Does this answer your question? Players who wield scythes are rare, but a scythe that massive, that ferocious. In this system, Manhwa, there is only one legend who carries a weapon like that. Lostia connected the dots, his mind racing as he stared at the comically large blade. Is that the Ryumin scythe? But looking at the wielder, he was too short. He didn't even look 170 centimeters. His frame was small. He looks completely different from the Ryumin I imagined. Honestly, he looks weak. But Huang Young-min, who had faced the true horror of the Reaper before, felt true terror gripping his heart. It was the Ryumin himself. Ryumin, truly him, today had officially become a nightmare straight out of a leveling manhwa. His physique might have changed, but that suffocating atmosphere, it was identical. And those eyes, burning through the mask, they were etched into his soul. His body betrayed him, forcing a trembling step backward. The legend was real. The phantom had manifested in the flesh. Ryumin closed the distance, stepping from the shadows into reality. Faced with a level gap that was more like a canyon, Huang Young-min's face drained of all color. Questions swarmed his mind like hornets. Why was this monster here? And more importantly, why steal his identity? Surely the time for negotiation had passed. And seeing that weapon drawn, it was a harbinger of doom, plain and simple. Was it sweat slicking his palms? Or just the cold grip of terror? Huang Young-min clenched and unclenched his fists. Witnessing this pathetic display, Lostia analyzed the situation. Is he actually trembling? Lostia thought. Just because the opponent is Ryumin, he glanced at the intruder, doubt still lingering. I've never seen the real deal. But what if the rumors are true? A cold drop of sweat traced his jawline as he bit his lip. I'm only level 20. I'd be slaughtered in seconds. Before he could strategize, Ryumin's gaze snapped to Lostia. Caught in the predator's sights, he flinched. Ryumin's voice cut the silence. You didn't come alone, did you? Tell the rats to come out. I know they're watching. Lostia froze his heart, missing a beat. He sensed the other executives. Impossible. Before Lostia could stammer a lie, the two men hiding in the stairwell, Soboru and Pouring, were forced to reveal themselves. Damn it, our cover is blown. How did he pinpoint our location? Unaware of his sensory mastery, they tried to approach. But the obsidian scythe rose, drawing a line in the air. Take another step if you wish to die. Soboru, arrogant as ever, scoffed at the threat. That's a lot of bark for such a scrawny runt, Soboru sneered. But pouring through an arm out, blocking him. Hold on. Are you truly the infamous Ryumin? Ryumin gave the weapon a menacing twirl. Use your eyes. Doesn't this answer your question? Pouring held his ground, his voice steady. I've heard the legends speak of a scythe, but having never seen the man himself, a mere weapon isn't enough to convince me. The Reaper countered. If you doubt me, why ask? Pouring insisted. We need to hear it from your own lips. Ryumin sighed internally, deciding to humor the dead man walking. Fine. I am Ryumin. Satisfied. As the words left his mouth, Pouring's expression shifted. A system window materialized before his eyes. The target is speaking the truth. The rune of truth didn't lie. This wasn't some fake. The nightmare standing before them was the real protagonist of this system Manhwa. Soboru nudged him. Well, what's the verdict? Pouring's voice trembled. He's telling the truth. Lostia stared at Ryumin, the reality crashing down on him. I didn't want to believe it. But it's him. Soboru was now the only one vibrating with terror. He realized he had just mocked a god of death. I'm dead. My big mouth just signed my death warrant. What do I do? Should I beg for mercy? Wait. Maybe he ignored it. He's just standing there. His legs felt like lead rooted to the spot. Desperate to salvage the situation, Soboru extended a shaking hand. Mr. Ryumin, an honor to meet. Save the pleasantries. The black blade leveled at Soboru's throat. You wanted to verify my identity, didn't you? Let's skip the talk and confirm it with a demonstration of power. Soboru's blood ran cold. Challenging a high ranker, that was suicide. The intent was clear. The Reaper had heard every insult. He heard me. There's no way out. Panic took the wheel. He threw his pride away and bent his body into a deep bow. I deeply apologize for my disrespect, Ryumin. But the blade didn't waver. Ryumin's voice was ice. An apology. Don't you still need to check if I'm the real Ryumin? Sensing the impending execution, Pouring raised his hands. No demonstration is necessary. We've already verified it, Ryumin interrupted. I merely spoke my name. Is that enough for skeptical minds? Pouring scrambled to explain. I have a specialized rune for truth detection. Ryumin's eyes narrowed. Perhaps, but I cannot simply overlook the insult. If he can survive a single strike, I'll pretend his insolence never happened. Soboru's face went from pale to ghostly white. He raised a trembling finger, gasping for air. Please. Ryumin. Just this once. Have mercy. But the verdict had already been passed. I'm beginning now. The plea died in his throat. Squelch. With a chilling sound of separating flesh, Soboru's head tumbled to the floor, rolling to a stop at their feet. Silence screamed through the room. Lostia's mind shattered. Holy shit. What is wrong with this monster? Ryumin took a casual step forward. He was too close. Ice water flooded Pouring's veins. I didn't even see the blade move. Overcome by the gruesome death of his ally, Lostia lost his composure, screaming at the dark figure. You maniac! What the hell do you think you're doing? Ryumin tilted his head, feigning innocence. What? I am merely proving my identity through my skills as requested. Lostia ground his teeth, fists trembling. We told you no demonstration was needed, but his fear began to morph into a darker realization. We came to recruit him, but he kills without warning. Can we really accept a loose cannon like this as an executive? Pouring reached the same conclusion. Making Ryumin an ally isn't an option. It's a death sentence. If we can't leash the beast, we have to put him down. Right here, right now. Their eyes met, a silent pact forming. But he's level 40. A head-on clash is suicide. We need to feign surrender, lower his guard, and strike when he blinks. Their scheming was cut short by a heavy sigh. How amusing. Leaking such obvious bloodlust. Did you really think a predator wouldn't smell it? Caught red-handed, Pouring flinched. What are you talking about? But Ryumin simply smiled beneath the mask, reading their souls like an open book. Are you planning to kill me? Pouring stammered, desperate to deny the lethal intent radiating from him. Impossible. We would never dare raise a hand against such a powerful presence. Ryumin's voice was ice cold as he exposed their inner thoughts. You intended to bow your heads and fake surrender, just like this. You'd signal Lostia with a glance, then ambush me from behind. Am I wrong? Silence fell like a heavy shroud. Their treacherous hearts had been laid bare. His gaze shifted to Huang Yongmin, sharp as a blade. Do you know why I specifically used Huang Yongmin's identity for this application? To drag you corrupt executives out of your holes. Lostia trembled, sensing the end. What will you do? The Reaper raised his scythe, answering with action. Simple. You all die here. Pouring stood frozen in the corner, his poker face cracking under the crushing pressure of impending doom. Desperate thoughts raced through his mind. Talk to him. Negotiate. Buy time. It's the only way to survive this monster. Even though Ryumin had struck with lightning speed, Pouring clung to the fragile hope that words might still save them. But before he could speak, a gasp escaped his throat. Lostia's lifeless body hit the floor, cut down in the blink of an eye. A chill ran down Pouring's spine as the terrifying truth settled in. You lured us here from the start just to slaughter us, didn't you? Terror flooded Pouring's eyes. Why do you hate us so much? Ryumin scoffed. You're asking me why? TSK. Cold steel pressed against Pouring's neck. You kill innocents as a mere recruitment test for your leveling manhwa fantasy, and you ask for my reason. Pouring's eyes widened in shock. The secret was out. How? How could you possibly know about that? Especially the executive interviews, Ryumin continued, forcing candidates to slaughter civilians. Pouring began to stammer, throwing out excuses. They weren't innocent. They looked down on players. They were jealous of our awakened powers. Two-faced trash deserved to die. Ryumin cut him off, voice dripping with disdain. And you strict with others yet lenient with yourself. Isn't that a double standard? Pouring gritted his teeth. You're annoying. You don't even know who I am. Ryumin's glare pierced through him. Why wouldn't I know my rune of truth sees everything, including the rot in your soul? In a flash of motion, Pouring was bisected. Blood sprayed across Ryumin's mask. Only scum murder, the innocent. His gaze shifted to the last survivor. Huang Young-min stood trembling, consumed by absolute terror. Ryumin delivered the final blow to his sanity. Don't be afraid. I'll send you to join your friends soon enough. As Ryumin advanced, the killing intent was suffocating. Huang backed away until his spine hit the cold wall, nowhere left to run. How do you know my friends? Ryumin answered with a chilling calm. Why wouldn't I? We used to play together, didn't we? Or rather, your group dragged me around like a toy. Huang stared at him, confusion warring with fear. What was this monster talking about? Covered in the blood of his enemies, Ryumin slowly reached up. Don't you recognize me? The white mask came off. Huang froze tongue-tied. A familiar face was revealed, wearing a smile that didn't reach his cold eyes. It's me, Ryumin, the guy you used to bully. Huang's face turned to stone. The impossible reality crashed down on him. What Ryumin? Two images clashed in his mind. One was the pathetic loser, Ryumin cowering like a turtle while Huang kicked him. You bastard, didn't I tell you to bring the money? And the other was the terrifying Ryumin severing limbs with godlike power. That loser. Ryumin is the Ryumin. Huang rubbed his eyes, desperate for it to be a hallucination. But the face remained. They were the same person. Impossible. Ryumin watched him shake, savoring the fear. You can't believe it, can you, that I am the Ryumin? Ryumin pocketed the mask. I get it. Just last year, I was the punching bag you beat to a pulp. Huang's face turned purple, denial screaming in his head. His voice cracked. You? What? Have you been playing me? Why act like a loser all this time? Ryumin raised an eyebrow at the audacious question. What are you talking about? Since when did I act? The scythe spun in a deadly arc. In this manhwa recap, mercy was not an option. Slash. Huang's arm and his bag of money were severed in an instant. Agony exploded through his body, forcing him to his knees. Ryumin pointed the bloodied blade at him. Hearing a worm like you call me a loser, that actually pisses me off. Huang opened his mouth to scream, but Ryumin's cold voice cut him off. Silence. Unless you want your tongue removed next. Huang bit his lip, tears streaming as blood gushed from the stump. Ryumin wasn't done playing. Good boy. Hold still, let me patch you up. Ryumin raised his hand. Emerald runes floated in the air, wrapping around the wound. The bleeding stopped instantly, the flesh knit back together. Huang stared in confusion, but the relief was short-lived. What's the matter, miss? Your arm already? Doesn't matter. You're going to die anyway. Huang shook violently, his mind barely processing the horror. He had to ask. Are you really the Ryumin? I knew. Ryumin shook his head, eyes void of humanity. No, that Ryumin is long gone. The Reaper raised his scythe high, an executioner, ready to deliver the final verdict. Goodbye. In the face of death, Huang Young-min screamed like a pig being slaughtered, his voice cracking with desperation. Wait, hold on, Ryumin. Is this about the bullying? I was wrong, I beg you. I regret everything. Please don't kill me. The Ryumin's scythe paused midair, the cold steel hovering inches from his neck. Ryumin's eyes were dead calm. Are you sure about that? As Ryumin listened, Huang saw a glimmer of hope. I can talk my way out of this, he thought. If I play my cards right, I can survive. He chose his next words, like his life depended on it, because it did. Killing me gets you nothing, right? Why not use me instead? The scythe lowered slightly as Ryumin asked, use you how? Huang scrambled for words, sweat pouring down his face. I'll be your dog, your exclusive servant. If you tell me to crawl, I'll crawl. If you tell me to run, I'll run. I'll do anything you ask. Bait, errand boy, hunting support, just name it. Ryumin stroked his chin, feigning contemplation. Huang's eyes shined with desperate expectation, but in a split second the protagonist shattered that delusion. No, that's not good enough. Huh, you're still planning to stab me in the back, aren't you? All this servant talk is just to buy time so you can kill me later. Huang panicked, his heart pounding against his ribs. Me no. Why would I think that? Huang acted surprised, but terror gripped his soul. Damn it, who is this guy? How does he know? Is he guessing? Huang Yongmin had no idea he was in a system manhwa, where skills like mind reading existed. Ryumin's voice was the knell of doom, a mongrel that tries to bite its master. I can't keep a beast like that around. The scythe raised high once more, casting a shadow of death. Your usefulness ends here. The atmosphere turned suffocating. Panic twisted Huang's face into a mask of horror. Wait, give me a reason, slash. The scythe severed his head in a single clean motion. The conversation was over. His body, now a puppet with cut strings, collapsed to the side. The stolen money scattered across the blood-soaked hallway like confetti. Watching the pathetic and meaningless death, Ryumin felt a twinge of pity. I actually gave you a chance once. In the previous timeline, before I awakened the heart rune, I fell for Huang Yongmin's silver tongue and spared him. And the reward? A knife in my back. I was a pushover then, but that special relationship ends now. He looked at the corpse with cold disdain to say his final goodbye. You bastard. His eyes narrowed. Our long, rotten karma is finally severed. I never have to see your cursed face again. He exhaled and dusted off his hands. First, I need to clean up this mess. Erasure. Huang's body vanished, first followed by the other three thugs. The skill scrubbed reality clean, deleting the 4 corpses entirely. No witnesses, no evidence left behind. He unsummoned his scythe and deactivated the skill. A satisfied smile appeared. Beautiful. Clean. Now, shall I pay a visit to his house? Ryumin vanished into the shadows like a ghost. Scene shift. A system notification chimed. User has joined the chat room. An emergency meeting began. Jamti appeared on screen, waving to the group. Good to see everyone. The chairman acknowledged her presence. Ah, Jamti, you're here. Seeing only 3 faces on the screen, Jamti felt a chill of uneasiness. I assume the interview with Ryumin is over. But where are the other executives? The chairman sighed heavily, the weight of the news evident in his voice. The executives are dead. They went to interview the target and were slaughtered. Jamti's eyes went wide. He's capable of that. A terrifying thought struck her immediately. Wait, is it? Tywin rested his chin on his hand, nodding grimly. Yes, the Ryumin. He is hunting down members of our Cafe Alliance. Jamti's voice trembled, her words rushing out. So Sobaru, Jamti, and Bobarin? You mean they all died at the hands of one man? Tywin confirmed the nightmare. Correct. But why? What did they do wrong? The chairman answered instantly. Does a serial killer need a reason? Maybe purely for self-satisfaction, or perhaps he hates that we are a growing leveling manhwa guild. Jamti tried to process this logic. There are always villains who covet another man's bread. He's striking out of pure jealousy and envy. Jamti's perception of Ryumin shifted from curiosity to hatred. If that's the case, we must eliminate him. She tapped the table, rhythmically sealing her resolve. So his application to join the cafe was just a trap to lure out the executives. The chairman nodded. Exactly. Jamti grabbed her hair in frustration. I was actually looking forward to meeting him. Turns out, he's just a psychopath hostile to our guild. Good thing I didn't let him in, or we'd all be doomed. The chairman looked gloomy. Honestly, I feel like my head might be next on his list. The chairman's expression was dark. With so many executives gone, a new directive was issued to the survivors. Ryumin is now our enemy. Find him. Avenge our fallen comrades. Yet despite the order, Jamti felt something was off. But are we sure it was him, and not an imposter? The chairman offered proof. We have a witness. Please explain it to Jamti. Lostia, who should have been dead, miraculously appeared on screen. Yes, Chairman. Lostia recounted the terrifying encounter with Ryumin. Time passed as the story unfolded. The chairman concluded the meeting. We will reconvene at the regular time. They exchanged farewells. Yes, Chairman. Goodbye. Farewell. The chairman has left the chat room. With the boss gone, Lostia bid farewell to Jamti. See you later, Jamti. Jamti looked concerned for her colleague. Yes, you must have had a hard day facing that monster. Please take care of yourself and rest. Lostia nodded gently. I will. Thank you. He began typing on his keyboard. Okay then. Lostia disconnected. The screen went black. But in this manhwa recap, nothing is as it seems. Luckily, they didn't suspect a thing. Ryumin removed his helmet. His face rippled like water shifting from Lostia's face back to his own. The perfect disguise. It wasn't the dark-skinned stranger anymore. The true face of Ryumin emerged. He smirked, checking his innocent appearance. Just as I calculated. This acting role fits me like a glove. Let's rewind the clock a bit. He stood before the glowing system window, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. The reward for clearing the brutal round 5. The legendary assassin's mask. If there was ever a game-breaking item he needed right now, this was it. The system interface flashed, revealing the terrifying potential of this artifact in this leveling manhwa. Item class unique. Defense 1. Its true power wasn't in protection, but in deception. It allowed the wearer to perfectly mimic a victim they had killed, stealing their face, voice, and even their body type. Durability stood at 3000. Requirement expert level. It appeared as a translucent gossamer thin veil, shimmering with unseen mana. A treasure coveted by every shadow walker. With a 99% success rate, it was said that no one alive had ever seen the true face of a master assassin wearing this. While its physical defense was practically non-existent, the ability to wear a dead man's face offered a tactical advantage that defied the laws of this world. The sharpest blade is always the one hidden in a smile. He considered targeting the chairman, hoping to replace him, but there was a fatal flaw. The mask was useless against that man. Why? Because the chairman wasn't a player. The absolute ruler of the players wasn't even part of the system. What a cruel cosmic joke. Ryumin turned away, his mind racing. There was another obstacle. That cunning fox Jamti. She was the chairman's right hand. At his current level, he was no match for her unique abilities. A direct confrontation would be suicide until he devised a perfect counter strategy. He would have to vanish from the board for a while. No face-to-face meetings. He would maintain his persona as Lostia, strictly through video calls, pulling the strings from the shadows. He pushed the door open, stepping out into the world. It would buy him time. They wouldn't dare hunt for Lostia until the next executive gathering. In the meantime, he had work to do. The Stone of Eternal Sleep needed its durability restored. His gaze drifted to the horizon, a new destination forming in his mind. It was time to cross the ocean. Deep within a secluded forest in England, the rhythmic clang of a hammer against steel rang out from a humble wooden cabin. Impurities were purged with fire and force. The glowing metal hissed as it plunged into the quenching trough. As the steam cleared, the lethal curve of a long dagger revealed itself. White mist curled around the workspace. Satisfied with the temper, the smith moved to the grinding wheel. Sparks flying as he honed the edge to a razor's sharpness. Vatzel Daniel held his creation up to the light, inspecting the steel. A proud smile broke across his weary face. It is finished. But the pride vanished as quickly as it came, replaced by a heavy sigh. He tossed the masterpiece onto the table. What's the point? Another perfect blade that no one will buy. Ever since those accursed angels descended and the world changed, his customers had vanished. He picked up the knife again, the weight of his failing livelihood crushing down on him. He had fought tooth and nail to keep the forge burning. But now, he was at the end of his rope. His bank account was barren. Was it time to give up and find a real job? His heart screamed no. All he ever wanted was to hammer steel until his dying breath. But dreams didn't pay the bills. Wait. A memory sparked in the darkness. The system promised a wish to anyone who survived until round 20. That was his ticket. He slammed his hands on the table, eyes burning with renewed fire. No, I refuse to let the hammer drop for the last time. What was the privilege of youth, if not burning passion? He shook off the despair. He had to keep moving forward. I will conquer the final round. I will claim that wish. Even in the tutorial world, the system assigned him the Ryumin Smith class. It wasn't coincidence. It was destiny. Sure, Ryumin Smiths weren't frontline fighters, but he wasn't helpless. His weapon polishing skill buffed attack power by a staggering 150%. Unlocking that ability at level 20 changed everything. It gave him enough raw power to crush an orc in single combat. He pumped his fist, hype building in his chest. Round 20, here I come. But just as quickly, reality came crashing back down. Combat was one thing. Economics was another. He didn't even have the cash to buy raw iron ore. He stared blankly at the wall. I'm stuck. I have to take a break, he whispered. I'll go down to the city, save up some funds, and return to the forge later. He began packing his tools, resigning himself to the mundane world. First step, descend the mountain and find a paycheck. Suddenly, the crunch of footsteps on gravel broke the silence. Vatsal froze. Someone was out there. He spun around towards the door. The door creaked open. Standing there was a young Asian man, Ryumin, looking effortlessly cool, with a large duffel bag slung over his shoulder and a hand casually tucked in his pocket. Visitors were non-existent in these woods. Vatsal eyed him warily. Who are you? Did you get lost hiking? The stranger didn't answer. Instead, Ryumin offered a knowing smile and pointed a finger directly at him. Vatsal Daniel. Correct. Vatsal flinched. A foreigner speaking perfect English who knew his name. He straightened his posture, gripping a hammer nearby. I asked, who are you? Ryumin analyzed the reaction. Fear mixed with confusion. Perfect. Going by that reaction, Ryumin thought, I've definitely found the right target. Vatsal racked his brain, searching for a memory of this face. Nothing. Where did you hear that name? He demanded. I didn't hear it, Ryumin replied calmly. I saw it. He placed a hand over his heart, his eyes gleaming with hidden knowledge. I am a prophet. I see the threads of the future. Vatsal blinked. A prophet. Was this guy crazy? It sounded like a bad pickup line or a scam. But before he could scoff, Ryumin cut him off with cold hard data. Level 21. Class Ryumin Smith. Server Zone CUE008. Am I wrong? Vatsal froze his breath, catching in his throat. Guessing a class was one thing, but knowing his exact level and the obscure zone ID, that was impossible. Unless he was the real deal. The skepticism drained from Vatsal's face. He clenched his trembling fists. You can really see what's coming. I can, Ryumin confirmed. But I've never heard of a prophet class in this system, Manhwa. Vatsal stammered. Ryumin just smiled, a predator who had trapped his prey. It is a rarity beyond comprehension. You may not realize it yet, but this class is unique. Only one existence can possess it. The prophet. Suspicion clouded Vatsal Daniel's eyes. Why would a figure of such caliber approach a humble craftsman like him? Sensing the blacksmith's wariness, Ryumin offered a disarming smile. Relax, Vatsal Daniel. I'm simply here to propose a mutually beneficial trade. Use your repair skill to restore one item for me. In exchange, I will grant you invaluable intel. Intel? Vatsal Daniel asked, his guard still up. Ryumin dropped the bait before Vatsal Daniel could overthink it. Information regarding Round 6. Vatsal Daniel's eyes went wide. Round 6. As a merchant at heart, Vatsal Daniel analyzed every word with calculating eyes. But this offer, it was impossible to ignore. Foreknowledge of the next round guarantees survival in this system, Manhwa. But trading that for a simple repair, the price doesn't match the value. Vatsal Daniel needed certainty. You're seriously trading Round 6 intel just to restore an item's durability. You don't want anything else. Ryumin watched the blacksmith's confusion, his own plans already in motion. Vatsal Daniel, if he accepted blindly, I would have been disappointed. Skepticism is a survivor's best trait. Time to change tactics. Ryumin's smile shifted from polite to predatory. He decided to cut to the chase. I want to get closer to you. The words hung in the air. Vatsal Daniel froze, his brain short-circuiting. What are you talking about? Ryumin didn't let up. I have seen a future where you stand at the pinnacle of Ryumin smithing. You survive until round 15 entirely on your own. While Vatsal Daniel reeled, Ryumin's expression darkened. But that is where your legend ends. There is no future for you beyond that point. A tragic conclusion. Then, the confident smirk returned. Unless, of course, I intervene. Join me. You will evolve faster, shatter the round 15 barrier, and pursue your craft eternally. It was an offer that targeted Vatsal Daniel's very soul. To have his deepest desires laid bare. Vatsal Daniel's demeanor shifted from suspicion to seriousness. What is it you really want from me? Nothing grandiose. Simply mutual salvation. Ryumin let the silence stretch, giving the blacksmith time to weigh his destiny. Vatsal Daniel is the only Ryumin smith capable of surviving to round 15. Securing an alliance with such a talent is crucial for my roadmap. He watched the gears turning in Vatsal Daniel's head. The blacksmith was struggling with the weight of the decision. Shall I help tip the scales? Ryumin spoke with the smooth confidence of a man who had rehearsed this conversation 1,000 times. My demands are modest. Repair my gear when requested and occasionally lend me your skills in the field. In return, I provide foresight for the upcoming rounds. You will seize hidden pieces others miss, and level up at an explosive rate. The deal sounded perfect. Too perfect. Vatsal Daniel's instincts screamed caution, even as his logic told him it was the opportunity of a lifetime. Can I trust this man? He speaks with the conviction of a saint, but in this world, blind trust gets you killed. After a moment of heavy silence, Vatsal Daniel slowly removed his work gloves. He had reached a compromise. I appreciate the high praise, but I need proof. I will decide on our long-term partnership only after I verify your intel on round 6. Ryumin smiled unfazed. Do whatever makes you comfortable. I'm not asking for a blood oath just yet. Just like a moth drawn to a flame, once you witness the accuracy of my prophecy, you'll have no choice but to follow me. Then let me repair your item. Once it's done, I expect the details on round 6. The initial pact was sealed. Ryumin pulled the artifact from his inventory. The system window flashed open. Item Stone of Eternal Rest. Type Necklace. Rank Epic. Effect. Gain 1 stack per kill. Cost consumes 1 durability point per kill. Effect. Every 100 stacks converts to a stat point. Current durability 1/1000. Restriction normal grade or higher. Description. A necklace housing a murky gray bead. Legend says it imprisons the souls of the slain. With only 1 durability point remaining, the item was on the brink of destruction. But with a master like Vatsal, Daniel restoration was a certainty. Here. Vatsal Daniel took the necklace and activated his skill, instantly bypassing the inspection. In a blink, he held the item back out fully restored. Ryumin inspected the results. Durability. 1000/1000. Perfection. The stats remained unchanged, but the item was now ready for war. Clutching the necklace, Ryumin felt a surge of power. Excellent. Now the infinite stacking can begin. Meanwhile, Vatsal Daniel observed him with renewed curiosity. I don't recognize that artifact, but the craftsmanship is undeniable. He seems desperate to keep using it, constantly repairing its durability. Ryumin caught the blacksmith's gaze, reading the silent questions in his eyes. It seems you respected my privacy and didn't inspect the item's hidden attributes. Ryumin nodded in approval and stored the necklace away. Thank you. The durability is fully restored. Vatsal Daniel didn't miss a beat. Now about that information regarding round 6. Of course. Ryumin leaned in, lowering his voice. The objective of round 6 is... He began to unravel the secrets of the future. Processing the revelation, Vatsal Daniel crossed his arms, his brow furrowed. If what you say is true, I'll need to assemble a strike team of elites immediately. A wise decision. The monsters in this awakening Manhwa scenario are in a league of their own. Having planted the seed, Ryumin decided it was time to withdraw. Then our transaction is concluded. Ryumin let a brief silence hang in the air before shattering it with one final remark. Is there any chance you would sell me a specific item? Ryumin iron powder. You possess it, don't you? Daniel remained skeptical, but a shockwave of disbelief hit him. How could he possibly discern the contents of his inventory? If this stranger knew his hidden assets, the label of prophet in this awakening Manhwa scenario was undeniable. But the shock wasn't one-sided. Ryumin pressed his advantage, his voice cutting through the silence to dominate the flow of the conversation. How about selling me that Ryumin iron powder? I assume you're hunting for work to cover your crafting material costs? I'll make it worth your while. It wasn't just prophecy. It was as if Ryumin could peer directly into his soul. Daniel stood frozen like a statue. How did he know about his desperate financial struggles? Shaking off his stupor, Daniel regained his composure. Truly incredible. I have no choice but to believe you really are a prophet. Honestly, I suspected you were using some cheap trick. I sincerely apologize. Ryumin waved his hand with a breezy smile, dismissing the concern entirely. No apology needed. I simply speak of the future as I see it. Whether you choose to believe is entirely your prerogative. With those words, the last of Daniel's doubts crumbled into dust. After a moment of deep contemplation, he made a bold decision. I'll give you the Ryumin powder. Ryumin blinked, momentarily stunned. Huh. The explanation came swiftly. I feel I've received far more from you than I deserve. He pulled out a black pyramid-shaped bag. I have my pride. I'm not shameless enough to take without giving back. Take it. The system window materialized. Item Ryumin iron powder. It was a rare material pulsing with faint but undeniable magical energy. He was handing it over without a fight. Ryumin stared in disbelief. Was he really acquiring this rare treasure for free? This was the core ingredient for crafting god-rank items. Daniel clearly had no idea how impossible this was to find before the 11th round. A pang of guilt struck him. Faced with such genuine kindness, Ryumin realized he was the one who should be expressing gratitude. Though he knew the outcome, Ryumin had to ask, "Are you absolutely sure about this?" Daniel scratched his head, replying hastily, "I'm fine. To be honest, I don't even know what it's used for. Only a prophet like you could understand its true value." Beyond his talent and intelligence, Daniel possessed a sharp intuition, and he was letting that instinct guide his actions. If he specifically asked for it, it must be vital. But I won't pry. I've already received help. Asking for more would just be greed. Daniel possessed all the necessary qualities for greatness, lacking only luck. But now, with Ryumin's arrival, even fate was on his side. Ryumin's eyes crinkled into a pleased smile. What an upstanding character. Seeing Ryumin's sly grin, however, Daniel felt a fresh wave of confusion wash over him. Sticking to his original plan, Ryumin tossed his own heavy black bag toward Daniel. "Here, open it." Daniel flinched as the object flew toward him. Daniel caught it, instinctively stunned again. Upon opening the bag, his eyes widened stacks of cash bearing. Queen Elizabeth's face stared back at him. Ryumin clarified the windfall. "That's a total of 20,000 pounds. I'd feel terrible accepting your item without proper compensation. That should cover your crafting expenses and then some." Correct. Daniel didn't hesitate. Absolutely. In current currency, 20,000 pounds was over 37 million won. Ryumin had successfully recruited a loyal follower, and Daniel looked ready to burst into tears of joy. With this fortune, the burden of finding a second job vanished instantly. It was like a mountain of gold had fallen from the heavens. Daniel quickly zipped the bag, shut his previous cool and professional facade, completely melting away. Flustered, he voiced his concern. "But is it really okay for me to accept this much?" Ryumin spoke with absolute confidence. "The item is worth every penny. Take it without guilt. And to be clear, I didn't just give you that money for materials." Before Daniel could spiral into confusion, Ryumin adopted a serious tone and extended a hand. "Open an offshore stock account immediately. Take half the money I just gave you and invest it into Korean stocks." The conversation shifted to advanced strategy. "Look for a company called Player Place. I won't force your hand, but mark my words, that stock is about to skyrocket. If you invest now, you'll never worry about material costs again. Whether you trust this advice? Well, that's your call." Daniel's hesitation was gone. He made his choice with unwavering confidence. "Since it is the prophet's advice, I will follow it blindly. Besides, it's money I didn't work for anyway." Silhouetted against the window, the two men shook hands, sealing their new alliance. "I wish you luck in the coming rounds. May I leave you my contact number?" "Of course." Daniel began saving the digits, but suddenly paused. He looked up, realizing a glaring oversight. "Wait, I completely forgot to ask for your name during all this." Ryumin slid his hands into his pockets, offering a cryptic smile. "Just call me Mr. Ryu." Time marched on unstoppable. June 1st midnight. The world shifted. The next battlefield was a desolate desert. Ryumin, clad in fine attire beneath a tattered cloak, was summoned once more into the game world. Pillars of light erupted around him as other players materialized in the shifting sands. Unlike the lush greenery of the previous rounds, this world was painted in suffocating shades of yellow. Panic began to ripple through the crowd. Why is there so much dust? Is this a wasteland? What kind of hellish mission sends us to a place like this? Activating his tracking skill, Ryumin analyzed the situation. Round 6 was a cooperative stage. Solo play was over. He needed a team. First target Minjuri. Truthfully, she was the only one he needed, but the system required a 5-person squad. He had to fill 3 empty slots. Just then, Ryumin's attention shifted sharply as a familiar voice called out his nickname from the crowd. Minjuri had spotted him instantly, waving enthusiastically as she sprinted over with a beaming smile. The moment she reached him, she couldn't hide her delight. "It is so good to see you here. How have you been?" Ryumin greeted her first, his tone surprisingly gentle. "Has it really been that long?" He noticed immediately that the Minjuri standing before him was radiant, shedding the fear that used to haunt her. "It feels like forever, but it has only been a month since the last round." However, their reunion didn't go unnoticed. In this awakening Manhwa world, whispers spread like wildfire among the other players. "Who is that woman?" someone muttered. "Who dares to speak so casually with the rank 1 player?" "That is Minjuri. Isn't she the high ranker who matches Ryumin's level? Come to think of it, didn't she take 2nd place in the rankings after the last round? I am actually getting a little jealous," another onlooker scoffed. "Look at them, 2 top rankers in the same guild, completely ignoring everyone else." Unbothered by the noise, the two walked side by side, catching up. So, Minjuri started. You were the one who took down the final boss in the previous round, weren't you? Ryumin replied coolly, that is correct. Even though she knew he was strong, Min-ju-ri was still floored. The time limit was so tight, yet you handled it so quickly. It's incredible. Did you manage to collect all the balance stones as well? She asked, eyes wide. Anticipating her next question, Ryumin cut her off smoothly. I did, but do not ask what the reward was. That is a secret. Min-ju-ri pouted playfully at his bluntness. How did you know I was totally going to ask that? Ryumin answered briefly. It was written all over your face. She wanted to press further, but Min-ju-ri decided to speak from the heart instead. I have felt this for a long time, she said softly. Ryumin, you truly have a profound gaze. Like you see everything. Ryumin stopped walking. He turned to look at Min-ju-ri, stunned into silence by her sincerity. Sensing his intense stare, Min-ju-ri's face flushed a deep crimson, her heart beginning to race uncontrollably. What on earth am I saying? She panicked internally. This is so embarrassing, I cannot let the atmosphere get weird. Deciding to retreat, Min-ju-ri took a step back and bowed quickly, her voice rising in nervousness. That was cringy, right? I am so sorry about that. But Ryumin just shrugged. There is nothing to apologize for. A rare genuine smile broke across his face. Anyway, thank you for the compliment. Seeing his smile, Min-ju-ri couldn't help but grin back. Hey, she thought her impression of him shifting again. At first, he is caring, then cold and charismatic. He really is an interesting person. She opened her mouth to speak again. But you know Ryumin you. However, her sentence was cut short. Soerin and On Sang-chan, who had been watching from nearby, decided to interrupt. Who is Ryumin? With curiosity got the better of them. As they approached Ryumin's position, On Sang-chan bowed respectfully. It has been a long time, Ryumin. Beside him, Soerin added awkwardly, hello. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Soerin asked the question burning in her mind. Is this person perhaps your companion? Min-ju-ri perked up, realizing the question was about her. However, Ryumin's demeanor shifted instantly. He glanced at Soerin, his voice dropping to absolute zero. I do not see any reason why I should answer that, do you? Facing his sudden coldness, Soerin broke into a cold sweat. Right, of course. She was baffled, recalling the warm smile he had just shown Min-ju-ri moments ago. He was laughing so comfortably just a second ago, but with me. Ryumin cut through her internal monologue with a sharp question. Anyway, why were you looking for me? Caught off guard by his speed, Soerin struggled to regain her composure. Ryumin already knew exactly why they were here, but he feigned ignorance. You are here because I prophesied that you would join my team, right? Fortunately for the flustered girl, On Sang-chan stepped up to handle the awkward negotiation. Well, Ryumin, he began earnestly, to be honest, we want to form a party with you. The assassin narrowed his eyes, challenging them. A party? You want to team up with me? Intimidated by his presence, On Sang-chan mirrored Soerin's nervousness. I know we might seem like dead weight compared to you. However, we promise to do our absolute best not to be a burden. Facing their desperate hope, Ryumin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I guess I should pretend to be concerned. Truthfully, these two are just fillers to meet the headcount requirement for the team. But if I accept them into my squad, instead of random strangers, Ma Kyung-rok might view Ryumin more favorably. It was a calculated move, typical of a system manhwa protagonist. Seeing Ryumin hesitate, On Sang-chan grew anxious and threw out his trump card. I am not asking for a free ride. I actually possess critical information about round 6. If you allow us to join your party, I would be more than happy to share that intel with you. Ryumin's eyes narrowed further at the man's determination. Information. You want to trade intel with me? Ryumin thought with amusement. I suppose I should see what kind of quality it is. Ryumin crossed his arms and delivered a 3-word rejection. It is unnecessary. On Sang-chan, who had no idea Ryumin was the source of that very rumor, looked at him in total confusion. Unnecessary. Wouldn't knowing the strategy for round 6 beforehand be helpful? Ryumin calmly explained his stance to the bewildered man. I handle things my own way. I have no intention of relying on unverified rumors. On Sang-chan was stunned, but Ryumin didn't give him time to think, firing off questions immediately. Where did you get that info? Who is your source? Interrogated so suddenly, On Sang-chan flinched, unable to give a straight answer. You can't say. Ryumin pressed his voice hardening. Then how can I possibly let you join my team? Defeated On Sang-chan lowered his head deeply. I apologize. Ryumin watched this reaction with hidden satisfaction. He refused to talk about the prophet. He is more tight-lipped than I thought. Not bad. Meanwhile, Sang-chan looked devastated. Ha. Then I suppose. Sang-chan began to turn away, but Ryumin's voice cut through the air. I will let you both join my group. Sang-chan's mood whipped from despair to shock instantly. Excuse me, Ryumin smiled, arms still crossed, explaining his sudden change of heart. Because you refuse to reveal your source, it makes me think the information is actually reliable. I do not like people with loose lips. Min-ju-ri watched in surprise at his unpredictable judgment. Sang-chan let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, realizing his loyalty to the secret had ironically saved him. Phew. If I had mentioned the prophet class back there, I would have exposed myself to his sharp gaze immediately. Corn, however, had the perfect reaction. She bowed gracefully, her voice filled with respect. Thank you, Ryumin. Taking the hint, Sang-chan quickly bowed even deeper. I am truly grateful you accepted us into your party. Sensing their confusion about the new girl, he cut to the chase. This is the buffer I signed a contract with. The term contract left them stunned. A contract? And what in the world is a buffer? How did their paths even cross? Despite the internal questions, introductions were in order. Corn stepped forward, extending a hand with practiced elegance. Hello, I am Corn. Nice to meet you. Min-ju-ri shyly responded. Ah, yes. I am Min-ju-ri. Suddenly, a flush of red spread across Min-ju-ri's cheeks as realization hit her. Wait a second. You aren't the actress Corn, are you? Did you change your face to look like her? Corn smiled, answering the rapid-fire question with cool confidence. No, this is my true face. Hearing that, Min-ju-ri practically exploded with excitement, grabbing Corn's hands. Oh my god, I love you so much. It is destiny. My dad is obsessed with your dramas. You are his absolute favorite actress. Corn chuckled a bit, flustered by the sudden energy. Really? Thank you for your support. While the girls bonded, Sang-chan turned his attention back to the stoic leader. Are you sure you do not need the intel on round 6? Ryumin's reply was colder than ice. I do not need it. Do not worry about me. I refuse to owe anyone a debt. Sang-chan flinched at the rejection. Ah, if you say so. He felt a wall go up between them, sharp as a knife's edge. I just wanted to repay him with information. If he strays from the strategy later, I will just have to nudge him in the right direction then. Feeling the awkward silence, Sang-chan turned to the new girl to break the ice. So Min-ju-ri, you said your class is a buffer. What does that mean in this system Manhwa reality? She brightened up. It is a class that boosts stats for others. I will buff everyone later. Seeing Min-ju-ri's bright smile, Corn placed a hand over her heart, joining the conversation. I have something similar to a buffer. I can perform a summon. It is a fairy spirit that can cast protective shields. Min-ju-ri's eyes sparkled like stars. Wow, a real spirit. Corn grinned. I will show you later. Meanwhile, Sang-chan stood there like a stone statue, completely ignored. Refusing to be the outcast, he quickly bowed towards Min-ju-ri, forcing his way into the circle. My name is Sang-chan. He thought desperately. I have to at least introduce myself properly. Min-ju-ri looked over, surprised. Nice to meet you. The conversation shifted as they looked at Ryumin, who was staring into the distance. It seems you have known Ryumin for a while. Sang-chan recalled the memories with a shiver. Yes, Ryumin saved both of our lives. Min-ju-ri looked at the silent man with renewed admiration. A hero who saves the weak. My intuition about people was spot on. Just then, golden feathers began to rain from the sky. The angel Priscilla materialized from a flash of light, beaming a radiant smile at the survivors. She opened her arms to address them. Greetings, everyone. Did you rest well over the past month? She scanned the crowd. Exactly 1,010 participants for this round. What a perfect number. Her wings unfurled majestically. Now then, let us get straight to business. A system window materialized before their eyes, signaling the start of the nightmare. Round 6. Main quest. Defeat the boss monster within 6 hours. Total participants across all areas, 16,120,590. Achievement rate below 8,600. Area CESK 007. Participants 10. Achievement score below 505. The crowd murmured in confusion at the strange data. What, defeat a boss? The final boss is finally here. Panic set in. How can we possibly kill a boss monster on our own? Hearing their terror, Priscilla's smile twisted with amusement. You did not expect us to make you solo a boss, did you? Right, do not worry. None of you could possibly achieve that alone anyway. The crowd froze. Impossible to beat. Then what do we do? Priscilla answered instantly. You must fight together. That is why we prepared a little gift. She raised a finger playfully. The party system? The party system allows you to form groups and cooperate. You need 5 people to form a full squad. Once in a party, you are recognized as allies. That means you cannot inflict any damage on each other. A wave of relief washed over the crowd. Ah, so no friendly fire. I do not have to worry about being stabbed in the back while fighting the boss. Seeing them relax, Priscilla added a sinister caveat. Of course, attacks from other parties or monsters will still kill you. Only party members are safe from each other. Also, experience points and gold will be split evenly among the team. It does not matter who lands the killing blow. However, if you are more than 100 meters away, you get nothing. The murmurs grew louder. Experience and gold are shared. But what about the loot spreading her hands? Priscilla clarified the most important rule. Items drop based on contribution. For example, if 2 people contribute 70% and 30% respectively, their chance to get items matches those numbers. Someone shouted, "So, even if I do little damage, I can get loot with pure luck." Priscilla nodded. Precisely. Even 1% is enough if the gods of luck smile upon you. She snapped her fingers. Oh, and contribution is calculated by the system based on total damage and utility. But contribution wasn't measured by damage alone. Even the tanks relying on brute strength played a vital role in this system. Ryumin glanced at a stunned player nearby. Could a pure strength build really achieve the same feat? It would be nice if I possessed such a class. He grasped the hidden rules of this system Manhwa immediately, his eyes glowing with a crimson hue. Thanks to this mechanism, even support roles could earn massive contribution points without drawing blood. Priscilla's voice rang out again. Listen well. Unless you form a party, completing this quest is impossible. However, once your squad is formed, slaying the boss will grant you an instant pass from this hellish round, and that applies to every single member. A girl nearby froze her eyes, widening in disbelief. As he scanned the crowd, a ruthless notification materialized. There were exactly 101 bosses, which meant only 505 survivors would see the next sunrise. Priscilla raised her hand, and dragon feathers drifted down like ominous snow. That concludes the briefing. See, it's not hard at all. Just slaughter a boss. Simple, right? Ryumin stood with arms crossed, scoffing internally at her twisted logic. To these higher beings, our lives were nothing but a game. A blinding light flashed as Priscilla faded away. Now struggle with all your might to destroy the boss. Oh, and there are no hidden pieces this time. Despite the clear instructions, a wave of discontent rippled through the crowd. Damn it, she calls that easy. A boss is a boss for a reason. It's going to be a nightmare. But despair was useless. They had no other choice. The first objective was clear: assemble a team. System windows popped up one after another. To register, they had to clasp hands and shout the command in unison. Without a party, your kills mean nothing. Remember that. The countdown timer appeared like a death sentence. 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining. Form your parties now. Ryumin's current group stood at 4 members, a mix of anxiety and shock. On Sang-cheon was deep in thought. The prophet was right. Round 6 requires a full squad of 5. Thank God I heeded the prophecy and aligned myself with Ryumin early on. He voiced the question that was on everyone's mind. Ryumin, should we form our party now? But Ryumin cut him off sharply. Hold on. The system demands 5 members. We are still 1 short. Sein and Minjuri exchanged worried glances. Then, who do we choose for the final slot? Han Sang-cheon knew his place and stepped back. Let the strongest among us decide. Ryumin, the choice is yours. Ryumin remained silent, his gaze searching the crowd for a specific aura. It would be perfect if he were nearby. Rubbing his chin, Ryumin plotted his next move. I'll pretend to choose randomly, then slide him in at the last second. While he strategized, the rest of the mob scrambled to find allies. I need to secure a party first. Without one slaying, the boss is a waste of energy. So we need exactly 5 to survive. Desperation filled the air as players approached each other. Hey, you want to team up with me? What's your level? Another player raised his hand, shouting above the noise. Level 20 warrior here, who needs a heavy hitter. But a few ambitious souls had their eyes fixed on Ryumin's imposing back. If I'm going to survive this manhwa recap, I need to be in Ryumin's party. Summoning his courage, one player stepped toward the legend. Bowing respectfully, the man forced a bright smile. Greetings, Ryumin. Would you consider letting me join your squad? Ryumin didn't even bother to turn around. His voice was ice cold. No. Get lost. The rejection was brutal and instant. Ah. Understood. The man retreated his shoulders, slumping in defeat. The harsh words sent a wave of second-hand embarrassment through the crowd. He told him to scram without a second thought. Ruthless. Damn it. There goes my chance to carry Leech off Ryumin. The message was received loud and clear. Ryumin ignored the whispers of the weak. In my past life, I would have accepted anyone just to fill the numbers. But in this leveling manhwa reality, I need allies with true potential. It seemed he was a magnet for desperate souls, as more people approached, clinging to false hope. The result was always the same. Don't bother me. Scram. Is it because I'm a girl? Seriously? Another player tried their luck with a winning smile. Could I perhaps join your? Ryumin stood like a statue, eyes closed. Not interested. Adoration quickly curdled into resentment. What the hell? Is it that hard to add just one person? Damn, talk about arrogant. He wouldn't even listen. Meanwhile, a nearby duo noticed the people standing close to Ryumin. Wait, are those guys already in Ryumin's party? Lucky bastards. They've basically secured a ticket to life. While the crowd murmured, even An Sang-chan's group stared at their leader with growing unease. Who would fill the final spot? Ryumin's gaze drifted, and An Sang-cheon sighed internally. If only Chairman Ma were here, I would have nominated him immediately. Minju Ri also found her thoughts drifting to a certain someone. If Ryumin were here, surely he'd fight to claim this last spot. What a pity. Just as the tension peaked, a familiar voice cut through the noise. Ryumin. The figure seemed familiar yet. An Sang-cheon remained skeptical. Who is it this time? Another nameless leech. But this time, Ryumin's reaction was different. Unexpectedly, his eyes locked onto the newcomer. It was Jung-ho. Instantly, the ice around Ryumin melted. Jung-ho beamed, extending a hand in greeting. It's good to see you again. A genuine smile formed on Ryumin's face as he grasped the offered hand. I'm glad to see you're still in one piece. I honestly thought you were eliminated back in the 5th round. Jung-ho burst into hearty laughter. Hey now, don't look down on me like that. His smile grew brighter, radiating confidence. Watching you fight gave me the fire I needed to finish my hunt. By the way, thank you. Because of you, my friend survived as well. Dojin turned, scanning the area before shouting. Monkey, over here. Moving with the speed of lightning, Manki materialized beside Dojin. He bowed deeply, his voice trembling with gratitude. Ryumin, thank you for healing my shoulder back then. You gave me a second chance at life. Sensing the raw sincerity, Ryumin lightened the mood with a tease. Did you really manage to slaughter 300 monsters with that injured body? Manki flinched, then bowed even lower. It was all thanks to you, Ryumin. You are my savior. But the reunion was cut short by a crucial question. Ryumin, are you by any chance looking for a party? Realizing his words might have freaked Ryumin out, Dong-ho frantically waved his hands. Wait, don't get me wrong. We aren't here to beg for a spot. We've already got a squad. Ryumin kept his poker face perfectly still, confirming the obvious in his mind. I already knew that. The golden chains on their wrists were the universal symbol of a system party link. Cutting through the noise, Ryumin went straight for the throat. I'm not overthinking it. Just tell me why you're really here. Dong-ho beamed, making no effort to hide his excitement. Partly to say hello, and partly to make you an offer you can't refuse. How about an alliance, my team and yours? We don't care about XP or drops. If a boss spawns, you get first dibs on the kill. His teammates looked at Ryumin with sparkling eyes, but the main character remained completely silent. The awkward tension started to crack Dong-ho's confident smile. We just want to lend a hand. You don't need to be so guarded, seriously. But Ryumin's ability to read minds revealed the truth instantly. His decision was cold and immediate. I refuse. Dong-ho froze his brain, short-circuiting, as he stammered. Why do you think we'll get in your way? Ryumin shook his head calmly. No, I just detest unnecessary complications. Thanks for the offer, but I'm good. Ryumin tried to be polite, but Dong-ho kept pushing. But I really want to help Ryumin cut off the pity party before it could start. If I actually need help, I'll ask for it myself. Dong-ho's confidence bounced back slightly. You mean it? It was a weird back and forth between a cheerful guy and a brick wall. Then promise you'll call us if you need backup. Fine, promised. I heard you. For some reason, the whole squad bowed deep, like he was royalty. Dong-ho added, we'll get going then. Call us anytime. As they vanished, An Sang-cheon nudged Ryumin with a serious look. Hey Ryumin, it's decision time. Who are you picking for the final slot? Ryumin turned, his eyes cold as ice. I've already decided. His fingers snapped up without hesitation, pointing directly into the crowd. Everyone flinched, following his line of sight to the chosen one. A figure cloaked in shadows jumped as Ryumin spoke. Hey, you in the hood, get over here. The figure turned black hair, small frame, hunched shoulders. He looked like a total weakling. As he approached, Ryumin grilled him immediately. "You've been stalking me for a while, haven't you?" Terrified by Ryumin's icy aura, the boy stammered. "Yes." "Why?" The pressure was crushing him, draining his confidence to zero. He bowed low, desperate to explain himself. "Because I wanted to join your party." Ryumin switched to business mode, checking his stats. Level 23. Dark Mage. The answer was simple. Ryumin feigned hesitation. Whatever. You're the final member." The boy looked like he'd seen a ghost. Min-ju-ri and Se-ein gasped, while An Sang-chun looked completely lost. Say-what squinting, the team couldn't process this logic. Rejecting a full elite squad for this weakling, while they doubted, Ryumin smirked. This was classic leveling manhwa logic at play. His nickname is Noan. In the future, this kid establishes a cult that worships Ryumin like a god. He'll be my most fanatical follower. Building that loyalty early is a solid investment. Ryumin extended a hand, signaling the team. "Let's make it official. Hands in." As they touched golden mana, flared to life, binding their fates. The party was formed. A golden crest etched itself onto their wrists, sealing the deal in the system manhwa world. The bond was perfect. But the new guy looked like he was short-circuiting. No way. Ryumin actually picked me. Uh-oh, what's this chill down my spine? Did someone just walk over his grave? Anyway, if you're enjoying this manhwa recap, smash that like button. The drama is just heating up. Drop a comment to support the channel. Who knows, you might get pinned as the top comment. But before the glory, the nightmare returned. For me, the fifth member life had always been hell. Since freshman year, I was nothing but a punching bag for the violent. 3 giants cornered him against the wall. "Hey loser, why are you sneaking around like a rat?" I wasn't looking. My heart hammered against my ribs like a drum. They didn't need a reason. My existence was enough to annoy them. The mockery turned to threats. "Friends should share, right? I hope you didn't forget the cash. Are you deaf, runt? Or do you just not respect us?" My face went pale as a sheet, body trembling uncontrollably as I tried to speak. "I'm sorry. I live with my grandma. I don't have any money to give." They exploded immediately. "What? Steal it, beg for it, I don't care. You better bring us cash or you're dead meat. We're broke because of you. When your granny kicks the bucket, you want to be buried with her." That was the line. Hey-ho, Yi-so snapped, losing all reason. Screaming, I threw a desperate punch. "You bastards. But this isn't a fairy tale. I was beaten until I was just a lump of meat on the floor. Arg. It hurts." Pain radiated through every inch of me. Blood filled my mouth. Tears blinded my eyes. I just want to die. It would be so much easier. But if I leave, what happens to Grandma? She suffered so much for me. I promised her a better life. I had to endure. I had to survive this hell solely to repay her love. I gritted my teeth for 3 long years, pouring my soul into studying. Finally, the results of my suffering appeared. I aced the exams. I saw a future. But then, the awakening manhwa reality hit. The angels descended, and a new catastrophe began. Forget a luxury house. In this ruined world, even finding a safe place to sleep was a luxury I couldn't afford. The timeline rewinds to the second round of the competition. He opened the door and stepped into his sanctuary, just as he always did. "I am home." However, a malicious voice that did not belong there suddenly echoed through the room. "Oh, look who it is. Our little Hysoke has finally returned." The trio of bullies who had tormented him were there, having attacked his grandmother. They threw him a look of pure provoking arrogance. "Didn't I tell you before I said I would bury you right alongside your wretched grandmother?" Hysoke stood frozen in shock, but deep within his psyche, the chains of reason began to snap once again. "Ha, Grandma." The 2 bags of instant noodles dropped to the floor with a dull thud. A terrifying violet and black aura exploded around Hysoke, manifesting into lethal weapons floating in the air. Skill activated, Ryumin arrow. 2 consecutive strikes pierced through the air. One shaft impaled the face of the thug in red, while another tore through the shoulder of the one in blue. The red-shirted bully, struck in the eye, began foaming at the mouth as he screamed in horror. "Argono? What the hell is this?" The flesh around the arrow wound began to rot and dissolve instantly. The remaining thug in yellow drew a blade, his face pale with the terror of a leveling manhwa villain, realizing he is outmatched. "Damn it, don't come near me, you monster. Did you change your job class already?" In a split second, Hysoke annihilated all 3 of them. But victory tasted like ash as he knelt and pulled the blanket over his grandmother, whose breath had already faded away. Perhaps it was from that tragic moment that I built an impenetrable wall between myself and the rest of the world, developing a severe stutter whenever I tried to speak. I resolved to reach the final round and use the ultimate wish to save my grandmother. A system summary window appeared before my eyes. I had dominated this round as well. The results for the third round of the competition were displayed. All regions summary. Rank 1 Hyseok level 30, 3,031 kills. Rank 2 Dumidius level 13, 982 kills. Rank 3 Heavenly Demon level 13, 963 kills. Double S Zone, 351. Rank 1 Nano Jan level 11, Shadow Mage, 721 kills. Rank 2 Fury, first from Yongan level 11, Warrior, 535 kills. Rank 3 is an Assassin level 11, with 81 kills. Ever since that class change, I have never once lost the number 1 spot in my region. However, there is always a sky above the sky. After the first regional merger, Ryumin stepped onto the battlefield and personally slaughtered every single representative. None of this escaped Hyseok's watchful eyes. His eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before him. Ryumin had defeated all 9 regional representatives in the blink of an eye. If only I possessed power like that, I could have saved my grandmother. I found myself wondering how he achieved such godlike strength and speed. I desperately wanted to meet him at least once. Snapping back to reality, Ryumin, the leader representing the entire group, broke the silence. Hyseok answered instinctively, yes. Ryumin immediately issued a command. Since we have formed a party, introduce yourselves. Hyseok looked a bit dazed as he lifted one side of his hood. The introduction phase had begun. I am a Shadow Mage level 23. My skills are Ryumin Arrow and Shadow Chains. Hyseok was stunned by his own voice. Wait about me. Usually, I stutter uncontrollably when speaking in front of others. But strangely, right now, I don't feel an ounce of anxiety. Is it because I feel a sense of confidence standing before Ryumin, or is it because I want to leave a good impression on him? With the introductions over, Ryumin looked toward Min-ju-ri and spoke. Now, let us go hunt. Min-ju-ri waved cheerfully. I will apply buffs to everyone. A glowing green sigil immediately appeared over Ansang-chan first. Skill Blessing. All stats increased by 60%. Duration of the blessing skill is 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Next came a turquoise light for Co-Rn. Skill Godspeed. Attack and movement speed increased by 60%. Duration of the Godspeed skill is 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Instantly, the trio stood frozen in absolute shock. What on earth? My stats increased by 60%. Attack and movement speed also up by 60%. Is this a system error? At this moment, Sang Xion had to look at Min-ju-ri with completely different eyes. So that is why Ryumin travels with Min-ju-ri. You are incredible. Receiving the praise the support player, Min-ju-ri wrinkled her nose and smiled brightly. Hey, it is nothing special. Meanwhile, So-Rn felt a bit awkward, but quickly realized she also had skills to contribute. I will use my summons to buff everyone as well once we engage. 2 adorable elemental spirits materialized before their eyes fluttering about, while surrounded by a golden aura. Min-ju-ri and Hyseok gasped in unison. Whoa, are these spirits? They are so cute, I just want to hug them. Co-Rn smiled and explained the mechanics in detail. Previously, they could only create shields and had no combat ability. But as soon as I hit level 20, I could summon 2 of them, and they began using offensive magic. Co-Rn's hand gathered more energy. And I can also summon a golem now that I have reached level 20. Min-ju-ri looked at the massive lump of earth with wide, admiring eyes. Whoa. Co-Rn smiled again and added, the golem does not provide buffs, but it will draw the aggro of the monsters. Min-ju-ri's admiration had not yet faded. A support and a tank. That is absolutely amazing. However, So-Rn wanted a compliment directly from Ryumin more than anything else. What do you think? Ryumin asked. I am pretty useful too, right? Ryumin remained cold, treating it as a matter of course. Preparations are complete. Ryumin led the group forward. Let's go. So-Rn sighed in defeat and walked beside him. Meanwhile, a new thought sparked in Hyseok's mind. A buffer and a summoner. I need to contribute and pull my own weight too. Mission start. Both Ryumin and Hyseok took point on reconnaissance. Suddenly, both of them detected a sharp sound coming from a specific direction. Without hesitation, Hyseok dashed toward the location of the disturbance. Emerging from the tall stone pillars, Hyseok arrived at a vast open area where a group of players was battling a massive golden centaur-like monster holding a spear. The party members wore confident smiles. Found the boss so easily. Attack it now. Following the command, the two vanguard fighters charged straight at the monster looming before them. Die. However, the monster unexpectedly swung its spear, knocking one player's blade flying. Their momentum broken, both attackers were forced to retreat immediately. This guy is no joke. Split up and attack. A female player positioned near the monster's rear flank shouted a question. How do we take it down? The player in the pink cloak swung his sword and replied, if we attack its back. But it seemed Ryumin was not impressed by their tactics. Standing beside him, Haesok also sensed that something was wrong. The player in the pink cloak was suddenly kicked squarely in the stomach by the monster's hind legs. The impact sent him flying his body, tumbling violently several times before hitting the ground. As the dust settled, a teammate ran over, shouting loudly, Bing, princess, I have analyzed the issue, attacking a horse from behind. How stupid. Do not stop the offensive. The female player thrust her short swords forward. The archer on the side coordinated with a volley of arrows, and their weapon successfully pierced the monster's chest, causing it to shriek in agony. The duo, watching from the sidelines, heard the group ahead shouting, Now is the time. Die, you bastard. Haesok looked confused. What? What is happening? After a barrage of attacks, the massive beast finally toppled over sideways. The group of players cheered in wild excitement. We won. We took first place. We had finally cleared the mission with the top ranking, or so we thought. Heiho Yiseo stood beside him, her face draining of color as terror took hold. No way. Did someone else snatch the first clear, right from under our noses? Ahead of them, the triumphant cheers of the rival party echoed through the dungeon. We did it. The #1 spot is ours at last. This round was easier than I expected. While they celebrated, Heiho Yiseo spiraled into an abyss of overthinking. Was I too distracted? Did I space out? Did we truly lose the top spot because of me? Her trembling eyes shifted to Hyugu, expecting to see a storm of disappointment on his face for missing the first place reward. But why was he so calm? His expression was as still as a frozen lake. Before she could process his eerie composure, a shout from the other team shattered the atmosphere. Wait a second. Did anyone actually get the mission completion notification? I didn't. Panic rippled through their ranks as they checked their status screens. No, it's not there. Why isn't it appearing for me? The realization hit them like a cold bucket of water. Ryumin crossed his arms, watching their despair with a knowing look. Finally, someone realized the grim truth: the centaur they just slaughtered wasn't the final boss. The true nightmare of this floor was the Minotaur. To even scratch that beast, you would need at least 20 players who had all reached level 20. That meant 4 full parties, uniting against a single enemy. This was the cruel trap hidden within the system. It was designed to trick players into thinking a 5-man squad stood a chance, a classic deadly twist in this awakening Manhwa world. The flaw in the angel's instructions was now glaringly obvious. She said the party would pass if they killed the boss, but she never promised that 5 people were actually capable of killing it. Those damn angels knew exactly how to twist their words to manipulate the players. Hyugu knew he couldn't just announce this secret to the world. So for now, remaining a silent observer was the best play. He glanced at Heiho Yiseo, who looked like a kicked puppy, but he stood tall, offering no explanation just yet. Aside from Heiho Yiseo, who was oblivious to the prophecy, the rest of his team maintained a stoic, almost unnatural calm. Well, he called it calm, but they were actually just paralyzed with confusion. Breaking the awkward tension, Hyugu cleared his throat. It was time to put on a little performance. He adopted a look of deep, handsome contemplation. Judging by their panic, that monster wasn't the boss. The real final boss is lurking somewhere else. Listen closely. Here is the new plan. We are going to ignore the boss completely. Instead, we will farm the centaurs in this area to power level. We hunt until the timer hits its absolute limit. The team stared at him, stunned by this unexpected shift in strategy. Heiho Yiseo, unable to suppress her anxiety, voiced the question on everyone's mind. But why? Hyugu narrowed his eyes, ready to drop some tactical wisdom. It takes 5 level 20 players just to kill a single centaur. That's just a mob. To fight the boss, we would need at least 3 or 4 parties to even stand a ghost of a chance. Charging in blind, without knowing the enemy's power level, isn't bravery. It's suicide. Who knows what other traps are waiting for us, and if we kill the boss too early, we might get stuck in a clearance barrier. We would waste the remaining time doing nothing. Hunting monsters and observing the situation is the superior choice here. From their very first meeting, On Sung-chan had been constantly awestruck by Hyugu's terrifyingly accurate judgment. To deduce the perfect strategy, without even hearing the prophecy. Does he have the eyes of a god I never imagined? Hyuk-gu's insight could be this profound. However, Hyo Yi-seo hadn't fully recovered her mental balance. Her obsession lingered, but if we wait around like this, we'll definitely lose the first place ranking. Are you really okay with that? Ryumin answered her before Hyuk-gu could his voice steady. It's not a problem. Even if we lose the first place reward, the experience points we gain from 6 hours of hardcore hunting will more than make up for it. Besides, first place might not be decided by speed alone. On Sang-chun was left speechless. How could one man navigate this hellscape so perfectly without a guide? It was like watching someone sprint through a complex maze on their first try, never once making a wrong turn. Logic aside, the two girls still harbored lingering worries. All right then, one whispered. Let's hunt together. Shouldn't we come up with a simple formation first? But Hyuka instantly shut that down. No, that won't be necessary. I will be the only one killing. The group froze in unison, their brains short-circuiting. Seo Aaron blinked, sure she had misheard. Hyuk-gu. Are you planning to fight alone? Seriously? She quickly analyzed his words. Even against monsters that require a full 5-man party to defeat. Hyo Yi-seo nodded slowly. She knew his strength better than anyone. If it was Hyuk-gu, he could do it. He confirmed their thoughts with a dominant assurance. That's right. You don't need to lift a finger. I will handle the slaughter. Feeling like dead weight, An Sang-chun stepped forward. Then, what are we supposed to do? Indeed, Hyuk-gu intended for them to do absolutely nothing. Just follow me. Absorb the experience and the gold. Consider it a free carry. However, there is a condition. All dropped items and contribution points belong to me. In exchange, you get to farm gold safely without risking your lives. So, do we have a deal? It was an offer too sweet to refuse a golden ticket in a world of death. I agree, came the instant reply. We're in. We'll follow your lead, Hyuk-gu. A smirk touched his lips as he summoned his massive black scythe, its blade stained with a crimson aura. Wise choice. You won't regret this. He turned his back to them. Let's move. 3, 2, 1, boom. Before they could even process his movement, he was already a blur in the distance. The team stood there, like a fired gun, with no bullet, completely baffled. An Sang-chun snapped out of the trance first, shouting the command. Don't just stand there, chase him. Ryumin sprinted forward, but he hadn't realized the terrifying gap in their abilities. Even with speed buffs active, Hyuk-gu was moving at a velocity that defied logic. Selen and Minjuri gasped for air, their minds reeling with the same shock. How is a human being that fast? Just what was his agility stat? Healthy Sok thought he was fast, but compared to Ryumin, he was a house cat trying to race a cheetah. As the thought crossed his mind, Sok spotted movement. He pointed a trembling finger, marking the target for the squad. But over there, Ryumin had already vanished. In a blink, he teleported, engaging the first centaur of the new wave head-on. 0.3 of a second later, he touched down. The centaur stood frozen, unaware that Ryumin's signature scythe had already severed its lifeline. The beast toppled sideways just as the party caught up. But there was no celebration, only a paralyzing wave of shock washing over their minds. To them, Ryumin was the true monster here. A centaur, a creature of nightmare deleted from existence with a single strike. It defied all logic. While they stood frozen in awe, Ryumin was already a blur of motion, charging headlong toward the next victim. 2 blind stalkers rushed him from the front. Ryumin didn't flinch. He skidded to a halt, lowering his stance and winding up his Reaper's blade. A crescent slash tore through the air. He targeted the legs of the lead beast, using the momentum to spin the scythe in a reverse arc. The beast lost its footing, tumbling forward. Defying physics, its head fell precisely onto the waiting blade of Ryumin's scythe. Clean decapitation. As the corpse fell, Ryumin vaulted toward the second stalker. The beast lunged upward, with its forelegs, trying to intercept him. A fatal mistake. Ryumin used the monster's own body as a platform, planting his foot on it to launch his next attack. One fluid motion. The scythe sang, delivering a critical hit to the neck. The monster collapsed, triggering the sweet sound of the system interface. System Centaur defeated. The triple XP buff was active. This is the satisfaction of a top-tier leveling manhwa. Gold, plus 60. Kill count, 172, out of 100. The slaughter jewel glowed, doubling all stats. Pure efficiency. Ryumin paused, analyzing his performance. 172 kills in 30 minutes. The grind was proceeding at an acceptable pace. 200 centaurs roamed this battlefield. At this rhythm, he could monopolize the entire hunting ground in 6 hours, assuming no kill stealers. His team finally scrambled to his position, wheezing for air. The reality of partying with a monster like Ryumin was setting in. Following him was a workout from hell. Ryumin looked at their exhausted faces with zero empathy. He looked fresh as a daisy. Still, he couldn't break them completely. He forced a polite smile. If you're tired, take 5. We can rest. Min-juri and Healthy Soak nearly cried with relief. Really? Thank God. Without hesitation, they collapsed onto the ground. Sok looked like a corpse. Only An Sang-cheon managed to stay on his feet, though he was grumbling loudly. Just running after you is lethal, he complained. Selen chimed in. I thought a 100-meter gap was safe, but you moved too fast. Sok was babbling nonsense on the floor. Ignoring him, Minjuri beamed at their carry. Ryumin, you are absolutely terrifying. Your hunting speed is god tier. Ryumin smirked a mischievous glint in his eye. Is that a complaint? Minjuri waved her hands frantically. No way, leeching XP off you is the best thing ever. How could I hate it? From the ground, Healthy Soak raised a trembling thumbs up. You work harder than us. Mr. Ryumin crossed his arms. You guys look like the ones suffering. Just as the banter settled, a new presence encroached on their territory. A raid party, over 20 people strong. The atmosphere shifted instantly as Ryumin's team turned their attention to the intruders. Who's that? Someone's coming. The mysterious group marched right up to them, radiating arrogance. The leader stepped forward, wearing a plastic smile. Greetings, Ryumin. What an honor to run into you here. Ryumin didn't buy the politeness. Cut the chase. What do you want? The leader chuckled. We're forming a raid team for the field boss. We want to invite you to join our alliance. I refuse. Ryumin cut him off instantly. His teammates panicked, and the recruiter stood there, mouth agape. Wait. Why? He regained his composure. Ryumin, maybe you don't know, but the final boss of this awakening Manhwa stage isn't a joke. See that beast over there? He pointed toward a massive silhouette. A minotaur radiating an aura of pure destruction, stomped through the wasteland. That's our target. It's a raid wipe machine. Another squad already challenged it and got completely erased. The leader smirked, sure that fear would convince Ryumin. But Ryumin just stared at him, realizing their game immediately. Cooperation is key, the man insisted. Ryumin's eyes went cold. Handle it yourselves. Don't drag us into your mess. But it's a win-win, the leader stammered. I'll even give you priority on the loot. You can take the last hit. Please reconsider. That was the wrong move. Ryumin's patience snapped. Don't make me repeat myself a third time. A terrifying level 40 aura exploded from Ryumin, crushing the level 20 scrub's spirit. I understand. Sorry. Terrified, they scrambled away. Back in safety, the other team whispered among themselves. I failed. He wouldn't budge. Did you offer him the last hit? I did. He still said no. He told us to do it ourselves. The rejection didn't make sense to them. Why, though? Even Ryumin needs the boss kill to clear the stage, right? Unless, is he actually scared of the Minotaur? Looks like we have no choice but to clear this trial ourselves. Right, damn right. It's time to take matters into our own hands and show them how it's done. Behold, the Minotaur, a colossal nightmare standing 20 feet tall. It prowled the dungeon like a bipedal buffalo, dragging a battle axe the size of a human skull. Several squads attempted a stealth approach, trying to flank the beast. But let's be real, they weren't moving quietly out of strategy. They were swallowing their spit, paralyzed by sheer terror. The closer they got, the more massive the monster loomed. Hey, can we actually take this thing down? Of course we can. At least I hope so. Safety in numbers, right? There's 20 of us. But then the Minotaur froze. Drool dripped from its maw as it slowly turned, locking its murderous gaze onto the freezing crowd. The moment its bloodshot eyes met theirs, a wave of despair washed over the raid group. The sheer pressure of the monster's aura was suffocating, freezing them in place. With a deafening roar, the Minotaur charged. The ground shook under its hooves, draining the blood from the players' faces instantly. Curses filled the air. Damn it, it's sprinting on 2 legs. Panic set in, but a few brave souls grit their teeth, stepping up to the front line to act as meat shields. Kill it. Everyone attack at once, they screamed, desperate to land a hit before they were wiped out. They couldn't afford to miss this opening. Meanwhile, Ryumin perched atop a high pillar, eyes sharp as a hawk. How long will this take, he mused. To his experienced eyes, this leveling Manhwa boss wasn't nearly as invincible as it appeared. Sure, that axe is massive, but the swings are clumsy. It relies on brute force, making its movements sluggish and painfully predictable to anyone paying attention. Logically speaking, being swarmed by 20 enemies would restrict anyone's movement no matter how strong they are. It's simple physics. However, the Minotaur's true strength lay in its ironclad defense. Its skin was tougher than granite, shrugging off blades as if they were toothpicks. Another player slashed furiously at its ankles, but sparks flew instead of blood. It's useless. My sword can't even scratch him. Ryumin continued his cold analysis. High defense is annoying, sure. But in a raid like this, if you spam attacks enough times, someone is bound to land a critical hit on a weak point. And once that absolute defense is breached, even a monster like this becomes nothing more than a sitting duck. Just then, an archer let loose a desperate arrow from the backlines. By sheer luck, it lodged perfectly into the Minotaur's elbow joint, freezing the beast mid-swing. Ryumin watched from his vantage point, unimpressed. This is going to take a while, he thought, noting the desperate determination burning in the player's eyes. That thing is a tank, the archer shouted, rallying the team. Don't get greedy, focus on dodging and wear it down. But the tide really began to turn when a heavy warrior stepped up, channeling every ounce of his mana into his massive battle axe. With a primal roar, he wound up. Go to hell, you oversized steak. He hurled the weapon, the spinning axe transforming into a blur of destruction. The impact was devastating, carving a deep gash across the Minotaur's chest. Sensing blood, the rest of the party swarmed in like piranhas, weapons raised without hesitation. Its chest is open. Focus fire on the wound. A swordsman lunged, driving his blade into the fresh injury to widen the tear. Another rogue followed up instantly, his dual daggers flashing in a deadly dance of steel. But a missed strike grazed the beast lower down, triggering its berserk mode. Roaring in fury, the Minotaur locked its sights on the unfortunate rogue. Caught off guard by the speed, the rogue couldn't retreat in time. The beast's massive hand clamped down crunch. Bone shattered like glass, before he was tossed aside like a ragdoll. The brutal display shocked the group, but a mage didn't hesitate. Eat this. A roaring fireball streaked across the battlefield, slamming into the monster. Engulfed in flames and bleeding out, the Minotaur let out one final agonizing bellow. It crashed to the earth, the ground trembling as the players erupted in cheers. We did it. It's actually dead. They couldn't believe it. They were the first squad to clear the raid and survive the nightmare. Victory brought rewards. A divine pillar of light descended from the heavens, bathing one of the players. Then 4 more lights triggered, selecting the survivors. We made it. The system window finally flashed that beautiful word, quest completed. But not everyone was celebrating. The players who hadn't landed the finishing blows or dealt enough damage watched the lights with bitter envy. Damn it! What about us? Guess we have to run it again. It seemed the light only transported the MVPs, leaving the rest stranded in the dungeon. The winners vanished in a flash of light. The remaining players looked around nervously. So, do we just sit here until the timer runs out? Maybe one side, dropping his weapon. Resting sounds nice, but I can't shake the feeling we're falling behind. In this world, wasting time is a death sentence. The stragglers began looking for new parties. Suddenly, a player glanced up, spotting a lone figure standing high above them on the pillar. Hey, you up there, want to join you? The words died in his throat. He shook his head, giving up. Forget it. Probably just another coward hiding away. Once the coast was clear, Ryumin leaped down, landing silently. Perfect timing. If we had killed the boss too quickly, we would have been stuck waiting around, just like them. Minju-ri looked at him with awe. You were right. Just as you predicted. Ryumin didn't waste a second. Break time is over. Stick close to me if you want to live. The squad mobilized instantly. Ryumin took point, his silhouette, leading them deeper into the dungeon's abyss, while his teammates followed in silence. Target acquired the centaur. They moved like shadows, letting time slip by unnoticed as they hunted for their next prey. Around the map, pillars of light erupted constantly as other teams cleared their bosses. The ones left waiting were getting restless. What rank do you think we are? Are we even in the top 10? Who knows? The system isn't showing a leaderboard. Forget the rankings. As long as we kill the boss and survive, that's enough, isn't it? I'm just gonna take a nap until this is over. But in every group, there's always one person watching the horizon. Wait, what the hell is that? In the distance, Ryumin moved like a phantom wind. He descended upon the massive centaur, his scythe flashing in a clean, lethal arc. He claimed another life, adding yet one more kill to his monstrous tally. The sheer disbelief in the onlooker's eyes was already turning into a legend. Wait, isn't that the Ryumin? Did he just one-shot that beast? I guess level 40 is in a league of its own. Confusion rippled through the crowd. But why is he wasting time hunting centaurs instead of challenging the boss? Wouldn't it be smarter to slay the boss and recover? Was that arrogance on his face? Even if he kills the boss now, he won't crack the top 50 rankings. He must have abandoned the rankings to focus on grinding. What a waste. I thought he'd claim the throne again. Even Ryumin can't stay on top forever. Still, it's a calculated move. He's smart enough to milk every last drop of experience points until the very end. While the mob gossiped, Ryumin's blade silenced another target. It was the final piece of the puzzle. A holographic window flashed target centaur. Status: extinct. Current kills 1,920 out of 100. The countdown timer ticked mercilessly. Time remaining: 43 seconds. Out of 2,000 monsters, the rest had fallen to other parties. He exhaled a long breath, shifting his focus. Looks like the cleanup is finally complete. As he sheathed his weapon, his party members stumbled toward him, gasping for air like fish out of water. Ryumin, can we please take a breather? He stood tall, hands on his hips, with an air of absolute authority. Rest, the hunt is over. Now it's time to slaughter the final boss. Min-ah blinked, confusion clouding her gaze. The hunt is finished. Ryumin's eyes drifted to the corpse of the last centaur he had just executed. I used my tracking skill. The battlefield is empty. The centaurs are extinct. Realization finally dawned on Min-ah's face. Driven by curiosity, and Song-chul threw open his status window. His eyes widened in shock. He screamed at the others. Oh my god, everyone check your levels right now. Following his lead, the party members summoned their interfaces. Instantaneously, a wave of bewilderment crashed over them. What the? My level skyrocketed. It made sense. Ryumin had been a machine grinding without a single second of rest. The notifications had been dinging incessantly, but in the heat of battle they had been ignored. Ryumin approached and Sang-chul. How big was the jump? Sang-chul couldn't hide his trembling excitement. I entered at level 20. Now, I'm level 34. Seo Arin nodded frantically. Me too, I hit 34. Min-ah, however, had gained even more. I went from 21 all the way to 35. Heo Yiso stood frozen like a statue staring at his stats. I was level 23. Now I'm 36. The first digit actually changed from a 2 to a 3. Ryumin noted their shock. So everyone gained about 13 or 14 levels. It was time to inspect his own growth. My level jumped from 40 to 54. Name Ryumin. Alias Ryumin. Class Reaper. Level 54. Title: The Last Regressor Hidden. Title: The First Angel Punisher Hidden. Satisfied, he shifted his attention to the loot that had dropped during the massacre. 19 magic stones. A pile of standard gear. And most importantly, materials required for crafting god-rank equipment. One item stood out among the rest, a radiant centaur tail. It pulsed with a brilliant light, emitting a faint but undeniable magical aura. Ryumin was analyzing the item when Min-ah shrieked. Look at the gold, it's piled up like a mountain. Even the others were rich. 115,000 gold. Heo Yiseo looked ready to faint. Since the system distributed gold evenly, everyone was flush with cash. And Song-chul stammered, I've never seen this much money. I'm confused. Is this a dream? What do I even do with this? Thankfully, as a regressor, Ryumin knew exactly how to exploit the mechanics of this system. Manhwa. He offered immediate guidance. Hit the shop. Prioritize passive skills. Presence detection. Enhanced vision. Physical fortification. And basic magic resistance. And check the daily special shop. If you see anything useful, buy it without hesitation. Heo Yiso immediately opened the interface. Presence detection. Got it. Min-ah, however, hesitated. I'll do my shopping later. We can't stand here chatting until the timer runs out. Ryumin turned his coat flapping. Follow me. The final boss awaits. Heo Yiso snapped out of his shopping spree. Yes, sir. Ryumin activated his wide area observation, his eyes glowing blue with the tracking energy of the Minotaur. Target acquired. He surged forward like a gale force wind, scanning the terrain before skidding to a halt. In the distance, the colossal silhouette of the Minotaur loomed, but other squads were already there. Heads turned as they noticed the arrival of the apex predator. The strongest has arrived, they waved him over. Ryumin, join our raid party. Ryumin didn't even pause to think. No thanks. I have no intention of splitting the rewards. He smirked. I'm taking the boss down solo. His words hit the crowd like a bomb. Silence followed, then confusion. Did he just say? Alone. Even for Ryumin, that's suicide. The Minotaur requires a 20-man raid squad. They couldn't accept that one man could equal the power of 20 elites. Their pride wouldn't allow it. He's getting cocky, someone sneered. Just showing off. Ryumin's gaze turned glacial. You underestimate me. If a mob of weaklings like you can kill it, what makes you think I can't? But we have the numbers advantage. Ryumin's lips curled into a mocking smile. Since when do numbers guarantee victory? That's... The player choked on his words. Ignoring them, Ryumin stepped into the kill zone. Even his own party members were stunned. He hadn't told them he planned to solo the boss. Ryumin wait. Despite their protests, he walked calmly toward the beast. Don't worry, I'll end this in a heartbeat. As he moved with unnatural speed, the players who had already cleared their quests watched, realizing that the real show was just beginning. Don't tell me he plans to solo that monstrosity. I was just starting to get bored. Perfect timing. The audience is watching, and he's ready to put on a show. His sharp eyes scanned the arena. Between the survivors trapped in the pillars and the players on the ground, dozens of witnesses were glued to the scene. Normally, a wise player keeps their ultimate skills hidden in the shadows, like a cautious hero in an awakening manhwa. But this is the perfect stage to unveil the true depths of my power. If I slaughter the Minotaur, in the blink of an eye, their mockery will turn to terror. No one will dare look down on me again. It ends now. The beast's massive back filled his vision. Ryumin halted, stepping precisely into the kill zone. Sensing the killing intent, the Minotaur whipped around to face its executioner. The moment the monster locked eyes with him, the Ryumin hummed with dark energy, hungry for blood. Spectators inside the pillars strained to see through the glare. Confusion rippled through them. Is he casting a spell? What kind of stance is that? His combat senses sharpened as the mechanics of this system Manhwa began their countdown. Once the distance was absolute, he flicked his wrist, preparing the strike. He adjusted the scythe's angle with surgical precision. This was just the wind-up phase. The real timer hadn't even started ticking. With a roar that shook the earth, the Minotaur raised its colossal axe and charged. 3 seconds remaining. Ryumin pivoted his ankle, grounding himself. 2 seconds. He dipped low as the beast leaped into the sky. 1 second. Night of the Reaper activated. Absolute darkness swallowed the arena, freezing the monster in midair. This was the critical moment. Mana surged into the blade, carving a perfect crescent moon that ripped through the infinite void. The skill moonslash illuminated the beast's terrified face. A sharp tearing sound echoed, and a flash of silver sliced through its massive neck in a fraction of a heartbeat. That neck was tough enough to shatter 20 swords, yet the Ryumin severed it like butter. The square fell deathly silent, broken only by the heavy thud of the severed head hitting the ground. Before the crowd could breathe, a second earth-shaking boom followed as the headless mountain of flesh collapsed. The players turned pale, their minds unable to process the scene. Look, the head is gone. Did Ryumin just one-shot a boss? It defied all logic. Impossible, they whispered in shock. Ryumin smirked at their disbelief. Impossible. You fools have no idea how high my stats really are. The Minotaur's body crumbled like a collapsing skyscraper. Panic and awe swept through the onlookers. Oh my god, look, it's actually dead. A single strike to end a boss battle. It was absurd. While they questioned their reality, Ryumin stood amidst the carnage, basking in his victory. Is it really that unreasonable? Or are you just ignorant of my power level? Suddenly, the system window materialized to confirm the kill in this leveling manhwa. You have defeated the Minotaur. Acquired Minotaur leather. Acquired armor blueprint. He anticipated the drop, so there was no surprise. Just the spoils of war. Item: high-quality Minotaur leather. Description: a tough and durable hide, perfect for crafting legendary tier defensive gear. While the mob remained frozen in terror, Ryumin walked calmly toward his team. I bet this loot will fetch a fortune on the market. But the notifications weren't finished. Item: Minotaur, armor blueprint. Type: consumable. Description: contains 6 secret formulas to forge a unique grade armor set. Better memorize this before using it. He approached his teammates, who stared at him like he was a monster. You guys alive? He asked casually. Yeah, we're good, they stammered. They never expected a speedrun like that. But Hiho's expression was the wildest. He looked ready to propose marriage right there. Ryumin awkwardly acknowledged the intense gaze. Ryumin quickly looked away, creeping out. What is wrong with this kid? Why is he looking at me like I'm his idol? I know he's loyal and wants to follow my path, but I definitely need to keep some boundaries or this is going to get weird. The sun reached its zenith, signaling the end of the round. Just like the previous stages, a pillar of light descended, locking him inside. As the timer hit 0, golden feathers rained from the sky. Congratulations, humans. Did you finally manage to kill all 101 bosses? Now let's proceed to the cleanup. Teams who failed to kill the boss will be erased immediately. The angel Priscilla's voice was sweet, but her smile was pure nightmare fuel. Trash belongs in the bin. The players standing in the shadows, unprotected by the pillars of light, realized their fate. The screams of the losers echoed the previous rounds. No angel, please. Wait. Save us. Those lucky enough to survive sighed in relief, grateful to not be among the damned. Once the begging fell silent, Priscilla clapped her hands cheerfully, demanding attention. Now that the pests are gone, let's check the rankings. A massive hologram dominated the sky. Round 6. Results: Global Server. First place House Team. Time 0 minutes 1 second. Second place Chose Team at 32 seconds. Third place came in at 49 seconds. Now for the local sector rankings. First place Ryumin's team. Time 0 minutes 01 seconds. Second place Kim Soo-han at 53 seconds. Third place Boroi at 58 seconds. As the numbers sank in confusion, erupted among the other squads. Their faces twisted in anger. What? Why aren't we in first place? We killed the boss before anyone else. How did House Team steal the top spot? That team killed their boss way later than us. The system is broken. Priscilla overheard the grumbling and let out a chilling laugh. Who dares question the rules? Did you idiots think the ranking was based on who finished first? As you can clearly see, it's based on the duration of the battle itself. The realization hit them like a truck. Combat time, does that mean we're actually last? The angel's mocking grin made the humiliation burn even deeper. 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Honestly, I don't understand how it takes you worms that long to kill a simple cow. Lowly humans really can't read, can they? Priscilla sighed. On the other hand, the shortest record is a single second. Naturally, that belongs to Ryumin's team. The result was undeniable, yet someone shouted from the crowd. Angel. The time wasn't 1 second. Priscilla froze, her divine composure cracking as she stared at the data. Something was terribly wrong. The results for Sector 6 were impossible. 1 second. The entire boss raid was cleared in a single heartbeat. In this leveling, Manhwa speed is power, but this was absurd. The information hit her mental defenses like a sledgehammer. The arrogance of an angel usually knew no bounds, yet here she was baffled by mere mortals. Oh, did I make a calculation error in front of these lower beings? She quickly crossed her arms, trying to mask her panic with annoyance. A 1 second clear record. Was the boss monster simply too weak for them? Her muttered complaints fell on deaf ears. Regaining her icy demeanor, Priscilla moved on to the main event. Enough. We will now distribute rewards to the top 3 survivors. Note that only those who actually contributed will receive the glory. Our protagonist stood with arms crossed, waiting for the system notification. Congratulations. You have completed the mission as the #1 ranker in your sector. But that wasn't all. Congratulations. You are the #1 ranker across all sectors. The reward: an advanced epic helmet selection chest, a special selection box. A satisfied smirk played on his lips as he opened his inventory, ready to claim his prize. Time to upgrade my headgear. As he tapped the icon, the holographic interface illuminated the darkness. Please select one of the following epic grade helmets. 3 legendary options appeared. 1. The Angel's Ring. 2. The Minotaur's Cow Mask. 3. Hermes' Feathered Cap. For him, there was no hesitation. If there's one thing I need for my build, it's that feather cap. It was an irresistible choice for a solo player. He pulled up the stats. Item 3: Hermes' Feathered Cap. Epic Grade. Defense 180. Agility +10. Active Skill Stealth. Durability 1500. Restriction Professional Tier or higher. Description: a replica modeled after the Messenger God's gear. Though not the original, it grants the wearer the power to vanish at will. He equipped it, immediately feeling the warm hum of new power. The skill window flashed temporary invisibility. It hides your physical form completely, though sound remains. Effect ends upon attacking or being hit. Duration 30 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. The tool to make him the perfect assassin was finally in his hands. He couldn't stop grinning. Now I can finally use a true stealth skill. The only downside was the noise. If I can get a rune of silence later, this invisibility will make me truly invincible. But he wasn't done yet. He had another box to open right here and now. Select your special reward. Option 1, random item. Option 2, 14,000 gold. Option 3, intel on round 7. I definitely don't need gold. And information. Having regressed 99 times already, he knew the future better than anyone. That left only one logical choice. For a special reward, the materials were where the real value lay. A new list popped up. 1 broken iron branch, 2 bubbling solution, 3 hard magic shell, 4 angel's gold dust. He knew exactly what these were and tapped option 4 instantly. No need to overthink it. He selected the angel's gold dust, a god-tier crafting material classified as a utility item. The description was cheeky. Glittering powder from an angel's hair. And no, it is not dandruff. Golden energy swirled around him as Priscilla's voice announced the finale. Rewards have been distributed. Be gone. I will see you in the next round. The giant system notification filled the sky. Round concluded. Total global survivors 860,295. Survivors in Sector CESS 007, 505. Souls will now be transferred back to the current dimension. Round 7 is scheduled for midnight May 1st, 2023. A classic system manhwa cliffhanger. Congratulations to the survivors. The scene shifted back to reality. But the man waking up wasn't our main character, it was Director Ma. Or rather, someone was pounding on his door, screaming, "Director, Director." Ma groaned, rubbing his temples as he was dragged from his slumber. But with that much urgency, he had no choice. He slid into his slippers and opened the door to find a disheveled Chief An standing there. "Chief An, you just got back from the other side. What is so important?" An's voice trembled. "Sir, may I come in?" "Of course." They moved to the lounge, and Director Ma poured himself a stiff drink. "I assume your level skyrocketed. You partied with the Ryumin team for 6 hours." Ma stared at him with cold, calculating eyes. "So how much did you leech off them?" Chief An stammered, still in shock. I went from level 20 to level 34. That's 14 levels in one run." The whiskey glass froze in Ma's hand. 34. Are you serious?" He downed the drink in one gulp to steady his nerves. "Yes, it was insane. Ryumin handled everything. We just ran behind him trying to keep up. He soloed the entire map." Ma swirled his glass thoughtfully. "I assume he kept all the loot for himself." An nodded, a goofy smile plastered on his face. "Every scrap. But I don't regret it for a second. The XP alone was worth it. I never imagined leveling could be that fast." Ma's tone dropped, dripping with icy envy. "I never thought my subordinate would surpass me in levels." An blinked, realizing his mistake. "Wait, Director. What level are you?" Ma grimaced. 29. The silence was deafening. Ma wiped the friendly expression from his face. "A subordinate outranking the boss. That was unacceptable. So I assume Actress S is at your level too. To think I'm lower level than her now." He smiled, but it was a bitter, twisted expression. "I need to grind harder." Ma poured another drink, the liquid amber swirling in the glass. "Tell me, Chief, was Ryumin really that fast?" Fast An's eyes widened in awe. He wiped out a herd of centaurs in a single strike. Even a full party couldn't do that. He is a monster. I saw the results with my own eyes. Ryumin annihilated that minotaur in a single heartbeat. Is that even physically possible? An sang Cheon rubbed the back of his neck, the phantom memory of the kill, sending shivers down his spine. It's the cold, hard truth. He unleashed some kind of radiant aura and severed its head with one strike. I've never seen a skill like that in any awakening manhwa scenario. Ma Kyung-rok's expression darkened as he processed the report. I knew he was strong, but this defies all logic. Taking down a minotaur with a single skill, in 1 second. Has the power gap between him and the rest of us really become an uncrossable chasm? Even the Dark Knight is a powerhouse, but compared to Ryumin, he doesn't even come close. If I reach level 40, can I wield that kind of power? Ma Kyung-rok shook his head violently. No, I need to stop dreaming and start grinding. My pride won't let me stagnate in this leveling manhwa world. I have to push myself past the breaking point. Ironically, I should thank Ryumin. He reignited a competitive fire in me that I thought had turned to ash. I can still help Chief An and actor Seo get stronger. If our paths cross again, I'll have a worthy tribute ready for him. When the prophet appears, I'll demand to know when I can meet Ryumin. Then he turned sharply. Chief An, do you think the prophet is even still alive? Ma Kyung-rok scowled at the incompetence. Instead of guessing, why don't you confirm it? Pick up the phone. That is literally your one job. Chief An realized his mistake instantly. Ah, my apologies, sir. I'll check immediately. He watched the chief hurry away. Save the apologies. Just get me confirmation and report back. By the way, did you master the 2 skills I assigned? Yes, Director. I have fully learned both tracking and trace erasure as you commanded. Good. We'll test them out while we take out the trash later. It's been a while since we did some spring cleaning. An Sang-chun understood the code. You mean to work now? The sun is already coming up? Ma Kyung-rok didn't care. It doesn't matter. It's not like we're harming innocent civilians on the streets. Understood, Director. Through the glass, the first rays of dawn were indeed breaking. This gloomy weather. It's the perfect atmosphere to relieve some stress. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a quiet room where someone else was just waking up. Haikyo blinked her mind, drifting back to him. Ryumin. He accepted me into his party. And that overwhelming power. He exists in a dimension far above us. He's someone I don't even dare to look at directly. He really is a god walking among men. She messed up her hair in frustration. How can I possibly repay such grace? Is there anything I can do for him? I'm not as useful as that buff girl. She sat up abruptly. If only my character class could support him better. The more I think about it, the more useless I feel in this system Manhwa reality. But what about the real world? A smile slowly bloomed on her face. That's it. What does a god need most? A devoted, loyal believer. As she spoke, she rubbed her hands together, trembling with a fanatical energy. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Coincidentally, that same cold feeling washed over Ryumin. I'm getting goosebumps. Maybe I'm just tired. Before he could shake it off, the phone on his nightstand began to ring. Ryumin glanced at the screen. An international call. He couldn't ignore it. A second later, he picked it up. There was only one person connected to this foreign number. Hello, V. It's me. The voice on the other end sounded a bit stiff, perhaps nervous. Ah, hello, Prophet. First, let me express my gratitude. Thanks to your warning, I managed to survive. Ryumin cut to the chase. Has something happened? Joel laughed brightly. I'll tell you the details in person. I'm coming there. Ryumin paused. Wait, you're coming to Korea? Ryumin asked calmly, but internally, the gears were turning. Meanwhile, Joel was already packing his backpack and phone. Yes, I just booked my ticket. Instead of joy, Ryumin felt a wave of confusion. What is this? This never happened in any of my previous regressions. In all the timelines where I helped Joel, this is the first time he's ever come to find me personally. Joel sensed the hesitation. Mr. Ryu, am I bothering you? If this is inconvenient, just say the word. I'll cancel the trip immediately. No, not at all. I look forward to meeting you. It's great that you're coming all the way here. Pushing aside his confusion, Ryumin answered smoothly without a hint of hesitation. His calm tone reassured Joel. The scene shifts to the next day. The reunion takes place, but this time it's on the main character's home turf. Ryumin waited in casual clothes with a small bag slung over his shoulder. Joel spotted him and waved enthusiastically. Being a foreigner, Joel towered over him by a full head. They shook hands. It's really good to see you again, truly. Ryumin smiled. Welcome to Korea, Joel. After the greetings, it was time for Ryumin to play tour guide. Let's get moving. I'll show you around. The conversation continued in the parking lot of Section A3. There's so much I want to say, but I don't even know where to start. Well, try to hold it in for just a bit longer. All right. The first stop Ryumin chose was a high-end restaurant. A shabu-shabu pot, bubbling with premium ingredients, was already prepared. They sat down, and Joel's eyes went wide. Wow. How can there be so many different types of food on one table? This is the first time I've ever seen a meal this magnificent. Ryumin smiled. He couldn't let a future key ally feel embarrassed. He didn't hesitate to reassure him. Eat as much as you want. It's on me. Joel was touched by the hospitality, but he felt he had to speak up. No, Mr. Ryu, I can't keep taking advantage of you. Please at least let me pay for this meal. However, everything Ryumin did had a purpose. He wouldn't let Joel pay because he had a different price in mind. Joel, don't do that. Let me treat you. But in exchange, repair the durability of my item just like last time. Joel was surprised but quickly recovered. Durability. Of course. That's the least I can do. Ryumin placed the familiar item into Joel's hand, watching his every move. A special ability activated, restoring the durability of the eternal sleep necklace in mere moments. Ryumin took back the freshly restored item. Thanks. Now I'll pay for the food. Let's review the specs of this legendary item. Item: Eternal Sleep Necklace. Rank: Epic. Effect: each kill adds a stack and consumes durability. Every 100 stacks converts to an attribute point. Durability: 1000 out of 1000. Restricted to players above normal rank. Behold a necklace holding a murky gray orb, designed to devour the souls of the fallen. As the system info flashed, Vatsal Daniel's voice trembled slightly. I still feel like I haven't done enough to repay you yet. We can't dwell on that forever. Ryumin stowed the item away, shifting the topic. Forget it. Tell me the truth, what happened out there? You said you nearly died. Vatsal Daniel realized he'd left out the most critical part. Terror washed over his face as the memory of the Minotaur's colossal shadow returned to haunt him. Following your advice, Prophet, I grinded for 6 straight hours. Only then did we dare to challenge the boss. It was a monster beyond imagination. If I hadn't leveled up exactly as you predicted, we would have been wiped out instantly. While Vatsal Daniel shivered at the memory, Ryumin just chuckled with casual ease. I'm glad my intel saved your skin. So, what level did you reach? Level 29. Vatsal Daniel hesitated, shame coloring his voice. But, can I really become a legendary blacksmith like you said? Is that truly my fate? Vatsal Daniel stammered, his confidence crumbling. It's just hard to believe. But Ryumin's answer was absolute. If you keep grinding, and with my guidance, you won't just be top tier. You'll surpass everyone. Vatsal Daniel's cheeks flushed red at the praise. Haha, that's all I needed to hear. With a prophet guiding me, I fear nothing in this awakening Manhwa world. As they finally dug into their food, the conversation shifted. Did you look into that company I told you to invest in? I opened an account immediately. I actually invested a bit more than half what you suggested. Ryumin nodded approvingly. Smart move. That return alone secures your financial future. Chopsticks in hand, Vatsal Daniel leaned in, genuinely puzzled. But seriously, how did that company get so famous so fast? What do they even do? Ryumin froze. He didn't even research before dropping his life savings. But then he couldn't really blame the guy. I only trust your word, Prophet. I figure it'll all work out. Ryumin sighed. Fine. Let me give you a proper introduction to your investment. Instead of explaining, Ryumin led him straight to the headquarters. Here we are. A skyscraper with unique architecture that screamed luxury and power. Not just a building, it has a dedicated VIP entrance for players. The sign had changed to Cheon Ma Consulting. Hands in his pockets, Ryumin feigned surprise. Stepping inside Vatsal, Daniel couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer. So this is where 70% of my net worth is sitting, Ryumin corrected him gently. To be precise, that's technically my money, not yours, Vatsal Daniel. Ryumin smiled awkwardly. It's my capital, so don't feel too pressured. They paused at the elevator bank, pressing the button. Ryumin processed the numbers and turned back. Wait, if you only kept 30%, can you even afford to live right now? Vatsal Daniel looked away, flustered. It's tight, but I manage. I just cut down from 3 meals to 2. Ryumin frowned. I can't let my key ally starve like that. Ryumin made an immediate decision. I'll transfer you some funds once we leave here. 10,000 pounds should tide you over right. It was an offer Vatsal Daniel couldn't refuse. His eyes sparkled with renewed worship. Prophet, are you secretly an angel, descended from heaven? No, definitely not an angel. Ryumin tried to laugh off the bizarre compliment. But as the elevator ascended, Vatsal Daniel sensed the atmosphere shift. Thinking about it. Is it really okay for us to just waltz into someone else's company like this? Ryumin's expression hardened. It's fine. I might not be the majority shareholder on paper, but this place is effectively mine. We recently rebranded and completely overhauled the business model. I'll explain the details inside. Vatsal Daniel listened intently, then grinned. Honestly, you don't need to explain. I trust you. If this is a project you've poured your soul into, it's destined to be a massive success. As the elevator dinged at the 48th floor, Ryumin insisted. Still, you put your money down. You deserve to know what kind of system Manhwa enterprise you're backing. Besides, once you hear it, you'll be hyped. It's a business that every awakened player will be desperate for. Leading Vatsal Daniel down the long corridor, Ryumin gestured. This way. But as they entered the main office, the employees' gazes felt sharp. What's this? Further in, he found Manager An, standing guard before the CEO's office, glued to his phone. Why was he blocking the door? Is there a guest? Sharp as ever. An Songchon noticed him instantly. Mr. Ryumin, our esteemed shareholder. What brings you here today? Ryumin kept his voice cool. Apologies for the surprise visit. He stepped aside to present Vatsal Daniel. I'm showing a foreign investor around. I intend to see the director. Is he in manager? And quickly slid his phone into his inner pocket, looking nervous. An Songcheon couldn't meet his eyes. Yes, he's in, but he's currently occupied with a guest. Ryumin's smile didn't reach his eyes. Oh, a guest is it? Despite Ryumin's obvious intent to enter, the manager stood his ground. Ryumin analyzed the situation instantly. Ma Kyung-rok must have given a strict order, no entry. Even after I made my status clear, he's pretending not to notice. A chill settled over Ryumin's features. Is he stupid enough to die for Ma Kyung-rok's orders? Who is in there? Ryumin activated his senses, diving into the flustered manager's thoughts. The manager's internal voice screamed, "This is a disaster. Why did he have to come while the director's fiancé is here?" Ryumin flinched, then a knowing smile curled his lips. So she has arrived. After a long pause, the heavy office door was thrown open by Ma Kyung-rok himself. Surprise plastered the director's face. What brings you here without calling ahead? Ryumin stepped forward, challenging him. Oh, do I need an appointment to enter my own investment? Ma Kyung-rok gave a strained laugh trying to diffuse the tension. Haha, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant that in business protocol comes first. In this merciless world, value dictates the hierarchy. You know this truth better than anyone. There is no room for misunderstanding here. A prophet. On paper, it is a non-combat class. Just a fortune teller with no real power. That is why you have been secretly underestimating me, haven't you? Ma Dong-wook forced a smile, sweat practically beading on his brow. Apologies. A major shareholder like you owns the place. I was just startled since you usually call ahead. Ryumin ignored the excuse completely. His gaze shifted to the woman standing beside the director. Is that so? A blonde foreigner radiating elegance. Ryumin's mind instantly pulled up her file from the future. Christine, the only priest class holder capable of surviving all the way to round 15 in this brutal leveling manhwa. Priests are the backbone of any party. But her true value lies in the level 60 skill, Resurrection, an absolute cheat ability that defies the laws of death itself. Even with the 10-minute time limit, the power to grant a second life is a game-changer in this system. Manhwa. Accessing Ma Dong-wook was just a stepping stone to reach her. Meeting her this early wasn't part of the plan, but I can turn this into an opportunity. No matter the cost, I need to secure her alliance. She is the key to surviving past round 20. Sensing the intensity of Ryumin's gaze, Director Ma quickly intervened. Let me introduce my friend, Christine. Ryumin's eyes narrowed. Just a friend, don't insult my intelligence. Ryumin's voice dropped cold. You promised total transparency, yet you try to hide your own fiancé from me. In a split second, his aura shifted from menacing to charming. He extended a hand and spoke in perfect English. It is a pleasure to meet you. Miss Great, I'm Ryum, a business partner of the director. She smiled politely. The pleasure is mine, Ryumin. Please call me Christine. I wasn't aware the director had such associates. Meanwhile, Ma Dong-wook was panicking internally. Since when does he speak fluent English? Ryumin continued smoothly. And I never imagined his fiancée would be so stunning. Then Christine dropped a bombshell that made the director's blood run cold. Oh, did he tell you about me? Ryumin glanced at the sweating director. Ma Dong-wook was trembling. How does he know everything I never told him about her? Ma Dong-wook bowed a full 90 degrees. Forgive me, Prophet. I didn't mean to deceive you. Ryumin's expression softened. Rise. I understand your hesitation. Thank you for your mercy. Ryumin cut in. I forgive you, but do not mistake my kindness for ignorance. I simply wish you had placed more trust in me. The director couldn't even meet his eyes, cursing his own stupidity. Damn it. Beside him, Christine watched the scene completely bewildered. Ryumin pushed his disappointment aside. I intend to share the strategy for the next round with your fiancé. Let's discuss this in private. He glanced at his subordinate Bo. Wait here. Bo nodded, silently standing guard. Back in the executive office, the atmosphere was heavy. Ma Dong-wook gestured nervously towards Christine. Christine, I should clarify. Ryumin isn't just a partner. He is the acting CEO of our corporation. Fear still lingered in his eyes as he hesitated to reveal the truth. He looked to Ryumin for permission. Receiving a nod, he whispered the secret. But more importantly, he is a prophet. He sees the future. Christine frowned. A prophet before Ma Dong-wook could stammer, Ryumin answered. It is a hidden class unique to this awakening manhwa world. I possess the ability to foresee events before they happen. For instance, the exact strategy to clear round 7. Skepticism remained etched on her face. She looked to her fiancé. Is this true? Ma Dong-wook nodded vigorously. His predictions have never been wrong. Not once. It was a bold claim, but Christine had a different question burning in her mind. Why tell me this? She asked. Ryumin's expression was unreadable. I am giving you the guide for the 7th round. Free of charge. No strings attached. Silence stretched between them. Finally, her guard lowered slightly. Very well, I'm listening. Ryumin paused, reading her micro-expressions. Even with a free offer, she remains wary. Trust is not easily won. He leaned forward. Do not let temptation sway your heart. That is the only key to surviving the 7th round. Ma Dong-wook blinked, confused. That is it? Just one sentence. Ryumin nodded solemnly. I cannot say more. Revealing more would trigger a penalty. Just remember, resist the temptation. Chant it like a mantra if you have to. That concludes the general briefing. But Christine, his gaze locked onto hers. I have a specific prophecy for you. This is the real reason I'm here. Listen carefully. In round 11, you will face a crisis. Your life hangs by a thread. Christine recoiled. Me, I'm going to die. Ryumin raised a hand. Fear not. A lifeline will appear when you need it most. The rest of their conversation faded into shadows. High above the clouds on a private jet bound for the States, Christine stared out the window, her mind racing. The prophet's words echoed in her head. Danger in round 11. If her father knew, he would have torn the world apart to stop her. He would go berserk. But she kept coming back to Ryumin's final hint. A lifeline will appear. What did he mean? Someone would save her. But when she had asked for a name, Ryumin had simply smiled. That is forbidden knowledge. It felt ridiculous. He can't say who. Is he really a prophet? Or just a con artist, spinning vague riddles? Is this all just a game to him? Her thoughts were interrupted by the pilot's voice. They were descending. The next chapter of this Manhwa recap was about to begin. Dragging her luggage through the terminal, she spotted a familiar silhouette waiting in the crowd. It was the family butler Bishop, handsome as ever, offering a polite smile as his greeting. Christine, was your trip to Korea smooth? Let me take that for you. Christine paused, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. I didn't expect you to come all the way to the airport personally. He took the suitcase effortlessly, and they began to walk. The master gave strict orders to bring you directly home. No detours allowed. Christine didn't find the controlling behavior strange at all. Is that so? Any trouble on the road? Let's go. Leaving the international airport, they headed straight for the grandest estate in the U.S., the Xenon Hall. They navigated the vast, echoing corridors of the mansion. Arriving at a heavy wooden door, Bishop knocked with practiced rhythm. Sir, Christine has returned. No one appeared, but a voice resonated from within, granting permission. Enter. The doors swung open. This time, only Christine stepped into the lion's den. Waiting for her was a middle-aged man with golden hair, her father. You've arrived. It was Nathan, the patriarch. She responded with a dutiful, cheerful tone. Yes, father, I'm back. As she sat opposite him, the interrogation began immediately. So, how is he living these days? He lives well, just as disciplined and orderly as before. The father's expression hardened slightly. Has he ever been disrespectful to you? She avoided eye contact, staring at the floor. Never once. On the contrary, he treats me with perfect manners. Hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Of course, he must be polite. Whose daughter does he think he's dealing with? So, have you two gotten any closer this time? Christine shook her head, letting out a soft sigh. I still don't know. Her father's emotions seemed to freeze for a second. What do you mean you don't know? You've been dating for 6 months now. At these words, Christine's mask slipped, revealing her distaste. Dating, we just meet up. There are no feelings involved. Can you really call that a relationship? He knew she hated it, but business came first. The Ocean Group is a Korean titan famous worldwide. A marriage with the eldest son of such a conglomerate only brings you benefits. Even if you hate it now, feelings will develop eventually, won't they? A deep sadness settled in her eyes. I don't know. I get a bad feeling about him. It feels like he's hiding something, plotting some dark scheme. His tone shifted to a lecture. You are a child of God, yet your cultivation is still so lacking. Why must you always be so suspicious? It's because you are my daughter. It was an answer that left him no room to scold her further. A moment of awkward silence hung in the air before he cleared his throat. Ahem. Anyway, what is he up to lately? Did he say he's preparing a business the world has connected with the realm of God? Yet he still can't let go of worldly greed. Christine shot back without hesitation. You're exactly the same father. He objected immediately. I did not receive the selection of the Lord. Suddenly, a brilliant light radiated from Christine's palm. Do you truly believe this is God's choice? That this is his power? He nodded, his answer absolute. I believe my daughter has received the grace of an angel. Christine wanted to scream. Grace of an angel. I've told you 1,000 times what the angels actually did, but you refuse to listen. Wanting to change the subject, he pressed on. So is your fiancé making good use of God's gift as well? He is level 29. Ranked 23rd in the entire region. He has considerable strength. His level is even higher than Jeffrey's. So that says it all. Deciding not to hide anything, Christine stared at her glowing hand and revealed the truth. He told me he's creating a trading hub for players. And there's an investor involved. I forgot the name, but this investor calls himself a prophet. He claims he can see the future. Her father paused, absorbing this new absurdity. She crossed her arms, shaking her head dismissively. He was showing off, giving me information about round 7, but I doubt it's reliable. To the daughter, it was nonsense. But to the father, the words struck a chord. A prophet, you say? In this era of chaos, there is no ability more seductive than foresight. What do you think about maintaining a good relationship with him? Christine's answer remained unchanged. I'm not sure. She sighed, exhausted by the memory. He just spouts unreliable garbage. He even told me I would die, that I'm in grave danger. Hearing someone curse his child, the father's temper instantly flared. What? What did you say? She replied calmly. Just nonsense from a fake prophet. You don't need to worry about it. In this messy world, no player is normal. If you make vague guesses, anyone can claim to be a prophet. Despite her words, he issued a stern warning. Do not let your guard down. What if someone in your entourage betrays you? She closed her eyes confident. Don't worry. Have you forgotten? I am the regional representative. Compared to traitors, the number of people protecting me is far greater. I will be safe. Her confidence seemed to quell his demands for now. If you say so, then fine. But always prepare for the unexpected. The conversation wound down and Christine stood up. I understand, father. Carrying a heavy burden of annoyance and fatigue, Christine walked out of the room. By chance, Bishop caught her eye as she left. He had been watching her the entire time. Then a cold command dropped from the patriarch's lips. Jeffrey. Yes, sir. The ruthless leader emerged. I heard the investor of the Demon Palace is a prophet. That bastard dares to impersonate a seer and curse my daughter with death. He paused, letting the anger simmer. If that prophecy about her danger is a lie, I will make him taste hell, a little earlier than expected. Waiting for the order, Bishop stood ready. Investigate him. Find out if he is a fraud. He bowed with fanatical devotion. In the name of the Lord, I shall execute your will. Meanwhile, in the digital realm, the system interface flickered to life. Loss has entered the chat room of player C3. Jomti has entered with a stealth mask. This layout screamed classic system Manhwa aesthetics. Ryumin had arrived at the studio, where Loss lived, greeting him with a bright smile. Welcome, Jomti. The voice replied through the speakers. Loss, you're here early. He chuckled comfortably. I didn't have anything else to do. Haha. As they exchanged pleasantries, another key figure appeared in the chat log. The chairman has entered the chat room of player C3. The virtual meeting room now had 3 participants. The chairman spoke with authority. Greetings, everyone. Let us begin the meeting. Last time, we decided to select the executive positions, correct, Mr. Los? Among the applicants, have you chosen any candidates? Los pulled up the statistics he had prepared on his screen. The chairman waited for the report. From the current pool, I have filtered out 30 people based on level and region for final selection. The chairman's voice was ice cold as he scanned the room. I trust there are no hackers among them. If there were, I expect I would have been notified immediately. And what of the other aliases? I have already run the background checks. No ghost, no Shinigami. The chairman scowled, his displeasure radiating through the room like a heavy fog. Then we have no choice. We will select the executives from the 30 candidates. Only the 5 who survived the hellish assessment test will ascend to the position. Jomti, proceed with the final verification. Understood, Chairman. At that very moment, Ryumin received a new data packet directly from the chairman. Trouble was brewing on the political front. A congressman had begun a public crusade, condemning the awakened. Jomti acknowledged the threat instantly. I saw the news. Representative Lion Hyan of the National Assembly, correct. The chairman's expression remained stone, but the temperature of his voice dropped to absolute zero. Precisely. Once the executives are appointed, we will discuss how dispose of him. The true enemies of the players right now are the lawyers and the legal system itself. They are trying to chain us down with their petty laws and regulations. Ryumin smirked internally, though his face remained a blank mask. Why do they insist on grouping themselves with us? We are a different species entirely. The intelligence briefing concluded. The chairman dropped one final command before vanishing into the shadows. That is all for today. The regular meeting is adjourned. Back in the sanctuary of his home, Ryumin stepped out of the shower towel, drying his hair. His eyes, however, were glued to his phone screen. The moment of truth had finally arrived. The official Player Place auction house was finally live. Just as he predicted, tens of thousands of users were flooding the server, a chaotic rush typical of a system Manhwa economy. Everyone must be desperate for cash to list things this carelessly. It was time to exploit the market. He needed to sweep up the unique materials before anyone else realized their true value. Underground root for 100,000, Ryumin diamond for 300,000, orc fangs for 95,000. He scanned the list with the precision of a predator. He secured the essentials: underground root, Ryumin, diamond, orc fang, and the young spine. A satisfied grin spread across his face. With this haul, I can craft at least 3 unique tier items. 4 items sat in his cart. He didn't hesitate for a second. Select all. Express delivery. Time was money, and he was spending both. Unique items secured. Next, target magic stones. Even the low-grade ones were listed for over 2 million won, but Ryumin didn't blink. I'll take them all. In a single heartbeat, 90 items vanished from the market and into his inventory. 2 days flew by in a blur of anticipation under the clear blue sky. Suddenly, the front door clicked open. Ryu W walked in, dragging a large bag only to freeze in her tracks. The living room had been transformed into a fortress of cardboard delivery boxes. Ryumin sat amidst the chaos on the sofa, completely unbothered by his sister's horrified shriek echoing through the apartment. Hey brother, what on earth is all this? Feigning innocence, he emerged from the fortress of cardboard, his voice calm and casual. Oh, you're back. W's face went pale, looking at him like he was a stranger possessed. Did you buy all of this? What could you possibly need with this much stuff? Ryumin just flashed a bright smile, his eyes gleaming with hidden intent. Nothing huge or special. Just some basic necessities for a player. W frowned, confusion clouding her eyes. Player place. What is that? Is that the market just for you guys? While she tried to process the insanity, Ryumin began hauling the boxes inside, turning his room into a disorganized treasure trove. Most of the haul consisted of multicolored magic stones. He picked up a violet gem, the gears in his mind locking into place. Everything is here. No missing pieces. It was time to abuse the system. Let's start the fusion process with the most abundant resource. He opened the combination interface. He placed a red magic stone in the core slot and surrounded it with 15 identical stones in the sub-slots. He explained the formula aloud, savoring the logic. With 16 low-grade magic stones, you can synthesize 1 highest-grade magic stone. The alchemy began. Fusion successful. The notifications flooded his vision. You have created a best quality red magic stone. You have created a best quality orange magic stone. You have created a best quality yellow magic stone. Done. With the highest unit set to 7, Ryumin had completed the legendary rainbow collection of top-tier magic stones. He returned to the combination board, but this time, the formula was different. He was no longer just combining. He was enchanting. Now, if I fuse these into my gear, the golden aura is active, fusion successful. Reaper Scythe damage, plus 16% added. He didn't stop there. H's Feathered Hat strength, plus 32 added. Traveler's Cloak luck, plus 32 added. Elemental Resistance ring. All stats, plus 16 added. The power-up was intoxicating. The final step was equipping them. It wasn't enough to just have the stats. He had to look the part of a ruler down to the last accessory. Equip complete. Open status window. The numbers skyrocketed. Strength plus 206. Intelligence plus 284. Agility plus 244. Luck plus 202. Unallocated points 0. Even without the Slaughter Rune or Blessing buffs, my base stats are all over 200. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. This was true power. If I apply my buffs, I could hit 600. Maybe even 900. He raised his arm, reading the final bonus notification hovering in the air. You have equipped 7 highest grade magic stones of different colors. Rainbow effect activated. A subtle divine light shimmered from his armor. Rainbow effect resistance to status abnormalities increased by 50%. The only real threat to a high-level player was crowd control, and he had just neutralized it. He began the mental calculations immediately. Base resistance increased by 50%. Add the Java necklace, at 35%, the ring, at 35%. And if I add the passive skill for another 15%, applying the multiplicative formula, I can negate status effects with an 82.1% success rate. Right now, I am likely the only person on the server with full highest grade magic stone gear. Why? Because he had ruthlessly monopolized the entire market. Prices will skyrocket due to scarcity soon. Even low-grade trash costs 20 million won now. I had to stay one step ahead of the inflation. He glanced at the remaining boxes, piled high in the corner. Now I need to store the rest of these unique materials. Enhancing high-level gear to unique tier is the efficient play. But that's a game for later. I'll fuse the rest when I hit level 60. He stood up from the chair, his eyes locking onto his phone screen one last time. Until then, I'll keep watching the market. If any unique material appears, it's mine. Scanning through the auction house, his eyes widened. A tremor of disbelief ran through him. Wait, hold on. Actually, this discovery made perfect sense. Behold, a fusion material essential for crafting a mythical tier artifact, the Leather of Immortality. Price tag, a cool 1,000,000 won. The description claimed it was harvested from a creature that defied death itself. Transaction method, in-person only. Location, Suwon. This listing unlocked a new piece of data in his brain. Just like the awakened player's items in this system, Manhwa were categorized by a strict hierarchy. Common, rare, epic, unique, legendary, and the untouchable, mythic god tier. The system shop was useless for the good stuff. It capped out at epic grade. To ascend beyond that, a player had to forge their own destiny through crafting. But as the items tier skyrocketed, the drop rate for the necessary materials plummeted into the abyss. It wasn't impossible, just statistically nightmarish. And right now, that Leather of Immortality only dropped from one specific nightmare, the High Orc Warlord, the boss of the 5th round. Even if you managed to slay the beast, the chances of seeing this loot were practically zero. He paused, his mind racing. Someone not only soloed a High Orc Warlord, but also hit the jackpot on the drop. A realization struck him like lightning. Could it be him? That psycho with the strength to crush an orc barehanded bee? It had to be. That bastard possessed the drop rate rune. The puzzle pieces clicked into place. If it was him, this listing wasn't a sale. It was a trap, and a lethal one at that. He scrutinized the listing again. In-person trade only. Yeah, that screamed ambush. Time to poke the bear. He opened the chat window, ready to play games with a killer. Greetings. Are you the seller of the immortal leather? The reply came instantly. Yes. 4:07 p.m. He fired off a double text. It's listed for 1 million. Any wiggle room on that price? The seller seemed taken aback. Huh, what's your offer? He typed back. How about 900,000 won? That's a bit steep of a cut. Alright, deal. The quick acceptance was suspicious. The MC narrowed his eyes. Time to push his luck and see if the trap snaps shut. Actually, let's drive the dagger in deeper. Whoops, typo. My hand slipped. Make it 800,000. The response was immediate and aggressive. Are you messing with me right now? Why the anger? There's no established market price yet anyway. To be honest, I don't even know what this junk is used for. If you're clueless, why are you buying it? The MC put on his best pathetic act. I just want to gamble on some crafting combinations. Isn't that what everyone does in this leveling manhwa world? My wallet's crying right now, so please, help a guy out. Silence stretched. Had he pushed too hard, he started to question his life choices as the chat remained dead. Hello, did you change your mind? The pause on the other end wasn't a connection error. It was calculation. Then the hesitation vanished. Fine. 800,000. But cash only. Can you come to Suwon? A smirk curled the MC's lips. Gotcha. It was definitely him. Who accepts a 20% loss that easily? No one. The legendary item was just a worm on a hook to drag prey into the darkness. For a homicidal maniac like him, logic didn't apply. The MC grabbed the door handle. Before any more innocent souls get harvested, let's go pay this monster a visit. Time to suit up. And while I'm at it, I'm definitely taking that legendary item off his corpse. Twilight bled across the skyline, casting long shadows between the towering apartments. Deep in a deserted alley, Yoon-taek stood there, gripping a knife, dripping with fresh crimson. His voice was as revolting as his actions. Ha! This bastard is hilarious. A distorted cackle escaped his throat. Ha ha ha. Listed for 1 million, and he grinds me down to 800. He glared at his phone screen, his pupils contracting with feral hunger. Does this moron have any idea what he's bargaining for? This is the loot from a round 5 High Orc Warlord. I had to sacrifice 20 other orc corpses just to bring that behemoth down. I nearly died in that raid. And this piece of trash thinks he can snatch my hard-earned treasure for a measly 800,000. You greedy little parasite. When I get my hands on you, in real life I promise you won't leave your body in one piece. Yoon-taek ground his teeth and lowered the phone. Suddenly, he flinched. A rasping sound rose from beneath his boots. Help me. A middle-aged man, beaten half to death, struggled to lift his head from the pavement. Yoon-taek looked down annoyed rather than guilty. Shit, you scared me. Hey old man, you're still breathing, the victim wheezed. Please, save me. Hearing the plea, Yoon-taek raised the knife casually. Save me. That's pretty rude, don't you think? No, please. The man's eyes glazed over as the darkness took him. With the cold efficiency of a butcher, Yoon-taek drove the blade straight into the man's throat. Silence fell. He yanked the blade out with a wet squelch. Ch. Made me jump for nothing. So annoying. You completely ruined my vibe. A twisted smile returned to his face as he wiped the blood from his dagger onto the dead man's shirt. His mind was already drifting to the next kill. Anyway, once that lowballing buyer shows up, he's dead meat. This is going to be fun. His thoughts wandered back, drifting into the dark recesses of his history. You know that feeling. When life becomes so suffocatingly boring, you just want to burn it all down. Nothing brought me joy. Everything was gray ash. Even back in middle school, I thought obsession might cure the boredom, so I became the perfect son. I studied like a machine, never dropping from first place. But eventually, the thrill of grades faded too. I stopped caring. My rank plummeted, and the parental nagging began. What is wrong with you? Why are you doing this? You're an embarrassment. I can't show my face because of you. Hearing those words in his memory, he chuckled. Splatter. The madness had always been there. Thinking back, that was the peak moment of my life. The moment Ryu Wan committed his first murder. His first victims, his own mother and father. I silenced their criticism with a knife. I can still feel the rush. Being a minor, the law couldn't touch me. I walked free and continued my spree until I turned 27. Thanks to my meticulous planning, I was a ghost. Then came this twisted game, this awakening Manhwa reality. It fit my personality like a custom-made glove. With the drop rate rune I snagged at the start, I drowned in loot. Then, I unlocked the hidden class, Witch Doctor. I didn't hesitate to evolve. Since round 4, the game has been exquisite. I haven't felt this alive in years. I've made up my mind. When I clear this game and get my wish, I'll wish for more rounds. Infinite rounds. It's just too addicting. Watching the world crumble and burn, it's the only view worth seeing. The killer crouched low, staring at the corpse that had finally stopped twitching. With his bare hands, he gripped the collar and dragged the body away. Now then, time to prepare for the meeting. After stuffing the body into the trash can, he set the trap perfectly. The moment his target got close, he would trigger the corpse explosion skill. Boom. The enemy would be blown to pieces. And if the bastard was lucky enough to survive, he would use the fear curse to paralyze him, then toy with him before crushing him like a worm. In his mind, it was a flawless plan calculated to perfection. Just as everything was set, the sound of footsteps echoed and a dark shadow stretched across the ground. Ryu Wan sprang up, his face twisted in triumph. You are finally here. You son of a bitch, I have prepared a special gift just for you. He hid in the recessed doorway. The shadow on the pavement grew larger, and the footsteps became louder and clearer. When the figure finally appeared, it was indeed Ryumin. But the real Huang had already been dealt with. This was clearly the main character Ryumin, in a perfect disguise, a classic twist in the system Manhwa. Of course, Ryu Wan had no way of knowing that, so his ugly grin remained plastered on his face. Bingo. He stood there, waiting for his prey to take step after step into the giant trap. That is it, just one more step. 5 more steps. But his ambition was instantly crushed when Ryumin suddenly stopped walking. Hiding in the corner, Ryu Wan began to rage with insanity. Why did he stop? Outside, Ryumin stood there, his face devoid of emotion, and shouted seriously. Hey, you are the one selling the fragment of undying skin right inside Ryu Wan, lowered his head and ground his teeth. Damn it, 2 more steps and he would be in the range of the corpse explosion. Seeing no movement or response from inside, Huang waved his hand casually and continued. What are you doing in there? Are you not selling? Come out here. Ryu Wan hesitated inside. If I go out there, I will be caught in the corpse explosion too. He awkwardly scratched his head. Ah, you have arrived. His expression was stiff and unnatural. Sure, he could abandon the corpse explosion plan and just use the fear curse to control him. But that would be boring. That wasn't the master plan he had sketched out. What are you doing? Aren't you coming here? Huang called out again after the silence. The killer tried to reply, yes, but the words stuck in his throat. But quickly, he feigned shyness, concocting a better scheme. Could you come over here for a moment? My leg hurts. The thought remained, just one step. He just needed to lure him one step closer. If he was going to fake it, he had to commit to the role. Huang crossed his arms and looked at him with disdain. Damn it, you think you are the only one with a bad leg? Sorry, but I am disabled, so it is hard for me to move. If the enemy played dirty, he would just play dirtier. This statement triggered the killer. Disabled. His legs looked perfectly fine. Anxiety began to intertwine with confusion. Damn it, could he have discovered something? He began to doubt his entire existence. No, impossible. The body is hidden in the trash. How could he possibly know? I am a shaman with the corpse explosion skill. Neither side moved, so the insults began to fly. Damn you, you never intended to trade in the first place, did you? What? That item you said you had is a fake too? isn't it? You bastard? Are you mad? Did you lure me here to rob me of my money and gear? That is why you kept telling me to come closer, right, you piece of trash? Du Young-tak felt a pang of guilt immediately after hearing those accusations. TSK, calm down. I cannot get swept up in that bastard's pace. Regardless, he just needed him to take one more step. He needed to prove he was legitimate. Wow, it seems you have misunderstood something. It is not like that, Huang shouted back in anger. Not like that. Bullshit. Damn it, stop cursing at me. Du Young-tak tried to scream back, but how could Huang stop? Stop cursing. My foot? You bastard. Do you think I will speak politely to a guy selling fake goods to trap and rob me? Du Young-tak could not believe his ears. Ah, fake. Losing his composure, he hurriedly pulled out the fragment of undying skin item. Come here and look. Is this a fake? Huang froze, staring intently at the item to examine it. The cursing stopped, replaced by a gentle smile, overflowing with affection. Although it was full of love, that smile gave Du Young-tak goosebumps. What the hell? Why is that damn bastard smiling in such a wretched way? Slash. The arm holding the fragment of undying skin silently fell to the ground. Ah. The pain instantly brought Du Young-tak back to reality as blood sprayed everywhere. He looked forward in shock, his brain working at full capacity to understand what had just happened. He was clearly standing over there. How the hell did he cut me without moving a single step? Quickly, he realized his mistake. A chill ran down his spine as he grabbed his arm to stop the bleeding. Du Young-tak discovered a second Huang standing right next to him, wearing a clown-like grin with a weapon in hand. He had made a grave mistake. How was it that the distant Huang smiled like a thug, but this Ryumin smiled so friendly? Du Young-tak turned his head and realized something his mind couldn't catch up with. Two people. The illusionary Huang laughed fakey and replied. Two people. What nonsense are you spouting? There is only one person. Tak's face went from purple to a deeper shade of violet. In a blink, the Huang in the distance completely vanished. Huh? Why? The only thing left was the man holding the knife beside him, bending down to pick up the item that could upgrade gear to legendary status. Do I really have to explain that to you? The fragment of undying skin worth 1 million on the market was now in his hands without paying a cent. Du Young-tak stared at the action, stunned, speechless, his jaw hanging open. You son of a bitch. His eyes shifted. Du Young-tak decided to execute Plan B. Fear Curse. Huang waited there expressionless. A notification appeared for the exclusive skill. Fear Curse effect inflicts fear status on the target for 5 seconds upon eye contact. Success rate and duration vary, based on the target's resistance stats. The cooldown was 1 minute, but suddenly a new feeling washed over Du Young-tak. The target has resisted the fear. Fear Curse failed. What failed? Huang whispered softly to his opponent. What is there to panic about? Before Du Young-tak could ask a question, a powerful fist slammed into his chin, dislocating it completely. It wasn't just distorted. Several of his teeth flew out. A thought formed unconsciously in his mind. God, just how high is this guy's strength stat? But the hand that punched him immediately grabbed his shirt, and another punch slammed into the other side of his face just as hard as the first. A wave of dizziness shook his body. Powerless, he crashed heavily onto the ground. Cough. Standing on the brink of death, his body convulsed uncontrollably. You crazy bastard. But considering the danger, Huang Yongmin posed Ryumin wasn't about to let his prey escape into death so easily. He reached out, triggering the rune of recovery, and ribbons of healing light wrapped around the villain's battered body. Vitality flooded back into his veins. Huang Yongmin bolted upright, clutching his head, his face a portrait of sheer disbelief. What? What the hell just happened? Ryumin answered with chilling calm. I used a recovery skill on you. Why? Because I haven't beaten you enough yet. But his fist moved faster than his words, slamming into Huang Yongmin's cheek and sending a spray of blood flying. Unlike before, this wasn't just a fight, it was an execution. A sledgehammer blow to the chest lifted Huang Yongmin off his feet. Ryumin stepped back, only to unleash a barrage of punches that turned the air into a blur of violence. When the onslaught finally paused, Huang Yongmin was on the brink of madness, yet his body kept knitting itself back together, thanks to the main character's twisted mercy. He barely held himself up with one hand. Damn you, you sick freak. Ryumin merely tilted his head. Still standing, I guess you haven't had enough. But amidst the pain, a spark of desperate hope ignited in Huang Yongmin's eyes. His cooldown was finally over. The moment of destiny had arrived. The terror curse was ready to fire. A distorted, maniacal grin split his face. You're dead meat now. Die, scumbag. But instead of victory, fresh blood erupted. Absolute darkness crashed down on him. Blood streamed from Huang Yongmin's sockets. My eyes, I can't see. Ryumin stood before him, sword in hand, his voice cold as the grave. Your parents would weep tears of blood if they saw the monster they raised. Now you'll live in darkness, just like your soul. Panic took over. Huang Yongmin ripped out a player's dagger. Cough. You bastard. He swung the weapon wildly, slashing at the empty air in a frenzy of fear. But a blind man's flailing could never touch a master. You think you can hit me? Wham! Ryumin's kick sliced through the defense, launching Huang Yongmin backward and shattering his balance. He tumbled across the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had played every card in his deck. Damn it! What do I do now? An arm severed, eyes blinded. But then a terrifying realization dawned on him. Actually, this is perfect. If this was the end, he would go out with a bang. A sinister, suicidal euphoria surged through him. He couldn't see Ryumin, but he knew the bastard was smiling. If I die, I'm taking you to hell with me. Corpse explosion boom. A massive blast rocked the alleyway, the shockwave tearing through the narrow space where the two had been dueling. What was that? Did you hear that? Sounded like a bomb went off. Nearby merchants and pedestrians froze, then rushed toward the source of the chaos. The alley was a disaster zone. Scorch marks scarred, the walls, crates were reduced to splinters, and a thick plume of smoke choked the air. Hey, look over there. The police arrived in record time, cordoning off the scene. But without clues, they were left grasping at straws. Was it a gas leak? An accident? The crowd was warned to stay back, completely unaware that a shadow was watching them from high above, hidden from their gazes. Ryumin crossed his arms, letting out a breath from the second floor of a nearby building. He watched Huang Yongmin's unconscious body down below. That was close. Almost got wiped out. That man was Huang Yongmin, also known as the Fool. He was a twisted talent, a player who rivaled the Heavenly Demon in potential, competing for the second or third strongest spot in the entire zone. But no matter how strong he is, a serial killer can't accompany me to round 20. Still, I can exploit him for boss raids since his drop rune is incredibly useful in this system Manhwa world. The drop rune was a game changer. It increased the drop rate of items after a hunt, boosting the chance of getting special items from boss monsters by 10 times. As long as that psychopath was alive, he would flood the market with high-tier materials. The problem was his hobby of butchering innocent people. Leaving him free meant more innocent deaths, but killing him meant losing a resource. Fortunately, Ryumin had found a third option. Ryumin drew his blade, the Wandu diagram. A single clean slash cut through the air. It wasn't a killing blow. The rune of recovery glowed once more. He had targeted Huang Yongmin's legs, healing the stumps instantly to prevent blood loss. He even healed the villain's face. When he woke up, he would see exactly how pathetic he had become. Ryumin stood up, surveying his handiwork. He had disposed of the severed arm so it couldn't be reattached. Now, the killer couldn't roam around hunting people, but he could still access the other world to farm items. And since he never saw Ryumin's face, revenge was impossible. The protagonist vanished into the shadows. Sometime later, Huang Yongmin groaned, shaking his head as consciousness returned. He looked as dazed as a confused animal. What is this place? He scanned the area. He remembered triggering the corpse explosion in the alley, and the rage came flooding back at the thought of Ryumin. Ah, that bastard cut off my arm. He looked for his enemy. Where did that dog go? But then he noticed something was horribly wrong. He screamed. Damn it, my legs, arg. There was no pain thanks to the healing, but the limbs were gone. He howled like a wounded beast. He looked forward, then frantically to the side. Where are you? Show yourself, you coward. In his thrashing, his hand brushed against a piece of paper left beside him. He snatched it up and read it. What's this? First off, your legs aren't my fault. Why did you hide that useless bomb? Were you trying to kill me? I was going to finish you off for being arrogant. But seeing you lose your legs made me pity you, so I let you live. No one else would heal a guy trying to rob them. Know your place. From now on, stop the nonsense and live quietly. If I catch you causing trouble again, you're a dead man. Because I memorized the address on your ID card. Huang Yongmin's hand trembled violently. What? What is this? Helplessness crushed him. The paper slipped from his fingers. My corpse explosion. It didn't kill him. It just blew my own legs off. It was absurd. He reached into his pocket. How long was I out? How did he do this and vanish? But a fresh wave of horror washed over him. He checked his other pocket. My phone. My wallet. I had all my cash assets in there. His face crumpled in pure agony. He didn't just cripple me. He looted my materials and my money. That thief, He thrashed around in the dirt, screaming at the sky. "You piece of trash. I swear this humiliation. I will pay it back 1,000 times over." Time passed, and the scene shifted to the luxurious Imperial Hotel. Before the 7th round began, Ryumin was enjoying a peaceful dinner with Min Ju-ri. The handsome protagonist asked, "The traditional food here is good, right?" Min Ju-ri beamed, her beauty radiating in the warm light. "Yes. Of all the places I've eaten, this is the absolute best." Ryumin smiled gently. "I'm glad. Since it suits your taste, we'll come here often." Min Ju-ri blinked, surprised by his words. More often. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. The air between them crackled with a shy romantic tension. He quickly corrected himself. "Not often. Just occasionally." She nodded, accepting it, but a shadow of disappointment crossed her face. "But tell me, Min, you seem incredibly busy these days, don't you? Every time I reach out, you say later." Ryumin answered quickly, apologetic. "Ah, sorry. Just some complications." He continued eating, but his mind was drifting far away. Busy was an understatement. Every weekend meetings at Player Place consumed him. But more than that, he couldn't move freely. Not when he had to watch his back for shadows. Even at this very moment, eyes were boring into him. But Ryumin didn't panic. He already knew exactly who the rat was. Level 28, Jeffrey Bishop, an assassin dispatched all the way from the States. And the puppet master pulling the strings, Christine's father, Nathan. He was tailing Ryumin, hunting for information. At first, the presence was faint. But with his heightened sensory perception, Ryumin sensed him days ago. The assassin remained hidden. True, the man had mastered stealth, but he lacked the ability to detect being detected. If Jeffrey possessed that skill, he wouldn't have been stalking so carelessly. From the moment Ryumin spotted him, the hunter became the hunted. The instant Jeffrey dropped his stealth, Ryumin had his identity. He read the assassin's thoughts. He saw the mission clearly. It seemed Christine had spilled everything to her father. No wonder Nathan was furious. He wanted the head of the man who prophesied his daughter's death. "Is that so?" Ryumin smirked internally. "Keep following then. As long as I wear this mask of a normal office worker, you will find nothing." His dark thoughts evaporated instantly, replaced by Min Ju-ri's voice across the table. "Hey Min, about the round 7 intel you gave me." Her eyes searched his. "Is that really everything, unshaken by the temptation to spill the truth?" He raised his glass with a calm smile. "Yeah. Just remember what I told you." He couldn't tell her the rest. The system was cruel. If they knew the quest details beforehand, they would be instantly disqualified. And disqualification meant erasure. Death. He couldn't let his allies vanish. Not when he needed them for round 20. "This time, I will save as many as I can. We are making it to the end." There was no need for fear. Ryumin broke the silence with a vow. "Min Ju-ri, let's survive until the very last round. Together." His voice carried the weight of absolute confidence. Min Ju-ri flushed, a shy smile blooming on her face. Okay." But then, the moment of judgment arrived. Midnight, May 1st, 2022. The angel Priscilla descended from the heavens. "Greetings, humans. Did you enjoy your month of peace?" Her eyes scanned the crowd. Only 434 survivors? How pitiful. With numbers this low, we can hardly set the rules, can we? Her angelic wings unfurled majestically. Suddenly, the earth beneath the players began to quake violently. It is time for the zone integration. 10 separate regions were crashing together. It was a spectacle of divine scale. Like massive puzzle pieces slamming into place, the landscape reshaped itself perfectly. In seconds, the barriers fell. Players from other zones came into view. The ground fused into a single massive arena. 10 zones merged. Total player count 4,992. Priscilla waved her hand cheerfully. "Welcome to your new home, Area C2SA003. Don't look so tense. You're all Koreans here, so play nice." The crowd relaxed slightly at her explanation. At least there was no language barrier. "Now then, before the main event." Her eyes narrowed playfully. "We need to select a representative for this new area, don't we?" The existing representatives grimaced. Another deathmatch. Damn it, curses rang out. Only Ryumin remained calm, but Priscilla interrupted the rising tension. Hold on, the angels need a little chat regarding the rules first." What Ryumin stood like a statue, arms crossed. A selection match was inevitable. He could not afford to lose the representative title. It wasn't just about status. It granted authority that worked even in the real world. The ultimate prize in this leveling Manhwa reality. Plus, it was the reward for this round's hidden quest. The Rune of Mental Wall. One of the 19 essential runes. Without it fighting, the demon amphi would be suicide. The representative seat, the Rune. He had to seize them both. I have prepared everything for this exact moment. But high above the angels were bickering. Who wants to take charge? Any volunteers to guide this new filth? Two angels, Elia and Sophia, locked eyes on Priscilla. Their intentions were malicious. Hey Priscilla, I heard you had a little wager with Oliver. Oh, I heard that too. Something about, if your human wins, you become the king of angels. Priscilla's smile stiffened. Why don't we play that game too? It sounds fun. On the surface, she looked annoyed. But inside, Priscilla was grinning. This was exactly what she wanted. Then the selection method will be a standard deathmatch. Hold it right there. Another angel cut in sharply. Your zone has the Ryumin, doesn't it? You know the freak of nature who already surpassed level 50. If we do a deathmatch, Priscilla wins by default. That is completely unfair. Priscilla scowled, feigning offense. So, do you have a better idea? A sly smile crept onto the rival angel's face. With the Ryumin there, a battle of power is pointless. Let's change the victory condition. The representative will be whoever clears round 7 first. The other angels murmured in agreement. That works. Yes, this round isn't about raw strength anyway. Priscilla, do you agree? Her hope for an easy win shattered. She bit her lip in frustration, but she had no grounds to refuse. The debate was settled. Priscilla descended once more to face the players. The method has been decided. The representative title will go to the one who clears the mission fastest. The existing leaders sighed in relief. Thank God. No deathmatch. But a seed of anxiety remained. Still, anything was better than fighting monsters like the Ryumin. Ding system windows materialized before their eyes. I will now announce the Round 7 mission. Round 7 main quest. The numbers flashed ominously. Total participants, 6,927,060. Elimination limit, 3,463,533. Current Zone C2SA003 participants, 492. Elimination limit, 24,461. But, unlike the previous 6 rounds, the quest description was blank. Only a void remained. Panic rippled through the crowd of players once again. Why are there only question marks? Me too. Is the system broken? But Priscilla remained ice cold. It is no error. Round 7 is a hidden objective. Good luck. As Priscilla vanished into thin air, the players were left frozen in disbelief. What the hell does that mean? A secret mission, a cold blue holographic interface materialized. Time remaining, 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The angel had successfully planted the seeds of chaos among the survivors. How are we supposed to survive without a prompt? Are we just supposed to act blindly? Despair began to set in as the reality of the situation hit them. A timer means there is a trigger condition. We have to move. Following the logic of this leveling Manhwa, players scattered, hoping to stumble upon a clue. Damn it. We have to find the objective ourselves. Just then, a familiar group closed in on Ryumin Sa, are in Onsong Chon, Heo Yisa, and Min Juri. Ryumin, fancy meeting you here. Ryumin's eyes narrowed at his former teammates. He crossed his arms, radiating an icy aura. Why are you all bunching up? Onsong Chan flashed a plastic smile. Just a happy coincidence. Heo Yiseo chimed in. Haha, meeting like this, must be fate, right? Suddenly Onsang Chan's expression darkened. Ryumin, surely you have deduced the hidden objective. Ryumin kept his poker face flawless. Why ask me? If the system hides it, I am as blind as you. Onsong Chan looked disappointed. Is that so? Well, allow me to share what I know about Round 7. Ryumin feigned skepticism. Information. How would you know that I heard it from a prophet back in the real world? Ryumin scowled, his inner thoughts racing. Last time you hoarded secrets, now you are spilling them freely. I was a fool to think he had any honor. As Ryumin's gaze pierced through him like a blade, An Sang-chon flinched. Why are you looking at me like I am prey? You speak nonsense. A prophet, it is the truth. An Sang-chon glanced nervously at So-ren. She is an acquaintance, so I got the inside scoop. Is that right? So-ren stammered. Yes, that is right. Ryumin sighed internally. Her too, another unreliable pawn. He said, fine. Speak. An Sang-chon recited the prophecy, like a scripture. To clear Round 7, remember this. Do not be swayed by temptation. Temptation? What kind? Ryumin pressed. But then, Min Juri dropped a bombshell. Wait is not the prophet's name. Min Juri. An Sang-chon's jaw dropped. Another leak. Ryumin watched the unfolding chaos, his red eyes glowing with hidden calculation. 4 people now know about the prophet. As long as they do not connect the prophet to Ryumin, I am safe. I need to isolate them. Ryumin addressed the group. Thanks for the tip. We will see if this prophet is legit. For now, we split up to cover more ground. An Sang-cheon protested. Split up. But surely our odds are better together. Ryumin cut him off sharply. We do not know if this is a party quest. Why risk it? The group bowed in defeat. Understood. Every man for himself. Good luck. Min-ju-ri lingered, eyes hopeful. Can I stay with? No exceptions, Ryumin said coldly. Go? Shoulders slumping, she walked away. Finally alone, Ryumin let out a breath. This is getting complicated. What the hell is the winning condition for this round? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the silence. Ah! Ryumin's instincts kicked in, and he dashed toward the source like lightning. He moved with supernatural speed. But the scene that greeted him made his blood run cold. A pool of crimson, and sitting in the center, clutching her stomach, was Min-ju-ri. Min-ju-ri. Who did this? Her voice was a fragile whisper, barely audible. Ryumin. Ryumin. No. Ryumin. Save me. His concern turned to paralyzed shock. You know who I am. Min-ju-ri pulled him close, her face draining of color by the second. Ryumin. It really is you, is it not? How? How did you figure it out? Tears streamed down her pale cheeks. How could I not? You are my first love. No matter how much you try to hide, I would recognize you anywhere. Ryumin was stunned. You knew this whole time and said nothing. She gave a weak, pained smile. Yeah, pretending not to know was the hardest part. He shifted her weight, voice grave. We will talk later. Look at this wound. Who did this to you? He activated a recovery rune, anxiety, gnawing at his gut. It is too deep. A second later, and you would have crossed the river of death. The magical rune glowed, knitting flesh and bone back together. Moments later, color returned to her face. The gaping wound vanished, as if it never existed. Thank you, Ryumin. The physical wound was gone, but Ryumin's rage was just igniting. Who? He demanded, voice trembling with fury. Who stabbed you? She leaned into his chest. It was that man, An Sang-cheon. Ryumin's eyes narrowed into slits. What killing intent exploded from him like a storm. Where is that bastard? A shadow elongated behind him. An Sang-cheon and Seo Arin stepped out from the void. Right here looking for me. Ryumin whipped around, the familiar voice grating on his nerves. You filthy, treacherous scum. An Sang-cheon smirked, hand on his hip like a villain in his element. My such foul language for the illustrious prophet. Ryumin's expression shifted instantly from rage to a terrifying, deadly calm. So you know, I am the prophet. An Sang-cheon shrugged. We had to torture the girl to get it out of her. Until a moment ago, we were just guessing. Min-ju-ri looked up at him, eyes filled with guilt. I am sorry, Ryumin. It hurt so much. I could not keep quiet. He did not blame her for a second. His wrath was focused entirely on the smiling psychopaths in front of him. An Sang-cheon chuckled darkly. Do not look at me like that. Do you know how shocked I was? To think the legendary Ryumin is actually this weak-looking guy. Who would have guessed? Ryumin cut him off, voice dripping with venom. Before I rip your mouth off your face, give me one reason. Why did you attack her? An Sang-cheon raised a hand casually. Simple. She seemed close to you. I just crushed a bug to see what information would crawl out. A twisted grin stretched across his face, impossible to hide. Well, isn't this a harvest far richer than I anticipated? If the director knew, he'd be absolutely ecstatic. Upon hearing those words, Ryumin's expression darkened into the visage of a true reaper. Do you really think you'll live long enough to deliver that message? Seeing the massive scythe materialize, An Sang-cheon threw his hands up in mock surrender. Whoa, hold your horses, take one more step, and I detonate the bomb hidden inside Min's body. The situation had flipped in an instant. Why the panic? He glanced back at the unconscious Min. A bomb. Huh. His malicious laughter grew louder as the horrific truth came to light. Then the final betrayal. Hiho-yiso stepped away from the group to stand by the enemy's side. This friend here gave me a helping hand. Ryumin's body trembled as the realization hit him like a physical blow. No, it can't be. Hiho-yiso's face was pale but determined. Sorry, Ryumin. How could you, Ryumin, realize the depth of the horror? The Dark Seed, a forbidden skill only accessible to a dark warlock who has ascended to level 40. Once planted in the earth and activated, that seed summons a random demon beast from the abyss, a catastrophic ability. But planting that seed inside a living human host, the result would be a nightmare beyond imagination. Ryumin gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. How did you even reach level 40 so fast? Heo Yiso's expression didn't waver. I hunted like a madman to become strong. Just like you, Ryumin. Ryumin's voice turned to ice. Yiso, deactivate the seed. Now, but Yiso merely shrugged, completely unbothered. I don't think I will. Ryumin's aura flared with killing intent. You dare. Didn't you worship me? Yiso placed a hand over his heart, mocking his former loyalty. Of course. To me, Ryumin was nothing less than a god. The mockery in his voice became venomous, unable to be concealed any longer. But a god is only useful when he solves every problem perfectly. If you aren't perfect, I have no reason to worship you anymore, do I? The cold reality settled in. Ryumin finally understood. He had been stabbed in the back by those he trusted most. The despair of betrayal crashed over him. He had no choice but to accept his defeat. What is your demand on? Song-chan smirked his eyes, gleaming with malice. She seems precious to you, doesn't she? Shut up and speak. If I comply, promise me you won't kill Min. An Sang-cheon laughed like a maniac, his mouth stretching wide, a true villain reveling in the moment. Realizing he was losing composure, An Sang-cheon covered his mouth, feigning politeness. Fine. If you agree to our terms. Ryumin cut him off his patience at 0. What do you want information on the next round? The location of the hidden pieces. An Sang-cheon shook his head, maintaining that plastic smile. I don't care about that trash. I just find it funny that a fraud like you dared to manipulate us. And the director, the air turned heavy, suffocating everyone present. Commit suicide, right here, right now. Do that, and the girl lives. Without a second of hesitation, Ryumin pressed the cold blade of his scythe to his own neck. Keep your promise. Min woke up screaming in terror. No, Ryumin, don't. It was too late. The blade severed his head. His final thoughts were only of saving Minjuri. As his vision faded into darkness, the mocking faces of his betrayers were the last thing he saw. The end. Not quite. A holographic screen shattered the darkness. Hidden side quest revealed. Click. Click. This is the twist you expect from a top-tier awakening manhwa. In an instant, the world cracked like glass. The reality Ryumin saw was never real to begin with. The illusion crumbled. Ryumin opened his eyes, standing on an endless plain. System messages flooded his vision. Player Ryumin has escaped the illusion. Main quest completed. Side quest. Escape the illusion within 2 hours. Completed. He had committed suicide without hesitation. He blinked, regaining his composure as the adrenaline faded. Ah, so it was an illusion realm. Right. He had played through 99 regressions. He should have remembered this mechanic. Ryumin gazed into the distance. The 7th round's goal was escaping the illusion. But if a player knows it's an illusion beforehand, the quest progress stalls, leading to instant execution. That's why I used self-hypnosis the moment I entered. A calculated risk, taken before the timer even started. The system generates the illusion. If your conscious mind rejects it too early, the penalty is death. He had commanded his own brain. Believe it is real until the side quest is cleared. He wiped his own memories. To clear the quest, he brainwashed himself with a single directive: save Minjuri at all costs. You love her more than life itself. In this system, Manhwa, the 7th round, targets the player's deepest insecurities to force a suicide scenario. For Ryumin, his greatest fear was his identity being exposed and being betrayed by the teammates he trusted. The system mocked him. Who knew the weak prophet was actually the Ryumin? It built the perfect nightmare based on his hidden anxieties. And since the system calculated that he was in love with Min, it used her as the ultimate leverage to force his death. Ryumin smiled. Luckily, the brainwashing worked perfectly. Just then, a figure approached him across the plain. It was Seo Arin, waving cheerfully. Ryumin, you cleared the 7th round. He replied coldly. Yeah, you too. She blushed, avoiding his gaze. Yes, I escaped too. It seems the others are still trapped. Ryumin nodded slowly. Is that so? But then her tone shifted, becoming serious. By the way, Ryumin, this might surprise you. Actually, I think I like you. A lot. She acted shy, her voice trembling, but Ryumin silently shifted his stance. Sudden right. I know, but it's sincere. If I don't say it now, I might never get the chance. She looked at him with wide, pleading eyes. Swish. Ryumin didn't hesitate. His scythe drew a deadly arc, severing her head instantly. Her body collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. He stood over the corpse, looking bored. Quit with the cheap tricks. A notification pinged. Main quest updated. Temptation resisted. The fake Seo Arin dissolved into data particles. Around him, the real players finally began to materialize from the void. From the silence, Priscilla's instinct screamed, snapping her head toward the disturbance. What? Someone moving at that speed? Is it even possible for a human to awaken this fast? In the blink of an eye, she materialized right next to where Ryumin stood. The answer to her unspoken question was standing right there. Ryumin tilted his head, locking eyes with the angel. He asked calmly, "Angel, care to explain this situation?" A twisted smile slowly crept across Priscilla's stunned face. He. After savoring the moment, she looked down at him and replied, "Ryumin, you are the first to shatter the illusion of temptation. Congratulations." Ryumin feigned ignorance, touching his chin in deep thought. Illusion? Was that what it was? At that precise moment, a pillar of holy light descended, imprisoning him within. Please wait until the time limit expires. Rewards will be distributed after the final tally. It was the ultimate waiting game. 1 hour 30 minutes and 51 seconds remained. He was the only one bathed in light. The other players stood frozen like statues trapped in their own minds. Priscilla seemed satisfied with the chaos and vanished, though that eerie smile never left her lips. He. Left alone, Ryumin smirked, satisfied in his own way. It was time to analyze the board. As expected, the priority was the main quest, escaping temptation. This system Manhwa challenge mirrored the very first illusion trial. The system mines the player's data to craft the perfect trap. Material greed, the desire to escape pain, or the seductive allure of the opposite sex. If they fail to break free before time runs out, or if they die before facing the truth, they are eliminated. But for those who escape, the ranking is decided by speed alone. His legs felt stiff, so he sat down, resting his chin on his hand. He didn't know the exact milliseconds, but he knew he had cleared it in under a second. Just like last time, while he waited with cool indifference, others began to snap out of their delusions. Their faces were pale, traumatized. As the numbers grew, panic began to spread through the crowd. Oh my god, what the hell was that? My temptation was useless. I already have a girlfriend. What just happened? As more players succeeded, Priscilla reappeared, clapping her hands in mock delight. Now, wake up and pay attention. Without wasting breath on explanations, she summoned a massive holographic board for them to witness their fate. Round 7. Main quest: escape temptation within 2 hours. Hidden side quest: commit suicide without hesitation. Upon success, unknown rewards are calculated. She smiled, waiting for the despair to set in. What suicide was the side quest? How can there be a mission this twisted? This game is insane. The system voice cut through the noise, announcing the global results. First, place Ryumin. Level 54. Class Reaper. Completion time, 1 second. Second place Christine. Level 27. Class Priest. Completion time, 5 seconds. Third place Heavenly Demon. Level 29. Class Dark Knight. 6 seconds. Now for the local district, C2S A003. First place Ryumin. Second place On Sang Cheon. Level 34. Class Knight. Completion time 18 seconds. Third place Seo Aaron. Level 34. Class Summoner. Completion time 24 seconds. The crowd stared at the board, stunned but not surprised. Ryumin is first again. How in the world did he finish a suicide mission in 1 second? It's unbelievable. He's a monster. Stretching his stiff back, Ryumin stood up as private notifications flooded his vision. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in the district. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in the entire global zone. A random draw option will be granted as the district reward. A special reward selection box will be granted for achieving global first place. This was the loot he had been waiting for. As the notifications ceased, the game concluded. The other angels descended to observe the aftermath. The consensus was clear. His mental fortitude was flawless. Was this truly just human? So Priscilla takes the crown again. Priscilla ignored the chatter continuing to dominate the stage. Now, then for the trash who couldn't finish in time. Say goodbye. Wait, no. Before they could even beg, half the players disintegrated into dust, erased from existence. Immediately, Ryumin received a new status window. Player Ryumin has been appointed as the representative of the new district. C2S K A003. Reward for district unification acquired. The authority of the temporary skill, Ruler's Authority, has been modified. You may now use Ruler's Authority a single time in the real world. He smiled, clutching the reward. This was the game changer in this leveling manhwa. Finally, I have the power to fight back against Jamtai. Now I can control player place whenever I wish. The scene shifted. A new day dawned in reality. The location, Ma Kyung-rok's bedroom. He sat up, clutching his throbbing head. The first thing Ma Kyung-rok did was scan his surroundings, panic in his eyes. Did I actually make it back to reality? Was what I saw just an illusion? My own brothers trying to kill me? No, what if it wasn't a dream but a glimpse of the future? I must grow the company and win father's approval immediately. By the way, I didn't see anyone named Prophet on the total ranking board. What is going on? It wasn't a combat mission. Did he know the objective but chose not to act until he was pushed off the rankings? Or did he intentionally delay his completion? What is that Prophet plotting? Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Ryumin was starting his lunch. But his eyes weren't on the food, they were locked forward. Sitting across from him, the beautiful Min-ju-ri looked mentally unstable. He poked a small red apple with his fork, analyzing her. Ryumin thought, was meeting her right now too rushed? She's still shaken. To change the heavy atmosphere, he spoke up. Min-ju-ri, what's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Ah, no, it's delicious, really. Did something happen in round 7? When prompted, Min-ju-ri blushed furiously, unable to meet his eyes. Nothing happened. Ryumin felt a pang of awkwardness. His mind-reading Rune had already told him everything. Ah, I saw too much. He flashed a bright, reassuring smile. I don't know what illusion you saw, but forget round 7. That's all in the past now. Right, I should do that. Min-ju-ri brightened up slightly. It's nothing really. I'm just a bit tired from the rush. Ha, maybe. Heh. While the two chatted, the invisible bishop watched from the shadows, eyes glued to them. Ryumin, fully aware, kept the conversation light and cheerful. Actually, I invited you to lunch to leak information about round 8. He glanced imperceptibly at the hiding spot. Listen closely, spy. To build trust, this information had to be leaked through her to reach the enemy. He finished his story and seamlessly transitioned to the next topic. Player Place, the zone where players held their mandatory meeting every Sunday. On the connection screen, 2 high-ranking administrators appeared, Jamti and Lostia. Only one figure remained, the chairman hesitating at the threshold. Then, his glasses flashed ominously, signaling a plot twist worthy of a top-tier awakening manhwa. The GBS newsfeed exploded with updates. An exclusive interview with a survivor of the hellish 7th round just 3 minutes ago, and 6 minutes prior. The support app, PEP, was declared a massive success. The Player Place exchange was dominating the economy. But what were they trading? 10 minutes ago, a user attempted a transaction only to be swallowed by a sense of overwhelming discomfort. Articles were spawning faster than monsters in a dungeon. He dug through his memories. Rumor had it the youngest heir of the own group had struck gold, targeting the player demographic. That kid was 3 years his junior, yet possessed the predatory instincts of a tycoon. Meanwhile, he had failed to become a player, his name absent from every single headline. The realization churned in his gut like acid. To think Player Place belonged to that lowlife. All of this was because of that damned Mark. If only he had awakened. If he were a player, he could have crushed Mark in a fair contest. The newsfeed scrolled endlessly. I actually tried trading on the PLPL. A first-hand account of the system's flaws. But 13 minutes ago, the stakes changed. Ryan Hyun had officially passed the anti-player bill. An elite anti-player task force was born. Warrantless arrests were now authorized. To expand his power and prove his worth to his father, he had to execute the master plan immediately. Finally, in the corner of the screen, the chairman logged in. Jamti smiled, her voice smooth as silk. You have finally arrived, sir. Chairman Min sat with arms crossed, his aura commanding silence. Jamti, regarding the CEO interview, you confirmed that 3 candidates survived the murder test, correct? That is correct, Jamti replied. The chairman's smile didn't reach his eyes, radiating a terrifying gravity. Good. Tomorrow, we initiate the plan. Meanwhile, across the ocean in a sanctuary within the United States, a solemn voice echoed from the shadows. Christine, perhaps it would be wise to keep that prophet close to us. Yes, father. Christine flinched at her father's words. Do you truly put faith in that prophecy? It could simply be a coincidental twist of fate. But he cut her off. I sent Jeffrey to investigate. That young man poses no threat. Reports indicate he is merely a civilian who clocks in and out of work, completely ordinary. Even your fiancé has placed his trust in him entering a business partnership. Christine hesitated, doubt clouding her gaze. I understand, but my heart cannot yet. Suddenly, their conversation was shattered as they looked toward the entrance. Then consider this. Christine Bishop has returned, and he brings critical intel on the 8th round. Her father's eyes lit up with intrigue. The 8th round. Are you implying you've heard a new prophecy? Indeed, the details are vivid. If the young miss is skeptical, she can verify it after surviving the round herself. Very well. Let us hear it. Bishop, awaiting the command, nodded solemnly. The structure of the 8th round will shift based on your choices, and the experience rewards will vary accordingly. But there is a twist. A new variable will enter the game. Christine leaned forward, tension spiking. A new variable, Bishop's voice, turned cold as steel. NPCs. The 8th round will spawn non-player characters.